Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 826 Side Story 1. After story, Ash and they all lived happily ever after. If only life could be summarized that easily. Reality, however, is never that simple. Your Grace, this is an emergency. In the 657th year of the Empire, 5 years after the final battle against the monster. At the Duchy of Bringa, in the office of the Duke of Bringa, there's flooding along the Iris River basin. A wildfire has broken out in the dried-up forests from the winter. The Western Desert region is requesting the agreed-upon food aid. The steam engineering research facility we were constructing with other races has exploded again. An envoy from the Everblack Empire is requesting an audience. They'll be arriving this afternoon. As urgent reports and letters poured in, piling up into a mountain on my desk, I, the Duke of Bringar, could only stare blankly with my mouth agape. What is this? I was certain we won the final battle and reached a happy ending. Why am I here, stuck in an endless paperwork defense game? Why? This isn't even a new game plus mode. When is this damn endless paperwork and stamp signing defense going to end? Bang! Unable to hold back any longer, I slammed my desk and shouted furiously. Hey, sunflower seed-loving assistant, you gave me a new name, Daram, remember? Daram, please start calling me properly. As soon as I called out sunflower seed-loving no, bodybag no, my aide, Daram, corrected me while darting out from the side. Almost on the verge of tears, I yelled at Daram. Why is there so much work to do? My subordinates are competent, aren't they? Why does every single approval need to go through me? You must be suffering from short-term memory loss due to overwork, Your Grace. Since you've forgotten again, I'll explain it to you once more. Matching my shouting with her own, Daram retorted without backing down. Because of you, who brought a whirlwind of reforms to the duchy, tasks requiring your direct approval have piled up like a mountain. Oh, did I? Yes, all of it, every single bit of it. It's all because of you, Your Grace. She seemed genuinely upset, having been dragged into this paperwork defense with me. Tears welled up in Daram's eyes. I am sorry. Unable to withstand her sharp glare, I reached out my right hand and used a skill to summon reinforcements. Damn it, I need backup. Summon ally. I called out the name of my most loyal subordinate. Lucas, get here immediately. But only silence followed. Ha! Despite my desperate call, Lucas didn't appear. Awkwardly, I stared at my empty hand. Wait, what's wrong with my summoning skill? I hesitated and called again, this time more timidly. Lucas, where are you? You're really not in a good state today, Your Grace. Don't you remember? Instead of the large, golden retriever-like knight who used to appear instantly, my squirrel-cheeked aide placed a new file on my desk and reminded me. Sir Lucas just went on leave yesterday. He rushed off to Crossroad to see his wife as soon as he got his vacation. Oh, right. Lucas finally got a break yesterday after months of work, and the moment he did, he bolted to Crossroad, that damned henpecked husband. He used to say that loyalty to his lord came first as a knight, and now his wife is his top priority. Naturally, the person Lucas married was Evangeline. 1 year after the war in Dead for years, Agothy got married. By the way, it was a joint wedding. Serenade and I also got married on that day, man. What a crazy day that was, Ack. I quickly dragged my thoughts back to reality before I got lost in memories. Sweet yet bitter wedding memories can wait for later. The present matters now. Anyway, I can't lose to him. Lucas isn't the only one who got married. I did too. If that's how it is, I'll go see my wife too. Summon ally. No, my wife will come to me. Honey, the moment I cried out, the office door burst open with a bang. Did you call for me, my dear husband? Serenade appeared, her radiant smile lighting up the room. Her hair, which had grown quite long over the past 5 years, was tied below her neck and draped over one shoulder. Even though I see her every day, she's truly beautiful. But, Serenade, what's that in your hand? My lovely wife, who wore a warm smile, was holding a pot in her hand. When I asked, Serenade chuckled softly and lifted the lid. A steamy aroma wafted up, revealing its contents. Eel, abalone, oysters, garlic, chives, mushrooms, and other unidentified but clearly purposeful ingredients simmered appetizingly together. Hesitantly, I asked again, "What is this? It's already lunchtime. I made something for you, my dear husband." "Well, I appreciate it, but the ingredients seem a bit, what can I say? They're what the common folk would call ingredients good for that. Blushing slightly, Serenade averted her gaze and murmured softly, "We should have a baby soon." Father also asked when he'd get to see his grandchild and suggested I put in some effort. That's why Serenade's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red, but she didn't retract the pot she was holding out toward me. Instinctively, I reached up and smacked my forehead. "Ah, father, what are you even saying to your daughter-in-law? I understand that as part of the imperial family, he wants to see an heir, but still, we're still young. We can think about this later, can't we? That's when it happened." Grab. Serenade, who had quietly moved closer without my noticing, suddenly reached out and seized my sleeve. "WH what?" Her silvery eyes, blazing with determination, fixed on me. "Tonight, tea tonight. You won't be getting any sleep." Shiver. A chill ran down my spine. My loving wife, smiling sweetly, holding a pot of stamina-boosting food. And behind her, my ever-loyal aide helping with the endless paperwork. Looking back and forth between the two of them, I immediately turned around and leapt through the open window to escape. Forget my duties as a duke. I love Serenade, but tonight she's terrifying. Ultimate X-rank skill. Duke's emergency escape. Sliding down the rope id pre-installed below the window, I landed on the ground floor and quickly cut the rope. Success. Where are you going, Your Grace? There's still so much work left to do. Your Grace, hey. Your Graras. From the window above, my aide leaned halfway out, yelling after me. I heard that hay in there, Bodibagno. Daram ill remember that. Safe travels, my dear husband. Be sure to eat this tonight next to her. Serenade chuckled and held up the pot. I love you too. But sometimes you're just a little scary. Without a second thought, I bolted toward the entrance of the Duke's manor. At the entrance stood a familiar woman with navy blue hair, now dressed in a sleek black suit instead of her old maid uniform. It was Elise, Serenade's bodyguard. While Lucas was away, she was also doubling as my protector. "Elise, let's go, we're going out." She glanced at my disheveled appearance, covered in leaves from the escape, and cautiously asked, "This isn't an escape, is it? I'm just getting some fresh air. Stop questioning and let's go." Understood. The carriage is ready. Elise took her place on the driver's seat, and I hurried into the carriage. Yah! With a crack of the reins, the carriage pulled away from the manor and headed into the city. As the cool air brushed against my face, I finally felt a bit of relief. Phew! Citizens on either side of the road, recognizing my carriage, removed their hats and waved in greeting. "A pleasant afternoon to you, Your Grace. Spring is here, and the weather's quite warm today. Out for a stroll again, are you?" I returned their waves and called out, "Just getting some fresh air. How are things going? Spring's here, so it's time to start farming in earnest." It was a tough winter, but thanks to the food aid, we managed to get by. I heard the Steam Engineering Research Institute is opening new positions next month. I've been studying hard. I'll pass for sure this time. Many citizens greeted me with bright smiles, but not everyone was pleased. A few wore discontented expressions and voiced their grievances. The events Your Grace abolished last year as excessive formalities were actually part of our traditions and honor. Please reconsider. Your reform efforts are admirable, but you mustn't damage the traditional values of the Duchy of Bringa. While you've assured us that we won't be annexed into the Everblack Empire, please formalize this with a clear declaration. Even if you someday return to the Empire, ensure the autonomy of the Duchy of Bringa, Your Grace. I nodded solemnly. I'll take all of your concerns to heart. If there's anything else you wish to share, don't hesitate to send a letter to the Duke's manor. Listening to words of gratitude, casual greetings, and sharp criticisms alike, I toured the city. I observed the faces of the people, those I now bore the responsibility of protecting. Though I am doing my best as a duke, I am still clumsy as a politician, and my ambitions often exceed my abilities, leaving the Duchy of Bringa in a state of chaotic progress. Still, with 5 years of experience under my belt, I am slowly getting the hang of things. Though my ideals are high, and I am far from perfect if I keep pushing forward, perhaps someday I can become a decent ruler. So many people have placed their fate in my hands. Reaching a quieter area of the city, I murmured to myself, "I'll have to work even harder." Hearing this, Elise chuckled softly. "You grumble about hating work, but aren't you the one digging your own grave, Your Grace? Keep quiet. Working hard is admirable, but don't overdo it. Everyone's worried about your heavy workload as it is. Work-life balance isn't easy to achieve still. It's an unchanging truth. The harder a leader works, the smoother their country runs. Moreover, Serenade has been managing my health with military precision from sleep schedules to exercise, meals, and even snacks. She keeps an exceptionally close eye on everything. Ack! The dish Serenade had shoved in front of me earlier suddenly came to mind, and I flinched. A shiver of apprehension ran through me for a moment, but I soon steadied my breathing and slapped my cheeks lightly to refocus. Then I spoke to Elise. Let's head back. Once again, I gazed out the carriage window at my country, the land I govern. I've had my breath of fresh air. Now it's time to face what I have to do, to handle the piled-up tasks, to spend quality time with my lovely wife. For everything and everyone I love, I resolve to work hard again. Elise smiled softly and turned the carriage around. Understood. Let's head back. Yeah. As the carriage carried me back to the Duke's manor, I gazed blankly at the passing scenery and found myself reflecting. On the final battle we fought 5 years ago. On the comrades with whom I laughed and cried as we parted ways afterward. I wonder how everyone is doing. Some were easy to keep in touch with, but there were others I hadn't heard from in a long time. I could only hope they were all living happily somewhere in this world, and I wished that, whenever and wherever we might meet again, we'd be able to greet each other with smiles. As the faces of my old comrades no distant memory came to mind, I murmured to myself, I miss everyone, I want to see them all again, but among them there was one I especially thought of. I said he must have grown so much by now. As his godfather, I found myself thinking of Sid often. He must be 6 years old by now. He'd been so busy that I hadn't been able to visit him as often as I'd like. I should invite them to the duchy sometime soon. Crossroad wasn't too far away. It would be nice to invite Lily and Sid, show them around the duchy, and let them experience the sights. With these thoughts in mind, the carriage carried me swiftly toward the Duke's manor. At the same time, in the southern region of the empire in Crossroad, at Lily and Sid's home. Mom, 6-year-old Sid asked with a curious innocence, why don't I have a dad? Faced with the sudden question, Lily froze. Chapter 827, Side Story 2. After story, Sid Mom, why don't I have a dad? At her son's question, Lily froze. With his bright green and brown eye so much like his father's, Sid quietly stared at Lily. He tilted his head, genuinely curious. Why don't I have one? Where is Dad? Lily hesitated for a long moment, unable to respond. Imperial year 657. 5 years after the final battle with the monstrous beasts. Southern Empire. Crossroad. Sid asked you something like that. Evangeline's mouth fell open in shock as she sat across from Lily in the Lord's office. Lily, how old is Sid this year? He's 6 now. Goodness, already. Time really does fly. Tell me about it. He's growing so fast. Lily bit her lip gently. Watching her son grow day by day was her greatest joy and happiness. But now, alongside that happiness and joy, fear had started to creep in. Little by little, Hell start noticing the things missing in our home, won't he? Hell ask things like where his dad went, or why his mom can't walk. How do I answer those questions without hurting him? I just don't know. No dad at home. A mom who couldn't use her legs, and a child of mixed blood. Their family was undeniably different from what the world considered normal or ordinary. How was she supposed to raise Sid in a world like this? It was something she'd been grappling with for a long time. But when the reality of it loomed before her, Lily's mind went blank. And so, I just started venting to you, my lady, haha. Sorry about that. Lily sighed deeply and picked up the teacup in front of her. Evangeline looked at Lily with a new kind of surprise. It had been 5 years since the war ended. In that time, Lily had been assisting Evangeline, the newly appointed lord, closely. Her exceptional work ethic and extensive network with various production guilds had been an enormous help to Evangeline in her new role. Over the years, Lily had served as the senior representative of the Crossroad Mercenary Guild, the spokesperson for the production guilds, and the Lord's Aedial while raising Sid as a single mother. Not once in all that time had she ever shown signs of weakness. Yet today, for the first time, she revealed a very human vulnerability. Still, it does feel a bit better to let it out. Hugh Lily brushed her hair back and glanced at Evangeline. By the way, how's your family planning coming along, my lady? It could have been a sensitive topic, but Evangeline had always openly mentioned wanting one son and one daughter, and as the heir to the Cross family, there was always an expectation for her to have descendants. The thing is, my heart is all for it, but this time, Evangeline sighed heavily and rested her chin on her hands. What's the point of the flowers blooming so beautifully if no butterflies come to visit? Oh dear, I can't even argue with him about it. He's always wandering around at the crack of dawn. Where in the world does that man think he's going? As Ash's knight, Lucas was primarily stationed in the Bringer Duchy. Fortunately, Bringer and Crossroad weren't too far apart, so he would usually come home every weekend or during the generous leaves Ash granted him. But for the past few months, Ash had been exceptionally busy, and Lucas, as his bodyguard, had been just as swamped. All he could manage was to send letters instead of visiting in person. The last time they'd seen each other was a few months ago. He promised to visit soon, but Evangeline leaned back, clasping her hands behind her head as she let out another sigh. I've been trying, but there's still no news. Oh, speaking of which, your senior and Serenade haven't had any news of a second generation either. Ash and Serenade were also married, but they had no children yet. Lily began counting on her fingers. It's been 4 years since their wedding, right? They got married exactly 1 year after the war ended, so yeah, it's been that long. It had been a joint wedding for two couples, Ash and Serenade, and Lucas and Evangeline. As the two women reminisced about that day, their faces turned pale. That wedding was something else. It really was. It was a truly unforgettable wedding. Even Evangeline, whose wedding it had been, openly admitted it. That wedding was legendary, in every sense of the word. The kind of event everyone avoided bringing up because of how overwhelming it had been. The two women quickly tried to push the memories of that day out of their minds. Evangeline flashed Lily a grin. Anyway, despite all our efforts, we haven't been blessed with a child yet. But Sid, he came to you right away, didn't he? He's such a precious and wonderful child. Lily hesitated, then muttered quietly. Not exactly right away, ahem. The casual slip into R-rated talk made it clear both of them were definitely getting older. Anyway, isn't Sid such a good kid? If you take your time and talk to him, I am sure he'll understand your heart. You think so? Absolutely. He's so smart, too. He's already much sharper than other kids his age. He might even figure out some of the things we're worrying about on his own. Evangeline reached out and held Lily's hand. More than anything, I'll help with whatever I can. So just tell me, all right. Don't hesitate. Thank you, my lady. If it was Evangeline, she would truly roll up her sleeves and lend a hand. Knowing that warmed Lily's heart, but it also made her chest ache. No matter how sincere Evangeline's help was, in the end, she was an outsider. She was a bystander in the challenges that Lily and Sid had to face together as mother and son. This was a problem that only the two of them could solve. Because of that, Lily was both afraid and deeply aware. She couldn't avoid this issue forever. Someday, she would have to face it head-on. Though 5 years had passed since the war, Crossroad was still a city marked by its scars. There were many who had lost limbs, lovers, or family members. In a city like this, being a single mother, being unable to walk, or having a mixed-blood child didn't particularly stand out. Pain and suffering were everywhere. At the same time, however, Crossroad had transformed into a new trade hub where a previously blocked path to the southern continent had been reopened. People of various cultures and races flocked to the city to exchange goods and ideas. It had become a melting pot where people of all kinds mingled. People connected regardless of race or nationality, and mixed-blood children were no rarity here. Still, Lily often felt the weight of biased gazes, sympathetic glances of pity, or scornful looks that seemed to regard her as dirty or impure. If it was like this even in Crossroad, one of the more open-minded places, what would it be like in the wider world? Thinking of the future Sid would one day have to face made Lily's chest tighten and her breath catch. Teach me, Khalil that night. Sitting at her desk, Lily whispered the name of her husband, who had yet to return. She buried her face in her hands and swallowed her trembling breaths. Teach me how to raise our child without you. She could still picture his shy smile so vividly in her mind. Suppressing her tears, Lily murmured in a strained voice, "Please, teach me now. Couldn't he just come back instead?" As if nothing had happened, as if it were all a Lieus to come back and be by her side. Hold her, kiss her, love her. I miss you so much it's driving me crazy. I'm so lonely and scared. I'm just an ordinary, weak person. The thought of enduring the difficult life that lay ahead made it hard for Lily to breathe. It was then. Mom! Sid appeared at the door to her room, clutching a pillow to his chest. His eyes were sleepy, and he rubbed them softly. Mom, are you okay? Sweetheart. Lily quickly wiped her tears away, turned towards Sid and opened her arms. I'm fine. Come here. With quick little steps, Sid ran to her and flung himself into her arms. Lily held him close. Though her son had grown much heavier over the past 5 years, he still fit perfectly in her embrace. How long did they stay like that? In his mother's arms, Sid cautiously whispered, I'm sorry, Mom. HM. Lily blinked in surprise at his sudden apology. What are you sorry for? Because I made you cry when I asked about Dad. Sid fidgeted nervously, glancing at Lily's expression. His big eyes lowered toward the floor. I'm sorry. I won't ask about him again. So please don't cry, my sweet boy. Lily hugged Sid tightly, then gently sat him down in the chair next to her. Sid, she locked eyes with her son. The reason I haven't told you about your dad until now, it's not because it's a bad story or something to hide. Lily tried her best to smile at her son, who stared at her intently. It's just some things might be a bit hard for you to understand right now. That's the only reason I haven't said anything. And then she made up her mind. From today onward, I'll start telling you, little by little, about the kind of person your dad was. She decided not to run away from this wall in front of her. She decided to face it, to hold her son's hand and climb over it together. From that day on, little by little, every day, Lily began to tell Sid about Kalthand, how she first met the elf man, how they didn't get along at first, but how they eventually opened their hearts to each other, how they fell in love, how deeply they loved each other, and how the two of them, who had tried so hard for each other, ended up parting ways. After hearing about Khalil's final moments, Sid hesitated before carefully asking, Then Dad is dead? Lily felt her throat close up. Yes. He died in the battle against the Goblin God King. At the very end, he inflicted a fatal wound on the Goblin God King's left arm. Thanks to that, they were able to win the battle. Even the Crown Prince himself publicly acknowledged Khalil's sacrifice. Most importantly, he saved your mother, who was pregnant with you. Your dad met a heroic end after an incredible act of sacrifice. That's what she should say to this child in a mature, composed way. That's what she needed to do, but no. Before she knew it, her trembling voice slipped out. Your dad isn't dead. He's just gone very far away. Khalil was officially listed as missing. His body had never been found. The number of those declared missing in action during the war against the monstrous beasts was enormous. And in that war, being declared missing was as good as being dead. That's why even those missing in action were honored as fallen heroes and granted a resting place in the graveyards. Their families were also entitled to benefits for their sacrifices, but Lily refused all of it. She let Khalil remain missing. She knew full well that being declared missing was practically the same as being dead. She also knew that the man was a liar. He'll definitely come back. Before winter ends, I promise. Yet she still couldn't let go of the last promise he had left behind. Sid, with his eyes wide and round, asked again, Then will Dad come back? Lily's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't unaware that what she clung to was a futile hope. She knew it might only inflict deeper wounds on her child. But Mom, she couldn't lie to her own heart. Mom still believes he will. 5 years since the final war. 7 years since the battle with the Goblin God King. Mom wants to believe he will come back, even now. She was still waiting for him. Sid silently watched his mother, who was on the verge of tears, for a long moment. Then he'll believe it too. Sid walked closer and wrapped his arms tightly around his mother. He'll believe Dad will come back someday. Hearing her son's innocent voice, Lily felt a sharp, piercing pain deep in her chest. She pulled Sid into a tight embrace and silently sobbed. I'm sorry, my son. I'm sorry your mom is so stubborn, so foolish, as if trying to comfort his crying mother. Sid's small hand carefully patted Lily's back. The mother and son stayed like that for a long time, holding each other close. Even as yet another winter ended and a new spring arrived, they both longed for the man who hadn't returned. Slash. Chapter 828 Side Story 3. After Story, Evangeline Imperial Year 657. 5 years after the final battle against the monsters. Southern Empire, Crossroad. What? You've already arrived. Evangeline came rushing out of the Lord's Manor, barefoot, to greet her visitor. The guest was already stepping down from the carriage parked in front of the manor. Evangeline called out the guest's name loudly. Ariel. The guest greeted her with a bright smile. She was Ariel, the princess of the Lake Kingdom, once called Nameless. As the emissary of the Lake Kingdom and acting king, Ariel had personally traveled to Crossroad. Welcome. How long has it been? It's been a while, Lady Evangeline. Ariel and Evangeline clasped hands tightly. The Lake Kingdom and Crossroad were geographically close to each other and had been collaborating on various ventures, so Ariel and Evangeline occasionally saw each other. Every time Evangeline met Ariel, her joy was genuine. Ariel, too, always greeted Evangeline with a smile. Ah, come on, Lady Evangeline. Why so formal? Well, I am here as the acting king, so don't be like that. It's just us here, so treat me casually like before. Okay. Evangeline grinned and declared on her own terms. Until you ascend to the throne of the Lake Kingdom, I'll call you whatever I want. Ariel. Ariel smiled helplessly as if she had no choice, glanced around cautiously, and whispered softly to Evangeline. I'm glad to see you too, Evangeline. Ha ha ha. Laughing heartily, Evangeline grabbed Ariel's hand and led her inside the Lord's manor. After some casual chatting over tea in the drawing room, the two women began their meeting on various pressing issues. Despite their sisterly closeness, today they met as a lord and an acting king. As leaders of their respective regions, they carried several unresolved challenges. Though the situation had stabilized to some extent, the Lake Kingdom was still precariously adapting to the present after 5 centuries of nightmares. Crossroad, too, had lost its main industries, monster extermination and magic stone processing. To secure the city's future, they needed to find new opportunities. What's the perfect solution to tackle these two problems at once? Evangeline clapped her hands and exclaimed, the tourism industry, that's it, whom Ariel let out a low hum. The situation in the Lake Kingdom is still far from ideal. People are only now beginning to escape the pain of their nightmares, and the restoration work has just reached a point of respite. Even politically, my position as acting king has only recently solidified. Under these circumstances, allowing foreign tourists in it's been 5 years. The Lake Kingdom needs to breathe in the air of a new era now. Evangeline pushed forward, reiterating the logic she had been consistently advocating. Of course, there will be initial challenges and difficulties, but I believe opening up to foreign tourists is a great way for the Lake Kingdom to adapt to the modern era. Not to mention, it would facilitate exchanges with other countries, bring in foreign currency, and build a positive reputation for the Lake Kingdom. It's a win-win, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Everyone benefits. Oh, and now I am craving pheasant mid-sentence. Evangeline called the head chef and ordered pheasant to be prepared for dinner. Watching her, Ariel couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, Ariel admitted to herself that Evangeline had a point. This was an era without magic. The Lake Kingdom, which had been at the forefront of magical civilization 500 years ago, now had nothing to sell, to put it bluntly. Its competitiveness in the global market was weak. To survive in this entirely changed world, they had to fight to adapt. But does the Lake Kingdom really have any worthwhile tourism assets? Oh, come on. The Lake Kingdom is overflowing with incredible tourism assets, Evangeline passionately argued. Do you have any idea how envious I've been of the Lake Kingdom while trying to establish the tourism industry here in Crossroad over the past 5 years? Compared to Crossroad, the Lake Kingdom is practically a treasure trove of tourism assets, a treasure trove. Evangeline listed off the numerous attractions in the Lake Kingdom. Architectural structures preserved from 500 years ago, streets filled with various antiques, the unique geographical feature of being under a dried-up lake, a natural environment perfectly preserved, untouched by human hands, and even a newly accessible route to the distant south where no human footsteps had ventured before. There's definitely demand for this. We just need to package it properly. Open the kingdom's doors and people will flock to it. Phew. Closing her eyes briefly to organize her thoughts, Ariel eventually nodded. All right, let's do it. A wise decision. Evangeline couldn't hide her delight and let out a cheer. If the Lake Kingdom, which had long kept outsiders away, opened its doors to foreign guests, Crossroad would naturally reap the benefits as well. Evangeline had already brainstormed several tourism projects that would tie the Lake Kingdom and Crossroad together, and she actively shared her ideas. Ariel listened attentively. Ultimately, it was decided that the project would proceed as a collaborative venture where the Lake Kingdom and Crossroad would be connected, but Crossroad would take the lead in managing the business. The Lake Kingdom lacked the capacity to focus on the tourism industry, but it possessed excellent tourism assets. On the other hand, Crossroad had the capacity, but lacked appealing attractions to draw people to the southern end of the continent. It was a situation where their interests aligned perfectly. Good deal, good deal. After verbally confirming several contract terms, Ariel and Evangeline shook hands firmly. Details of the agreement would be further negotiated soon by their respective officials. See you again, Ariel. Yes, we'll be seeing each other much more often now. After wrapping up dinner with the pheasant dish, Ariel returned to the Lake Kingdom, while Evangeline accompanied her to the southern gate to send her off. As the Lake Kingdom's delegation gradually disappeared into the distance, Evangeline waved her hand and let out a small sigh. All right. The plan to transform Crossroad into a tourist city has finally taken its first step. Turning around, Evangeline looked back at her city. 5 years since the war. The city still maintained the structure of a fortress, but with the arrival of a peaceful era, its atmosphere had softened considerably. It was a pleasant sight, yet it felt unfamiliar. Evangeline, whose entire life and family lineage had been dedicated to fighting monsters, found the responsibilities of a lord to be anything but easy. Moreover, the new future she was supposed to carve out for Crossroad was still uncertain. I've set the direction with trade and tourism, but trade was challenging, and tourism even more so. Crossroad wasn't entirely without assets, but they didn't fit together seamlessly. It felt like the gears were almost ready to align if she just tried a little harder. But for now, they weren't even moving properly. And as someone still young and inexperienced, Evangeline was at a loss as to where to start fixing things. Well, what choice do I have? She could only knock around here and there, trying to figure out how to deal with this massive challenge. What exactly was the vision that my predecessor had in mind for this tourist city plan? Evangeline suddenly thought of Ash, her predecessor as Lord, and now the Duke of the Bringer Duchy. Though Ash constantly complained and sighed about everything, Evangeline believed that Ash was a natural-born ruler. Ash had taken control of Crossroad in no time, and by all accounts, had now completely stabilized the Bringer Duchy as well. I should have learned more while we were together, both about the duties of a lord and the future of Crossroad. She regretted not asking more questions or learning more during the 3 years they had fought together. As the memories of those 3 years came to mind, Evangeline let out a small laugh, but seriously, why won't my husband come back already? She suddenly felt a pang of frustration. No matter how busy things were in his country, her broad-shouldered, golden-haired knight's home was now undoubtedly here. He's part of our family now. His name is Lucas Cross, for crying out loud. And yet he keeps following Ash around all the time. Evangeline pouted her lips and muttered to herself in irritation. Lady, come quickly. We have a new visitor. A soldier who had rushed over from the northern gate called out. Ha! Evangeline tilted her head in confusion. What? I didn't have any more visitors scheduled for today. And then, at the northern gate, a blond knight lightly stepped down from the carriage, silently spread his arms wide, and flashed a grin at Evangeline. Tada, it was Lucas, returning unexpectedly like a surprise ambush. Before she realized it, Evangeline clasped her cheeks with both hands and let out a high-pitched squeal of delight. Darling. Yep, your darling's here. Though his face showed signs of exhaustion from the grueling duties of the duchy and the rushed journey to get here, Lucas couldn't help but smile brightly at the sight of his wife. Prepare for a grand welcome, my lady. Wow, it's really my husband. Evangeline sprinted forward and launched herself into Lucas' arms. Her move was somewhere between a tackle and a hug, leaving Lucas momentarily winded as he barely managed to catch her. For a moment, I thought a bull was charging at me. You say the sweetest things to your adorable wife. Nestled snugly in Lucas' embrace, Evangeline took a deep breath, savoring his scent. Then, lifting her head to meet his gaze, she growled playfully. But seriously, mister, you should have told me you were coming. I was sulking all by myself, thinking you weren't coming. I wanted to surprise you, so I came quietly. Lucas chuckled softly. Don't like it. Instead of answering, Evangeline let out a strange giggle and suddenly thrust her arms out, shouting to everyone nearby. All right, strike up the music. Tonight we feast. The staff who had followed her outside erupted in cheers and applause. Evangeline, further energized, raised her voice again. My husband has returned. Strike up the music. Music, I say. The way she's talking, she sounds like a tyrant, doesn't she? But seeing even the servants and citizens struggling to suppress their laughter as they played along with Evangeline's antics, Lucas couldn't help but grin. Evangeline extended her hand briskly toward Lucas. Let's go home already. Darling, hand. Yes, yes. Lucas obediently offered his hand forward. The two blonde knights held hands tightly, swinging their arms back and forth as they marched enthusiastically into the manor. That night, HMPH. Wearing pink pajamas, Lucas lay slanted on the sofa, frowning slightly. Sitting in front of him in matching yellow pajamas, Evangeline, who had been leaning against Lucas while munching on snacks, widened her eyes and turned around to look at him. What's wrong? Don't like the pajamas. Aren't they cute? No, the pajamas are fine. Lucas was already well acquainted with Evangeline's love for all things pink and sparkly. That wasn't the issue. One of Lucas' hands rested on Evangeline's stomach. As he gently kneaded the soft, squishy flesh of his wife's tummy, Lucas cautiously opened his mouth. Well, it's just your belly, my belly. What? Immediately, Evangeline turned around with a fierce glare, her eyes narrowing sharply. The pleasant mood they'd been sharing since their reunion instantly froze over. Lucas flinched and shrank his shoulders, closing his mouth, but Evangeline wasn't about to let it go. My belly, what? Go on, finish your sentence. I mean, it's nice to touch. Feels kind of healing. Actually, are you about to say I've gained weight again? Bullseye. And Lucas, who wasn't great at lying, couldn't hide the truth. He averted his gaze, cold sweat pouring down his face. Evangeline, now even angrier, let out a low growl. Before we got married, you said you loved my belly no matter what. That was a bold-faced lie, wasn't it? No, no. I do love it, no matter what. I mean it. Then what's with the but? Lucas, being the kind of person who struggled to hold back blunt truths, couldn't resist. I feel like it's gotten a bit rounder than a few months ago. My belly's always been round, okay. No, that's not what I meant. It feels different somehow. Tilting his head, Lucas hesitantly asked. Could it be that you're pregnant? Boom. Evangeline spun around and body slammed him. The move was just as flawless as it had been during her monster frontline days. Lucas, even as he rolled across the floor, unable to scream, couldn't help but be impressed. From where he lay, he heard Evangeline's booming voice, filled with rage, echo through the room. No matter how much my belly might have gotten softer, you think it's okay to throw out hints like that? What? Pregnant? Pregnant? I didn't mean it like that. Get out, you blockhead. Out. You're sleeping outside tonight. Faced with Evangeline's genuine fury, Lucas had no choice but to obediently leave the bedroom without another word. Blushing furiously, Evangeline ground her teeth in frustration. For the rest of his vacation, I'm never letting him touch my belly again. With that declaration, she angrily stuffed the remaining snacks into her mouth, only to suddenly gag. The snack, which she'd been enjoying just moments ago, now made her stomach churn to the point where even the smell was unbearable. What the heck? Evangeline off all people gagging in front of food. Wiping her mouth with her sleeve, Evangeline blinked in confusion. Wait, could it really be? Slash. Chapter 829 Side Story 4. After Story. Evangeline Imperial Year 657. 5 years after the final battle against the monsters. Southern Empire. Crossroad. Lord's Manor Drawing Room. Congratulations. You're pregnant. The visiting priest, Zenes, announced. Sitting side by side in front of him, Evangeline and Lucas' mouths fell open at the same time. What the war Zenes, taken aback by their reactions, asked in disbelief. Look, her belly has already started to swell. How could you not notice? Well, she's always had a bit of a belly, so shut it. That's all abs, or at least it was abs. As Evangeline delivered a sharp shoulder strike, Lucas let out a yelp and rolled to the side. Chuckling softly at the spectacle, Zenes resumed speaking. It seems to have been at least 4 months. Haven't you noticed you haven't had your period? Ah, now that you mention it, yeah, it hasn't come. As Lucas and Zenes squinted at her with suspicion, Evangeline growled. I've been so busy with lordly duties that I didn't have time to think about it. And I don't really have a tough time with it when it happens, so I didn't notice. And still, even so, you're surprisingly oblivious, my lady. Evangeline was about to glare daggers at him, but Zenes skillfully redirected the criticism toward Lucas with a polite cough. So Lucas, isn't it a bit negligent of you? How could you not notice your wife was pregnant for several months? Well, I was away for a while, so that's not an excuse, Sir Lucas. Exactly. No excuse at all. Evangeline, clearly enjoying this, chimed in with Zenes scolding. Lucas wanted to argue, but a sharp intuition warned him that doing so would lead to a lifetime of regret. It's all my fault in the end. Lucas resigned himself to quietly enduring the criticism. Evangeline, meanwhile, playfully jabbed at his side with her fists, pretending to scold him. Watching the two, Zennies nodded. From now on, please visit home more often, and if possible, stay by your wife's side. Stay by me, stay by me. I'll do my best with that, the checkup concluded. By the way, congratulations on the pregnancy, Zenny said, furrowing his brow slightly. But why did you call me of all people? Evangeline and Lucas both blinked in surprise. Aren't you the continent's best midwife, Zennies? You're renowned for successfully delivering one of those rare half-blood babies. We called you because you happened to be nearby. That happened by coincidence. I didn't become a midwife on purpose. Zennies sighed and rubbed his temples, wondering how he had ended up being treated as a professional midwife. Is this my karma? After the final battle against the monsters, Zennies had lived as a wandering priest. He traveled freely across the continent, offering help wherever it was needed. Zenith's expertise in field medicine made him an invaluable figure. Although he felt it would be arrogant to call himself an expert, in a world where divine healing powers had disappeared, his medical knowledge and experience as a healing priest were extremely valuable. Even though the monsters were gone, there were always people suffering everywhere. Zennies roamed the land, seeking to heal the weak and the sick. His recent visit near Crossroad was to treat patients in the area. But why is this region more interested in me as a midwife? As Zennies reflected on his past, Evangeline's eyes sparkled as she asked, so Zennies, do you have any tips for prenatal care or some useful tricks? Spill the secrets. Why do I feel like I'm being treated more like someone who's already had a child rather than a midwife? Isn't it the same thing? You're basically Hannibal's dad, right? I didn't birth him. I just helped deliver him. Despite grumbling, Zennies rattled off various tips for prenatal care and childbirth, even jotting them down for Evangeline. They also exchanged updates on their lives and news of their old comrades. As the conversation wound down, Zennies rose to his feet. Well then, I am glad I stopped by and got to hear such good news. Congratulations again. Thank you, Zennies. Thanks. I'll deliver safely. Come visit often. As Zenny stepped out of the manor with Lucas and Evangeline seeing him off, he suddenly stopped and turned around. By the way, what will you name the baby? Lucas and Evangeline froze, letting out startled noises as they looked at each other. Write the name. What should we name them? No need to rush. For now, just come up with a nickname. Something simple and cute works, or even something silly is fine. There's an old saying that the simpler or rougher the nickname, the more it wards off illness and bad luck. Leaving them with one final piece of midwife-like advice, Zennies waved and departed for real. Lucas and Evangeline, having seen him off to the end, looked at each other. Hey. Lucas extended his hand first. Hey yourself. Evangeline smacked her hand firmly into his with a resounding slap. It was a glorious high five. The two then linked arms and started spinning in place together. We did it. We really did it. This is definitely worth celebrating with music. Time to rejoice, time to rejoice. Well done, Lucas. You're amazing, Evangeline. The two continued their self-praise until they suddenly turned to each other and shouted at the same time. I hope it's a handsome son who takes after me. I hope it's a beautiful daughter who takes after me. And then, silence. Lucas and Evangeline narrowed their eyes at each other, a tension-filled stare-off beginning between the young couple. A frosty silence settled over the room. That night, the atmosphere was much more peaceful than the night before. Lucas, having just finished his preparations for bed, was about to lie down when he heard Evangeline's sly voice. Honey Gar. Startled, Lucas flinched and turned to look beside him. There was Evangeline, her chin propped up on her hands, smiling sweetly. What is it? Did something happen? Heh. Evangeline let out a low chuckle and started stroking her belly. Suddenly our baby is craving toast, you know. What? Toast? You know that toast Ash made for us a long time ago. The one you really liked too. Remember? Lucas blinked in disbelief at the oddly specific request, muttering with suspicion. Are you sure it's the baby craving it, and not just you being hungry, huh? Evangeline's face darkened instantly, her expression turning fierce as she growled. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? Think carefully because our baby is listening too. Now try again. Wait a second. I'll go make it right now. Lucas immediately got out of bed and headed to the kitchen. He had heard far too many cautionary tales from his predecessors about the dangers of ignoring the cravings of a pregnant wife. Sizzle sweating profusely, Lucas stood in the kitchen late at night, making toast. Evangeline, who had quietly followed him downstairs, peeked at him from behind, a wide grin spreading across her face as she watched her husband work. And so, with the invincible logic of pregnancy on her side, and a husband who did as he was told, Evangeline's food adventures began. Steak pizza, lobster au gratin, fried squid that looks just like you, honey, squeared. By the end, she even started singing. It was obvious these were all foods Evangeline enjoyed eating even before the pregnancy, but she insisted it was for the baby too, which was partly true. After all, it was for his wife and child, so Lucas couldn't refuse. Throughout his vacation, he had to cater to Evangeline's every craving. Interestingly enough, her taste started to change in unexpected ways. Bean rice cake, bean rice cake, bean rice cake. With her mouth covered in bean powder, Evangeline exclaimed in shock, "Why does bean rice cake taste so ridiculously good?" The bean rice cake was a humble local treat made of flour covered in bean powder, more like a type of bread. It was a snack common in the southern frontier like Crossroad. As a teenager, Evangeline had thought it was too rustic and had avoided it. Even after returning from the imperial capital, she barely touched it. But now, it was addictively delicious. Evangeline spent entire days with bean rice cakes practically glued to her mouth. Lucas, unable to watch any longer, finally commented, "If you keep eating bean rice cakes, the baby's going to turn into one." Evangeline's eyes widened, and she clapped her hands together in excitement. "That's it. What is it now?" "The baby's nickname." Lucas blinked in confusion, but Evangeline had already made up her mind. "Well, call the baby bean rice cake. TL note. In Korean, it's Kong Titiok." Lucas was about to protest, but stopped, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The nickname bean rice cake actually fit most of the criteria Zennies had mentioned for a good prenatal nickname. It was simple, a little silly, and even kind of cute sigh. Lucas let out a small sigh before pressing his forehead against Evangeline's round belly and murmuring softly, "Just be healthy, okay? Are you talking to our little bean rice cake?" To both of you, Evangeline smiled quietly and wrapped her arms around Lucas' head, pulling him close. Of course, just because Evangeline was obsessed with bean rice cakes didn't mean she ignored all other food. If bean rice cakes were the baby's cravings, then every other dish in existence was Evangeline's. As a busy lord, Evangeline worked tirelessly, but now she was also pregnant. To work hard, she needed to eat well, and to nurture the baby, she needed to eat even better. So Evangeline ate. She ate a lot. Often too busy to leave her office, she would eat while working, quill in hand, surrounded by piles of documents. Lucas personally brought meals up from the kitchen to her office. "At this rate, I should just open a food alley." Lucas groaned dramatically as he served yet another platter of dishes. Evangeline burst out laughing and joked back, "How did you know?" "I was just thinking about setting one up." Evangeline suddenly stopped mid-sentence. In front of her were sheets of paper where she'd been drafting her plans for Crossroads tourism initiatives. "Wait a minute. A food alley? Ha! Why didn't I think of this before? What are you plotting with that serious face again?" Lucas asked, looking somewhat terrified. But Evangeline simply nodded brightly. "Thank you, honey. I think I've just found a key piece for Crossroads' tourism plan. You're really going to make a food alley. Yes, gastronomy is the foundation of it all. If we develop unique specialty dishes exclusive to Crossroad and promote them." Evangeline trailed off mid-sentence and suddenly turned to look beside her. A plate with bean rice cakes was sitting nearby. "Yes, bean rice cakes. If we experiment with different variations of this local southern frontier treat, let's start with product development. Maybe I'll try adding cream first." Evangeline was utterly serious. "But isn't this just you trying all the things you want to eat?" To Lucas, it seemed suspiciously like she was disguising her cravings as brilliant business ideas. Bean rice cake, you're truly a little treasure. Thanks to you, Mommy's brimming with ideas." Jotting down her ideas in a flurry of excitement, Evangeline shouted enthusiastically, "Good, let's grow bean rice cake. Let's create the food alley. Come on, say it with me, honey, one more time." Stretching her arms upward with vigor, Evangeline exclaimed. Lucas hesitated but eventually muttered along, somewhat awkwardly and shyly, Let's grow bean rice cake. Let's create the food alley. Oh. At the time, no one knew that this small idea would go on to change the fate of Crossroad. Slash. Chapter 830 Side Story 5. After story, Evangeline half a year later. Imperial Year 657, Autumn. 5 years after the final battle against the monsters. Southern Empire, Crossroad. Southern part of the city. Orchard, snip. With a crisp sound, a cluster of grapes was neatly clipped off the vine. My, what a fine bunch, Evangeline, wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, whistled cheerfully. She held the plump cluster of grapes in her hand, weighing it thoughtfully. Then she plucked a single grape, popped it into her mouth, and her previously skeptical expression lit up with sweet delight. Fist clenched in triumph, she grinned. Ah, it's sweet. This is it. Beaming, Evangeline turned to her side. Looks like we can actually sell them this year. Before her stretched rows upon rows of grapevines, thousands of them. Under the southern sun, the vines were heavy with bountiful fruit. People who once wielded spears and swords to slay monsters now busied themselves with pruning shears and shovels, moving efficiently between the vines. This orchard project had been started by her late predecessor, the frontier Margrave. Once the monsters disappeared and the sinister energy lingering in the land dissipated, Evangeline made it her priority to restart the orchard business. After a few trials, errors, and years of effort, she had finally achieved visible success. If they could see this, my parents would be happy, wouldn't they? Evangeline murmured softly. Her eyes scanned the clusters of grapes hanging from the vines, brimming with a sense of nostalgia. This orchard held the wishes of her parents and the people of Crossroad who came before her. Now, in a world where monsters no longer invaded, the fruit ripened beautifully. At that moment, thump, Evangeline felt a small movement in her belly. Smiling, she gently caressed her round stomach. All right, bean rice cake. I'll give you some. Geez, just like your mom, you're such a foodie. Evangeline was heavily pregnant. Having been 4 months along half a year ago, she was now nearing her due date. She swallowed another grape, rubbing her belly as she did. The baby, seemingly satisfied, stopped kicking. It's amazing, isn't it, how we're so connected? Looking at the ripening grapevines, Evangeline stroked her belly, stroking the child within. We're all connected. With a soft smile, she turned her gaze toward a nearby building, her father's villa, now repurposed as the orchard's management office. Lily, the grapes are super sweet. You're going to try some, right? In the shaded front yard of the office, beneath a canopy, sat a large table where Lily and Sid were busy drawing with colored pencils. Evangeline had invited them over after learning they were planning a weekend outing. Setting down her colored pencil, Lily looked up with concern. I'll try them, but isn't it about time for your due date, Lady Evangeline? Shouldn't you be resting instead of working in the fields? Oh, I'm fine, I'm fine. The baby likes it when I'm active. When I sit still, they get all restless and start kicking like crazy. Evangeline rinsed a bunch of grapes with water from the pump and placed them on a plate before the two. Thanks for the food. Sid, who had been drooling for a while, eagerly grabbed the grapes and stuffed them into his mouth. Wow. Before he could even express how they tasted, Sid's eyes went wide. Pleased with his reaction, Evangeline laughed heartily, while Lily frowned slightly. Lady Evangeline, you give Sid too many snacks. Look at his chubby fingers. They're all pudgy now. What's wrong with that? He's just adorably plump. Evangeline patted her own belly, nodding confidently. Baby fat disappears as you grow up. Don't worry so much. Coming from someone who stood in defiance of that conventional wisdom, her words carried little credibility. Lily opened her mouth to retort, but stopped as Sid plucked the biggest grape and held it out to her. Mom, say ah ah. Unable to resist, Lily accepted the grape, her own eyes widening as she tasted its sweetness. Wow, this is really sweet. It's incredible, Lady Evangeline. Right, I know, right. I mean, think about it. Crossroad is at the southernmost tip of the continent. That means we get the most sunlight. And more sunlight means sweeter fruit, obviously. While her logic was somewhat simplistic and overgeneralized, the results spoke for itself. If we can maintain this level of sweetness consistently, Lily, thinking as a steward of the estate, murmured to herself. Evangeline caught on and responded. Then my grand food alley project will definitely succeed. Lily wasn't sure about the success of Evangeline's ambitious food alley initiative. However, the prospect of cultivating the fertile lands south of the old front language had once been inaccessible due to monster invasions was undeniably promising for Crossroad. If we can keep this level of quality, it might sell well as a specialty product. And they could also sell it at that food alley she keeps talking about as Lily pondered. Evangeline and Sid burst into laughter, crossing their arms and chanting, "Eat grapes, eat, alley." The two were perfectly in sync. "Oh, my sweet Sid. When bean rice cake is born, you'll have to play with them a lot, all right." "Yes, I can't wait to play with my little sibling. Hee hee, soon, very soon." "Oh, speaking of which, do you want some actual bean rice cakes? I've made a fresh batch." "Yes, thank you, Auntie." Evangeline brought out the latest batch of bean rice cakes, made from this year's harvest of bean powder and wheat flour, both grown in the fertile lands south of the former front line. The ingredients were 100 Crossroad grown. These bean rice cakes were a core item in Evangeline's ambitious food alley project. Sid, with his mouth already watering, devoured several cakes in seconds, the bean powder sticking to his lips as he nodded enthusiastically. "It's delicious, Auntie." Even Lily, who cautiously picked up one cake, nodded after tasting it. "Maybe it's because they're made from freshly harvested ingredients, but they're really good. Very tasty, but they're a bit plain." After eating the intensely sweet grapes, the bean rice cakes did feel a bit bland by comparison. After all, it was a humble, rustic snack typical of the southern frontier. For something that was supposed to be a centerpiece of a would-be tourist city, it lacked a certain flair. I was hoping the grapes would solve that problem, but Evangeline sighed in frustration. Over time, she had tried adding cream, chocolate, and various fruits to the bean rice cakes. She had even tried pairing them with the grapes. While the experiments weren't bad, they never quite achieved a harmonious balance. The flavor of the grapes, in particular, was too vibrant and bold, completely overpowering the subtle bean rice cakes. "What should I do? Do you really have to stick to the bean rice cakes?" Lily asked cautiously. Even the name sounded a bit outdated. Bean rice cakes. As Evangeline pursued the already challenging plan of transforming Crossroad into a tourist city, Lily couldn't quite understand why she insisted on holding on to the bean rice cakes. But Evangeline was unwavering. "These bean rice cakes are the true food of the frontier. Simple, humble, maybe even a bit rustic, but that's why they leave a lasting impression. The kind of food you remember and seek out. They're a uniquely Crossroad." TL note. If you are reading this on Novelbin, keep in mind that Xiom is stealing my translation, a food that carries the spirit of the city. I think every place should have at least one thing like that. It was the kind of thought one might expect from the Cross family, who had ruled Crossroad for generations. A reflection of their duty to preserve the essence of the city. The spirit of the city. As Lily and Evangeline both fell into thought, Sid continued to quietly nibble on grapes and bean rice cakes, glancing between the two. And then, wow, this is quite a sight. A familiar voice rang out. "Ha! Oh my!" Turning toward the voice, they saw none other than the wandering priest Zennies, who had visited Crossroad half a year ago to give Evangeline her checkup. He waved cheerfully as he walked into the orchard. "The orchard is amazing. When did you manage to get it to this point?" Uncle Zennies. Not just Evangeline, but Lily and Sid lit up at the sight of him. Sid even ran over and threw himself into Zennis' arms. Zennies wasn't just a former comrade from the monster frontlines. He had also played the role of midwife during Lily's labor, delivering Sid himself. Their bond ran deep. After exchanging pleasantries, Evangeline asked, "Weren't you heading west last time?" "You're back sooner than I thought." "Ah, well. I wandered around the west for a while and ended up running into another wandering priest. That friend of mine said they were heading to Crossroad, so I decided to tag along." Zennies gestured behind him, and the young man standing there removed his hood. With his curly hair grown out and his skin slightly tanned, his appearance had changed a bit, but everyone present instantly recognized him. Evangeline gasped, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Damien, it's been a while, everyone." Damien, who hadn't visited Crossroad in years, greeted them with his familiar, gentle smile. "So at first, I planned to go all the way north, sitting before a plate of freshly served grapes and bean rice cakes." The reunited comrades chatted warmly. "But along the way, I kept coming across sick people asking for help, and well," Damien smiled sheepishly. "In an era without divine power, what choice do I have? If someone with even a little medical knowledge doesn't help the sick, who will?" Zennies nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Damien's words as a fellow wandering priest. Damien continued. Before I knew it, I found myself wandering the western desert regions. So I figured, why not just go all the way to the western edge this time? Wow, so you really went to the western edge? Yeah. It would have taken much longer if I had walked the whole way, but the Mirage nomads helped me. Thanks to their camels, I got there faster than expected. That's incredible. What was it like at the western edge, Damien? That's a really long story at that moment. The large snake coiled around Damien's neck. J.R. Amungandrist softly, flicking its tongue with apparent displeasure. Damien scratched J.R. Amungander's head with a wry smile. I know. Sorry about this. Well, head north next, I promise. Don't be mad. SSSHH J.R. Amungander seemed to have been annoyed by the detour westward and continued flicking its tongue as if to show its displeasure. Sid's eyes sparkled as he stared at the snake. Big brother Damien, can I touch the snake? What are you saying? No way, absolutely not. Lily hurriedly grabbed Sid, alarmed. But Damien smiled and nodded, unwrapping the snake from around his neck and gently placing it before Sid. J.R. Amungander let out a soft huff before curling up on the table and lying still. Sid, delighted, eagerly began touching the snake's smooth body, while Lily furrowed her brow in exasperation. Damien chuckled and exclaimed, "Ah," as if remembering something. He pulled a pouch from his pocket and handed it to Evangeline. Seeing this, Orchard reminded me. Here, Lady Evangeline, take this. Damien, what is this? Date palm seeds. The pouch was filled with well-preserved date palm seeds. Damien explained, 5 years ago, during Nightbringer's invasion, a cold snap struck the western desert regions, killing off most of the date palm trees. Oh no, the local residents gave me these seeds, saying to plant them wherever I went if I could think of a suitable place. I've been carrying them around ever since because I couldn't find the right spot. He gestured toward the orchard with a nod. I think they might grow well here in Crossroad. What do you think? Date palms. Evangeline swallowed hard. She had tasted dates once before and vividly remembered their uniquely chewy, sweet flesh. As the memory came to her, something clicked in her mind, and she snapped her fingers. Yes, if it's these. But just then, Evangeline suddenly clutched her belly and collapsed where she stood. Everyone jumped in alarm, and Lily cried out in panic. Lady Evangeline, are you okay? My belly, it hurt so much. Evangeline was drenched in sweat as she struggled to speak. Did I eat too much? What are you saying? This is clearly labor pains. You're in labor, you pregnant woman. Now, deep breaths. As Zennies helped guide Evangeline's breathing, he shouted, call for a carriage. We need to transport her to Crossroad immediately. Everyone sprang into action, working together to lay Evangeline down and prepare to rush her to the city. That was when Damien, kind-hearted but notoriously oblivious, blurted out the question no one else dared to ask. Where's Sir Lucas? Where is he? His wife is about to give birth. Shouldn't he be here right now? Awkward silence fell over the group. Damien began to feel the temperature in the sunny, early autumn orchard drop significantly. A cold chill, despite the warm sunlight. I am sorry. Damien mumbled a quiet apology, but it was too late. Evangeline, her face flushed red either from labor pains or sheer anger, had already entered a state of rage. That idiot husband of mine, her voice was shrill as she glared with bloodshot eyes, whether from pain or fury. He thinks work is more important than his wife and baby. At the same time, on the main road from the Bringer Duchy to Crossroad, higher, faster, Lucas was galloping down the road in a frenzy. Go, I have to get there. He had to make it in time for Evangeline's labor. He had to be there for the moment his child was born. Somebody help me. And above all, he had to avoid a lifetime of being scolded by his wife, desperately, furiously, with all his might. Slash. Chapter 831, Side Story 6. After story, Ash in front of Crossroads Lord's Manor. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Lucas, riding his horse at full speed, dismounted with an agile leap. Huff, huff, huff. Sweating profusely from the non-stop ride, Lucas didn't even bother catching his breath before asking, Evangeline. Where's Evangeline? Sir Lucas. It was Damien who came running out to meet him. Seeing his old comrade for the first time in a while, Lucas' eyes widened in surprise. Damien, what are you doing here? How was your journey? Thanks for asking. I just got back from the west this time. The two men, both notoriously lacking in situational awareness, momentarily forgot the urgency of the moment and began catching up. A piercing, almost inhuman scream echoed from inside the manor. There was only one person in the world who could scream like that. Evangeline. Lucas gasped, and Damien quickly snapped back to reality. She's about to give birth. Go inside, quickly. All right, let's catch up later, gotta go. Nodding hastily, Lucas practically threw himself into the manor, using both arms and legs to scramble inside. And not long after, wara, wara, the loud cries of a newborn echoed through the manor. The faces of everyone anxiously waiting outside, including Damien, lit up with joy. Wah! Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd as if they were celebrating their own achievement, filling the area with a wave of happiness. While Evangeline, pale-faced and utterly drained, mumbled to herself, I thought I was going to die. Seriously, of all the pain she had experienced in her life, today was undoubtedly the worst. She let out a hollow laugh. From now on, if anyone tries to torture me, I'll just laugh it off. You think this is pain? Try giving birth. No one's planning to torture you, though Lucas murmured awkwardly. He was seated beside her, holding her hand tightly. Fortunately, he had made it just in time for the birth. Cutting it real close there, mister. Initially, Evangeline had been planning to tear into him the moment she saw him, but now none of that seemed to matter. As she mumbled weakly, Lucas gave her a faint, wry smile and gently brushed aside her sweat-soaked bangs. You did well. Let's eat something nice later. I've completely lost my appetite. I just want to sleep. Evangeline's eyes, which had been fluttering shut, suddenly snapped open. Oh wait, so is our baby a boy or a girl? We made a bet, remember? You said it be a boy, I said it be a girl. Which one is it? Ha! Suppressing a laugh, Lucas quietly replied, both. Ha! At that moment, Zennies, who had acted as the midwife, approached them. Congratulations. Both the mother and the babies are healthy. Babies. They're twins. What? Zennies carefully placed the swaddled babis pluralinto Evangeline's arms. Evangeline stared in disbelief, her mouth hanging open. The two babies, who had screamed loud enough to shake the heavens at birth, were now peacefully sucking on their fingers, each cradled in one of Evangeline's arms. And the boy had shimmering golden hair, a blend of Evangeline's platinum and Lucas blonde, with green eyes like his mother's. The girl shared the same golden hair, but had her father's striking blue eyes. Wait, hold on. I only felt one baby kicking in my belly this whole time, still unable to process the situation. Evangeline alternated her gaze between the two babies, and then a realization dawned on her. No way. Were these little rascals taking turns kicking me in unison this whole time? Lucas, who had been smiling like a proud father, for real, nodded with a hum as he gazed lovingly at his wife and children. I made them, but wow, both of them are so beautiful and handsome. Excuse me, you made them. I am the one who did all the work. Doesn't half the design credit go to me? Half the design, sure, but I did 100 of the manufacturing. The two bickered over such a silly topic that they both ended up laughing, until Evangeline suddenly glared at Lucas with sharp eyes. Now that I think about it, mister, you barely made it in time. You were supposed to arrive days ago. Ah, well, you almost missed their first cries. What were you doing that made you so late? Lucas broke into a cold sweat as he stammered. Well, I would have been on time if I came alone, but there were people who insisted on coming with me. I ended up traveling with them, and at the last minute, I had to rush ahead by myself. That's why I was a bit late, huh? People. Who? And then Evangeline. A familiar voice called out from outside the room. Evangeline's eyes widened in surprise as she turned toward the doorway where a man with jet-black hair was waving at her. I am here, senior. It was none other than Ash-born Hater Everblack, the Duke of the Bringer Duchy and Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire. Having heard of Crossroads Margrave giving birth, Ash had decided to finally use the vacation days he had accumulated over the past 5 years to visit in person. Beside Ash, a woman with blue hair, Serenade, smiled warmly and waved. Evangeline, overjoyed, waved back enthusiastically. Serenade, it's been so long. From behind Serenade, Elise and Daram peeked their heads out with smiles. We're here too. It's been a while, Lady Evangeline. Elise, and Bodybag, I mean, sunflower seed lover. It's Daram now. Daram corrected her name meekly, but no one seemed to pay much attention to it. And that's not all, Ash declared dramatically, pointing to the side. This time, a blonde-haired woman with her hair covering one side of her face and a short-haired woman with beige locks stepped forward, waving their hands. Junior, Hecate. Junior and Hecate had traveled all the way from the Everblack Empire's capital, New Terra. The two glanced at each other, scratching the backs of their heads sheepishly. Well, the truth is, we were already planning to come for Crossroads Autumn Festival. We just happened to time our vacation right, but hey, isn't this wonderful news? Congratulations. Outside the room, Lily, Damien, and Sid also joined the growing crowd, gathering excitedly near the bedroom door and chattering away. Zennies, trying to maintain order, raised his voice authoritatively. All right, everyone, calm down, don't get too close. Both the mother and babies need rest. But I want to touch the babies. I want to kiss them. I want to nibble on them. Keep your voices down. Y'all scare the babies. The playful protests from the group continued, but Zennies paid them no mind. Ash, who had been smiling and catching up with his comrades, finally turned his attention to the babies in Evangeline's arms. So these are the bean rice cakes I've heard so much about, he froze, eyes wide with shock. Wait, hold on. There are two of them. That's how it turned out then, who's bean and who's rice cake. Evangeline and Lucas exchanged a glance, both looking equally puzzled. The twins, having been born as a pair, had unintentionally become bean and rice cake. With a grin, Ash asked again, all right, the nicknames are fine and all, but what are their real names? I want to know what you've named them. Lucas and Evangeline exchanged nervous glances, clearly unsure of how to answer. Ash tilted his head, letting out a curious as he waited. Finally, the two hesitantly replied, well, if it was a boy, we were going to name him Ash, and if it was a girl, we were also going to name her Ash. Ash blinked in confusion, his expression blank. After a moment, he managed to ask why. It wasn't unusual for people to name their children after great figures, especially heroes. Unbeknownst to Ash himself, ever since the World Guardian Front's victory against the monsters, many babies born in the last few years had been named Ash. After all, he was the hero who saved the world. And he was someone they deeply respected, but Lucas and Evangeline, embarrassed, couldn't bring themselves to say this out loud. They just mumbled awkwardly, unable to look Ash in the eye. Ash. From a distance, Damien, who had been listening suddenly, looked conflicted and started glaring at Ash. What's wrong with him now? Get a grip, Trigger. In any case, since the twins were born, the pre-planned name Ash couldn't be used for both of them. All right then, guess we have no choice. Lucas and Evangeline exchanged determined looks and nodded. Let's split it into a /sh. TL note, the name Ash is AESY. They were going to name one and the other. Ash's face went completely blank. So, which one is A and which one is SH? As Evangeline and Lucas wiggled their fingers back and forth over the peacefully sleeping babies, Ash finally snapped. Just pick new names, you idiots. And so, following Crossroad tradition, a naming contest for the twins was held on the spot. However, also in line with Crossroad tradition, naming contests never produced reasonable results. The list of proposed names grew increasingly bizarre and absurd. Lucas and Evangeline, indecisive and too agreeable, seemed ready to accept anything, leaving Ash no choice but to step in as the judge and veto every single suggestion. Finally, it was decided. The boy would be named Emerald after his green eyes, and the girl would be named Sapphire after her blue eyes. Great names. They're a beautiful, way better than beans/rice cake or a /sh. While everyone seemed satisfied, Ash alone was sweating nervously. The names Emerald and Sapphire reminded him of countless Earth-related puns and jokes, which now flooded his mind. But he decided to keep quiet. No one here would get the references anyway. All right, the mother and babies need to rest, so everyone, please head out. Zennies shooed the crowd away. The group, still buzzing with excitement, relocated to the first-floor drawing room of the Lord's Manor. There, Ash caught up with old comrades, exchanged news, and shared stories. They enjoyed a nostalgic dinner prepared by the manor's head chef, accompanied by tea and desserts. The lively gathering lasted until late into the night. When it finally ended, Ash initially intended to stay in one of the guest rooms in the manor. However, at Lucas' insistence that such accommodations were unfit for a duke, Ash reluctantly agreed to move to the Crossroad Hotel instead. The hotel, built during Ash's time as Crossroads Lord, welcomed its former owner and founder with great honor. The current manager, a young, sharp-looking man who had inherited the position, greeted Ash and serenaded with a respectful smile and personally escorted them to the top-floor suite. Wow, I built this hotel, but it's my first time staying in this room. Ash's belongings had already been unpacked. He walked over to the window, drew back the curtains, and gazed outside. The view of Crossroad had changed significantly over the years. The city was vibrant, even in the evening, illuminated brightly. It seemed the townsfolk were also celebrating the birth of their Lord's children. As Ash took in the nostalgic and heartwarming scenery, a faint smile crept across his face. Hee. A soft, familiar laugh came from behind him. Heh. Breaking into a cold sweat, Ash turned around slowly. Click. Serenade hung a do not disturb sign on the door and gently closed it before walking toward him with light, deliberate steps. "Wayn't the babies adorable, my dear husband?" "Ha! Ah, yeah, sure. Very adorable. Well then, shouldn't we try our best too?" Serenade's bright, radiant smile remained fixed as she took another step closer. Ash let out a nervous laugh and instinctively began stepping backward. "Wait, Serenade. I mean, we've been riding in the carriage all day, so I'm a little tired. Where do you think you're going?" "Eek." From the top floor of the Crossroad Hotel, a faint, high-pitched scream rang out. It trailed off and then silence returned. And a few days later, Crossroads' famous autumn festival began. Chapter 832, Side Story 7. After Story, Autumn Festival, Imperial Year 657. 5 years after the final battle with the monsters. Southern Empire, Crossroad. The first day of the Autumn Festival. Central Plaza. It's been a while, everyone. Ash stood on the prepared stage in the plaza, flashing a broad grin. "How has everyone been?" "Wara." The crowd erupted with cheers at the appearance of the former Lord and Crown Prince, whom they hadn't seen in years. Ash had governed this city for only 3 years, but in those 3 years, the world had changed forever. Once a remote frontier, Crossroad had stood at the center of history during that time. Remembering the challenges and glory of those days, the citizens still adored Ash. Applause and cheers filled the air as everyone welcomed the return of their former lord. As you may have heard already, Ash, with a satisfied smile, scanned the faces of the people who used to be his citizens. Our Crossroad Margrave has had heirs, and not just one twins. Wara. The crowd roared with joy at Ash's announcement of this happy news. So normally, the Lord would be the one to announce the start of the festival. However, as the Crossroad Margrave has not fully recovered yet, it falls to me to declare the start of the festival after such a long time. Ash playfully winked at the crowd. "No need to drag it out, right? Let's get started." "All right then." The autumn festival everyone's been waiting for. Ash deliberately stretched his words as he raised his arms high into the air. "Bejeans. Right now, bang, boom, pop." Even though it wasn't yet noon, colorful fireworks painted the sky. Those who had secured spots in the plaza early and were already drinking and reveling cheered loudly as they raised their glasses. "All right, let's all have some fun." As Ash pumped his fist into the air, pop, 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 another round of fireworks burst into the sky. Amid the thunderous applause and cheers, this year's autumn festival officially began. "Wow, how long has it been since we've last been at the Crossroad Autumn Festival?" Standing at one side of the bustling plaza, Junior murmured to herself. Hecate, sipping her drink through a straw beside her, smirked. "Isn't it more like it's been ages since we've been to Crossroad itself?" "Let's see, when was the last time we came here? Was it 4 years ago?" "Oh, right, for the joint wedding of the Crown Prince and his wife, and the Lord and his wife." At the mention of that legendary wedding 4 years ago, both women's expressions stiffened. Recalling the events of that day sent chills down their spines. Why yeah, anyway, it's nice to be back in Crossroad after so long." Naturally steering the conversation away from that day, the two women walked through the crowded streets of Crossroad. Since then, Junior and Hecate had been living together in New Terra, the imperial capital. They shared a room in an old boarding house owned by a kind, elderly lady who rented it out at an affordable price. Junior worked for the newly founded historical foundation, the Jupiter Foundation, established by Ash. Hecate, on the other hand, worked at the orphanage where she had grown up, White Blossom. No longer a mage or a knight, they had become a junior historian and a rookie orphanage teacher. To adapt to the changed world and make a living as beginners in their new fields, the two women had endured hardships together. And so, 5 years had quietly passed. As they walked through the familiar streets of Crossroad, now somewhat changed, both were lost in thought. While the city had transformed in many ways over the years, it still retained the essence of the place they remembered. Memories of the days when they wielded swords and magic in this very place came flooding back. Junior muttered unconsciously. It was tough, but those days were good too. Her voice carried a faint sense of nostalgia. Now, in a world without magic, a world where neither magic, miracles, nor mystery remained, to say that she didn't miss the past as a mage would have been a lie. As an exceptional mage, she missed it even more. Even now, Junior occasionally felt a sense of loss. In the mana reservoir within her, which no longer held any magic, she sometimes felt phantom sensations, as if remnants of the past lingered like a phantom pain. But Hecate, who had also lost all her powers and could no longer live as a knight, smiled softly. I like it better now. Junior blinked in surprise for a moment, then returned her smile. Yeah, me too. A world where no one dear to them had to die anymore. A world where they didn't have to tremble in fear of monster invasions and could dream of the future in peace. This was exactly the kind of world they had fought to create. Hecate extended her hand to Junior. Junior hesitated briefly before taking it. Hand in hand, the two women strolled through the festival streets together. The Crossroad Autumn Festival, which they hadn't visited in years, had a slightly different appearance now. Especially notable was the line of food stalls along the central avenue, what people were calling Gourmet Street. Wow, what's this place? It looks like it's full of specialties from nearby towns and famous restaurants from neighboring cities. Chefs and vendors from neighboring nations and cities had brought their specialties here to showcase them at the festival. Nowhere else on the continent had such an impressive gathering of renowned eateries, so the crowds kept growing. Meanwhile, the chefs at each stall sharpened their gazes with determination. Today's sales would undoubtedly turn into a battle of pride for their respective countries. We absolutely cannot lose. We must take first place no matter what. The nations that once united under the banner of the World Guardian Front were now putting their pride on the line, giving their all as they began their battle in the form of cooking. In any case, gathering only the most famous eateries from each country made for an impressive display. And it was delightful for guests who could wander around, sampling food from all over. With famous desserts in hand, Junior and Hecate nodded in agreement. So this is how they're running it. Our Lady Evangeline really put her brain to work on this one, though. In truth, half of it was because Evangeline wanted to try the food herself and had invited these gourmet stalls for her own indulgence. Unfortunately, Evangeline herself couldn't attend due to being in recovery after childbirth. Nevertheless, thanks to an unexpected synergy, the Autumn Festival's food street was turning out to be far more successful than Evangeline had anticipated. It was then that the two women, busy sampling food from different countries, stopped in front of a stall from a nation they hadn't expected to see. Ha! The Lake Kingdom. Wait, hold on a second. Is this for real? A stall from the Lake Kingdom? Junior and Hecate froze in place for a moment. While they could guess what kind of ingredients and cooking methods other countries might use, the Lake Kingdom was a complete enigma. Culturally, geographically, and historically, the Lake Kingdom was a country that had essentially been pulled straight out of the past, 500 years ago, and only recently returned to the present day. All of its traditions and customs were shrouded in mystery. And yet, here it was, boldly setting up a gourmet stall at the Crossroad Autumn Festival. We have to try this. Were ordering the entire menu, their minds instantly aligned. The two women exchanged glances, firmly nodded, and dashed into the stall. Welcome. The waiter guided them to a table where menus and tourism pamphlets were neatly placed. Junior and Hecate opened the pamphlets and let out an impressed ooh. What? Starting next year, we can visit the Lake Kingdom as tourists. Wow, they're finally opening their borders. Should we plan a vacation to the Lake Kingdom next year? Sounds fun. Guess we'll have to visit Crossroad again, for that despite the fact that their current vacation wasn't even over, the two were already talking about next year's plans. When the food from the Lake Kingdom was served, it turned out to be surprisingly normal and delicious. It's good, but it's more ordinary than I expected. Still, if this really was made using recipes from 500 years ago, isn't it incredibly refined for something from 5 centuries ago? I mean, it's delicious even by today's standards. Wait, hold on. How does that even make sense? By the time the two finished their meal, the Lake Kingdom stall was already packed with a massive crowd. As they considered where to head next, they looked around and spotted another nearby stall. To celebrate the birth of the Margrave's twins, it was a stall run by Crossroad itself. We're offering free samples. Come and get your bean rice cakes. Ha! Bean rice cakes. Is this a local dish? Feels pretty traditional. This year, the Crossroads stall's featured item was bean rice cakes, a basic rice cake dusted with soybean powder. Although Evangeline had experimented with various flavor combinations, she ultimately decided to present the original, unaltered version for its debut as Crossroads' representative dish. And to make it more accessible, she opted to offer free samples. The simple combination of flour-based rice cakes coated in soybean powder might not have seemed particularly appealing under normal circumstances, but during a festival where it was being given away for free, hardly anyone could resist trying it. Chewing on the chewy bean rice cakes at the same time, Junior and Hecate blinked in surprise. Oh, it's better than I thought. Maybe it's because of the soybean powder. If they're giving it out again tomorrow, it'll definitely come back for more. Laughing as they teased each other about the soybean powder sticking to their mouths, the two enjoyed themselves thoroughly. The festival had just begun, and there was still plenty to eat and see. With light-hearted laughter, the two strolled together into the lively festival streets. End your summer vacation in Crossroad with the Autumn Festival. Thanks to this slogan and the hard work of Evangeline, and the people of Crossroads Autumn Festival turned out to be even richer in attractions and activities than those in other southern cities, drawing large crowds of visitors. Phew! After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Junior stood on the eastern hill overlooking the bustling festival. I am thinking about buying some land in Crossroad. Hecate, standing beside her and basking in the autumn sunlight, looked puzzled. What land in Crossroad? Yeah, nodding, Junior explained. Two ladies told me I should build a retirement villa in the south with a swimming pool and everything and spend the rest of my life relaxing. Oh, the resort idea. Recalling an old conversation, Hecate asked, and Junior chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, but if I'm going to build it in the south anyway, wouldn't it make sense to do it near Crossroad? I've grown attached to this city. And besides, land here is way cheaper compared to New Terra. That's just because New Terra is ridiculously expensive. Anywhere seems cheap compared to that place. Hecate covered her mouth as she laughed softly. Clearing her throat, Junior continued. Anyway, I don't have the money to build a villa just yet, but if I find a good spot, I am thinking of buying some land little by little. Already planning for retirement. You're so diligent, my dear roommate. It's because it was a dream. For a moment, Junior looked westward toward the graveyard where Jupiter was buried, and she remembered the figure of another mage who had once called herself Jupiter's daughter and had come to pay her respects at his grave. It wasn't just my dream, it was the dream of many. Even in a world where the two mages and magic itself no longer existed, the ideals they had carried still lingered, alive and unwavering. Whoosh, the autumn breeze swept across the fields, sending ripples through the grass and stirring the hair of the two women. As Hecate quietly gazed at Junior's profile, she spoke. You're going to let me be part of that dream, right? When Junior looked at her, Hecate gave a faint smile. I've heard you talk about it so much. It feels like I'm dreaming it with you now. You're going to keep the promise you made back then, right? Junior laughed at that, and then she answered, if you pitch in some money. You bloodsucker. I know you've saved up plenty. Don't think I don't know, former captain of the Glory Knights. And do you really think a knight's salary could ever compare to even the dirt under the fingernail of a mage? Former chief mage of the World Guardian Front. I don't care. Pay the entry fee if you want in. 5 years ago, you promised I could get in for free, playfully bickering, yet now dreaming the same dream. The two women laughed together. The wind continued to blow, and the sunlight poured down over them. Thus, the first day of the autumn festival passed by. Slash. Chapter 833 Side Story 8. After story, Autumn Festival, 2. Ahaha. Riding down the grassy slope on a sled, Sid laughed gleefully. Behind him, Damien sat close, skillfully steering the makeshift sled as they glided smoothly down the hill. Hold on tight, Sid. Yes, brother. Giggling, Sid clung tightly to Damien's arm with his small hands, doing exactly as he was told. With one arm, Damien securely held Sid, and with the other, he expertly maneuvered the sled. Here we go, ahahaha. As the two led the way down the slope, their sled was followed by a stream of children and adults, all sliding down with excited screams and laughter. It was the second day of the autumn festival, south of Crossroad, the grass sledding hill. 5 years ago, during the final battle against the monsters, this once flat area had collapsed, creating a slope and leaving it completely devastated. Now, 5 years later, the land had transformed into a firm hill covered in lush grass, perfect for sledding. Is this safe? From a distance, Lily watched the scene with visible unease. The activity was simple and intuitive, spraying water on a grassy slope and sliding down it on sleds. Since the grass sledding hill was run directly by Crossroad, safety personnel were stationed everywhere, and various safety measures had been installed. But one more time. Let's go again, brother. Shall we? All right, let's go. Sid and Damien, who had already gone down the hill 3 times, were laughing and heading back up to the top. Watching Sid having so much fun, Lily couldn't bring herself to tell him to stop. She sighed inwardly. If my legs were normal, I could have played with Sid like that too. Until recently, Sid had never shown much interest in outdoor activities. He was a calm child who preferred reading fairy tales quietly indoors. For Lily, whose legs were impaired, it had been a relief that her son was introverted. But now she realized that wasn't the case at all, seeing how much he enjoyed running and playing like this brother. One more time, one more. After going down for the 5th time, Sid tugged at Damien, urging him for another ride. Though he was starting to look exhausted, sweating profusely, the 6-year-old showed no signs of slowing down. Just then, Sid, how about riding with your uncle this time? Oh, Uncle Zennies. Yes, please. Zennies, who had been supervising the safety of the sledding hill, appeared at just the right moment. Thank you, Zennies. Damien mouthed the words of gratitude to him. With a grin, Zennies effortlessly hoisted the sled under one arm and Sid under the other, carrying both up the hill. Sid, overjoyed, burst into giggles. Sid has Hugh, so much energy. Hugh panting, Damien walked over to Lily and sat beside her. Thank you, Damien, for playing with Sid. Lily smiled, but her voice carried a hint of bitterness that she couldn't completely hide. Without a father, and with me like this, it seems Sid hasn't been able to play as much as he wanted. Damien looked at her with concern. Lily brushed a stray strand of hair out of her face. I've been worrying a lot lately. About the things we don't have in our home. About the scars Sid might carry because of that. So Lily, Damien gave her a warm smile. You'll only exhaust yourself thinking like that. I think instead of worrying about what you can't give Sid, it's better to focus on what you can give him. Don't you think? What I can give him, Lily repeated his words in her mind. Then she held up her hands in mock surrender. You've really grown up, haven't you? We're all still kids in some ways and adults in others. That's just life. Lily and Damien had known each other for a long time. They had met as mercenaries in Crossroad, fighting side by side against the Black Spider at the forward base. Lily was also one of the few survivors who remembered Van, the young mercenary girl who had died in Damien's place. For a while, the two sat quietly together, watching Zennies and Sid laugh as they sledded down the hill. On land that had once been a battlefield against monsters, the children now played without a care in the world. After I lost, Farsight Damien began slowly, breaking the silence. It was tough at first. You were born with exceptional vision, weren't you? Yeah, I had lived my whole life in a world where seeing like that was normal. So, even though my vision just became ordinary, it felt like a huge loss. A kind of reverse adjustment, I guess you could call it. It felt like my eyesight had deteriorated drastically. Lily tried to imagine it. To suddenly lose farsight, a gift you had always had. Would it be like suddenly losing all color in your vision, or losing the ability to perceive depth? Would that be comparable to the sense of loss Damien felt? Or perhaps even that wouldn't come close. For a while, especially at the start of my travels, it was really difficult. Adjusting to normal eyesight was harder than I thought. Without J.R. Amunganda, I probably wouldn't have even been able to navigate. But doesn't he only want to go north? Exactly. He's basically a compass that only points north Ahaha. Lying in the shade nearby, J.R. Amunganda hissed in irritation, clearly displeased at being treated like a compass. Damien chuckled and patted the serpent's head, nodding. But after losing it, I started to see things I hadn't noticed before. Like what? For example, things that are close by. Damien met Lily's gaze. I used to always look at something far away, but now I can focus on what's right in front of me. Close right in front of me, Lily murmured, repeating Damien's words. He smiled and gestured subtly with his eyes. Isn't it the same for you, Lily? There are things you see now that you couldn't before, right? He was right. After her 3 years in Crossroad, Lily had been seeing a world that she couldn't before. A world she hadn't noticed when her legs were whole. a world invisible to her before she lost someone she loved, and a world that she couldn't comprehend before she had a child becoming an adult. Perhaps it's the process of seeing new worlds, little by little, ones we couldn't see before. Just as Lily had lost Khalil and her legs, Damien had lost Ban and Farsight. Even after such profound losses, life continued. Grass grew on the once ruined land, and on that grass children rode sleds. Autumn returned, and the festival was held once again. And children, bearing their scars, grew up into adults. I want to be a good mom. Lily's voice was soft. Damien replied with a gentle smile. The fact that you're worrying about it so much already means you're a good mom. Taking a deep breath, Lily let out a faint smile. Thank you, Damien. I'll remember to focus on what's close, on what I can give and not on what I can't. Damien grinned. Sid is going to grow up just fine. I'm sure of it. At that moment, Zennies and Sid returned. Sid's red hair was covered with bits of grass, and he was beaming brightly. In contrast, Zennies looked drenched in sweat, his face one of utter exhaustion. Ha, 6-year-olds have way too much energy. Ha, how many more times did you go? Seven times. Lily reached out to pat Sid's head, who had now ridden a total of 12 grass sled rides. Did you have fun? I did. Sid grinned widely, then hesitated for a moment, fidgeting awkwardly. Mom, you must want to ride too, huh? I'm sorry I rode so much by myself. Surprised by his unexpected words, Lily opened her mouth to comfort him. But before she could say anything, Sid clenched his little fist and declared proudly, "But when I grow as big as brother and uncle, I'll take you sledding too, Mom." Lily tried to respond, but instead she held back her words and wrapped her son tightly in her arms. All right. Mom is already looking forward to that day. The grass sledding hill, which had opened in the morning, temporarily closed for lunch. The midday sun was hot, and the grass needed to be repaired and smoothed out. Zennies and Damien strolled toward Crossroads City Center, chatting as they went. They had agreed to have lunch together. To think the Margrave decided to turn this place into a sledding hill, she really is something else. Lady Evangeline must have put a lot of thought into this festival. She must really want to revitalize the city. Of course, neither of them knew that part of the reason was simply that Evangeline wanted to try grass sledding herself when they arrived at the Crossroad Restaurant District. The streets were bustling, but as soon as the restaurant owners noticed the two of them, they greeted them warmly and began arranging seats. It was clear they recognized the two as former priests who had served in the city. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by the attention, the two wandering priests settled into a modest restaurant. Before they could even place an order, a platter of fruits and drinks was set on their table. On the house. It's on the house. Oh no, you don't have to. Do you remember how 5 years ago you saved my husband with your healing magic? You probably don't, but I do. The restaurant owner chuckled loudly and disappeared into the kitchen. Left with no choice, the two graciously accepted the complimentary offerings. So, are you heading north as soon as the festival ends? Zennies asked as he peeled a fruit and popped it into his mouth. Yes, I don't have much time left, actually. Damien gently stroked the snake coiled around his neck. J.R. Amunganda is getting weaker. Zennies looked at J.R. Amunganda, who lay resting with its eyes closed, his expression complex. After the final battle, all beings born of the evil dragon had vanished. However, there were a few exceptions. Some had transcended into higher beings, while others had downgraded themselves into lower entities. A small number had managed to alter their very nature, breaking free from the evil dragon's influence and continuing to exist. According to His Highness, the succubus queen transcended her nature and became a higher being. That's why she was able to keep living. Apparently, she's in another world now, and what about J.R. Amunganda? The opposite. He downgraded himself into a lower entity. During the battle against Nightbringer, J.R. Amunganda had repeatedly shed his skin to preserve his life, becoming a small snake in the process. Since then, he had abandoned his former stature and intellect, continually reducing his essence until he became a completely different, weaker existence just to survive. The reason he had gone to such lengths to stay alive was simple: to reach the northmost end of the world. He's ridiculously consistent, isn't he? Zennies shook his head in disbelief. Damien smiled bitterly. But he's getting weaker and weaker. His molting cycles are becoming shorter and shorter too. Now that you mention it, he's definitely smaller than he was 5 years ago. A lot smaller. Right. Damien plucked a grape from the bunch and held it out in front of J.R. Amunganda's mouth. The snake hesitated, clearly reluctant, but eventually nibbled at it. Even though J.R. Amunganda managed to survive, his main sustenance is ambient magic in the atmosphere. And right now, there's practically none left. I was too complacent. I should have gone straight north. I thought he'd stay healthy for longer, so I took my time, but I didn't expect him to weaken this quickly as Damien began to blame himself. Zennies shot him a sly look. But there was something out west, wasn't there? What? You knew J.R. Amunganda was getting weaker, yet you still went to the western edge first. That means there was something there. Am I wrong? Damien fell silent. Zennies pressed him further. What did you see out there in the west? I'm sorry. I can't tell you, Zennies. Damien shook his head slightly. This is something I can report only to Prince Ash. That was why he had returned, to meet with Ash. When Zennies noticed the sharp glint in Damien's eyes, same sharpness he had during his active duty, Daesh raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, all right. This old man didn't hear anything. Thank you, Zennies. Just finish reporting that to him, and after the festival ends, let's head north together. Damien blinked in surprise. You're going north too, Zennies. Not to the world's edge like you, but there's a place in that direction I need to visit. Zennies grinned mischievously. One of our old comrades has been appointed priest chief of a little island village up there. I thought I'd drop by and visit. Want to come along? Slash. Chapter 834 Side Story 9. After Story, Autumn Festival, 3, Crossroad, the Lord's Manor. It's so unfair sitting on the bed and staring out the window, Evangeline grumbled. I worked so hard preparing for this festival, and I can't even enjoy it at all. It's just so unfair. The grass sledding hill, Gourmet Street, the orchard experience, all the new events she had introduced this year were a resounding success. But Evangeline herself couldn't even see them because she was stuck recuperating after childbirth. I understand it's disappointing since you worked so hard on it, I said, chuckling as I tried to comfort her. But you need to rest right now. You've already done something as important as the festival itself. Evangeline let out a groan as Lucas diligently peeled an apple and offered it to her. The festival is running just fine because of all the effort you put into it. Don't worry about it and just eat this apple. Enough, stop giving me apples already. I told you I'm not hungry, munch munch, despite her words. Evangeline kept eating every slice of apple Lucas handed her. Of course, it was impossible for her to lose her appetite. Meanwhile, Lucas was turning the apples into works of art. As expected of the Empire's finest swordsman, he put extraordinary care into every apple he prepared for his wife. Perfectly sliced pieces of apple were shaped into little rabbits, dolphins, and even adorable heart shapes. For someone with the physique of a bear, Lucas was surprisingly adept at cute gestures when it came to his wife. The problem was that Evangeline, completely oblivious to these details, just stared out the window as she devoured the apples. It seemed like I was the only one noticing Lucas' artistic efforts. As long as my lady appreciates them, that's enough for me, Lucas said, nodding solemnly as he handed me an apple slice shaped like a crescent moon. I couldn't help but admire it quietly. If there were a championship for apple carving, Lucas would surely win. Just then, Evangeline shot us a sharp glare. Hey, are you peeling apples for some random man instead of your wife who just gave birth? Well, you told me to stop, said you weren't hungry. Lucas shrank back, looking sheepish, while I muttered under my breath. And by the way, some random man. Sure, I'm not exactly family, but still, but the ruler of this household was Evangeline. Having just given birth to twins and being in her recovery period, she wielded absolute power. Naturally, we couldn't argue any further and quietly submitted to her rule. This time, I brought her freshly washed grapes, feeding them to her one by one, while Lucas busied himself massaging her arms and legs. Ah, that feels so nice. Ha ha ha. Seeing her laugh so heartily, it seemed her recovery was going well. In truth, Evangeline and Lucas had quite a tough time even after the childbirth. Of course, with newborn twins, how could they not struggle? The babies cry so much at night, it's impossible to get any sleep. Just last night, I didn't sleep a wink. Evangeline let out a big yawn. The twins, Emerald and Sapphire, were lying side by side in their little crib nearby. Fortunately, they were sound asleep now. When we first arrived, the babies had been crying non-stop, but as soon as Serenade began rocking the crib and singing a lullaby, they fell asleep as if by magic. Was Serenade's voice still imbued with the powers of the merfolk? And thanks to that brief respite, Evangeline and Lucas had been able to relax and chat with me. Serenade, meanwhile, was still softly rocking the crib and humming gently. Cute, cute, so cute my wife she must really love babies. Hang in there anyway, leaving the baby talk aside for a moment. I wanted to discuss the festival with the current lord as her predecessor. Smiling at Evangeline, I said, "You put a lot of effort into this festival. Honestly, I am impressed." Evangeline had come up with innovative ideas, established new trade routes with nearby countries like the Lake Kingdom, and even personally restored an orchard. Her dedication was evident in every detail. The culmination of all that effort was this autumn festival. It was bound to succeed. During those 3 years of fighting monsters, the autumn festival became a really good memory for me. Evangeline admitted, looking a bit bashful, having a moment to forget everything and just enjoy ourselves during those suffocating days looking back. It's such a cherished memory. At her words, everyone present briefly recalled those times. Yes, it was moments like those that had helped us endure those difficult days together. I hope this festival can be a moment like that for Pipluha. They can set aside all their daily worries and just relax. It will be. Indeed, Crossroad was bustling with visitors from nearby towns and cities. The festival was a resounding success. But Evangeline, her face now serious, shook her head. For now, we're seeing a surge in visitors because of the festival, but that's not enough. We need people to come here even when there's no festival. So, you're planning to develop Crossroad into a proper tourist city. With its identity as a military and fortress city fading, we're in desperate need of a new and sustainable future. Tourism might be the answer. Evangeline faced me with a serious expression, her earlier playfulness completely gone. The harvest from the newly cultivated southern fields isn't bad, and trade with the Lake Kingdom is growing, but it's still not nearly enough. The main source of Crossroads, Inkameth processing and sale of magic, Stonech had completely halted, and with the war over, the industries that catered to mercenaries were shrinking as well. While Crossroads' identity as a military city responsible for guarding the southern edge of the empire would remain, the primary Enemythe monster had been eradicated. As the new lord in this new era, Evangeline was doing everything she could. Lucas has been keeping me updated on everything. I'd been concerned about Crossroads' situation, so I'd been hearing about it through Lucas. I'd even considered offering my help, but in the end, I didn't. I chose to simply observe how Evangeline would develop Crossroad on her own. Part of it was because I wanted to see her grow as a lord, but the bigger reason was this. You're doing well, Evangeline. Evangeline was handling everything so competently that she didn't need my help. You're achieving what was once my dreamer tourist city out of Crossroad. As the former lord, I am proud of you, and I am grateful to you. Evangeline, her lips trembling slightly, hesitated before carefully asking, "Am I going in the right direction?" That's for the future to decide. It's history that will judge whether we chose correctly. All we can do is pick a direction and move forward with determination. And above all else, from where I'm standing, Crossroad seems like a pretty great city right now. The familiar faces who once stood beside me in armor on the front lines now had dirt on their hands instead of gunpowder, raising their voices to attract customers rather than shouting orders to fend off attacks. After governing Crossroad for 3 years, then overseeing the Bringer Duchy for 5 years, I'd been leading cities and regions for 8 years in total. I could tell the state of a place just by observing the expressions of its people and the atmosphere in the air. Right now, Crossroad was doing just fine. In any case, since you've set your direction and laid the groundwork, the next step would be I snapped my fingers. Marketing. Ha, exactly, my lord. Serenade chimed in, her eyes sparkling as soon as the subject of commerce came up. Packaging is everything when it comes to selling a product. Advertising. With Crossroads tourism products seemingly well prepared, it was time to start selling them properly. But we've already been promoting diligently throughout the southern regions. What more can we do? Evangeline asked. Serenade and I exchanged a knowing smile. I had all the effective, advertising techniques I'd learned in 21st century Earth, and Serenade had the talent and ability to execute them flawlessly. It was time for the husband and wife marketing team to take action. If you'll allow me, Evangeline, I'll lend a hand just a little. I offered. While the future of Crossroad would ultimately depend on Evangeline and its people, I could at least give them a gentle push in the right direction. And if the benefits trickle over to the Bringer Duchy, that wouldn't hurt either, I thought, picking up a long bun from the plate beside me and taking a bite. Delicious. But let's talk more about that later, I said, Ure looking like Ure starting to feel better. How about going out to see the festival tomorrow? I expected Evangeline to eagerly nod and accept, excited by the suggestion. But instead, she looked at her babies for a moment and then said no. I think ill trust in the preparations I've made and in the people around me. She smiled maturely. The festival will do just fine without me being there. For now, I'll stay here with my babies. I blinked in surprise, my mouth slightly agape. Was this really Evangeline, becoming a lord and a mother she had grown so much? She seemed so much more mature now. It was a bit startling. Instead, let's all have dinner together tonight. Evangeline continued, her face lighting up in a mischievous smile more reminiscent of her old self. I've already invited Junior and Damien. Let's have a reunion with the main party and eat together. Beaming, she turned to Lucas and barked an order with her usual impish charm. Hey, go to Gourmet Street and buy a bunch of food from different stalls. Enough for everyone to share. Yes, ma'am. Lucas immediately sprang to his feet, bowing deeply before heading out the door to fetch the food. Was this really Lucas? Becoming a father, he was completely whipped now. It was almost unrecognizable. That evening, the dining room of the Lord's Manor. For the first time in a long while, the 5 members of the main party were gathered around the same table. Serenade, who had been looking after the twins, had somehow managed to keep them asleep all day. She volunteered to watch them for a little while longer during dinner, with Elise, Daram, and Hecate accompanying her. And so it was just us. Me, Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior. The 5 of us, who had once fought together to protect the world from monsters, now reunited in this peaceful era, laughing and sharing a meal. How have you been lately, Junior? Evangeline asked. I'm still studying. Since the Jupiter Foundation is trying to dig into sensitive parts of history, I have to be well versed in existing historical records to avoid unnecessary attacks. Where do you study? They're letting me use the Ivory Tower. Diarmuid has been very accommodating. The Ivory Tower was recently converted into a historical research foundation focused on magic, so it aligns well with our goals. For a while, the conversation revolved around Junior and the Jupiter Foundation. As expected, since I am the chairman of the Jupiter Foundation. This foundation, which aims to reinterpret the continent's history from a new perspective, is the first project I've initiated under the name of the Crown Prince. However, we're still short on manpower, and more importantly, His Majesty, the Emperor, isn't particularly enthusiastic about this project. Because of that, I've been proceeding cautiously, carefully keeping an eye on his reactions. Eventually, I'll become Emperor myself, and when that happens, I can fully implement the project without restraint. For now, I'm taking things slow and laying the groundwork. The topic at the table shifted from Junior's current activities to Damien's recent journey. Everyone was curious about Damien's adventures at the western edge of the world. After hesitating for a moment, Damien slowly began to speak. My journey, well, that's one thing, but there's something else I need to report to His Highness first. While traveling west across the continent, I heard a rumor. I kept heading further west to confirm its validity. Eventually, I reached the westernmost edge of the world, and I met them. Them? Everyone except Damien blinked in confusion, unable to follow the context of the story. I debated whether I should keep this information to myself, but I've decided I need to tell you, Your Highness. Damien looked at me, his face resolute. At the westernmost edge of the world, they're alive. Alive. Who is? And then, with Damien's next words, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in shock. The wife of first Prince Lark and their 3 children. Slash. Chapter 835 Side Story 10. After Story, Autumn Festival. 4. Lark's family. His wife and 3 sons. It was believed that they had been captured and executed by Fernandez shortly after the imperial succession struggle between Lark and Fernandez. But that was merely Fernandez's cover story. Neither Lark, his wife, nor their 3 sons had been killed. They were all captured alive by Fernandez. However, after I defeated Fernandez in the siege of the imperial capital, their whereabouts became unknown. Lark departed to the afterlife with Fernandez, and I, having known his family, searched everywhere for them to take care of them. But they vanished as if into thin air. Had they been caught up in the chaos and met with tragedy? or had remnants of Fernandez's faction kidnapped them? Despite my continued inquiries, Lark's wife and 3 sons disappeared without a trace. I had more or less given up, and now to learn that they were alive at the westernmost edge of the world. Why there? I was bewildered, unable to make sense of it. They disappeared without even giving me a hint, and now they're living in hiding in such a far-off place. Lucas was the one to answer my unspoken question. It's about the matter of imperial succession. With the deaths of first Prince Lark and second Prince Fernandez, the imperial throne was naturally intended for you, my lord, under the emperor's declaration. I had been appointed as crown prince. During this process, Lark's family must have believed they were politically vulnerable and unable to protect themselves. What? I felt a cold sweat forming. They thought I might eliminate them. Even if your highness had no such intention, from their perspective, they may have felt threatened. Lucas replied, his tone returning to the cold, logical one of the seasoned knight. I knew him to be completely different from the doting husband and father he had been moments ago. As a prince, collateral branches of the family are always a potential problem. After all, the Everblack Empire once sought to destroy the Bringer Duchy, which was also considered a collateral branch. The irony wasn't lost on me. After all, the one who had commanded the operation to subjugate the Bringer Duchy had been none other than Lark himself. And while it would be simpler if they were merely hiding out of fear of you, my lord, things could become far more sensitive if they have other intentions. And other intentions, you mean they might have their sights on the throne? Exactly. After all, Lark's 3 sons are undeniably legitimate heirs to the imperial succession. Lucas cast a sharp glance at me with his icy gaze. The traditionalist nobles of the imperial capital might find Lark's sons a more appealing option. I see, though I held the title of the hero who had saved the world, my origins were humble. My mother had been a slave, and my support base wasn't in the central heart of the continent, where the imperial capital lay, but primarily in the south. The places where I had gained the people's favor were Crossroad, the Bringer Duchy, and regions beyond the empire's borders. Among the nobles of the imperial capital, my popularity was far from as strong as it was in the frontier territories. To them, Lark's 3 sons, with their noble bloodline, might indeed seem like a more attractive choice. Of course, my father's firm stance as the current emperor left little room for major disruptions in the short term, but politics is unpredictable. It can shift in an instant. If Lark's wife and 3 sons harbored any ambitions, they could easily become seeds of a new struggle for the throne, even if not now, then in generations to come. At that moment, Damien, who had been quietly listening, spoke softly. They said they just want to live peacefully. Everyone turned to look at Damien, who continued, they told me they went into hiding because they wanted a quiet life. But, they also said there were forces constantly trying to use them. So they had no choice but to keep running. Forces trying to use them, be it someone from within the empire or outside of it, as legitimate heirs to the throne, they were certainly tempting targets. Lucas nodded. The blood of the imperial family is a weapon in itself. Even if they harbor no ambitions, there will always be those who seek to use them. It's obvious they'll become a source of trouble. It might be worth considering taking preemptive action to resolve this. I bit my lip hard. Preemptive action was just a polite way of saying it would be safer to eliminate them now. So you're saying they're like impacted wisdom teeth. Pardon. You know, the kind of wisdom teeth that lie dormant in your gums. They might stay quiet for now, but you never know when they'll start causing trouble. Everyone gave me puzzled looks, as if to say, what kind of analogy is that? Of course, impacted wisdom teeth were a sore subject for me. Id once left mine alone, convinced they'd grow in fine, only to end up needing surgery at a university hospital to have them broken and removed. Not a pleasant memory. Impacted wisdom teeth. Suddenly, an idea occurred to me. I thought it over carefully before turning to Lucas and shaking my head slightly. Instead of trouble, they might become an insurance policy. Pardon. If the blood of the imperial family was a weapon, then I could wield it too. I need to go see them myself. Then I turned to Damien with a smile. Thank you, Damien. This is invaluable information. I'm glad I could be of some help to you, Your Highness. Damien carefully glanced at me, gauging my reaction. And I believe in you, Your Highness, that you wouldn't take the path of eliminating them, but would instead find another way, that you'd resolve this peacefully, without needless bloodshed. I will. As I sorted through my thoughts, I laced my fingers behind my head and let out a long sigh. Still, this isn't easy back when all we had to do was hunt monsters. At least there was less to think about. That's just nostalgia talking, Your Highness. Junior replied with a wry smile. Back during the World Guardian front, you were constantly racking your brain to come up with strategies to deal with the monsters. Ah, right, that's true. Well, at least now it's better than back then, when we were fighting to prevent the world's destruction with no way out. Junior was absolutely right. At the end of the day, this was merely a matter of human power struggles and territorial squabbles. Compared to the days when we had fought on the brink of the world's annihilation, this was a far more peaceful and trivial issue. Still, the imperial throne, her Evangeline let out a small groan. It feels like you're drifting so far away, senior. To think of you as the emperor, it's still a long way off, okay? Father is still going strong. Of course, my father had already been gradually preparing to transfer power, and I, without much resistance, had also been quietly making arrangements behind the scenes for the succession. While my ascension to the throne wasn't imminent, it wasn't exactly far off either. But don't forget, I said, looking around the table at the faces of the main party. No matter what we become in the future, we'll always be friends. At that, smiles spread across everyone's faces. Even if I became emperor, or something else entirely, the 3 years I had spent with them on the World Guardian front would always be unforgettable. After the heavy discussion passed, the atmosphere lightened, and we returned to chatting casually over our meal. Most of the talk revolved around our plans for the future. First was Damien. He was heading north with J.R. Amunganda, aiming for the northernmost edge of the world. For the time being, he would be traveling with Zennies. When asked why Zennies was heading north, he replied that he had some business on an island along the way. It's an island where leprosy patients live, Damien explained. Torkel has been appointed as the priest chief of that island. What? Torkel's already a priest chief. It hasn't been long since he was appointed as a regular priest. Well, he's incredibly diligent and capable. Apparently, this is the first time in history that a temple is being built on an island for leprosy patients, and he immediately volunteered for the position. How that's worth celebrating. The current leader of the goddess order was Rosetta. After returning to the order following the World Guardian front, Rosetta had applied her signature strict and principled ways to its operations. She had pushed for the construction of temples in underserved areas and made personnel appointments solely based on merit. As a result, a temple was finally being built on the island of leprosy patients, a place that had long been shunned by followers of the goddess order. Torkel, a leprosy patient himself, had been appointed as its first priest chief. It's a highly symbolic event. Indeed, that's why I've decided to accompany Zennies there, Damien said, smiling gently. On the way, I plan to meet with some of our old comrades as well. I'll pass on everyone's regards. I'll count on you for that. And make sure to take care of yourself, Damien. Next was Junior. Studying history at the Ivory Tower, Junior seemed to be the most cheerful of the five of us. While the rest of us me with politics, Damien with his travels, Evangeline with her duties as a lord, and Lucas as my attendant carried traces of fatigue from our respective responsibilities, Junior looked radiant and energized. She looks like a college student studying her favorite subject. Back during the World Guardian front, Junior had looked the most worn out among us. Now she was the most vibrant. The twists and turns of life were truly unpredictable. I've been working closely with Diarmuidin at the Ivory Tower. I'll keep doing my best until the day I become a proper historian, Junior said, her face glowing as she clenched her fist enthusiastically. I clicked my tongue with a grin. Enjoy it while it lasts. Once the Jupiter Foundation starts operating in full swing, I am going to work you to the bone. I'll be ready, Chairman. Lastly, there was Evangeline. As both the lord of the city and the mother of 2 children, Evangeline was undoubtedly busy. While nibbling on her food, she shared her plans for the city's future. Since members of different races have always been scattered, there hasn't been a central city to unite them. They seem to want Crossroad to take on that role, as it's the place where all the kings once gathered. I've invited the kings of the various races to act as ambassadors. Oh, that's a mutually beneficial move. And I've heard that the traveling troupe founded by the Gamblers Club is gaining a lot of popularity in the central regions of the continent. I'm planning to ask them if they'd be interested in holding regular performances in Crossroad. So they finally made a troop, huh? As for the kids, well, I am sure we'll figure it out as we go. My dear husband will help out, of course. I chuckled. Looks like Lucas will need some extra vacation time for a while. Lucas flinched at my words, his shoulders trembling. My duties come first. My Lord Lucas quickly changed his tone as soon as he saw Evangeline staring at him with wide, rabbit-like eyes. Of course, if you give me weekends off, I'll gratefully accept them. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you. Kids still. Fathers should be able to take proper parental leave too. I was genuinely planning to grant Lucas plenty of vacation time. He might as well live here for a while. We continued to laugh and chat over our meal. The conversation stretched late into the night as we shared stories. For some reason, none of us wanted to part ways, so we decided to spend the next day, third day of the autumn festival together as well. The third day of the autumn festival. The five of us explored the festival together, though Evangeline wasn't fully recovered yet, and we only wandered around near the Lord's Manor. It was more than enough to have fun. We bought snacks from the stalls, wore hats we won as prizes, drank refreshing beverages, and sang songs together. Just like during the World Guardian Front, we stood shoulder to shoulder, joking and teasing one another. And under the fireworks that marked the end of the autumn festival, we burst out laughing as we joined in the final event, Dance Festival, and danced together. Though time passes and we all change little by little, the bond we share and the way we care for one another remain the same. Believing that we will meet again, we spent this joyful time together. And then another 5 years passed. Chapter 836, Side Story 11. After story, Ash 5 years have passed, in the imperial year 662, 10 years since the final battle against the monsters. Imperial capital, New Terra. Gah! I woke up with a jolt, startled out of my sleep as I dozed off in the carriage. Sitting across from me was Body Dammit. Even after 10 years, I still can't get used to calling her by her new name. Anyway, Daram was startled too. Are you all right, Your Grace? What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I just had a dream. A dream about 5 years ago. It was from 5 years ago, during the autumn festival, the last time the entire main party gathered together. The warm memories of that joyful day flickered before my eyes. Still groggy from my interrupted sleep, I muttered absent-mindedly. Ah, that was a good time. Daram looked at me with a concerned expression and mumbled as if worried. Our dear Lord is escaping reality again. It's not escaping reality, it was just a dream. That's all at that moment. The window to the coachman's seat slid open, and Lucas stuck his head in. Are you all right, my lord? Is something the matter? Gah, you startled me. Lucas now had a beard. Every time I see him, it shocks me anew. This guy had once grumbled about being too busy juggling his duties as my guard and taking care of the kids, saying he barely had time for anything. So he decided to save time by letting his beard grow. And now, after just 3 months of not shaving, he had turned into something akin to a golden Santa Claus. How could someone's beard grow that fast? How did he even manage to stay clean-shaven all these years? Still not used to my beard, are you? Not in a million years, idiot. That's odd. My children seem to like it well. Who wouldn't like it if golden Santa Claus showed up? Lucas seemed to think his beard was oddly dashing. But to me, it just made him look more like a golden retriever rather than a human. Stop with the beast transformation already. Return to being a person. I was planning to shave today anyway. Can't walk into the palace looking like this. After all, Lucas mumbled in a somewhat dejected tone. This guy seriously liked his beard, didn't he? Anyway, after confirming I was fine, the golden-haired large dog no, Lucas shut the coachman's window. Meanwhile, Body Daram no, Body this is driving me insane. Daram resumed working on her paperwork. In the now quiet carriage, I rubbed the tired skin under my eyes from the long journey and let out another yawn. No matter how well the roads are paved, traveling to New Terra by carriage is exhausting. Still, it's an imperial order. I have to go. I was on my way to the palace, summoned by the emperor himself. Officially, it was a meeting between the Duke of the Bringer Duchy and the emperor to discuss state matters. But well, that was just the formal excuse. These days, we were essentially deliberating the imperial succession issue. Once again, I thought back to the last time the main party's 5 members gathered together 5 years ago. After that day, we parted ways with a vague sense of unease. But surprisingly, nothing major happened. Just as life often is filled with uncertainties about the future, but with its fair share of good and bad days we simply kept ourselves busy living our lives. Though amidst all of that, there's been one issue I seem to be frequently nagged about. You still haven't had any news of a child. This. The Emperor gave me a look of disappointment, as if I'd let him down somehow. I flinched at his gaze. What now? Are you at least trying properly, Duke? Oh, of course I am. I'm trying very hard, okay? Like really hard. Every single night burning with passion. I exchange letters with my daughter-in-law often, and she seems quite worried about this. The Emperor said this with a voice full of affection, completely different from the way he talked to me. Look at this. He tormented Serenade endlessly about marriage, but now that we're wed, he's all my dear daughter-in-law, my beloved Serenade, showering her with doting praise. Well, Serenade is quite attentive and takes good care of her father-in-law, so there's that. The Emperor stroked his lone beard with his single hand and gave me a sharp look with his one eye. Could it be that you know? What do you mean, that? Ah, no, I don't know. What are you talking about? Then the great Emperor of the Everblack Empire, ruler of half the world, made an elegant hand gesture toward my legs and proceeded to draw an X in the air with his finger. Is it that you can't? Of course not, it's working just fine. It's alive and well. Every morning it's well, okay. Maybe I've been a little tired lately, but still this is no idle jest, Ash. The Emperor spoke in a tone as serious as when discussing state affairs. An heir is a critical matter. The Bringer Duchy you currently govern may be a land bound by ideals rather than bloodlines, meaning you could appoint a worthy successor as its ruler. I felt a chill run down my spine. The Emperor had already caught on to my plans to eventually transition the Bringer Duchy into a republican form of government. But the Emperor declared solemnly, Everblack, however, is not like that. No matter how revolutionary or radical your ideas may be, there are still many traditional values that must be upheld within this empire. The Emperor tapped the hem of his ceremonial robe with his fingertips. Even if you wield absolute power, maintaining that power inevitably requires countless compromises. This throne is such a position. I hope you learn to distinguish between what can be changed and what must not be. I will keep that in mind, Father. I bowed my head deeply. The Emperor let out a faint sigh. In any case, if you cannot produce an heir, other measures will need to be taken. I broke into a cold sweat as I looked at him. Are you saying you won't pass the throne to me because of this issue? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think Id refused to give you the throne just because you might be impotent? I keep telling you I am not impotent. What kind of outrageous accusation is this, Your Majesty? Aye, the next emperor will be you, Ash. Father declared firmly. Who else but you would willingly sit on such a thorny throne and manage this enormous landmass, even if only somewhat decently, though likely less so than me, but still manage it nonetheless. Thank you for your high praise, but succession is a serious matter. If you continue without children, people will begin to demand that you take another consort. At those words, I hastily pointed at myself in shock. No, if there's an issue, it must be on my end. You know my body's been through, well, a lot. Becoming a dragon, then a god, then being shattered into pieces and all that. I'm pretty sure something in me got damaged. Damn this fantasy world. Isn't there a top-notch urologist around here somewhere? Anyway, this is my problem. Serenade has nothing to do with it. Well, that's what you think. But the ministers and nobles in the imperial capital might have a different opinion. In fact, I hear some have already taken steps. Not to challenge my ascension to the throne, since that's already a foregone conclusion, but rather to use my lack of an heir as leverage to force me into taking another consort. Their aim, to exploit this weakness to become new relatives of the imperial family. They say heroes often take multiple spouses, don't they? Look at the king of Vermilion has 5 wives, and his sister, who rules alongside him, has 5 husbands. Don't you ever consider such an option? Not in the slightest. I love Serenade. I'm devoted to my wife, heart and soul. Pure love is the best. Pure love forever. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The marriages of emperors are inherently political. If strengthening your authority requires it, then why stop at just 1 or 2 additional consorts? You should be prepared to take on dozens. I'm not some ancient king or anything like that, and wasn't father rather emotional in your pursuit of pure love when you married my mother? Ahem, in any case. At my mention of his own weakness, father cleared his throat loudly, cutting off the conversation. He gazed at me intently. If you don't want to make my daughter-in-law cry, you'd better put in some effort as soon as you return. And if that doesn't work, you may have to seriously explore other methods to face off against those seeking their own alternative methods. Other methods. The Emperor didn't state it explicitly, but implied it indirectly. Lark's 3 children, my 3 nieces and nephews, who continue to live in seclusion, could become the alternative choice for those seeking another solution. Whether you produce an heir or eliminate all other options, do as you see fit. The Emperor smiled, baring his molars in that characteristic way of his. It was a smile that seemed to suggest he was enjoying watching what he'd do next as a senior statesman, finding amusement in the actions of his junior. Everything you do during this period of succession preparation will reveal what kind of emperor Yao'll become in the future. The meeting with the emperor lasted for about 3 days. Passing down the throne is no simple task, so we proceeded at a deliberate pace. It would likely take several more years to complete. Between the discussions, I attended to various tasks in New Terra, the imperial capital. Alberto, Your Grace, it's been a long time. I was reunited with Alberto, the former chief steward of the palace, who was still alive and well. Since then, Alberto has been steadily working as the branch manager of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild's New Terra branch. They say he's been working energetically, though he looks even younger than he did 10 years ago. And being the branch manager of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild also means I've brought the 2 pieces of information you requested, Your Grace. It means he's the head of an intelligence organization that collects information from all corners of the continent. Though calling it an intelligence organization sounds grandiose, it's really just a network that gathers various pieces of information flowing through the continent-wide merchant network. But now it's grown significantly in size and established a solid system. Wherever money flows in the world, information follows and it all eventually reaches me. That's not an exaggeration. And yet, it took this long to get answers for these 2 requests. I had entrusted Alberto with 2 specific tasks. One was to track down the whereabouts of Lark's wife and their 3 children in the western part of the continent. The other was to find a woman within the imperial capital. But even though Damien had pinpointed the location of Lark's wife and children 5 years ago, they kept moving from place to place, evading capture. So their current whereabouts remained unclear. As for the woman in the imperial capital, there were either too few clues or she had hidden herself exceptionally well, making her impossible to locate. At last, we've found them. There's no doubt this time. But this time, it was different. Alberto handed me 2 letters with a bright smile spread across his face. The 2 envelopes were elegantly sealed, each bearing a name on the front. The first letter read, Lark, the name of my elder brother, long deceased, the strongest swordsman of humanity, who had stood by my side until the very end through the campaign of the imperial capital and the final battle of the spirit world. And the second letter, Mason, a man from Lucas' family, a man who had betrayed us and become a hunting dog for Fernandez, a man who injected himself with the beastification serum, transforming into a half-human, half-beast monstrosity, and ultimately followed Fernandez's orders to reach the deepest part of the dungeon to meet the Demon King, and a man who, even so, had fought alongside me for a brief moment in that hell his name was written there. It's time to fulfill those old promises. I tore open both letters, checked their contents, and folded them back to tuck into my coat. Then turning around, I shouted, Lucas, prepare the carriage. We're heading out. Yes, my lord. Lucas sprang out to respond, his beard now cleanly shaved. Ack, what the? You startled me, slash. Chapter 837, Side Story 12. After story, Mason Imperial Year 662. 10 years since the final battle against the monsters. The imperial capital, New Terra. A lavish tavern on the outskirts. Woo-woo, as a female singer finished her live performance for the evening, the audience around the stage erupted into applause and whistles. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful night. The singer Susan Abel kisses to all sides before stepping down from the stage. Even after she left the stage, patrons waved at her and tossed flowers her way. Susanna, bravo, you were amazing tonight. I heard Yao'll be performing a song at the Count's party tomorrow. I'm going too looking forward to it. Susanna gave each of the regular patrons a playful wink with her heavily made-up eyes and exchanged a few words of greeting with them. After settling her day's wages with the manager and receiving compliments for her efforts, she stepped out of the tavern. Phew. Every Friday night, Susanna sang at this establishment. She was a fairly well-known singer in the nightlife scene. Some patrons even came here at the same time every week just to hear her sing. Tomorrow's the noble family's party. I'd better get home quickly, drink some honey water, and sleep early. She hurried her steps, her recently purchased, flamboyant red dress fluttering as she walked. But as she opened the gate of the tavern's yard and stepped onto the chilly spring night streets of the capital, where the air was cold enough to scatter flecks of frost, she turned into an alleyway and stopped in her tracks. Standing at the dark entrance of the alley was a tall, blond knight, his cold eyes gleaming. Susanna involuntarily let out a shriek. "Kaya, you scared me." At that moment, a voice came from the carriage parked behind the knight. Wow, she reacted just like I did when I first saw Lucas. Anyone would jump out of their skin if they saw a stranger standing in an alley like this. I doubt it's because of me personally. Well, regardless, apologies for scaring you. Are you all right? The man inside the carriage waved toward Susanna. Though she'd never seen him before, he was far too famous to not recognize. Holding her pounding chest, Susanna stammered in disbelief. His Highness, the Crown Prince, the hero who saved the world during the Monster Wars, the Crown Prince of the Empire. Ash-born hater Everblack called her name casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Susanna, right. His dark eyes gleamed with sincerity as he continued. "I've come to meet you." Inside a carriage leisurely crossing through the streets of New Terra. Holding the warm teacup Ash had handed her, Susanna forced a calm smile. Well, this is a surprise. I've been gaining a bit of fame in this scene lately, but I never imagined His Highness the Crown Prince would personally come to meet me. I heard you're a singer. Susanna, they say you're talented. When Ash complimented her, Susanna responded with modesty. Who isn't talented in this field? Everyone sings beautifully. The problem is whether or not you can step onto a big stage. A big stage. Susanna chuckled cynically at his question. You need to perform on a big stage a few times to make a name for yourself. Only then will people start requesting you, and that's when you can actually make a living as a singer, but getting onto a big stage is no small feat. What does it take to get onto a big stage? You have to get on the good side of the manager in charge. Whether that means sweet-talking them, blackmailing them by finding some dirt, or Susanna raised her eyebrows playfully and made a circle with her fingers, or handing over a pile of money. You're saying that, in order to earn money as a singer, you first need to gather money to pay off the big stage manager. Isn't that how the world works? Someone once said life is a festival, but you need to pay an entrance fee to join the party. Ash smiled faintly at her response, then pulled out a document and began reading the details aloud. Let's start with verification. Name: Susanna. Occupation: singer. Native of New Terra. Age: 48 this year. Correct. It's bad manners to ask a woman's age or about her past, and it's also my right not to answer. Still, was the harm in being honest when there's no danger? Yes, that's correct. I see your voice has risen in tone. Seems you're a bit less nervous now than earlier. Well, it's not like I'm skilled enough to be useful to His Highness, and since I've done nothing wrong, I doubt you're here to execute me. So yes, I feel a bit more at ease. Oh, and this tea is delightful. She took a sip with a soft slurp, finishing her tea as Ash let out a hearty laugh, watching her calmly. You're probably wondering why I came looking for you. Yes, the gap between your Highness and someone like me is quite literally as vast as the heavens and the earth. It's thrilling to have such an intimate moment with your Highness, but curiosity definitely outweighs the excitement. Ash stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. About 10 years ago, did you take a part-time job as a stand-in lover? Without hesitation, Susanna answered immediately. Yes, I did. There's no shame in any profession, but why did you take that job? To gather the bribe money I needed to get onto that big stage I mentioned earlier. A no-name singer's income wasn't nearly enough, so I picked up a side gig. Judging by your way with words, you must have been quite popular in that part-time job. Even 10 years ago, I was a woman past her prime for marriage, and sadly, I was even less popular than I am now. Still, there were men past their prime as well, and even they needed stand-in lover services. I guess I was more appealing to them with my maturity than the younger, fresher women. So yes, there was plenty of demand. Susanna smiled with a playful glint in her eyes. Yes, thanks to that part-time job, I earned quite a bit. It's because of that job that I am where I am today. Ash nodded and then pulled something from his coat, extending it toward her. Do you remember this pocket watch? It was an old pocket watch. The outer casing had cracks, and a few strands of fur, resembling that of an animal, were stuck to its surface. When Ash opened the front cover of the pocket watch, a small portrait of a young woman was revealed inside. Susanna's playful smile stiffened, because the portrait was of her younger self. Of course, I remember it, Susanna admitted without hesitation. It was a gift I gave to one of my clients, Somion, who requested my stand-in lover service. Did you normally give gifts to your clients? There's no harm in earning some goodwill from a client, is there? A pocket watch seems like quite an expensive gift for such an occasion. That particular client, well, he frequently requested me. I gave it to him as a gesture, hoping he'd continue calling on me in the future. Do you remember that client's name? No, Susanna shook her head. It's been 10 years. I've long forgotten. Would you want to know his name? No, she shook her head again, this time more firmly. I don't want to know. It was just a fleeting encounter. I don't want to burden myself with unnecessary memories. Did you have any idea what kind of work that man did? He was probably a soldier, wasn't he? Or am I wrong? Susanna glanced out the carriage window at the frosty night streets where faint snowflakes danced. That year, so many soldiers died. There was a civil war here in the capital, and across the southern continent there was a grand war that determined the fate of the world. When your highness fought the evil dragon, even here in New Terra, we couldn't sleep at night. For the first prince, for the second prince, for the third prince, for the emperor. And to protect the world, countless soldiers, carrying flags far greater than themselves, gave their lives. So many people died. There's no one who didn't lose a family member or a friend. Everyone had to struggle desperately to forget their own scars. Susanna shrugged. I struggled desperately too, just to survive as a singer. And in the chaos of my life, I completely forgot about that man. I see. Ash nodded. I'm sure he would want you to live well just like this. He asked me to return this pocket watch to Yawa, more specifically, the portrait inside. That's why I came here. I know it's a burden, but can you accept it? Of course. Susanna's hands, holding the pocket watch, clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. After all, he was just someone who passed by in my life. It's just a pocket watch. Clack, clack, clack. A brief silence filled the carriage, broken only by the sound of wheels as they crossed New Terra's streets and approached the outskirts, heading toward the residential area. It was where Susanna's house was located. Ash had taken it upon himself to escort her home. As they neared their destination, Ash spoke. I've heard that there's one unbreakable rule in the stand-in lover service. Yes, no physical contact, no unnecessary intimacy. Is that correct? You're a well-informed. That's correct. Then, if someone were to break that rule and make contact with their client, Ash looked at Susanna steadily. Could that mean, even just a little, that there were genuine feelings involved? Who knows? Susanna deflected the gaze with a practiced smile. It was all so long ago, 10 years, to be exact. I see. The carriage stopped in front of Susanna's house. Lucas opened the door and placed the step down for her. Taking Lucas' hand, Susanna carefully alighted from the carriage. Ash gave her a polite nod. Thank you for your time, Susanna. I'd like to come see one of your performances someday. I will be honored if that day comes, Your Highness. Meeting you has been the greatest privilege of my life. With a flourish befitting a performer, Susanna gave him a dazzling bow. As Lucas climbed back to the coachman's seat and the carriage began to pull away, Susanna hesitated before calling out, Your Highness. Ash opened the window, looking back at her. After a few moments of hesitation, she finally asked, Could you tell me just one thing? Ash waited patiently as she struggled to find her words. That man, is he still alive somewhere? Ash smiled bitterly before replying. He's gone, like all the other old soldiers. The carriage departed, leaving Susanna standing there in the quiet street. Staring blankly at the spot where the carriage had disappeared, Susanna slowly lowered her gaze to the pocket watch in her hands. Instead of opening the front cover with the portrait, she carefully opened the back cover of the pocket watch. Click. From the small compartment at the back, a few gold coins fell into her palm. They were ancient gold coins from a magical kingdom in the far south, minted over 500 years ago. Susanna ran her fingers over the worn gold coins. She recalled the smile of the man who, no matter what his work entailed, would always bring back coins from foreign countries, calling them souvenirs of his travels. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. The heavy makeup around her eyes cracked slightly, revealing the deep wrinkles etched into her skin by a decade of a desperate, hard-fought life. Men, honestly, the war had ended, and 10 years had passed. Countless lives had been lost, yet the world had survived. And Susanna had forgotten that man's name. She had to forget in order to keep living. She had forgotten his name, but she still remembered the warmth of his hand. On a night like this, when flecks of snow swirled in the air, she remembered his large, shy hand holding her cold one. She needed to forget that, too. Susanna placed the gold coins back into the pocket watch. Click. With a coarse sound, the pocket watch cover snapped shut. Along with it, she folded away the memories of the man who had disappeared, memories she tucked neatly away and sealed, just like the watch. Slash. Chapter 838, Side Story 13. After story, Lark Imperial Year 662. 10 years since the final battle against the monsters, near the Bringer Duchy, Western Desert region. Thud. Stepping off the carriage, I squinted against the blinding sunlight. The desert stretched across the western borderlands of the Bringer Duchy. On my way back to the duchy from New Terra, I had deliberately chosen this route. It's stiflingly hot, Your Grace, here. Oh, thanks. Lucas handed me a turban, which I wrapped around my head clumsily, since I didn't really know how to wear one properly. Leaving the escort troops behind, Lucas and I climbed the sandy dunes on our own. It wasn't long before a small oasis came into view. A few shabby tents were pitched around it. This is the place. They contacted us first this time, so it should be. There was no need for further confirmation. As soon as we arrived, 3 boys came running out from the oasis. Uncle. Looking at my 3 nephews, Lark's children, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. In the 10 years that had passed, the boys had grown unrecognizably tall, their skin healthily bronzed by the desert sun. It's been a while. How have you been? The eldest was nearly of age, and even the youngest had grown long limbs that hinted he'd soon be an adult. Seeing their strong, youthful faces, I suddenly saw traces of my brother Lark in them. With a voice cracked and dry from the sandy air, I managed to speak. I'm sorry I couldn't visit you sooner. No, it's all right. Mother was adamant about keeping us cut off from the world after all. Despite living in exile for over 10 years, the boys had grown into respectable young men. They smiled gracefully, full of composure. I smiled back, spreading my arms wide in front of them. It's been so long. How about a hug of brotherly affection with your uncle? The boys exchanged glances before rushing toward me all at once. Crunch! They hugged me so tightly it felt like they were trying to crush me. Ack, why are you so strong? Looks like you inherited your dad's genes. Wait, Uncle's bones are going to break. After our affectionate reunion, which left me half battered, the boys laughed and began leading me toward the tents. Come in, Mother's waiting for you. Around the tents, I spotted several knights, soldiers, and servants who appeared to be acting as guards. All seemed to be people who had once followed Lark. Their loyalty was evident. They were still here, standing by his wife and children. Lark's wife was waiting for me inside the central tent, sister-in-law. As I stepped inside and greeted her, she returned my greeting with a composed expression. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, it's been a long time. Indeed. It's been over 10 years since we last met. She had aged significantly. The lively woman who once laughed brightly at palace parties and kissed her husband's cheek was gone. Years of raising 3 children in exile, enduring harsh winds, scorching sands, and countless worries, had turned her into someone entirely different. Yet, the same pride that had always burned in her eyes still flickered there. Meeting her gaze, I sat across from her. Please accept this. What is this? She unfolded the papers in front of her, her expression puzzled, and I explained. There are written declarations. Declarations. My 3 nephews are formally renouncing their claims to the throne. The papers bore Lark's official seal and bloody thumbprints from his 3 sons. As I remained speechless, unable to respond, she began speaking rapidly, as though she had prepared these words long in advance. We won't even step foot within Everblack's borders. Well, live out the rest of our days here in the borderlands, as if we're already dead. We've rejected every other summons and request, but yours was the one we couldn't refuse. So from now on, we'll accept direct supervision from you, Your Highness. Send your people. Monitor our every move. With trembling hands, she brushed back the strands of hair falling over her forehead. We won't desire anything. All we ask for is a quiet, peaceful life. After a moment of silence, I slowly spoke. Sister-in-law, let me be direct about why I've come here. I am listening. There's a possibility that I may be unable to have children. She looked at me with wide, shocked eyes. I continued. If that's the case, your 3 sons may become the only heirs to the Everblack bloodline. They might have to carry on the legacy of our family. Finally, I revealed the true purpose of my visit. If it comes to that, I'd like to formally adopt your sons as my own, not only my husband, no, my children as well. But she cut me off sharply, her voice rising in fury. You want to take my children too? Sister-in-law, that's not what I mean. It would be a formality, fine. Let's say you adopt them. Let's say they become the next crown princes. And then what? Her lips trembled as her expression twisted in anguish. Will they kill and be killed for the throne, just like in your generation? I fell silent. I had no rebuttal, because I remembered the rivers of blood that had flowed during the battle for the throne and the campaign of the imperial capital, because I remembered the history of fratricidal conflict that had plagued the Everblack family for generations during my father's reign and his father's before him. She closed her eyes tightly in front of me. Your Highness, during that war in the capital, I had to watch my husband's arm be severed by his own brother with my own 2 eyes. It might have been better if he had just been executed as officially announced, or better yet if, as the rumors said, my children and I had died alongside him. At least then, I wouldn't have had to witness the face of my steadfast husband crumble into despair. Every wrinkle on her face was filled with grief, regret, pain, and terror. I had prepared a few words of comfort in advance, but they all vanished from my lips. I simply listened in silence. My husband was a warrior, the greatest knight in the world, who took pride in his life, and yet his own brother severed both of his arms, and then both of them died. The winner and sole survivor, the only one left, now sits before me like this. If being of royal blood means my sons will inherit this curse of fratricidal conflict, I'd rather drain that blood entirely from their bodies myself. Her breathing was ragged, and her trembling hands brushed her forehead. Renouncing all rights as Everblack royals is better than letting them face such a fate. I can't allow it. Sister-in-law, if one day you decide to drag my sons back into that wretched battlefield, then just kill me now. With a face completely broken by despair, she struggled to force the words out. End this life of mine, which has only endured because I've been unable to die, Your Highness. What good would it do to tell her that my brother and I had reconciled, that we had fought together in the spirit world to save the world? Her beloved husband had been brutally killed by his younger brother. The world believed it to be true, and she had lived through it firsthand. I let out a deep sigh. Have your sons agreed to this decision as well? My sons have never once gone against their mother's wishes. I understand. I tucked the written renunciation of the succession rights into my coat. You must have thought long and hard about this. I trust you understand the weight of this decision better than anyone. Live in the Bringer Duchy from now on. My subordinates will come to assist you. I'll ensure you lack for nothing. She asked urgently. Then my sons, you won't touch them anymore, will you, Your Highness? You won't take them away from me, will you? I deliberately answered in a cold tone. If those boys have no claim to the throne, they hold no value to me. Her expression wavered, a mixture of despair and relief spreading across her face. As I stood to leave the tent, she called out once more. One last question, Your Highness. I turned to look at her. She forced out the words in a trembling voice. How did my husband die in the end? I answered honestly, without embellishment. He fought for the world, accomplished extraordinary feats, and met a glorious end. Like all old soldiers in this world, biting her lips hard, she bowed her head, tears welling in her eyes but refusing to fall. I left the tent. Ah, oh, uncle. Outside, my 3 nephews were waiting nervously. They resembled their father, larkened, earnest, and confident young men who believed, without a shadow of a doubt, that they would one day carve their names into history. Old parents worry for their children's safety, while young children only dream of their future glory. See you again, boys. I embraced each of them in turn before leaving the oasis. As soon as Lucas, who had been vigilantly keeping watch, joined me, he asked, "Did it go well?" "No." I pulled the renunciation document from my coat and handed it to Lucas. After quickly scanning its contents, Lucas murmured coldly, "Do you think this kind of document will actually hold any weight? It likely won't mean much. It might bring some comfort to my sister-in-law, but such a document holds little true power. In this world, The bloodline of a royal is a divine curse or something that can only be completely erased through death. Still, I didn't expect her to not only renounce the throne for herself and her sons, but also reject the opportunity for her children to become my heirs. She was a mother who had witnessed the bloodshed between three brothers firsthand. It was impossible for me to fully comprehend how deeply her heart must have rotted and decayed. So what will you do now? I'll find another use for it. I glanced back toward the oasis. My nephews were waving at me. I waved back. They're the only surviving branch of the Everblack royal family, and because of that, they're the only alternative. In other words, those who harbor ambitions against me will inevitably approach them. I'll protect and hide them, but at the same time, I'll allow their existence to leak out little by little. Lucas' eyes widened in surprise, and I nodded. If enemies ever arise who want to dethrone me, they'll reach out to my nephews. And when they do, I'll use that to strike them down. Or perhaps I might become such an exceptional ruler that everyone is satisfied with my reign, and such a situation never comes to pass. In any case, I will not kill my collateral relatives. I will only use them either as my bait or as my insurance. Does that make me cruel, Lucas? May I speak honestly, my lord, as much as you want. You're still far too soft. If you're worried about future consequences, eliminating them now would be the right course of action. Lucas' brutally candid remark made me chuckle despite myself. As I chuckled quietly, Lucas continued, "But if you wish to keep them alive, even by making them serve as bait and insurance, if that is the path of kingship you aim for, my lord, then I don't think it's a bad decision." Well, that's a relief to hear, though I'll have to manage them carefully to ensure they don't develop any rebellious thoughts. I nodded. I'll leave their management to Bodybag. Shall keep a meticulous watch over their daily lives while observing them with cold precision. But my lord, yes, it's not Bodybag, it's Daram. Oh, damn it. When I told Lucas that I'd give him a day off every time I got Daram's name wrong in the future, he asked, concerned, if it was really okay to grant him so many days off. Wait, do I really mess it up that often? As we left the oasis and made our way down the sandy dunes toward my carriage, I found myself lost in thought about the ones who had vanished, about Lark, Mason, and the countless old soldiers who had fallen. Those names that had been swept beyond the cannon fire, past the flames, and into the blind spots of history, disappearing into oblivion. I thought to myself that I didn't want their lives to be forgotten, even if not all of them had been my allies. What happened during that war? What each of them fought and died for? Even if the entire world forgot, someone had to record it. That's what I thought. I drew a deep breath and fixed my gaze on the shimmering horizon over the sands. It was time to activate the Jupiter Foundation. Slash. Chapter 839 Side Story 14. After Story, Serenade Imperial Year 662. 10 years after the final battle against the monsters. Bringa Duchy, Duke's Palace. A peaceful evening bathed in the glow of the setting sun. I had just returned from New Terra, the imperial capital, back to the Duke's Palace in the Bringa Duchy home. As always, coming back home should have been a joyous occasion, but my heart felt heavier than usual. I stood at the entrance of the palace, exhaling a deep breath. An heir personally, I don't necessarily need to have a child. Spending my life happily growing old with Serenade would be more than enough for me. But I am the crown prince and the future emperor. In that case, an heir is essential. This pressure wasn't something I alone was feeling. Serenade had also been deeply troubled by the issue. In particular, she worried that something might be wrong with her, thinking that it was her fault that she hadn't been able to conceive. Of course, I believe the problem lies with me. After all, I had merged with a dragon, ascended to divinity, and even repeatedly torn my body apart and put it back together using the curse of immortality. If there's an issue, it's likely on my side. Still, the burden and pressure of not having a child probably weighed heavier on Serenade. As the Duchess, the Crown Princess, and the future Empress, he has always thought that she and her family were lacking in some way. Nothing ever goes as planned, does it? Even if we don't have a child, I just hope Serenade doesn't feel sad about it. Growing old together peacefully would be more than enough joy for the two of us, but the environment around us didn't allow for such peace. It's not easy. If only I could adopt my nephews and make them heirs, that would solve everything, but even that's difficult. I glared coldly into the empty air. Well, if all else fails, I could always transition the Everblack Empire to a republic. following the Bringer Duchy's example. Of course, in a world where most countries are monarchies, this would be far from easy. Even the Bringer Duchy, nominally a hereditary state, still passed the title of duke down to descendants of the dragon blood lineage. I know it would be an excessively radical and revolutionary change, but I'd rather change the entire world than see my wife cry. If this world forces my wife to grieve over not being able to bear a child, I'd rather dismantle and reshape it entirely. I touched my stiff face with my hands, trying to loosen it. No, it's not like it's been confirmed that we can't have children yet. We're still young. There's no need to jump to conclusions already. I am home. With a burst of energy, I pushed the door open and stepped into the Duke's palace. Immediately, the booming voices of the attendants echoed from both sides. His Grace, the Duke, has returned. Everyone's voices seemed a pitch higher than usual, and their expressions were unusually bright. I guess they're genuinely happy to see their master return. Welcome back, Your Grace. You've arrived just in time for dinner. Elise, dressed in her usual sharp black suit, greeted me. She also seemed genuinely pleased with my return. What's this? She's smiling broadly. For someone notorious for her unfitting, terrifying smiles, it's quite unsettling. Ah, why, yeah, I'm back. You know, you actually look pretty good when you smile, Elise. Oh, was I smiling? Elise brushed her hand over her mouth, quickly reverting to her usual expressionless face. Phew, that was a relief. But then she immediately lifted the corners of her mouth again. Sure, smiles bring blessings, but this is just scary. Why have you suddenly turned into a smiling angel? How was your trip? Did you enjoy it? Well, I wouldn't say enjoyable, but I got the job done. And the two who accompanied you? Lucas got permission for leave and headed to Crossroad. As for Body, damn it, I mean Daram, she's been sent as an envoy to the Great Forest. There's some business that requires gathering the leaders of the other races. Both of them should be back in a few days. Elise responded with a slight look of disappointment. I see, I hope they return soon. She must miss her colleagues. In any case, let's go inside. Her Grace, the Duchess, is waiting for you. All right. As I walked deeper into the Duke's palace, every servant I passed greeted me with beaming smiles, far brighter than usual, and each one looked at me with these oddly ticklish, knowing gazes. What's going on? Is it because I, their king and the bringer of light, have returned? When I finally reached the banquet hall, which normally served as the dining room, I saw her. You're back, my love. Serenade was waiting for me. My wife, radiant as always with her brilliant smile, looked stunning today. I walked over to her, embraced her, and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. I am home. How long has it been since we last saw each other? 2 months. The distance was quite far, wasn't it? You must be exhausted from the journey. Seeing you has wiped away all my fatigue. Hee, you always know just what to say. Humming a little tune, Serenade twirled around me, her joy bubbling over. Wait, hurrah! She must be really happy that I am back. She's so excited she can't contain herself. How adorable. My wife is the cutest. Matching her mood, I started to hum along with her and even spun around in a circle to mirror her little dance. Is this how it's done? After a few more twirls around me, Serenade hooked her arm around mine and clung tightly. You must be hungry. Let's eat together, my love. Sounds great. I've been missing the food here at the palace. With our arms entwined, we entered the banquet hall together and sat down at a table set just for the two of us. This is perfect, to be honest. While I said I missed the food at the Duke's palace, the truth is that it was actually easier to eat while I was away. That's because, during my absence, the palace dining table was always filled with, well, those kinds of nourishing ingredients supposedly good for that. It's not that they tasted bad, but eating them constantly got a bit tiresome still. How could I refuse, knowing the love and earnest care my wife poured into preparing those meals? I braced myself for the long overdue nourishment and steeled my resolve. Bring it on. Ha! But then this time, the dishes made from those ingredients were noticeably absent from the table. Instead, the food consisted of light, easily digestible dishes meant to accommodate my fatigue from the long journey. Even as I began eating, I couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. What was going on? Don't tell me. I quickly glanced at Serenade. She was smiling softly at me, as if to say, you just figured it out. Serenade, could it be? Was that it? Only then did I realize my wife's intention. Did she give up on having a baby? Because 10 years of trying hadn't worked. Did she decide to let it go, not wanting to pressure me anymore? Serenade, knowing how much pain this must have caused her, made my heart ache. If it were for Serenade, I was ready to reshape the empire into a republic. But still, I thought it was too early to give up on having a child. We're still young, sigh. All right. If that's the case, it's time to reveal the plan I've been preparing. After chatting about various topics and finishing the main course just before dessert was served, I cautiously spoke up. Serenade, there's something I want to tell you. Oh, I have something to tell you too. Truly, my clueless husband needs to hear this. Clueless. I tried to figure out what she meant, but Serenade just smiled mischievously and suggested, why don't we say it at the same time? All right. I took a deep breath. The plan I had resolved to implement, the method I had decided upon while returning from New Terra, was about to leave my lips. This is the only way. Adopting someone from a collateral family had been rejected. Taking another wife, absolutely not. Which left only one option: keep trying until it works. The trial by repetition approach. I would crush the odds with sheer numbers. And so, with fiery determination, I shouted, let's start doing it twice a day. I am pregnant. I froze mid-sentence. Serenade blinked at me in confusion. What? Ha! A brief moment of silence followed. I stammered as I reached forward, my hands trembling. What did you say? Serenade, Ure. Yes, I'm pregnant, my love. Covering her mouth, Serenade chuckled softly. It's our child. After all those years of longing and worry, the baby has finally come to us. Ah! At that moment, I finally understood the unusually cheerful atmosphere of the entire palace. I also realized what Serenade meant earlier by calling me clueless. Jumping up from my chair, I rushed to Serenade's side. Still seated, Serenade let out a small R as she took my hand and placed it on her belly. Her stomach, still slender and not yet showing, felt the same as usual. They're here, inside me. Right before you left for the imperial capital, I noticed my cycle stopped. At first, I thought it was just a health issue. But now it's been 3 months. I called the doctor to confirm, and they said I'm pregnant. Smiling warmly, Serenade reached out with her other hand and gently cupped my cheek. It took so long, didn't it? It really did. Kneeling before her, I pressed my forehead against her stomach and let out a long sigh. How incredible must this little one be to take 10 years to arrive, hee hee. They're bound to be an extraordinary child, don't you think? Serenade giggled brightly, her eyes sparkling as she teasingly looked down at me. By the way, my love. Yeah. What exactly were you about to suggest we do twice a day? I'm curious. Won't you tell me? Serenade laughed behind her hand, her gaze mischievous as she looked down at my now bright red face. I had been ready to sacrifice everything and risk it all when I said those words, don't tease me too much. Thank goodness. Wrapping my arms around Serenade's waist, I rested my cheek against her stomach and murmured softly. Truly, thank goodness. Serenade's hand gently stroked the back of my head. Are you crying, my love? No, I am not. It's just in a voice heavy with emotion, I confessed. I thought I would never be able to have a child. I thought because I am not real that having a child wouldn't be allowed for me. For the past 10 years. I hadn't shared this thought with anyone. Deep down, I had always wondered if I was unable to have children because I was a fakier counterfeit. I had even begun to accept, in some part of my heart, that this might be the price for saving the world, a burden I simply had to bear. My love, Serenade slowly embraced my head, cradling me in her arms. Her warmth enveloped me. You are the truest of the true. No matter how fragmented your beginnings were, your soul is beautiful. Even if we had never had a child, it wouldn't matter. You've saved countless lives with your own radiance. Placing both hands on my cheeks, Serenade whispered, you saved me. She leaned in and kissed me. And you saved yourself. Serenade wiped the tears from my cheeks and smiled at me. It was a warm smile, like that of a mother gazing lovingly at her child. Our baby's late arrival has nothing to do with those kinds of reasons. Well, if we'd followed your suggestion of twice a day, perhaps they might have arrived a bit sooner. Stop teasing me. Hee hee. More importantly, this baby is yours, a child of my dearest, most lovable husband. Serenade wrapped her arms around me again, holding me close. They may have taken their time, but there's no doubt that our child will be absolutely beautiful. I nodded quietly, my throat tight with emotion. As if to soothe and reassure me, Serenade whispered gently. And together we'll raise them wonderfully, won't we? Slash. Chapter 840, Side Story 15. After story, Kualan Imperial, year 662. 10 years after the final battle against the monsters. central continent, near the great forest, Beastkin village. Cuelan let out an excited shout when he saw the guest visiting his village. Oh ho, look who it is, if it isn't Bodybag. Daram, holding a letter from Ash, forced a polite smile. I'm not Bodybag anymore, it's Daram now. I've changed my name. Ah, right, I heard about that. My bad, totally slipped my mind. It's fine there's someone I work for who forgets the name they gave me every single day. Daram had long since let go of any attachment to names. After all, her current name was something like Sunflower Seed Lover, or whatever it didn't matter much to her. She handed Cuelan the letter. Cuelan quickly opened it and scanned its contents before letting out a cheerful exclamation. A meeting of the representatives of the races, ha! His Grace, the Duke, called it something fancy, but it's basically just an excuse to gather everyone, share a meal and catch up. He asked that you try your best to attend. This sounds great. I've been wanting to see everyone again anyway. There are plenty of things we need to talk about too. Cuelan agreed without hesitation. After exchanging some casual greetings, Daram hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking a question. How is Lady Yun doing? Still sleeping soundly? Cuelan replied, crossing his arms and shrugging. She hasn't woken up once. She's like a proper sleeping beauty of the forest. Sleeping Beauty, hearing the well-known fairy tale reference, Daram tilted her head in curiosity. Then wouldn't a deep, passionate kiss wake her up? How you think so? Should I have tried that ages ago? Cuelan's response left Daram staring at him in disbelief. What? You haven't kissed her all this time? How could I? How do you think it's okay to go kissing someone who's unconscious and defenseless? It was a surprisingly sensible answer for someone who used to be a notorious bandit king. But Daram wasn't convinced. I mean, weren't you two lovers? Or at least something before she fell unconscious. You two were all over each other back then. Adding one more kiss wouldn't. Cuelan flailed his arms, leaping up in shock. WWH, what are you saying? All over each other. What kind of filthy phrasing is that? You know, like during that party where we caught the Grand Sorcerer, you both put on quite the show in front of everyone. Ooh ugh, ooh ugh. I've worked so hard to forget that cringeworthy moment from my past. Regardless, it was a widely known fact among the monster front that Yun had been pursuing Cuelan even before she fell into a coma. Cuelan had always been the one putting up walls and pushing her away. And now, 10 years after the war ended, Cuelan was still here, taking care of Yun in her unconscious state. When you give your heart to someone, you've got to see it through to the end. Cuelan murmured this as he idly twisted the long ribbon of his braided hair around his fingers. Even if we kept missing the right timing, in the end, Yun and I, we were always looking at each other. You know, that sounds really cool, but the way you're twirling your hair makes the whole scene kind of cute instead. Daram remarked, letting out a deep sigh as she pinched her own chubby cheeks. When will I find myself a proper boyfriend? Didn't His Grace introduce you to any good men? He does treasure his aides, after all. For 10 years, all he's done is pile endless work on me. There's nothing in the Bringer Duchy's administration that I don't know how to handle now. He's such a wicked boss, wringing every last drop of effort out of his people. Sounds like the mark of a good ruler to me. Yeah, well, if that wasn't the case, I would run away years ago. After sharing a bit more small talk, Daram eventually prepared to leave. She was sent off warmly by Cuelan and the other Beastkin villagers. After all, she still had other representatives of different races to meet and deliver letters to, so the journey ahead of her was long. And watching Daram's figure grow smaller in the distance, Cuelan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A kiss to wake her up, huh? The Beastkin village. Though it was referred to as a village, it was, in reality, a sprawling network of settlements spread across nearly half the great forest. It was anything but small. After the abolition of slavery, various freed beastkin gathered under the Leaf Wolf tribe's leadership and formed a community. Now, many different tribes and beastkin mingled together, living and thriving in this vast forest. Cuelan stood as their representative, effectively ruling over what amounted to an entire nation. Yet, Cuelan's home was simple and modest. It was a small wooden hut built around a large maple tree. Entering the hut, Cuelan called out in his usual lively tone, "I am back. Yun, you've been keeping the house safe, right?" Of course, there was no reply. Opening the door to the inner room, Cuelan found Yun lying on the bed, just as she always was, buried in the blankets and fast asleep. She looked as if she had been preserved in time, perfectly still except for the faint rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. Her thin, frail limbs were warm to the touch, radiating a slight fever. Good evening. Hulan adjusted Yun's position carefully, ensuring she wouldn't develop bedsores, then brought a damp cloth to gently wipe her body. Having spent a long time caring for his sick brother before, Hulan was no stranger to tending to patients. In fact, he had now cared for Yun far longer than he ever had for his late brother. As he cleaned her, Hulan began recounting the day's events to her in a soft voice. Daram came by today. Ah, Daram's the new name Bodybag chose for herself. Her old name was just a code name, after all. Anyway, she came and brought a letter. It was from His Grace, the Duke. He's calling for everyone to meet up and catch up after all this time. As Hulan continued recounting his conversation with Daram, he suddenly slapped his knee and burst out laughing. And get this, Daram said you were like Sleeping Beauty and suggested I wake you up with a kiss. Ha ha ha. Then Hulan's expression suddenly shifted, his face going rigid. Why didn't I think of that? I mean, it should be fine, right? A kiss, I mean, purely for medicinal purposes, of course. At that moment, while Hulan was deep in thought, Yun's eyelashes trembled ever so slightly. Completely oblivious, Hulan continued rambling. Not that I have any ulterior motives. It's just what if, like in the story, you actually wake up. You never know, right? Of course, I know. Kissing someone in a coma is a no-go. It's something a gentleman should never do. But still. Besides, you're the one who kissed me all over 10 years ago. So, technically, this would just be paying back that debt, yeah, like an honorable trade or something. Hulan. Yun's parched voice barely escaped her lips as her mouth moved slightly, but Hulan was too absorbed in justifying himself to notice. Exactly, it's totally fine. I just have to close my eyes and do it once. Just once. What time is it? It's so bright. All right, here we go. Deep breath. Huff, huff, huff. After inhaling dramatically and even warming up as if preparing for battle, Hulan, his face flushed beet red from nervous lean toward Yun. Yun, now fully awake, watched silently as Hulan, eyes shut tight, puckered his lips and leaned closer. Then, in a cold, dry voice, she asked, "What exactly are you doing right now?" Ha! Hulan froze, his eyes snapping open in shock. Yun was staring at him with a disapproving, half-lidded gaze. Wara! Hulan screamed and recoiled like a spring, launching himself backward. You're really awake. Oh my gods, the kiss actually worked. This is incredible. Sleeping Beauty had woken up with a kiss. Well, not quite. The lips hadn't even touched. 10 years. Yun murmured in a dazed voice. It's been 10 years since I lost consciousness. That's how it is. Hulan replied, bringing her a cup of water he had gently warmed. Yun's hands were still too weak to hold it, so Hulan had to support the cup as she drank. She struggled to swallow before lifting her eyes to study him. You've changed a lot, Hulan. The Hulan before her was markedly different from the man she remembered. The wolf-like fur that once covered his body was gone, as was the chiseled, muscle-bound frame that had once resembled a marble statue. His figure was now more streamlined, and his eyes no deeper and more thoughtful, carried a wisdom they hadn't before. Even the way he moved was more relaxed, exuding a quiet confidence. Well, I guess it's from getting older and staying off the battlefield. My muscles have shrunk a bit, and when the curse lifted, all the fur disappeared too. As Yun silently examined this unfamiliar, yet familiar Hulan, a sudden thought struck her. Mirror, bring me a mirror. Ha! I want to see myself. Where's a mirror? Hulan hesitated for a moment before finally retrieving a hand mirror. Helping Yun sit up, he propped her up carefully so she could see herself. Still frail and weak, she managed to lift the mirror and look at her reflection. Her eyes widened slightly and her lips parted. This is me. She examined every corner of her reflection, murmuring in disbelief. Gods, I look like nothing but a sack of skin. In her memory, she was still in her early 20s, young, full of vitality and brimming with life. But time had not been kind. 10 years in a coma had stolen much from her. Her hair had lost its luster, her eyes were sunken, her skin was dry and pale, and her once strong body was gaunt and frail. My abs, her once proud, perfectly sculpted abs, were gone, replaced by a hollowed, flat stomach. She raised her arm and examined her thin, shrunken biceps and triceps, gritting her teeth. Still, sensing Hulan's concerned gaze, Yun forced herself to smile. At least we saved the world, didn't we? That's what matters. You all did something incredible. Hualan smiled faintly in return. And now you who helped save the world are back with us too. Is there any greater miracle than that? Yun kept her thoughts to herself. Inside, she felt utterly lost. The 10 years she had missed, the youth she had lost, clawed at her from within. Maybe it would have been better if Id just died back then. She thought bitterly. To die in glory, to be remembered beautifully, that might have been preferable, rather than surviving like this, in a broken shell, only to burden this man further. Did you really care for me all these 10 years, Hualan? Of course, it wasn't just me. Helpers came in shifts to assist, and the Aryan kingdom kept sending supplies for whatever was needed. Hualan started recounting in detail how he had cared for Yun over the past decade, explaining how many people had willingly pitched in to help. From Hualan's perspective, he was emphasizing how much people cared for and thought about Yun. But to Yun, it didn't feel that way. All she could hear was how much trouble she had caused for everyone, how much she had burdened them, and there was no way for her to repay it. Not with this frail, weakened body, not with a mind that had been disconnected from reality for a decade. I am sorry. What's there to be sorry about? I did it because I wanted to. But because of me, you wasted 10 years of your life. Yun, don't talk like that. Hualan's large hand carefully clasped Yun's frail one. Those were the most fulfilling 10 years I've ever lived, and it was all thanks to you. Besides, if our roles were reversed, you would have done the same for me. At his words, Yun closed her eyes tightly. Would she really have been able to do the same? If it had been him lying in a coma, would she have been able to dedicate herself to caring for him for over 10 years? I am sorry, Hualan. I just need some time to think, to sort through everything. Could you leave me alone for a while? Hearing her words, Hualan nodded as if he understood, though there was a bittersweet look in his eyes. Nope. He refused. What? Yun was taken aback. Wait, isn't this the part where you're supposed to give me space to think things through? Is this something else that's changed in the last 10 years? I get that waking up to find yourself 10 years in the future is confusing, but sitting alone and digging a hole in your thoughts is only going to make you feel worse, isn't it? Hualan gestured toward the door. Let's go get some fresh air. The scenery out there is gorgeous. Though time had changed his appearance, the man's breezy smile remained exactly the same. I've always wanted to see it together with you. Slash. Chapter 841, Side Story 16. After story, Yun wrapped tightly in warm blankets, her legs still too weak to move on their own. Yun was carried in Kuelan's arms as he stepped outside his home. When the door opened, they were greeted by a forest. Swoosh, a gentle evening breeze rustled through the giant leaf trees, sunlight filtering softly through their leaves, casting dappled golden patterns on the ground. The sunlight, though faint, felt almost unbearably harsh on her skin, and the breeze, while mild, pricked at her like needles. Yet, despite all that, Yun found that somehow it was bearable. Taking a deep breath, Yun glanced around her surroundings. This place is my hometown. After carefully settling Yun onto a chair just outside the door, Hualan gestured around with a wide smile. A bit modest for someone of your stature, princess, isn't it? No, Yun answered honestly. It's beautiful. The hut, nestled among the massive branches of a towering leaf tree, overlooked a stunning view. From their vantage point halfway up the tree, the entire village stretched out below, framed by the vast greenery of the great forest beyond. For someone whose eyes had been closed for so long, the vibrant sea of verdant hues seemed almost unreal. Though the air was still chilly, it was spring. The interior of my house might not be much, but the view, now that's top tier. Hualan remarked with a playful shrug, his chest puffing out as if proud of his home. As Yun gazed blankly at the scenery, taking it all in, her attention drifted to the children gathered below. She pointed toward them. What are they doing? Following her finger, Hualan looked down at the group of children practicing martial arts. They weren't exactly training in a disciplined manner, more like playing and having fun while learning. Ah, that's an idea our dear Captain Ash lent me. Hualan grinned as he explained. We gather the kids, teach them martial arts, let them play, and even get them to study together. That's how we integrate Leaf Fist into daily life. This idea had been inspired by the traditional Taekwondo Dojang culture from Earth, more specifically, Korea concept Ash had shared with Hualan. Below, the children laughed and giggled as they watched former members of Hualan's punitive force know their instructors demonstrate techniques. Rather than feeling burdened or stressed, the kids seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. The children weren't just beastkin either. Many other races mingled among them, learning together. Not only beastkin, but elves who share the great forest have also joined as disciples. Some nearby cities have even started sending their kids to our camps. Querland shrugged again, feigning modesty. The martial arts we used during the war against the monsters proved their effectiveness. Word got out that it's great for self-defense, and now everyone's clamoring for it. While some parents sent their children here with the slightly wicked intent of tiring them out, it was undeniable that leaf fist training was excellent for physical and mental development. Moreover, the program's integrated curriculum teaching arithmetic, a common language, and manners alongside martial arts made it incredibly appealing for parents. Leaf Fist was quickly becoming a trend across the continent. The demand had grown so high that they were even planning to open branch schools in major cities like Crossroad. And it was all thanks to Querlan. He had taken the ancient and complex martial art, once only accessible to Beastkin, and transformed it into something newsomething that anyone could learn in this era. As Yun quietly took in the view of the bustling village below, a familiar yet distant scent wafted to her dulled senses. This smell, it's the scent of dumplings roasting in the hearth. All around the village, people were preparing the traditional food of the Leaf Wolf tribe, which they usually ate during the New Year. Back in the old days, we could only afford to eat those during the New Year when times were tough. Now people can make them every day if they want. Life's gotten a bit better for everyone. In the breezy spring air, the forest swayed gently with green life. Children laughed as they played, and the aroma of evening preparations filled the air. Peaceful, isn't it? Querlan, now standing beside Yun, smiled softly. This is the world you helped protect. Yun gave him a bitter smile and shook her head. What did I do that was so extraordinary for you to keep praising me like this? You fought bravely as a member of the World Guardian Front and achieved countless merits. Oh, and here's something you probably didn't know. Querlan scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat sheepish as he prepared to drop a bombshell. We used the letter you wrote as the rallying cry before the great victory. Excuse me. What? The letter you left for Captain Ash, remember? We read it aloud, and all the kings who were about to split apart suddenly united. Bam. Just like that. Honestly, it was an incredible speech, still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. You read my letter aloud. My will. Who told you that was okay? I entrusted that to you. What gave you the right to Wara? Humiliated, Yun buried her face in her hands and groaned, her body curling up as she tore at her hair. Everyone was worried about you and waiting for you to wake up, Querlan said, stepping forward and crouching so they were eye level. You are someone worth all that and more. So don't think you've caused a burden or that you owe anyone anything. The world still owes you a great deal. Querlan stretched his arm out, gesturing toward the village below. Let's start over. Right here. Here. Well, there works too. Querlan pointed toward the Leaf Fist dojo below, where children were running and playing. Yun blinked in surprise. There. Building muscles, of course. Let's work on getting them back through training. You're not sad about losing them, are you? Don't worry too much. Just eat plenty of meat with me and exercise hard will get you back in shape. No, it's not just about the muscles, the feeling of being left behind by the flow of time. The youth she had lost. Her health, her sharp mind gone. What she had lost was overwhelming, and Yun was still struggling to process it all. After the war with the monsters, Querlan spoke gently, addressing her turmoil. Many people felt lost. Everyone had lost something, and no one knew what to do next. Many had suffered losses, and many had lost their sense of purpose. The monsters had vanished, and along with them, magic and mystery had faded from the world. Society, as a whole, had been thrown into chaos. But eventually, everyone adapted. The confusion didn't last forever. They each found something new to do, a new goal to pursue. Just as wounds heal and new skin grows, people filled the void left by their losses with new dreams and ambitions, moving forward with their lives. Now it's your turn to find something new to do. Before you lost consciousness, what were you planning to do after the war? Yun slowly sifted through her memories, then let out a faint chuckle as she answered. My plan was to figure out some way to snag you and make you mine. Well, that's one thing you don't need to worry about anymore. Querlan held Yun's hand warmly, covering it with his own. Because I am already yours. So now, let's find something new to work on together. Yun took a labored breath, her chest rising and falling unevenly, and asked, What did you find? What's your new purpose? To lead my people and protect you. Lan answered without the slightest hesitation, and Yun gazed at him quietly. And now that you lay awake, my next goal is to love you as much as I possibly can. Unable to meet his unwavering gaze, Yun averted her eyes. During the war you didn't love me back, did you? To be honest, I didn't. You were so cold, constantly pushing me away. I felt fondness for you, but I didn't feel love. Back then, that's how it was. Lan's eyes never wavered as he continued to look at Yun. But you stayed loyal to me until the very end. Loyalty. Loyalty as a partner, loyalty as a comrade, and loyalty as a noble of this world. You threw yourself into battle, ready to die, fulfilling every duty you could. Lan's lips curled into a warm smile. To be honest, I fell for you all over again. The noble actions and indomitable will you showed there, what made me fall in love with you completely. When Yun slowly lifted her eyes to meet his, Lan was still looking at her, steadfast and sincere. That's why what I feel for you isn't just romantic love. Of course, I love you as a woman, but you upheld your loyalty to me and to the world. So now, I want to dedicate my life to honoring that loyalty to you. Loyalty, huh? After a brief pause, Yun smiled faintly. Isn't it funny how things turn out? Fate works in strange ways. Lan replied with a soft laugh, standing up straight. If anything, I should be asking you something. What is it? Well, I don't have the red fur or the hulking muscles you used to like so much. Recalling the reasons Yun had once been drawn to him, Lan scratched the back of his head awkwardly and asked, Do you still love me, even now? At his question, the faint smile on Yun's lips grew wider. My ideal type has always been a big, beastly man with bulging muscles and lots of fur. Yun reached out and gently placed her hand on Lan's chest. But even though that's all gone now, I still find you absolutely charming. So I guess I really must love you. What about you, Lan? Yun asked, her hand trembling slightly. Do you still care for someone like me? Someone who's lost all her youthful sparkle, someone this weak and frail, do you truly still love me? I told you before I never loved you for your looks or your youth. Lan wrapped his large hand around Yun's thin wrist. I loved you for your sincerity and your loyalty. Yun exhaled a shaky breath, her tearful eyes lifting as a radiant smile finally blossomed on her face. Then I'll dedicate the rest of my life to honoring my loyalty to you, and I'll spend my life loving you. With a bold step forward, Lan leaned in toward Yun. And then, his eyes squeezed shut, his face flushed bright red. Lan puckered his lips and leaned in with the subtlety of a charging beast. For a second time that day, his clumsy attempt at a kiss completely shattered the mood. Watching this ridiculous display, Yun let out an exasperated sigh. Oh, come on, what kind of kiss is that supposed to be? Smack. Yun reached up with both hands and grabbed Lan's cheeks, holding his face firmly in place. Startled, Lan froze as Yun leaned closer, her lips curling into a mischievous smirk. This is how you do it. Like this. Remember it. MMMMMPH. With practiced ease that belied her 10 years of unconsciousness, Yun's deft tongue left the mighty beast king utterly defenseless. His massive frame crumbled like a house of cards. Not long after, letters were sent to every nation in the world. The long comatose princess Yun of the Aryan kingdom had recovered, and she was marrying Lan, king of the Beastkin. Chapter 852 Extra Story 27. After story, Ash 3 thus, the chaotic morning passed. After finishing breakfast, including dessert, and eating heartily from the morning perhaps because she had woken up too early, Stella dozed off again, completely oblivious to the world. Serenade held the soundly sleeping Stella tightly in her arms and smiled warmly. I'll put her in bed. Yeah, let her take a nap. Elise, Serenade, and Stella left the kitchen. As soon as they were gone, Lucas and Daram turned sharply toward me. My lord, don't tell me the Duchess' birthday party ends with just this. What about the gifts we prepared? There's a party planned for the evening. Well, do it separately. I haven't even given her my gift yet. It was the Duchess' birthday, so of course, more people were coming to celebrate. There were also external guests to consider. At my words, Lucas and Daram both nodded in relief. By the way, my lord, didn't you eat a bit too much this morning? You need to exercise with me. Lucas' comment made me shrug. I had eaten a stamina-boosting meal in the morning, plus cake. My stomach did feel a bit heavy, but I really didn't want to exercise. Can't I just skip lunch? There's another party in the evening, so I should be working now. I don't have time for exercise today. Lucas, always waiting for an opportunity to drag me into training, narrowed his eyes sharply. Fortunately, Daram saved me from this crisis. Actually, you really have a ton of work to get through today. If you want to enjoy your evening, you should get started right away. Ahem, it can't be helped then. Lucas eventually backed off and we headed to the office. I whispered to Daram on the way. Thanks, sunflower seed lover. You're the only one I can count on. You're calling me that on purpose now, aren't you, Your Excellency? When we arrived at the office, we were greeted by a massive pile of work. Wait a second, was this really saving me? Or did I just trade an exercise crisis for a work crisis? Sigh, oh well. Let's power through and have fun tonight, Daseed lover. Stop randomly mixing my name with everything. It's Daram, Daram. It's been 15 years, can't you say it properly? With laughter, we got to work. The problem arose around lunchtime. I was actually working diligently when Lucas suddenly burst in, panting. My lord, I'm not exercising. I told you I'm working hard today. This isn't about exercise. There's a serious problem. This gym rat, obsessed with training, was saying exercise wasn't the issue. Just how serious was this? Daram and I, buried in paperwork, turned to look at him. Lucas, looking pale, pointed outside. A very important guest has arrived. You need to come out immediately. So I went outside. And there, before my very eyes, father. A black carriage adorned only with sword and rose insignias, escorted by the Imperial Guard, His Majesty the Emperor had personally arrived. Wait, isn't he even busier than me? Why would he come unannounced? The Emperor stepped out of the carriage, using his cane skillfully for balance, and grinned. It's my daughter-in-law's birthday, isn't it? A father-in-law has to celebrate. You never even celebrate my birthday. How could you compare yourself to my daughter-in-law? Tusk, tusk. Raising sons is pointless. Daughters-in-law and granddaughters are the best. As everyone rushed outside in shock, Stella, just waking up from her nap, yawned and walked out while holding Serenade's hand. Oh. Then, spotting the Emperor, she boldly pointed her tiny finger at him and shouted, Grandpa, oh, my Lightseeker. At that moment, the Emperor's expression softened into an unbelievably gentle smile. Waithes never made that face at me. That kinda hurts. Grandpa, Stella, thrilled, dashed toward the Emperor. The Emperor effortlessly lifted his granddaughter into his arms, his face glowing with the most benevolent smile in the world. You've grown again, my granddaughter. Have you been well? Ma'am, I've been really busy. I'm studying something really difficult. Well, sure. Dictation and reading fairy tales can be tough. Stella placed her hands on her waist and lifted her chubby chin. I don't like studying, but I'm working hard. After all, I'm going to be a ruler one day, just like Grandpa and Daddy. Such ambition already. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Serenade stepped forward and bowed deeply. Glory to the great Emperor. I pay my respects to the sovereign of the empire. Ah, daughter-in-law, just call me father. I cannot. How could I dare? My daughter-in-law is perfect in every way, except for being too formal. Clicking his tongue, the Emperor signaled to an attendant. The servant stepped forward, holding a bundle of gifts. Here, pick this up on the way. The birthday gift the Emperor had picked up on the way was a box filled with dazzling jewels. That could easily buy a mansion. Where exactly did he pick this up? Serenade, holding the Emperor's extravagant gift, bowed deeply. I am deeply moved by your boundless generosity, Your Majesty. This grace I shall remember for a lifetime. I'll give you a massage, Grandpa. Stella suddenly interrupted. Everyone froze in shock, but the Emperor beamed. Look at that grin, he's even showing his molars. A massage for Grandpa. Ma'am, every time I get a gift from Dad, I give him a massage in return. I'm really good at shoulder massages. Dad gives me 5 stars every time. I did make sure to give her a 5-star sticker each time. Stella, brimming with excitement, continued. Since Grandpa gave Mommy a present, I'll give you a massage. Ha ha ha. Well then, let's see what kind of massage my granddaughter can give me. Laughing together, the Emperor and Stella headed inside the Duke's residence. Serenade and I exchanged glances as we watched them go. Our daughter really seems to understand who she needs to impress and how. Oh, come on. She's just happy to see her grandpa, that's all. Serenade covered her mouth and chuckled. I also struggled to hold back a laugh as I took her hand. From inside, we could already hear the Emperor's satisfied voice. Ah, that's good. Harder. Because I had eaten too much in the morning, I had originally planned to skip lunch. But could I possibly not serve a meal when the Emperor himself had come? In the end, another feast was laid out. On top of that, the Emperor had brought a luxurious cheesecake from New Terra Serenade's favorite brand. Along with that, he had brought several bottles of expensive wine. So our lunch ended up including not just a full-course meal, but also dessert and wine. Throughout the meal, Stella sat beside the Emperor, babbling excitedly with a bright smile. The Emperor, Serenade, and Elise all smiled warmly as they watched her. Lucas, likely pleased at the thought of forcing me to exercise later, was also grinning. Meanwhile, Daram, having completely resigned himself to the fact that today's workload was doomed, smiled in a way that suggested he had let go of all worldly attachments. Well, as long as everyone's smiling, I guess that's fine. And so, after a lively lunch banquet once the attendants had been dismissed, the Emperor and I sat face to face. Instead of wine, he had also brought a bottle of whiskey. He said he wanted to share a drink with me, just the two of us. May I pour for you? Of course. Let me taste a drink poured by my son. I uncorked the whiskey bottle and poured it into his glass, then mine. The rich golden liquid swirled inside. It had a good aroma. Did you really come just for Serenade's birthday? As I filled both glasses and sat back down, I asked. The Emperor scoffed. How many times must I tell you? I can skip your birthday, but I will always celebrate my daughter-in-law's. You don't even try to hide it anymore. Besides, coming here lets me see my adorable granddaughter. Did you see her squirming in my arms? She's so precious I could die. The Emperor grumbled about how he should have had daughters instead, saying that having only stiff-necked, unfilial sons had robbed him of this joy for years. I chuckled. You could have let us know, and we would have visited instead. Unnecessary. What if that little one caught a cold traveling back and forth? It's easier if I come. He swirled the whiskey in his glass, savoring its aroma before speaking again. So how is it? Raising a child, I smirked. There are happy moments and difficult ones. That's just how it is. Hold on to those happy moments. As time goes on, there will be fewer of them, and the hard times will only get harder. Now you're spoiling life itself for me still. The Emperor gazed at me with deep, knowing eyes. It's those memories of joy that keep parents going. The Emperor took a sip of his whiskey. I did the same, letting the aroma linger in my mouth. After a brief silence, the Emperor looked down at his glass and spoke. My son. Yes. Do you know what this whiskey is? Not being much of a drinker, I had assumed it was just some expensive liquor. Only now did I actually check the label on the bottle. Peacemaker Year 1 Imperial Whiskey. Wait, this is. I looked at the Emperor in shock. He nodded, inhaling the whiskey's scent again. It was brewed to commemorate my coronation. Peacemaker was the Emperor's middle name. Year 1 referred to the first year of his reign. In other words, this whiskey was made at the Imperial Distillery to mark his ascension to the throne. I remembered this whiskey. Back when I was first assigned as the Lord of Crossroad, I had served it to the then Border Duke in an effort to win his favor. This is a rare treasure. Is today some special occasion? The Emperor rolled the whiskey on his tongue before raising his sharp gaze to meet mine. The time has come. The time for what? The time to brew whiskey in your name. My eyes widened. That could only mean one thing. I've kept the throne warm long enough. It seems to me that you are ready. A faint smile formed on the Emperor's lips. It's time for you to inherit the crown, my son. Become the next ruler of your nation. I had always known this day would come. I just hadn't expected it to be today. As I sat there frozen, the Emperor casually shrugged. Of course, there is one thing that concerns me. What is it? If we name the whiskey after your middle name, it's not exactly an appealing brand, is it? Born Hater Year 1 Imperial Whiskey doesn't sound very appetizing, does it? With an amused twinkle in his eye, the Emperor continued. This could be a good chance to change your middle name. Dawnbringer has a nice ring to it. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meeting his gaze, I responded with equal playfulness. I'll stick with Born Hater. Any particular reason? If the name sounds too grand, wouldn't that be a problem? Alcohol isn't exactly good for your health, after all. You insufferable brat. The Emperor clicked his tongue. It seemed he still felt guilty for giving me the middle name Born Hater, a name that literally meant one born to hate. That was probably why he made such a suggestion. But Dawnbringer was the name I had used as the ruler of the Bringer Duchy. I couldn't take that name into the Everblack Empire, and more than anything for Born Hater to love the world, that is what truly holds meaning. Because Born Hater was, without a doubt, also me. The Emperor said nothing more. He simply held out his glass. Carefully, I raised mine to meet it. The whiskey he had brewed in the year of his ascension, in the year he passed the throne to Mew drank together. The end of the peacemaker era. The beginning of Born Hater. History would mark this as a turning point, but the two of us without a doubt remained connected, bound by a single shared drink. Slash. Chapter 853 Extra Story 28. After story, the bringers that evening, the birthday party I had prepared for Serenade was held. People from the duchy, Serenade's friends, old comrades, and many others visited the Duke's residence, bringing gifts. Wow, it's a mountain of presents. The gifts were for her mother, but Stella was the one bouncing with excitement. Since we couldn't possibly neglect our guests, the banquet hall was filled with food once again, and so I ate again. And since I couldn't just throw away the custom-ordered cake, I ended up eating my third cake of the day. Lucas watched me with his sharp blue eyes, smiling with almost saintly patience. Somehow, his gaze felt less like that of a knight and more like that of a personal trainer. As the joyful celebration continued, and after the party ended and night deepened, once Stella had dozed off from exhaustion, we tucked her into bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, Serenade and I returned to our bedroom. After changing into comfortable clothes, we sat across from each other at a small table by the window. As I had asked Elise beforehand, champagne and 2 glass flutes had been set up for us. If Lucas caught us drinking before bed, he would definitely scold us again, but on a night like this, how could I not have a drink? Sharing a drink alone with my husband, it's been a while. It has. Ever since Stella was born, we haven't had many moments like this. We filled our glasses and clinked them together lightly. After taking a sip, Serenade gazed at me with a face slightly flushed from the alcohol. Hee hee. Why are you laughing? Just looking at you makes me smile. You're being silly. She had held her liquor just fine earlier at the party, but now that we were drinking alone, she quickly started getting tipsy. Nangunim. You're cute even when you're drunk, my dear wife. As I chuckled, Serenade gestured to her cheek. Oh, I'm the birthday girl today, you know. All right, all right. I obediently placed a kiss on her cheek. Somehow, she seemed even happier about that than receiving gold and jewels earlier. She beamed with joy. Damn it, how long is she going to stay this adorable? Serenade. Yes, my love. I have something important to tell you. Are we planning for a second child? No, not that. I mean, of course, I'd love to have another child. But considering our struggles with infertility and the fact that Serenade's health had weakened after giving birth, I wasn't planning to push for it. Serenade. Hearing the seriousness in my voice, she blinked and then pressed her cheeks firmly, as if trying to sober up. Watching her attempt so earnestly, I couldn't help but smile. Then I finally spoke. I'm going to be emperor. Serenade's silver eyes widened. Father told me himself. We're beginning the formal preparations for my ascension. Serenade. She must have imagined this possibility before, but now that it was right in front of her, it seemed too surreal. I smiled and asked playfully, are you ready to become the Empress of Everblack? In response, Serenade quietly reached out and held my hand tightly. Do you remember when you proposed to me? I smiled softly as she did. Serenade returned the smile. I once told you that I wasn't sure if I deserved to stand by your side, that I didn't know if someone like me belonged next to someone as extraordinary as you. But now I understand. No one gives you the right to stand somewhere. What matters is how true I can be to myself. That is the only thing that's important. Holding both of my hands firmly, Serenade nodded with conviction. I won't lie to my heart anymore. No matter where you go in this world, I'll be by your side, because I love you more than anyone in this world. I leaned in and kissed my wife. I want to be a good emperor. Looking into Serenade's silver eyes, I continued. A good husband, a good father, a good person. And for that I need you. I'll do my best as your partner. For a while, we simply smiled at each other, saying nothing. Then Serenade suddenly blushed slightly, lowering her gaze as she whispered, by the way, about that second child, it is my birthday. Aren't you going to give me a present? I squeezed my eyes shut and then opened them again. Without a word, I silently stood up, walked over to Serenade, slipped my arms under her waist and thighs, and lifted her into my arms. Crack, ack! My entire body screamed in protest, weakened from lack of exercise and overindulgence in food and alcohol. Serenade might have been objectively light, but my body was objectively weak. Still, there's no way I'm backing down now. I wobbled toward the bed, and Serenade let out a playful squeal, wrapping her arms around my neck. The night deepened. The next morning, early dawn, when I stepped into the office, Daram was already there, having clocked in before sunrise. Buried in stacks of paperwork, she was busy scribbling with a pen and stamping documents. I watched her for a moment before calling out her name. Daram. Immediately, Daram snapped her head up and growled. For the last time, it's Bodibag. How many times do I have to tell Yauha? She suddenly blinked, looking startled. You actually called me by my real name. Wait, it wasn't Daram. It was Bodibag all along. My mistake. Ack, you call me weird names every day. Now I am the one getting confused. I chuckled and stood beside her, picking up one of the documents she was working on. How are your three nephews doing? I saw them at the party yesterday, but I was too busy to talk properly. They're doing well. Maybe because they've known me for so long, they listen to my requests quite well. My three nephews Larks Sonch had all grown into fine young men. I had kept a close watch on them, always mindful of potential problems, but the three of them had remained well behaved. There had been forces trying to sway them behind the scenes, but they had rejected every offer and attempt at persuasion. Of course, there was a rather amusing twist to the story yesterday. They kept taking turns asking me to dance over and over again. I was actually trying to sneak out of the party to catch up on some unfinished work, but thanks to them, I didn't get anything done. That's right. All three brothers had fallen for Daram. For the past 10 years, she had been looking after them, checking in on them, making sure they had everything they needed, keeping them company. She had grown close to them, and in doing so, she had completely set their hearts on fire. Ooh, the fatal woman Daram, the problem. Daram herself had absolutely no clue about their feelings, not even a hint. After seeing them for so long, they just feel like immature little brothers to me. I need to marry them off quickly, and yet, she's always telling me, introduce me to a nice guy, Your Excellency. Daram, the reason you're not dating isn't because you can't, it's because your romantic awareness is completely non-existent anyway. I cleared my throat, shifting the conversation to the real reason I was here. Daram blinked at me with her round eyes as I spoke. Daram, yes, Your Excellency, I'm going to be emperor. Wow, so the day has finally come. She didn't seem surprised at all. As my aide, she had been preparing for the possibility of me leaving the duchy for the empire for quite some time. I am starting the formal preparations for the coronation. That means I won't be able to manage the affairs of the Bringer Duchy anymore. I figured as much. So I need someone to handle the administration of the duchy. But since my absence might make things difficult when it comes to authority, I continued with the decision I had made long ago. I am establishing a chancellor position, someone who will act as the head of administration. Daram nodded thoughtfully. That's a great idea. Have you thought about who will take the position? It should be someone as sharp as you, someone who truly loves the Bringer Duchy. I can assist them as an aide, but ultimately they need to understand and care for this land deeply. Should I draft a list of suitable candidates? No need. I already have someone in mind. Oh, who is it? I extended my index finger and pointed forward. Daram followed the direction of my finger, looking behind her in confusion, then turned back to me. Seeing that she still didn't understand, I made it clear. It's you. There was a brief silence. Then Daram shot up from her seat in sheer panic. WHWHWH80. Why, you're joking, right, Your Excellency. I am just an aide. Exactly. Which means you already know every detail about the duchy's administration inside and out. I had thought about this for a long time. If I left for the empire, who would be the best person to govern this land? Not considering background or noble lineage, but purely based on ability. No matter how I looked at it, the answer was the same. Daram was the only one truly suited for the role. Don't feel pressured. You're not becoming a ruler. You'll be a bureaucrat in charge of managing the duchy's administration. Unlike me, who mostly handled matters from behind a desk, Daram had always been on the move, directly overseeing the affairs of the duchy. She was my eyes, the one who saw every corner of this land firsthand. She knew the reality of the Bringer Duchy better than anyone. More importantly, she was trusted and recognized by the people. She had carried my voice across the land and had listened to the voices of the citizens in return. I never planned to simply throw Daram into a high position. For now, I would still remain the Duke of Bringer. She would act as my chancellor, serving as my proxy. Daram clenched her fists, her voice trembling. I brought war upon this land. The ones who gave the orders were those above you. You were simply a soldier following commands. Besides, it was your testimony that revealed the truth of the incident. Because of that, the Empire officially apologized to the Duchy. For the first time in its history, the Empire had admitted fault and offered an official apology for its acts of aggression. It might still feel like a debt on a conscience, but in reality it had already been settled. Daram shook her head, pressing a hand to her chest as she shouted, "More than that, an elf. I'm not even human. Oh, well, all the previous dukes were dragons, you know. That's—" Daram faltered, unable to find a response, and lowered her head. I simply smiled. The Bringer Duchy has always been a nation built on ideals. Just look at Dusk Bringer, the one who passed those ideals down to me. She had been nothing more than a wandering orphan, yet she was chosen by Day Bringer, the former Duchess, and became her successor. Though the dragon blood that once symbolized the lineage had long since faded, as long as the Duchy's founding principle, the courage to not hate, remained. Nothing else mattered. Everything else could be learned. Well, that's something for the future. This would be a test for Daram as well. Would she remain as interim chancellor, or would she prove her capability, her courage to not hate and become the next Duchess, Day Bringer? That would depend on her actions as chancellor moving forward. Daram, Chancellor of Bringer, I extended my hand to her. Can I trust you to take care of this country that I love? After a long silence, I will do my best. With a trembling voice, Daram took my hand. I will do my very best, Your Excellency. Finally, a bright smile spread across her still round cheeks, because I love this country too. We shook hands firmly. After that, we discussed what needed to be done next. Since many of my followers, including myself, would be leaving for the Empire, the Duchy would need to recruit and integrate new officials. As Daram compiled a list of necessary positions, she suddenly let out an "ah" and spoke up. "Your Highness, your three nephews are incredibly talented. It might be a good idea to appoint them as administrators. Of course, don't worry. I'll personally make sure they stay in line and don't develop other ambitions. No, that's not the other ambition I am worried about. The real problem is their feelings for you. But wow, you really are the ultimate champion of being oblivious, huh? Well, learning to handle emotions like these is part of becoming a true leader." I didn't bother explaining. I simply let out a hearty laugh instead. She'd figure it out the hard way. And so, in the years to come, a ridiculous love triangle, or rather love square, would unfold in the Bringer Duchy, starring one completely oblivious woman and three love-struck brothers. But that is a story for another time. Slash. Chapter 842, Side Story 17. After story, meeting of the racial representatives, Imperial year 662. 10 years after the final battle against the monsters. Southern Empire. Crossroad. Congratulations, second meeting of the racial representatives. Celebi, the dwarf adorned with a golden crown, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the fluttering banner hanging at the north gate of Crossroad. "What's wrong, Celebi?" At that moment, a white deer approached Celebi's golden carriage. Riding atop the deer was Verdandi, the elf wearing a green laurel crown, who tilted her head curiously. "Is something the matter?" "Well, it's not exactly a problem," but Celebi muttered with a sour expression. "This is our second meeting. When exactly was the first one? Wasn't it a few years ago when we got together for a casual drinking session? Maybe that was the first one." Verdandi ended her sentence with a questioning tone. She too was clueless about the situation. And was our gathering ever such a big deal? Wasn't it just supposed to be a meal? That's what Ash said, wasn't it? Then why is it Celebi pointed under the banner with his hand? Being treated with such pomp and grandeur? At the north gate where the banner was displayed, soldiers of Crossroad were lined up in an orderly formation. As the two monarchs approached with visible discomfort, the soldiers shouted in loud, reverberating voices, "We welcome the master of the Golden Forge, the greatest blacksmith in the world. The king of the dwarves visits Crossroad. We welcome the daughter of the World Tree, the slayer of the evil dragon. The queen of the elves visits Crossroad." Following the soldiers' declaration, the citizens and tourists of Crossroad erupted into cheers. Why? Why did the embarrassment have to be ours? The dwarf and the elf instinctively covered their faces with their hands, awkwardly making their entrance. Why are there so many tourists? Are we some kind of spectacle? No, I think they are using us as a spectacle. Look, someone's up on that tower with binoculars, staring at us. At the north gate, Evangeline Cross, the Lord of Crossroad, stood with arms wide open, clad in a splendid ceremonial outfit, welcoming the two monarchs. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for enduring the long journey, representatives of your respective races. Celebi shrieked. Why are you making such a big deal out of this without even being asked? This is so overwhelming. As she approached the two, Evangeline smiled wickedly. Because making a fuss raises the prestige of Crossroad when you two visit. The representatives of each race gathered in one place, and in none other than Crossroad. This alone was a grand event. Evangeline had immediately decided to capitalize on this meeting as a tourist attraction, and so she spread the news of the monarch's visit far and wide, arranging for the city's tourists to witness the grand welcome. Verdandi shook her head in disbelief. You're still as cunning as ever, Evangeline. I'll take that as a compliment. Mwahaha. Evangeline laughed heartily, while Celebi ground his teeth in frustration. We should have met somewhere else instead of Crossroad. Verdandi let out a resigned laugh. Where, though? If not Crossroad, then where? Yeah, you're right. Damn it. Crossroad was still practically the only city where people of all races could gather freely without distrust. As they sighed and entered the city, tourists swarmed around them, chanting the monarch's names. Celebi, 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 Verdandi, Verdandi, Verdandi. Feeling even more embarrassed, the two monarchs fully covered their faces with their hands as they made their way inside. Their humiliation as tourist attractions was short-lived, however, as their expressions soon shifted to surprise as they glanced around. Crossroad has changed a lot. The streets are so much brighter, and there are way more tourists now. The streets, once filled with forges, Mana stone factories, and the smell of gunpowder and iron, had transformed significantly. The scent of flowers and fruits wafted through the air, and restaurants, hotels, and souvenir shops had sprung up like mushrooms after the rain. Of course, the sturdy walls and military barracks still remained, preserving the city's identity as a fortress town, but now it was brimming with the lively atmosphere unique to a tourist city. We did some marketing based on Senior's advice, Evangeline explained sheepishly, and it was a massive hit. 5 years ago, Ash and Serenade had proposed the idea of promoting Crossroad as a tourist destination. The first action, they took wash-hanging advertisements on the exterior walls of buildings in New Terra's Central Plaza. At the time, no advertisements were displayed in New Terra's Central Plaza, not even a single banner. The most advanced advertising methods on the continent were newspapers, magazines, and posters pasted on walls. The idea of turning an entire building exterior into an advertisement was utterly unprecedented, and they signed a contract for 100 years. Both the concept and the duration of the contract were unheard of. The owner of the clock tower was baffled by such an absurd proposal, but upon seeing the immense sum offered to secure the advertising rights, they readily agreed. To them, it was free money for a market that had never even existed before. All of this was carried out by Ash and Serenade, who went ahead with the plan and only informed Evangeline afterward. When Evangeline saw the astronomical cost of the project, she was aghast, but Serenade considered it a reasonable price, while Ash argued it was ridiculously cheap. People in this fantasy world don't understand the power of advertising. Hey, if you can slap a Crossroad tourism ad on this magnificent clock tower for 100 years, this price is practically a steal. A steal. You're going to thank me later. Not just Yaoya descendants, and their descendants will thank me too. Stop arguing and just buy it. And so, a groundbreaking, colossal banner advertisement was draped over the exterior of the clock tower in New Terra's Central Plaza. The format of the banner was unprecedented as well. Traditional advertisements focused on detailed descriptions of a product, accompanied by a small illustration. In contrast, Crossroads' wall advertisement turned the enormous banner into a canvas, filling it with vibrant, colorful illustrations. The image depicted a happy family, a couple, and two children, later revealed to be modeled after the family of Evangeline Cross, the Lord of Crossroad, dressed in light southern attire, holding hands, and strolling across a lush green field beneath a bright blue sky. The illustration was accompanied by a single line of text, "Let's go to Crossroad." This advertisement sparked an unprecedented sensation. The simple yet catchy slogan, the dazzling illustration, and the clear, direct message, the bold advertisement on New Terra's Central Clock Tower, instantly became the talk of the continent. People from other cities even traveled to New Terra just to see it. Even those who didn't want to see it had no choice. Every time they looked up to check the time on the clock tower, The enormous banner flapped in the wind, demanding attention. That year, the most popular outfit in New Terra was the clothing worn by the family in the illustration, and the most popular phrase was the slogan, "Let's go to Crossroad." But that wasn't the end of it. While the wall advertisement was making waves, Ash gave a brief interview to the New Terra Times, the largest newspaper in the city. The interview was supposed to be a formal discussion about his aspirations as Crown Prince and his future plans. But what truly caught attention was the QA at the end. Cue the Crossroad advertisement is a hot topic right now. As someone who ruled Crossroad for 3 years, do you have any comments? It's not just a city I governed. It's also where my wife and I went for our honeymoon. It's the warmest city in the empire, and it's convenient for visiting exotic southern countries like the Lake Kingdom. I highly recommend it as a honeymoon destination. Above all, the fruits are absolutely delicious. Crossroads fruits are on a completely different level compared to anywhere else. If you consider yourself a fruit lover, you'll know as soon as you take a bite. Be sure to try them out. This was the historic moment when the Everblack Empire witnessed its first viral marketing campaign. The honeymoon destination of the Crown Prince and Princess, a place with fruits of an entirely different caliber. Let's go to Crossroad. That summer, everyone in New Terra dressed in light southern attire and flocked to the southern regions for vacation. The roads were packed with endless lines of travelers heading south, and when they returned, they shared their experiences with others. Hey, Crossroads fruits, they're a different. Really, how are they different? They're a just different, you idiot. Go and try them yourself. Everyone said the same thing. The fruits were different, absolutely different, but they couldn't explain it in words. If you hadn't tried Crossroads fruits, you couldn't claim to have truly tasted fruit at all. In no time, New Terra society divided into two camps: those who hadn't tried Crossroads fruits, fruit ignoramuses, and those who had, fruit connoisseurs. Those who had tasted them flaunted their Crossroad fruit pride, while those who hadn't were looked down upon in social circles as uncultured and out of touch with trends. Whether out of a desire to keep up with the trends, genuine culinary curiosity, or simple interest in Crossroad itself, the snowball effect began to grow. Crossroad hosted a grand autumn festival and an even grander winter New Year's festival, but it also promoted the fresh, cool weather of spring and the sun-kissed fruits of summer. Marketing campaigns tailored to each season were launched, and the clock tower's banner advertisement was updated accordingly. From vacations to honeymoons, family trips to retirement, retreats, Crossroad catered to all kinds of travelers. By the end of the first year of advertising, Ash clenched his trembling fist and declared, "Finally, I've wreaked havoc in a way befitting an Ice Guy protagonist." Evangeline had no idea what he meant by that, but thanks to this innovative marketing campaign, Crossroad was overwhelmed with joyful success. 5 years passed like a whirlwind. In the southernmost region of the continent, Crossroad was rapidly cementing its identity as a booming tourist city. So that's what happened, that's how things changed. So much Verdandi marveled after hearing the story. Evangeline awkwardly scratched the back of her head. We started by focusing on marketing in New Terra, and the results were this good. Gradually, we're planning to expand the campaign across the entire continent, but well, flashy ads alone won't cut it. A tourist city needs solid attractions to back it up. I've been working hard to develop new entertainment spots and tourist landmarks looking around at the bustling city. Calliope spoke in a nostalgic tone. Crossroad is truly alive and thriving. At this, Evangeline raised her eyebrows with a sly grin. All thanks to you royal monarchs, of course. Without your help in protecting this city and the world, none of this would have been possible, would it? Your words sound nice, but saying that after using us as eye candy makes your sincerity a bit questionable. Ha ha ha. In exchange, I'll make sure to treat you very well this time, so let's call it even. The two monarchs were then escorted to the Lord's mansion. So, where's that Ash brat who called us here? And the rest of the racial representatives? Hannibal, attending as the representative of the half-bloods, arrived first. The others have sent word that they'll be here by today or at the latest tomorrow. Oh, my student is already here, huh? Of course. Just as I taught him, he's strict about managing his tea. Calliope trailed off mid-sentence. As the doors to the mansion opened, the sight that greeted them inside was horrifying. Lying sprawled out on the floor, looking utterly defeated, was none other than Hannibal. The leader of the half-blood faction, Hannibal, had matured into a proper young man. He still had a slightly petite build, and his cheeks retained a hint of baby fat, giving him a charming, boyish appearance. And yet, here he was, lying flat on the corridor floor, completely motionless. Hannibal, Celebi, startled out of his wits, ran over to check on him. "Pull yourself together, Hannibal. What on earth happened to you?" Uag master, I told you. You can start calling me teacher now. Never mind that who did this to you. Be careful, those guys, they're too scary, those guys." "Who are you talking about?" It was then. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of light, rapid footsteps echoed from deeper within the corridor. Celebi's head snapped toward the source of the noise. Some vicious, heinous monster must have done this to Hannibal. What kind of fiend was lurking here? However, when Celebi focused on the corridor, he saw no one. No matter how hard he squinted, there was no trace of anyone there. But he was sure of it. He had definitely heard something, huh? Only then did Celebi notice them. Down the long corridor leading further into the mansion, clinging to the walls on either side, were two tiny figures with mischievous grins plastered across their faces. The two 5-year-olds, Emerald Cross and Sapphire Cross. Thud! As soon as Celebi locked eyes with them, the twins simultaneously kicked off the walls they were climbing. The two launched themselves at Celebi like arrows, their movements sharp and precise. ARGH, Celebi screamed. It's a flying KIDS attack. Chapter 843, Side Story 18. After story meeting of racial representatives, 2, the kids have grown a lot. Celebi muttered blankly. As he spoke, the twins Emerald and Sapphire crawled all over Celebi's body. They tugged on the Dwarf King's beard and clapped their tiny hands on his bald head. Clap, clap. Kaya ha ha, ah ha ha. The two children burst into laughter. Their dazzling blonde hair, with one having green eyes and the other blue, made them look like the embodiment of baby angels. But their actions were nothing short of that of little devils. Ha! At that moment, Evangeline, who had been slightly delayed entering the Lord's manor while giving instructions to the servants at the gate, finally took in the scene. H. Celebi, are you okay? Hey, you little brats. What do you think you're doing? Kaya ha ha, ah ha ha ha. As their mother stormed over, fuming, the two little devils quickly jumped off Celebi. They scurried across the floor, running away as fast as their tiny legs could carry them. Their small bodies moved so swiftly that Evangeline's hands failed to catch them every time. The twins nimbly dodged her attempts, zigzagging around the guests and creating chaos as they spun around the room. Their next victim was Verdandi. Before she knew it, each of her hands was grabbed by one of the children, and she found herself spinning helplessly in place. Wara, Verdandi. By the time Evangeline's anguished cry rang out, the twins had already darted off in opposite directions, leaving Verdandi dizzy and leaning against the wall for support. The kids, they're so full of energy. I am so sorry, so sorry. They're such mischievous little rascals. Hey, you two, can't you sit still for 1 second? As Evangeline shouted at the top of her lungs, the two little devils gleefully hopped and skipped toward the entrance of the manor, leaving a trail of chaos behind them. Emerald, Sapphire. A young yet calm and authoritative voice called out the twins' names. The two children, who had been behaving like wild animals, froze with wide eyes and immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Standing further inside the manor was a boy who appeared to be around 10 years old. He had a thick head of reddish-brown hair, and his deep green eyes tinged with hints of brown held a maturity far beyond his years. It was Sid, who had recently turned 11. Stop causing trouble and come here. At Sid's words, the twins instantly stopped their antics and ran toward him. Once they reached him, they clung tightly to Sid's legs, peeking out cautiously from behind him. Sid gently patted their heads and offered a faint, wry smile. "I'm sorry. You must have all been startled. Emerald and Sapphire can be a bit too playful." Evangeline clasped her hands together, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Sid. "Thank you, Sid. Thank you. Really, I owe you my life. I don't know how I'd raise these kids without you." "Ha ha, it's nothing. I actually have fun playing with them too." Sid bowed politely toward Celebi and Verdandi. "Celebi, Verdandi, it's good to see you again. It's been a while." "Sid, Lily's boy, my goodness, the last time I saw you, you were this small. And now you're all grown up. It's hard to get used to how fast humans grow. How have you been, Sid?" Sid smiled politely and exchanged greetings. He then turned to Emerald and Sapphire, who looked ready to bolt at any moment. "Now, Emerald, Sapphire, apologize for playing too rough with the guests. We didn't mean it." The two 5-year-olds wiggled as they bowed deeply in apology. Well, it's not like there was any real harm done. They are just kids playing around while one could have considered their behavior disrespectful, considering they had messed with a king. The twins were still young children and, more importantly, the children of comrades. Calliope, whose beard had been tangled, and Verdandi, whose eyes were still spinning, were quick to forgive. Then ill take the kids and keep them busy for a while. Keep us busy, hee hee. Sid bowed courteously again before leading the twins into an adjoining room. Once the little whirlwind had passed, Evangeline repeatedly apologized to Calliope, Verdandi, and Hannibal. Seriously, I had no idea raising children would be this exhausting. As she guided the now settled group further into the manor, Evangeline shook her head in exasperation. From the moment they started crawling, they've been darting all over the house. Once they started walking, they roamed all around the city. And now that they can run like that, and now, they're a completely uncontrollable. You just saw, didn't you? They're a absolutely impossible. They don't listen to a word I say. Evangeline sighed heavily and rubbed her forehead. They don't even listen to their mom and dad, but for some reason, they always listen to Sid honestly. It's a miracle. Without him, she found herself envious of the well-behaved and responsible boy next door. Suddenly, she burst out in frustration. Why is Sid so kind and mature? And why are my kids like this? Why are they bouncing around like wild animals? Who do they take after, I wonder? It must be Lucas' side, right? I must have been a very obedient child when I was their age, though everyone suspected that Evangeline herself might be the culprit. No one dared voice their thoughts. About Sid. At that moment, Hannibal, who had been following behind Calliope, asked a question. Does he by any chance get along well with animals too? Ha! How did you know, Hannibal? You're right. Evangeline nodded in agreement. Whenever we go on a picnic to the forest, birds, squirrels, and all kinds of animals flock around Sid like he's a magnet. And let's not even mention the dogs and cats in the Villagethy absolutely adore him. Our kids. They're a over the moon just tagging along with him. And why? Do you know something, Hannibal? Hannibal cautiously nodded and began to explain. It's one of the traits of elven blood. It's commonly referred to as animal affinity. Based on what you've described, it seems to manifest quite strongly in Sid. So does that mean my kids are really like wild animals, and that's why they follow Sid around so well? Not necessarily. I was just explaining a theory. It's a trait we sometimes observe in half-bloods like him, Verdandi, who had been listening, gasped in surprise. But ever since magic disappeared, even we elves have been losing that trait. And yet you're saying Sid exhibits it. Calliope stroked his beard, furrowing his brows. Now that you mention it, this reminds me of something Ash said a while back. He called Sid the mana chosen. I think Diarmuidin also said something similar. That Sid's magical aptitude was extraordinary. Evangeline, listening to the conversation between the kings of different races, looked bewildered. But we live in a world where magic has disappeared, right? Doesn't that make the manifestation of such magical traits impossible? Celebi rubbed his chin and glanced toward Verdandi and Hannibal. Both nodded in unison, and Verdandi spoke softly. It seems like we'll need to look into this further. Following Hannibal, Celebi, and Verdandi, more kings began arriving at Crossroad one after another. Well, it's been a long time, everyone. Culan entered the drawing room of the Lord's Manor with his arms spread wide, greeting everyone enthusiastically. The waiting group erupted into cheers as they welcomed the Beast King. Hey, love-struck fool. You're finally here. We heard the news, Culan. Congratulations, congratulations. But where's Lady Yun? Didn't she come with you? Calliope, Verdandi, and Hannibal each spoke in turn. Culan, who had been bowing politely to everyone, scratched the back of his head awkwardly and smiled. She wanted to come, but she's still not fully recovered yet. Well, see her at the wedding then. Speaking of which, hey, where's the invitation, you rascal? You brought it, right? Calliope gestured urgently, causing Culan to sheepishly pull the wedding invitations from his coat. Sorry about that. I usually don't keep in touch, so it feels a bit awkward handing these out. Hey, listen here, you fool. Invitations are a must, no excuses. If you don't tell people about your wedding, they'll be more upset later. Even if someone accuses you of fishing for gifts, just take it on the chin and cut ties with them. Hand them out to everyone. Got it? Calliope rattled off his advice like a machine gun. Hannibal, listening from the side, broke out into a nervous sweat. Master, you seem to have a lot of unresolved feelings about wedding invitations. I do. No one ever gives me invitations. Kellerby exploded. They think that because I am a stingy dwarf, I'll complain about giving money if I get invited. Damn it, it's not true. Well, I will complain, but it's still better than not being invited at all. Please, just invite me, for the love of the goddess. Having vented his pent-up frustration, Kellerby turned his sharp gaze toward Cuelan. By the way, have you made the rings yet? Not yet. Things have been so hectic. I haven't gotten around to it. Want me to make them for you? Really? Would you do that, Kellerby? Of course. I even remember both of your ring sizes. I'll make you something spectacular. Ah, I don't even know how to thank you. Watching the two energetically plan out wedding jewelry, Verdandi chuckled softly. Hee hee. Talking about weddings reminds me of 9 years ago, but mid-sentence, Verdandi's face froze. As the kings recalled the legendary joint wedding from 9 years ago, their faces grew pale. They all coughed awkwardly, trying to dispel the memory. Fortunately, Evangeline was out at the north gate welcoming the next guests, so she wasn't present for this discussion. What a relief! Bang! The door to the drawing room swung open, and another guest stepped inside. Yoo-hoo, how's everyone doing? You all look as lively as ever. Ash entered with a radiant smile. Thanks to the Everblack royal family's anti-aging trait, the Crown Prince looked as youthful and energetic as ever, despite it being 10 years since the war. All the kings, once comrades in arms and rulers in their own right, immediately stood to greet him. You bratty prince, what have you been eating to look so healthy? Long time no see, Ash. Good to see you, Your Highness Ash. Captain, here's your invitation. Ash greeted everyone warmly, congratulated Cuelan on his upcoming wedding, and joined the lively conversations in the room. Tucking Cuelan's wedding invitation into his pocket, Ash smirked and raised his thumb, pointing toward himself. Well, let me add some good news of my own. Huh, what news? What's going on, Ash? As everyone looked at him curiously, Ash confidently declared, I'm going to be a father too. What? That's right. Ash the second is on the way. My child is coming into this world. Ash's exuberant announcement of here comes a new baby caused everyone to leap to their feet, rushing over to clap him on the back and congratulate him. Everyone knew how much Ash had struggled emotionally over the years due to not being able to have a child after his marriage. So when he shared the news, the group's faces lit up with relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts. I told you, didn't I? Balance is key. You need to pace yourself, take it easy. If you're too impatient, it just makes things harder. Kellerby scolded loudly, while Cuelan hastily grabbed a pen and paper nearby. Balance is key, take it easy, important, wait. Cuelan, what the hell are you writing down? WL, you know this is something I need to take to heart too. After another round of laughter and commotion, the group gradually settled down again. Good news just keeps coming, doesn't it? Kellerby smiled broadly and nodded in satisfaction. Ash is finally going to have a second generation. Ash raised both hands in the air, striking a victorious pose. Cuelan is marrying Yun, who has finally awakened. Cuelan, not to be outdone, quickly mimicked Ash's pose, flexing his biceps as if to emphasize his achievement, and clears throat. Kellerby coughed awkwardly, fidgeting a little before continuing. Actually, I also. Everyone turned to Kellerby with wide, stunned eyes. What? Hold on a second, what? Chapter 844, Side Story 19. After story, meeting of racial representatives. 3. It's a joke, just a joke. No need to get so serious, Kellerby grumbled under everyone's stunned gazes, hastily explaining himself. It's not my second generation being born. It's my third. My grandchildren, to be precise. Oh, congratulations, Kellerby. So you're officially a grandpa now, huh, grandpa? Cuelan teased, and Kellerby didn't even bother denying it. He just laughed heartily and nodded. I'm planning to spend a lot of time with my grandchildren, so I won't have any regrets later. For a moment, his gaze grew distant, as if he were reminiscing about Kellison. Then, snapping out of it, Kellerby pointed his finger at the group with a playful grin. And don't forget, all your second generations are like my third generation too. So bring them over, and I'll make sure they have fun. Will you give them allowances too? Allowances? Yeah, sure. I'll give them allowances. The mention of allowances made Kellerby visibly deflate. It turned out that his wife, the kingdom's treasurer, had a firm grip on the family finances. As Kellerby muttered something about how things were better back in my adventuring days, Hannibal stepped forward hesitantly, rubbing the back of his neck. Actually, everyone turned to him, waiting for his words. Hannibal scratched his head nervously before finally confessing. I'm about to have a second generation too. He. What? A different kind of shock rippled through the group. Hannibal, who had joined the war as the youngest hero fighting for the fate of the world, was still remembered by those in the World Guardian front as the wide-eyed boy in his early teens. With his face still holding traces of baby fat, he had always seemed so innocent Somion, who likely hadn't even held hands with a romantic partner. And now somehow, wow, they really weren't kidding when they said the quiet ones strike first. Well, Hannibal is now a proper adult. He's also the leader of an organization. It's not impossible for him to have a second generation, but the surprises didn't end there. The thing is I'm a bit of a free love advocate. Free love advocate. So I've had multiple partners, and, well, ahem. Somehow it just sort of turned out that Hannibal fidgeted, twiddling his fingers nervously before blurting out, I think 3 babies are going to be born around the same time, 3. How many exactly? Th3. Everyone's jaws dropped. While the half-blood community's culture of polyamorous relationships was well known and widely accepted, the kings present in the room were staunch believers in traditional monogamous, pure-love relationships. In short, none of them had the mental fortitude for this sort of advanced societal norm. Ash finally couldn't hold it in and jumped to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Hannibal. You shameless philanderer. Wait, it's kind of weird for you to say that. Ash Kulan broke out in a nervous sweat. After all, wasn't Ash once the Empire's most notorious plebe? While he might now be the leader of the Pure Love camp, hearing him call someone else out for being promiscuous still felt odd. Mikkel, his sister, and now Hannibal. Why are the younger generation these days so scandalous? Verdandi, the epitome of pure and devoted love, hastily opened her fan and fanned her flushed face in a flustered attempt to cool down. Hannibal, that rascal, I taught him how to craft equipment, and he went ahead and crafted kids. Instead, Calliope muttered in a daze. Ash, snapping out of his shock, suddenly remembered something and turned to Hannibal with urgency. Wait a second. Does your father know about this? At the mention of Zennies, Hannibal scratched his head even harder, looking guilty. As you know, my father's been wandering across the continent, so I haven't been able to contact him in time. Ash's face turned red with anger as he pointed at Hannibal again. You brat. Your father has lived his whole life as a solitary bachelor, and here you are acting so shamelessly. I tried to set him up with people. I even arranged dates for him and introduced him to great potential partners. He's the one who refused, okay? What am I supposed to do about that? Regardless of his defense, the news that the youngest hero of the World Guardian front was about to welcome not 1, but 3 children left everyone reeling. It took some time for the commotion to settle. When the room finally calmed down, Verdandi, who had yet to share her updates, cleared her throat with a softer hem and began to speak. Ever since magic disappeared, we elves can no longer live for thousands of years, as we once did. The natural death rate among elderly elves had drastically increased. The elves were no longer an immortal race. We may still have long lives, but I've come to realize that mine isn't infinite anymore. And so Verdandi's face suddenly turned bright red. Somehow, everyone had a sense of where this was going. Smiling gently, they all turned their eyes toward Verdandi, who was now trembling slightly. Finally, she reached into her coat and pulled out a small stack of papers, thrusting them forward. Well, I've decided to take a spouse here are the wedding invitations. The group erupted in cheers, eagerly snatching the invitations from her hands. Blushing furiously all the way to the tips of her long ears, Verdandi stood frozen, trembling slightly, as she clutched the remaining stack of invitations. Everyone's getting married, having second generations, third generations, just popping out good news left and right. Congratulations, Verdandi. Who's the lucky one? It says here it's her royal advisor. So you fell for him while working together, huh? But wait, isn't he way younger than you? You didn't seem like the type, but Verdandi, you're quite the charmer. Congratulations. Amid the teasing, Verdandi chuckled awkwardly. She had come prepared to be ridiculed, so she could endure it. I must ensure the continuation of the royal elven lineage. It's less about personal feelings and more for the sake of my kingdom and the greater cause. So, who proposed first? Ash grinned slyly as he asked. Verdandi trembled slightly and lowered her head. I was the one who proposed first. What did you say when you proposed? Quillan asked curiously, prompting Verdandi to mumble nervously. I said, I am certain that spending the rest of my life with you would be worthwhile. Wait, why am I even reciting this? Perhaps because she had practiced her proposal hundreds of times beforehand, Verdandi ended up confessing the exact words in detail in response to Quillan's casual question. The group burst into laughter. Ash, holding his stomach, immediately stood up, struck a romantic pose, and extended his hand toward Quillan with a mock expression of longing. I am certain that spending the rest of my life with you would be worthwhile. Why, your majesty? Quillan, playing along, clasped his hands over his mouth and pretended to be moved to tears. Watching this impromptu reenactment, Celebi and Hannibal rolled on the floor, howling with laughter. Still smiling, Verdandi pulled something new out of her coat. It wasn't another invitation, it was a dagger. Shortly after, Verdandi used her dagger diplomacy to force everyone to offer profuse apologies. Thud. The drawing room doors burst open, and the siblings of the merfolk race, the Rompler twins, swept in, their light blue hair flowing dramatically behind them. Yoo-hoo, how's everyone been? We dropped everything and rushed over since you said there'd be a reunion. Rompellers, long time no see. How've you been? The group warmly welcomed the merfolk siblings. The news of second generations, third generations, and wedding invitations was passed on once again. This time, however, the Rompler twins handed out thin booklets pamphlets to the other kings. Everyone received them with a puzzled expression. What's this? Oh, it's a new business venture, inspired by none other than Crown Prince Ash himself. Ash grinned, as if he'd been waiting for this moment, while the Rompler siblings shrugged and began their explanation. We've retired from piracy and started a passenger ship business. Passenger ships? There's been a massive boom in tourism to the southern parts of the continent recently. But traveling by land is tiring and time-consuming, so we're transporting tourists on our ships instead. In truth, this was another brainchild of Ash and Serenade. When discussing ways to rehabilitate the pirate crews, various proposals had been considered. Initially, the most likely option was to recruit them into the Imperial Navy. However, the Rompler pirates had ultimately declined, citing their desire to live freely. Thus, the second proposal emerged, the passenger ship business, with the burgeoning tourism of Crossroad, which was transforming into a rising tourist hub, and the re-establishment of the Lake Kingdom. There was plenty of demand. Several sailing ships owned by the Rompler pirates were retrofitted into passenger vessels by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, and the business had been running successfully for several years now. But isn't Crossroad inland? It's pretty far from the ocean. Celebi pointed out. The Rompler siblings nodded knowingly. Well, you see, during the last battle, the world map kind of got rearranged. Back during the final battle, the monstrous invasion, during the great beast Watertons like Ziz, Behemoth, and Leviathan had surged out from the Black Lake. Their sheer power had caused literal tectonic shifts, permanently altering the continent's geography. As a result, a massive canyon split open near Crossroad. Now, you can sail inland from the eastern sea right up to a small port we built near Crossroad. It's still a few days' travel from Crossroad itself, but at least the ships can dock much closer now. This new port had only been operational for less than a year, so it was no wonder that the other kings were unfamiliar with it. The pamphlet the Rompler twins distributed was an advertisement for passenger routes between this port and the new Terra Harbor. This entire port idea and the initial business investment were all thanks to Crown Prince Ash and the Silver Winter Guild. Major shareholder, thank you so much. Loyalty, loyalty. The Rompler twins snapped a playful salute toward Ash, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. When did you set this up, you little brat? Ash rubbed his forehead smugly, letting out a pompous laugh. Well, from the very beginning, of course. This wasn't an exaggeration. Even back when Ash was merely the Lord of Crossroad, he had been planning its transformation into a tourism-based city. The passenger ship business had been part of those early brainstorming sessions. Of course, back then, it had been more of a wouldn't it be nice if kind of idea rather than something he ever thought would come to fruition. All right, so for your honeymoons, make sure to book with Rompler Cruises. We've got luxury suites ready just for you. After successfully squeezing in a PR moment for their new business, the room eventually calmed down again. But Ash's smile faded as he glanced outside with a puzzled look. Wait, where's Evangeline? She hasn't shown up yet, and there are things we need to discuss with the Lord of Crossroad. All the guests had arrived, yet the host herself had been absent for some time. Curious, Ash opened the drawing room doors and stepped out, glancing toward the manor's entrance. "Evangeline, where are you? We need to talk about." Ash froze mid-sentence. There, in a corner of the hallway, were Evangeline and Lucas, and they were locked in a heated kiss. More accurately, Evangeline had Lucas pinned against the wall, aggressively pulling him closer as she practically devoured his lips. Their eyes awkwardly met. As Evangeline opened her mouth slightly, the lower lip she had been biting on finally popped back into place with a soft smack. Ash, now breaking out into a cold sweat, slowly took a step back, retreating. "Ah, carry on. You haven't seen each other in a while, so take your time catching up, Enno, my lord. We were just about to head back in." "Ahem. I'll handle the guests, so you go and spend some time with the kids. And make sure to thank Sid for me." Evangeline and Lucas quickly separated, their faces flushed red. They both cleared their throats, fidgeted, and helped straighten each other's clothes before parting ways. Evangeline followed Ash back toward the drawing room, while Lucas went to the small room where the children were playing. Walking side by side, Ash chuckled quietly. "You two are still as close as ever." Shut up. "We don't fight because we barely see each other, that's all." Evangeline growled defensively, but soon furrowed her brows in confusion. "Wait, why am I attending the meeting too? Because you need to. This is the racial representatives meeting, isn't it? The representative for the human race is you, not me. What role do I have in this?" "You have one." Ash smiled slyly. "In fact, you might end up having the most important role of all." Evangeline tilted her head, puzzled, not understanding what he meant. In the drawing room, Ash surveyed the people seated around the room. There was Calliope, the king of the dwarves, Verdandi, the queen of the elves, Cuilan, the beast king, the Rompula siblings, representing the merfolk, Hannibal, representing the half-blood community, and finally Evangeline, the lord of Crossroad. Taking a deep breath, Ash began to explain the purpose behind this gathering. "We're now going to officially activate the Jupiter Foundation." The kings and representatives looked surprised, their expressions ranging from curiosity to shock. Ash nodded, confirming their reactions. "And to make that happen, I need help from all of you." Chapter 845, Side Story 20. After story, meeting of racial representatives. 4. The Jupiter Foundation. "You mean that historical foundation you established?" At Calliope's question, I nodded. "That's right. Until now, we've focused solely on selecting and training historians, but it's time to start moving forward in earnest." I looked around the room at everyone gathered and continued. "As the Foundation's first trial project, we plan to meticulously document the final 3 years of the war against the beasts fought here in Crossroad. Together with Junior, who had spent the last decade mastering the basics of becoming a historian, and the many historians I've selected and trained, we will record every detail of the 3 years of war waged on the southern front against the beasts." Originally, the Jupiter Foundation's first project was supposed to be on a different topic. The initial plan was to research and document the history of the now-destroyed kingdom of Camelamore, specifically, the Empire's invasion of the kingdom of Camilla. This was the war that determined the fates of Jupiter, Rene, Junior, the three mages, Hecate, and countless others. Exploring and uncovering the truth of that war had been the intended focus of the Foundation's inaugural project. However, it was a politically sensitive and deeply challenging subject to tackle without the proper resources and maturity. The Emperor, still very much alive, as well as numerous high-ranking officials of the Empire, would likely disapprove. It was a subject fraught with political landmines. Of course, we could have pressed forward, disregarding the risks, but I feared the possibility of failing due to haste and ambition. For that reason, we decided to postpone the Camilla project until later, until I ascended the throne and could lend the project more political weight, and until the Jupiter Foundation itself had matured. Instead, we would begin with something more achievable, documenting the history of the Southern Front's war against the beasts. It was a way to test the Foundation's capabilities and ensure the war's memory wouldn't fade from people's minds before all the veterans were gone, while their voices could still be heard. And for this project, I'll need the help of everyone here. I looked around the room again, emphasizing my point. The 3 years of the Southern Front War were not just a history of fighting the beasts. They were also a history of the world's united effort of every race coming together to stand against a common enemy. It was only fitting to include perspectives, not only from humans, but from every race that had contributed to this struggle. And for the nature of this project, Evangeline, it'll be relying on your help a lot. Since the project was about documenting the war fought in Crossroad, it was natural that the Lord of Crossroads' assistance would be essential. Of course, I'll gladly help. But what exactly would I be doing? Evangeline looked puzzled, unsure of her role. I smiled gently. We're planning to build a war memorial museum here in Crossroad. In addition, I'd like to see monuments erected at major battle sites, along with plaques or markers explaining the events that took place there. We could even hire guides to provide tour. To put it more directly, I want to develop a tourism course that can faithfully convey the story of that war to visitors who come to this city. The Jupiter Foundation would conduct interviews with soldiers who had fought in the war, witnesses who had seen the battles firsthand, and even the rulers of the various nations involved. Historical records would be gathered and analyzed. From this, we would create a comprehensive history. At the same time, we would build a war memorial museum in Crossroad, filling it with exhibits based on the Jupiter Foundation's research. The countless defensive battles we fought, the lives lost in the process, the names of those who participated, and the achievements they accomplished, all of it would be preserved so it wouldn't be forgotten. This would be a monumental project requiring at least 10 years to complete. The idea had crossed my mind before. Evangeline hesitated as she spoke, but I was cautious. That war cost so many lives and caused so much suffering. Would it really be okay to use it as a tourist attraction for the city? Is it really right to turn that war and the deaths that came with it into something for people to visit and observe? I listened to her question and smiled softly. Once, in this world, death had been as common as wildflowers, especially here in the southern front, where mercenaries with nowhere else to go flocked to keep the front lines alive with their lives. Death had long been treated as a trivial thing. But now, things were different. People now believed that deaths for the greater cause were noble and meaningful. At the very least, they believed that none of the lives lost in that war had been meaningless. Evangeline's question represented this shift in perspective. The once overlooked deaths of so many have now been acknowledged, their memory carefully preserved in cemeteries. People now treated those deaths with reverence, even hesitating to let others view them carelessly. These deaths were understood as sacred and beautiful. It was time to move to the next step. This is how I see it. That war and those deaths must not be treated lightly. But I spoke the words I had considered for so long. It's better to ensure that people remember Evan if it's through fleeting visits to this citathon to let it all fade into obscurity. In truth, this was one of the reasons I had subtly supported Crossroads' transformation into a tourist city. The more Crossroad thrived as a tourist destination, the more people come to this place. The more people will remember the war that took place here. It's not just about mourning the deaths. I want to share the experience of how we all united under a single banner during that war. I glanced around at everyone present, people of different genders, races, and origins. That precious memory of people coming together before the brink of annihilation, I hope the world never forgets it and continues to reflect on it endlessly. Crossroad has risen rapidly as a tourist city thanks to successful marketing. But as a tourist destination, it still lacks depth, it lacks content. Evangeline let out a small groan at my pointed remark. You're hitting me where it hurts, you're doing well, Evangeline. But there's no need to focus only on showing the pretty and polished side of things. Don't be ashamed to show Crossroad for what it truly is. A warm southern city, brimming with the fragrance of flowers and ripe fruit. That's one side of Crossroad. But it's also a military city, a fortress city, southernmost frontline that stood against the beasts. That is what sets Crossroad apart from every other city. When I toured Crossroad recently, I could feel Evangeline's inner turmoil. The crossroad of steel and oil, and the crossroad of flowers and fruits. She must have struggled deeply, thinking the two were at odds with one another, unsure of how to reconcile them. A city of flowers and fruits, and a fortress that repelled the beasts, both a crossroad. You don't have to hide or cover up either of them. Just show them both boldly and proudly. Evangeline swallowed hard. Do you think those two things can coexist? Of course. In this stark, steel-laden fortress city, your mother opened a flower shop and your father fell in love with her. If it's Yaosomion who carries on both your parents' legacy, from the weapons of your father to the orchard of your mother, then surely You can embrace both flowers and steel. I'll handle the initial investment for this historical project. The profits from future endeavors will go toward honoring the fallen and improving the welfare of veterans. Meanwhile, Crossroad gains a valuable tourist attraction. At that, Kelabi suddenly spoke up. Well, invest, too. I waved my hand in surprise. Your offer is appreciated, but this isn't a large-scale project. You really don't need to. It's enough if you just help with creating the historical records and filling the museum still. Let us chip in a little. At least let us put our names on it. This is a project to honor our comrades, after all. Kelabi grinned. If we skip out on something like this, Kellison would probably scold me from the afterlife. Verdandi raised her hand. Well, join as well, Ash. Then Kuelan followed, along with the Rompula siblings. You wouldn't leave us out, would you, Captain? We're broke, but IOUs work too, right? Kellison, Skuld, Curaher, King Poseidon, everyone here had someone they wanted to honor. Someone whose memory deserved to shine just a little longer because of this project. Even Hannibal and Evangeline were smiling now as they raised their hands to join in. Looking around at everyone, I couldn't help but smile awkwardly. All right, let's record this together and let's honor them all together. Even though 10 years had passed, the memories of those days still felt as vivid as if they had happened just yesterday. Nodding, I raised my glass. The history we all created together, the moments we all shared together. Everyone lifted their glasses, clinking them with mine as we toasted. And so, the first project of the Jupiter Foundation began. The next day, a new guest arrived late at Crossroads North Gate. It's been so long since I've been to Crossroad. He tapped the ground with his long staff and stroked his lengthy white beard at the same time. He was dressed like a tourist, wearing a floral shirt, shorts, and oversized sunglasses that sparkled under the sun. It was none other than Diarmuidin, the Lord of the Ivory Tower. It's much warmer here than in New Terra. Is this why people always rave about the South? Diarmuidin. Evangeline and I rushed out to greet him together. Evangeline smiled warmly as she quickly took his luggage from him. How was your trip? Everything all right? Thanks to Crown Prince Ash sending a carriage, it was a very comfortable journey. And how have you been, Lady of Crossroad? Oh, the same as always. And you, Lord Diarmuidin, look as lively as ever. Ha ha ha. I always make an effort to live younger than my age. As the two laughed and chatted, I followed them slowly from behind. 10 years since the war. Even though Diarmuidin had already been elderly during the final battle, he was still holding strong. However, the noticeable weight loss and the way his back hunched more than before were undeniable signs that time spares no one. True to his declaration after the final battle, Diarmuidin had transformed the Ivory Tower into a foundation dedicated to the study of magic's history. As magic wielders in this world often overlapped with scholars, the Ivory Tower still served as a great repository of knowledge. This also meant that the Ivory Tower had a close partnership with the Jupiter Foundation. All historians affiliated with the Jupiter Foundation studied at the Ivory Tower as part of their training. Diarmuidin and I met frequently to discuss the future direction of the Jupiter Foundation. Did you speak with the others, Crown Prince Ash? How did it go? Yes, everyone agreed to help without hesitation. They even offered to invest. That's good to hear. The Jupiter Foundation's historians may be young, but they are brilliant minds. Once things start moving in earnest, they'll be able to make a positive impact on the world. Diarmuidin and I had already agreed on all matters concerning the Jupiter Foundation. Still, I had insisted on bringing the elderly sage to Crossroad not only because his presence added credibility to the meeting, but also because he himself wanted to see his old comrades again. The Crossroad branch of the Ivory Tower is already set up. I'll stay there for a while. A bit of warm sunlight might do wonders for these aching old bones. His visit also doubled as a vacation and recovery period for him. Diarmuidin had been longing to visit ever since he saw an advertisement for Crossroad on the outer wall of New Terra's central square. However, he'd been too busy to make the trip until now, using the meeting as an excuse to hastily take leave. Just look at his floral-patterned shirt, his sunglasses, and his meticulously braided hair and beard. The so-called Crossroad branch of the Ivory Tower wasn't anything extravagant. It was simply a small building constructed on a plot of land that had been transferred to the Ivory Tower long ago. It was more of a villa than a proper branch, but it was sufficient for the old sage to rest and recuperate. Well, it seems there's nothing more for me to do here. Maybe I'll just meet my old comrades, drink myself silly, and let the sun tan my pale skin. Diarmuidin began humming a cheerful tune, already slipping into vacation mode. I subtly interrupted him. By the way, Lord Diarmuidin, there's something you need to do. I am on vacation, you know. Besides, didn't you say we've already agreed on everything? What else do you want me to do? It's about Sid. I lowered my voice, recalling what the other kings had told me yesterday about Sid's manifested trait. It might lead to a clue in your ongoing research on the remnants of magic. The aged archmage's weary eyes, which had dulled with time, suddenly gleamed with an intense, piercing light, unmistakable spark of unquenched curiosity. Chapter 846 Side Story 21. After Story Sid 2, Imperial Year 662. 10 years after the final battle against the monsters. Southern end of the Empire. Crossroad. The Lord's Manor. Children's Playroom. Daddy, Daddy. The 5-year-old twins, Emerald and Sapphire, came running toward Lucas with quick, eager steps. Pick us up. Pick us up. Lucas smiled warmly at his two children, who were so angelic they could have been mistaken for cherubs. He opened his arms wide. "You're just like your mom, come here." The twins threw themselves at their father, burrowing into his embrace. Hi-ya! And at the perfect timing, they both launched a synchronized attack, slamming their small bodies into Lucas' solar plexus with pinpoint accuracy. Gook though they were his children, their combination strike was absolutely flawless. Lucas clutched his solar plexus and crumpled to the floor. You're just like your mom. The twins, now perched on their father's fallen body, began bouncing up and down with peals of laughter. Climb on, stomp him, stomp him. Their angelic faces were now adorned with mischievous grins. Lucas, kicked and pummeled by his children, eventually surrendered completely. Watching this unfold, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I've heard the twins are notorious troublemakers, but seeing them in action, they're terrifying. To think they could subdue Lucas, the greatest swordsman in the Empire, in an instant. Still, as I glanced at Lucas, who was smiling despite being beaten up, I couldn't help but feel happy as well. You look happy, Lucas. I don't get to see my children often. I am grateful for every moment like this. As Lucas spoke, 4 chubby little hands enthusiastically patted his cheeks. Being a dad really wasn't an easy job. Then, as if deciding they'd had enough fun with their father, the twins suddenly turned their gazes toward me. Gulp! Emerald's green eyes and Sapphire's blue eyes gleamed like those of wild beasts that had spotted their next prey. Heya, woohee! On all fours they began crawling toward me at lightning speed. Oh my God, quadrupedal movement. Here. A scream escaped me before I could stop myself. Nuo. Lucas, who had sprung up from the floor, leapt between me and the twins, throwing himself down dramatically. Don't touch the master. Hit me instead, just hit me. The twins paused, exchanged glances, and then broke into bright smiles. Okay, and so it was decided. The twins resumed pummeling Lucas instead of me. Whenever it looked like their attention might shift toward me, Lucas would hurl himself in front of them to shield me. What a heartwarming display of loyalty. This one-sided beatdown continued until the true ruler of the household, Evangeline, finally arrived. You two troublemakers. How many times do I have to tell you to stop bothering your father? The twins, who had been drawing on Lucas' face with crayons, burst into laughter and scrambled away. Mommy's here. Scary. You little rascals. Can't you stay still for once? Evangeline lunged to catch them, but the twins rolled and dodged nimbly, evading her grasp with ease. Haha, I folded my arms behind my back and watched the spectacle with amusement. In Korea, there's a saying, 4-year-olds are annoying, and 7-year-olds make you want to kill them. It's a phrase that describes the phases of childhood when kids drive their parents up the wall. Though it sounds extreme, any parent who's been through it can relate. Indeed, Emerald and Sapphire were doing an excellent job tormenting their parents. I couldn't help but look forward to their future mischief. You've got a tough road ahead, Lucas, I teased. He with his face now covered in an abstract crayon masterpiece, Lucas let out a meaningful chuckle. Have you forgotten, my lord? You're a next Gar. At the mention of Serenade, who was carrying my second child, a surge of anxiety washed over me. Will my child also become a reckless, wild troublemaker like these two? No, no way. My child will be kind, upright, and a paragon of filial piety. I am sure of it. Yes, please keep believing that, Jaya. As I trembled in fear of the daunting future that lay ahead, the twins launched a new raid on their mother. They clung to Evangeline's sides, tickling her mercilessly under her arms and ribs. Even the formidable Evangeline was on the verge of collapse. And just then, a calm but firm voice rang out. "Kids." The voice was young, yet carried an air of quiet authority. "Your parents are struggling. Stop messing around." As if by magic, the two little devils stopped tormenting their mother. They gently climbed down to the floor and scurried toward the source of the voice. At the entrance to the playroom stood a boy with red hair. As the twins approached, he reached out to softly pat their heads. "There, there. Good kids." Emerald and Sapphire, like well-trained wild animals, obediently sat down and accepted his touch. Witnessing this miraculous scene, we all felt a shiver run down our spines. This was the epitome of a model child. The child who, even at 4 and 7, never once caused trouble for his parents, a legend in the realm of child-rearing. "Sid, godfather." Sid bowed politely to me. His small frame straightened after the courteous gesture, and a soft smile spread across his round face. "It's been a while, godfather. Have you been well?" Look at that mature smile and composed demeanor. Is this child really only 11 years old? He's the very embodiment of kindness, righteousness, and filial piety, a paragon of virtue. "Lily, how in the world did you raise this kid?" I need to ask for your parenting secrets. No matter how many times I asked. She never told me, she just said Sid grew up like this all on his own at my muttered words. Evangeline, who was sprawled next to Lucas, replied in a defeated tone. In any case, Sid, the wild animal Tamino, the older sibling who skillfully managed the chaotic twins, turned to us and spoke politely. "I'll take care of the children so the adults can attend to their business." "No, Sid." I smiled gently at him. "I came here today to see you." "Me? You came to see me?" Sid's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, Emerald and Sapphire let out low growls and clung to Sid's pant legs from either side. It seemed they didn't like the idea of their big brother being taken away to talk. But why did they look more like guard dogs protecting their master? Seeing that reminds me of the two of you when you were younger. We were like that. We weren't like that, actually. Maybe we were Evangeline, and Lucas got lost in their memories. Oh, you two were definitely like that. I vividly recalled the duo of knights who clung to my sides and growled at anyone who dared approach me. That was over 10 years ago. Now that I think about it, the twins really do resemble their parents. But back to the matter at hand, I needed to have an important conversation with Sid. I gave Evangeline and Lucas a pointed look. Understanding my intention, the two swiftly stood up and grabbed Emerald and Sapphire. "Stay still." "Ah, don't bite Mom's hand. Let's play with Dad, kids. Come on, let's go." While the young parents wrestled with their squirming, wild animal-like children, I quickly led Sid out of the playroom. "I'll be back soon. Take your time, my lord. Act on pull my hair. Well, have a lovely family time while you're gone." Leaving behind the playroom, now transformed into a chaotic battlefield, we made our escape. Raising kids really wasn't an easy job. "Godfather, is there something wrong?" Sid walked beside me, his face filled with concern. Did I do something wrong? His large eyes, shimmering with unease, looked up at me. They were the eyes of a child who had matured far too early for his age. There was a depth in them that was almost unsettling. For a moment I couldn't find the words to speak. Then I smiled warmly at him. "No, it's quite the opposite. The opposite. There's something only you can do. I've come to ask for your help." I gently placed my hand on Sid's shoulder and guided him forward. "Let's go. Someone is waiting for you." Diarmuidin was waiting for us in the drawing room. The old mage, who was stroking his neatly braided beard, immediately lit up with interest when Sid entered the room. Ho ho, indeed. Seeing Sid looking unsure of what to do, I quickly stepped forward and introduced them. "It's been a while since you last met, hasn't it? This is Diarmuidin. He's the head of the ivory tower of the Magic History Foundation and was once your mother's colleague." "Hello, Sir Diarmuidin." Sid immediately bowed politely. Diarmuidin removed his sunglasses and placed them on the table before gesturing to Sid. "Yes, it's been a long time since I last saw you as a baby. Come closer, will you?" Though Sid hesitated for a moment, he didn't stop. He walked over and sat on the sofa in front of Diarmuidin. The old mage studied the boy carefully. "Even when I saw you as a baby, I could feel it." After a long examination, Diarmuidin finally spoke. "Such extraordinary talent. Had you been born in the age of magic, your name would have resounded across the world. People would have praised you for generations to come." The mana chosen. Sid's innate magical talent was overwhelming, to say the least. It was so immense that even in the womb, his mana sensitivity caused constant discomfort for his mother, Lily. Even in the bleak visions of the future id, seen after the world's destruction, Sid had risen as the sole archmage of that era. And even now, in a world where magic had all but vanished, fragments of his talents still lingered. It's truly a pity. If the age of magic had persisted, I would gladly have handed over the position of master of the ivory tower to you. Diarmuidin's regretful words made Sid tilt his head in confusion. Excuse me, but what exactly is magic? I've heard my mother mention it a few times, but I've never seen it myself. Diarmuidin stroked his beard, letting out a good-natured chuckle. The usually strict old man was surprisingly gentle when it came to children. Magic was once the miraculous light that supported this world. The miraculous light. But because it was fundamentally a borrowed power from another realm, your godfather destroyed it to free our world completely. Diarmuidin glanced at me briefly. I shrugged awkwardly. Well, it was true that I had effectively rendered an entire class of mages unemployed. But even though that power has faded from the world, remnants of it still linger in certain places. As he spoke, Diarmuidin began rummaging through his belongings. As the head of the Magic History Foundation, I've spent the past 10 years collecting, identifying, and studying these remnants of magic. Diarmuidin reached into his robes and pulled out an item, holding it out for us to see. Do you see this? The object he revealed was a necklace with a transparent gemstone dangling from it. Even with the heightened perception that came from having held the power of three absolute beings, I couldn't detect anything particularly strange about it. Only by focusing intently could I barely sense a faint ripple of energy emanating from the necklace. But Sid saw something entirely different. What is this? Something blue, it's glowing and spilling out from the necklace. Diarmuidin and I exchanged a look. Can you see it, Prince Ash? Beyond a faint ripple, no, nothing, the same for me. But it seems the boy can see it much more clearly. Diarmuidin extended the necklace towards Sid. Would you like to touch it? Sid hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out. The instant his fingertips made contact with the necklace, whoosh, a cool gust of wind burst forth from the necklace. The curtains in the drawing room flapped wildly, and the flames of the lit candles tilted sharply to the side. While Diarmuidin and I could only perceive the gusts of wind and their physical effects, Sid saw something far more extraordinary. Blue particles, they lay everywhere. The boy's wide eyes darted around, following the shimmering motes. It's beautiful. As quickly as it had come, the wind began to subside. The light from the necklace gradually dimmed and faded away. It's disappearing. The glow is fading a moment later. The drawing room returned to its previous calm, as if the windstorm had never happened. Diarmuidin leaned forward slightly and spoke softly to the stunned Sid, who was still processing what had just happened. This is a remnant of magic, a fragment of a miracle. When the gate to the spirit realm was sealed, and all the guardian trees vanished, the vast majority of mana simply evaporated into nothingness. However, Diarmuidin held the now dull necklace aloft. A small fraction, an exceedingly tiny amount of mana, and the magic it created still lingers in scattered places across this world. This stray mana, left unchecked, can manifest in unpredictable ways. It might do something as harmless as turning grass red, or bring rain to a drought-stricken land, or provide warmth on a cold winter night. But the old mage's weary eyes locked onto the boy's clear, innocent gaze. In the worst-case scenario, it could manifest as an enormous infernal disaster that burns the entire world to ash. Sid swallowed hard, his throat bobbing with nervous tension. Diarmuidin continued, his tone earnest. For years, I've been working to safely eliminate these remnants of magic. But even for someone once hailed as an archmage, it hasn't been an easy task. Simply locating these remnants is a monumental challenge, and removing them is even harder. Most of the time, I've had to settle for storing them or recording their locations. But with your help, as someone chosen by mana itself, it might finally be possible to completely and safely eradicate every last fragment of these miracles from this world. Diarmuidin's voice grew more impassioned as he made his plea. This is something only you can do. Will you help us? Of course, I'll seek your mother's permission first, and I promise you'll be properly compensated. But ultimately, your decision matters most. This is not an easy matter, so if you need time to think, we can discuss it later with your mother. And if you choose to refuse, that's perfectly fine as well. There's no pressure. A brief silence hung in the air. Sid, who had been staring at the floor, slowly lifted his large, shimmering eyes to meet ours. There's one thing I'd like to ask. Anything, go ahead. If these remnants of magic, these fragments of miracles can be used, Sid's voice trembled as he struggled to speak. Could they heal my mother's legs? Diarmuidin and I were rendered speechless, staring at the boy in stunned silence. Chapter 847, Side Story 22. After story, remnants, could it heal my mother's legs? I hesitated at Sid's question, but Diarmuidin answered firmly. That would be difficult. Diarmuidin's voice was stern. We cannot control the purpose or the form in which these remnants manifest. They are quite literally just remnants. The only thing we can do is discover them, the remnants of miracles that disappeared a decade ago. When, where, or how they gather and manifest is beyond our control. All we can do is find them, witness them, record them, carefully extract them, and let them go. That is the best we can manage. Sid lowered his head in disappointment. Diarmuidin's voice remained firm as he continued. Of course, the possibility that the remnant you seek exists somewhere in this world isn't zero. A miracle capable of healing your mother's injury might still be out there. But Diarmuidin shook his head. That possibility is as close to zero as it can get. It will be better for you not to expect it, he said bluntly. Sid murmured in a subdued voice. If the miracle I want doesn't exist, then why should I do this? Is it just because it's something only I can do, because I am needed? This time I spoke up. 10 years ago, during the war with the monsters, your mother Lily could have left Crossroad at any time. I smiled softly as I recalled my former mage. But she chose to stay. She stayed and fought in a war that determined the fate of the world. If it were for something like money, fame, or power, any of those worldly things, it would have been better for her to leave. The front lines were far too dangerous, a place where so many lost their lives. But Lily stayed to the end. Do you know why? Sid's eyes widened as he listened to his mother's story. I delivered the answer with conviction: to protect the world. She stayed to protect the people she cherished. That's why. There was no need to say it. The one Lily stayed to protect was Sid, and Sid, of course, understood that immediately. Because of those selfless choices, we were ultimately able to save the world. There's no need to explain how much Lily contributed to that effort. She probably didn't boast about it much, but your parents are great heroes who saved this world. I emphasized my words, wanting Sid to truly hear them. Don't do something just because it's something only you can do, or because people need you to do it. If that had been the case, Lily would have left the front lines as soon as enough mages were assigned, and the alchemy workshops became fully operational. But Lily stayed until the very last battle. She fought alongside everyone else on that battlefield, putting her life on the line. If you're going to do something, it should be because it's what your heart tells you to do. That's the only way you'll be able to truly stand your ground when the moment comes to fight. People who constantly look for a way out never truly face the challenges before them. But Lily stood tall against the towering wall of the world, challenging it head-on. That's why, in that moment, she became great. That's why we don't want to force you. As I said, Sid, this is a request, not a demand. We're old and jaded adults. You don't need to feel compelled to accept this just because we asked. Don't feel burdened by the idea of refusing. Even though I said that, I knew there was no way this boy wouldn't feel some kind of burden. But I meant every word. If Sid chose to help, collecting the remnants of magic would become much easier, and the world would undoubtedly become a safer place. But if he wasn't willing, then it was meaningless from the start. After a moment of silence, Sid hesitated, then mumbled. My father, he lifted his eyes, which so resembled his father's, and looked at me. Was it the same for him? Did my father also fight to protect the world, to protect the people he cherished? Did he choose to fight for that? I exhaled the breath that had caught in my chest and nodded. Yes, I heard my mom and dad were both mages. They were. Your mother was a fire mage, and your father was a metal mage. Then if I do this, if I handle the remnants of magic, Sid clenched his small fists tightly and asked, can I become a mage like my parents? Of course. Even in a world where magic has vanished, if Sid were to become the sole person capable of handling the last remnants of magic, you could. No, only you can become the final mage of this world. With traditional classifications of elemental magic meaningless, now perhaps Sid could be called the Remnants Mage. No, Maybe Memory's mage would suit him better. I want to try. Sid hesitated but then spoke up, raising his head to look at me. If doing this can protect the world, if it can help me protect the people I cherish, then I want to try. But I have one no, two conditions. Let's hear them. If, during the process of collecting remnants, I happen to find the remnant of magic I've been hoping for, please allow me to use it as I wish. Diarmuidin and I exchanged glances and nodded. We would need to examine it first, but as long as it poses no harm to the world, you may do as you please. Thank you. There's no need to thank us. We're the ones who are grateful. And what's your second condition? This time, Sid didn't hesitate. Tell me. Tell me the stories of the war. About my mom and dad, I want to know about them. And I find it hard to ask mom about dad. I smiled softly and reached out, gently ruffling Sid's hair. All right, I'll agree to both of your conditions. I let out a small breath and turned to gaze at the city centre of Crossroad from the Lord's Manor. Well then, let's go get your mother's permission. No, Lily refused outright. Crossroad Central Hall, the Lord's office. As the city grew and responsibilities increased, a new administrative building had been constructed. Lily now worked as an aide in the Lord's office here. She had greeted Diarmuidin and me with a warm smile, but the moment we mentioned entrusting Sid with this task, her expression darkened immediately. You want to entrust something like this to my child? And Sid said he'd do it. Lily shook her head firmly, disbelief etched into her features. Shouldn't you have asked for my permission first, Your Highness? I am Sid's mother. I thought if I got your permission first, and then asked Sid, he'd feel compelled to agree even if it wasn't what he wanted. Lily clamped her mouth shut. Sid was a kind child, especially obedient to his mother. If Lily had given her approval first, Sid would have gone along with it no matter how he truly felt. That's why we sought Sid's opinion first before coming to Lily. Sid is only 11 years old. He's too young to make this kind of decision, and far too young to handle such a dangerous task. We're not saying well deploy Sid to collect magical remnants immediately. At the earliest, it would be 5 years from now. According to the Empire's military laws, one could only begin service at 16. While even that standard was absurdly low, it was still the minimum legal age set by this world. But even if he starts working as a mage in 5 years, he'll need to begin studying magic now to ensure his safety. That's why we're bringing it up now. In a world where magic has disappeared, you're telling him to become a mage. Lily sighed in frustration, brushing her fingers over her forehead. Diarmuidin spoke up. Our ivory tower will provide him with the best education. Not just in magic, but also in academics, culture, and everything else he'll need to live a full and wise life in this world. I'm even considering relocating permanently to Crossroad. At the newly established branch of the Ivory Tower here, I'll personally teach Sid for the next 5 years. Think of it as sending him to a prestigious school. And then, 5 years later, you can discuss with Sid and make a final decision. Whether he'll take on this responsibility or not, if he decides to refuse at that time, that's perfectly fine. Neither I nor Prince Ash will force him. If Sid isn't willing, it's a task that cannot and should not be done. Lily covered her eyes with both hands. You call it collecting remnants of magic, but isn't it no different from being part of a bomb disposal team? How could you ask my child to do something like that, Lily? I understand someone has to do it, but why does it have to be my son? Lily. Diarmuidin met her gaze with a solemn expression. If it were something I could do, I'd gladly take on the task myself. Not just Mevry, former mage, would have stepped forward eagerly. Lily, you would volunteered as well, wouldn't you? But we can no longer even see magic properly, can we? Diarmuidin let out a dry chuckle and leaned back in his chair. Shall I be completely honest? I feel jealous of Sid. I envy that boy who can see and touch the remnants of magic. I once loved the boy who will monopolize the fragments of my memories. From the perspective of a mage, and true to his position as head of the Ivory Tower Somion, who judged solely by talent, not age or rank, Diarmuidin admitted the truth. He was jealous of the young boy who surpassed him so completely in magical talent. And yet, despite that jealousy, he wanted to pass down everything he knew to Sid. Lily, too, was a mage. Between the two mages who had once dedicated their lives to the same craft, who had wielded the same flamesword, was a wordless understanding that I, someone who was never truly a mage, couldn't fully grasp. The past of this world, a past that everyone is forgetting, that no one will remember in the end. Diarmuidin's voice turned soft, almost pleading. Shouldn't someone still discover and record those remnants and memories? Just let them be forgotten. Lily's voice trembled as she covered her face with her hands. They'll all be forgotten in the end anyway, those memories, those remnants, they'll all eventually become meaningless, Lily. I spoke gently. You're trying so hard not to forget, aren't you? I am the same. All of us are. 10 years had passed since the war ended. People have adapted to a world without magic. They've adjusted to a world where countless lives have vanished. They've come to accept those empty spaces as if they were always meant to be. And that's exactly why I've tried so desperately to remember. By collecting the remnants of magic and establishing the history foundation, I've sought to recall the past that has slipped away and the memories of the people who have disappeared. And Sid, he wants to know, too, about those memories. About you and Godhand and the days you shared. Lily, her tear-streaked face still trembling, slowly lowered her hands. She finally spoke, her voice filled with exhaustion. Promise me. Name it. In 5 years, Yao'll ask Sid what he truly wants. If he hesitates, even for a moment, you must not let him take this on. And Your Highness, you have to step back completely. Of course. And even if Sid does choose to start this, if at any point he finds it too difficult or wants to stop, you must let him walk away. I promise. His safety must come first, no matter what. He'll be the last and only mage of this world. Nothing will ever be more important than Sid's safety. At that, Lily let out a faint laugh. And you'll have to pay him well. A proper salary with benefits. He'll start counting his years of service right now. And you'll have to give him lots of medals, too. He'll make sure he has a mountain of them. And also Lily began listing off additional conditions, one after another, before falling silent and staring into my eyes. You must cherish him, Your Highness. You're Sid's only godfather after all. You're right. Sid is my only godchild. He is the child of my two comrades. He is a symbol of hope for all of us who fought on the front lines. And he is the one who gave me the resolve to stand firm in the face of the final nightmare. A truly precious child. I smiled gently and nodded. I'll treasure him. Always. Chapter 848, Side Story 23. After story, young Kuelan 6 months later. Imperial year 662, 10 years after the final battle against the monsters. Central continent, near the Great Forest. Beastkin village. Bang, boom. Fireworks bloomed in the clear morning sky. Colorful fabric decorations, densely hung from the branches of a maple tree in the village center, fluttered in the wind. The entire Beastkin village was steeped in a festive atmosphere. The village children ran around laughing, holding pinwheels and toys wrapped in yarn. It was the wedding of Kuelan, king of the Beastkin, and Yun, princess of the Aryan kingdom. Their marriage signified the union of their two nations, and the entire Great Forest had prepared for this historic celebration. Kings and envoys from all over the world had gathered in the Great Forest to offer their congratulations. Yun and I, you look so beautiful. Bridal waiting room. Wearing the traditional wedding attire of the Beastkin, Yun smiled warmly at the guests, offering their compliments. Her dress, adorned with flowers and greenery, was draped with a cape decorated with maple leaves and feathers. She shimmered with vitality. Having spent the past 6 months diligently eating, exercising, and recovering, Yun had regained her health to the point where she was almost unrecognizable. Does it look weird? Weird. No way, you look stunning. Wow, seeing the Beastkin's traditional outfit up close, it's really unique, Evangeline gushed, practically spitting in excitement. The other women gathered around members of the once famous heroes nodded in agreement. For those accustomed to the human tradition of white wedding dresses, Yun's ensemble, adorned with the colors of nature, was not just unique, but truly mesmerizing. Your skin was already pale, but after sleeping for 10 years, you look even whiter. Yun scratched her cheek as she looked in the mirror. The traditional markings of the Leaf tribe were painted on her fair cheeks. I'm a bit worried I might look too ghostly. I really have recovered a lot, though the naturally pale complexion of northern folk had always been a minor insecurity for Yun. Being praised as having porcelain-like skin was only a compliment when one wasn't so white that they blended into the snow. 10 years ago, she had put in the effort to tan her skin to a soft cream color. But after spending a decade unconscious in bed, she was now even paler than before. Oh, come on, you're complaining about that. Then swap skin with me. Yeah, take my freckles too, and my blemishes, my acne as well. Hey, take my husband too. Let's trade. I'll take Kuelan instead. The last remark came from Orange, a perfumer from the Gamblers Club. Her seasoned joke, brimming with experience, had everyone applauding and laughing. When asked about the plans after the wedding, Yun smiled sheepishly and replied, "For our honeymoon, we're heading to Crossroad at that." Evangeline threw up her arms and struck a pose. "I've reserved the top-floor suite at Hotel Crossroad. Enjoy yourselves in the South's best tourist city." "So jealous, my lord. Will we get to stay in the suite if we visit too?" "Of course." "You know what? Instead of just talking about it, how about a hero's party vacation?" The women buzzed excitedly at the idea, but plans for a vacation could wait. Today was Yun's special day. As everyone eagerly asked, "What's next?" Yun chuckled and continued, "After that, we'll take the Rompela cruise up the Eastern Sea and visit my homeland." "Wow, that sounds luxurious." "Well, of course, it has to be. Our dear Princess Yun suffered enough. It's time for her to enjoy nothing but the sweet life. A real honeymoon, huh?" So jealous since waking up, Yun had yet to visit her homeland. She had been too weak, the distance was too far, and the wedding preparations had kept her busy. Now, as part of their honeymoon, she planned to visit her home with Quillan, and after that were planning to settle down here for good. Yun gazed out the bridal waiting room window at the lively Beastkin village. "Living here, I've realized it's truly a wonderful place. And you've got your beloved here too, huh?" Well, Yun smiled, slightly embarrassed. "That's about right." A chorus of squeals erupted from the room. Okay, but who confessed first? How did the proposal happen? Come on, spill the details. This is what we came for. Out with it, out with it. Her guests swarmed around her, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yun clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably before finally starting her story. "Well, here's how it all happened at the entrance to the wedding hall. Amidst the crowd of guests, Quillan was busy shaking hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing him, I called out loudly, 'Congratulations, Quillan, you're finally getting married.' 'Captain.' Quillan's face lit up as he turned toward me. 'Madam and Sir Knight, R and Daram, and even Lady Elise, you've all come.' He took the time to greet each member of our delegation from the Bringer Duchy. Aside from Daram, who had been addressed incorrectly, everyone smiled warmly in return. 'Oh wow, madam, you've come all this way despite your condition. Haha, how could I miss your wedding?' I am grateful and I feel bad at the same time. As we entered, we all took turns congratulating Quillan on his wedding. I took one look at Quillan, who was dressed to the nines, and let out a whistle. 'You look great today.' Quillan was dressed in the traditional attire of the Northern Aryan Kingdom. True to its cold, wintry climate, the outfit was a snug leather suit that clung to the body from the neck down. The white garment, tanned from polar bear hide, was as pristine as freshly fallen snow. Thick white fur densely covered his shoulders and back. Yun is wearing the traditional attire of the Beastkin, and I am wearing Arian's traditional outfit. We decided to swap. Quillan grinned. 'How does it look? Not too weird, right? It suits you perfectly.' The Aryan kingdom, after all, valued physical aesthetics, so their ceremonial attire was designed to complement the body. Given Quillan's towering stature and muscular build, the outfit looked like it was made for him. I circled around him once, inspecting him with a smirk. 'But seriously, what happened to your stomach?' I gave his belly a firm pat. Gone was the sculpted body of a prime warrior, had softened into a well-fed muscle pig. Quillan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. 'I did lose some muscle, but it wasn't this bad. It's just Yun needed to gain some weight, so we've been eating well together, and well, ha. They say people gain weight when they're happily living together. For the record, I had also ballooned up during my honeymoon. I had turned into a pudgy ash, and it was only thanks to Lucas mercilessly forcing me to train that I managed to lose it again.' Serenade, seemingly recalling that time, covered her mouth and chuckled. 'You were adorable back then too.' Ahem, Daram and Elise shot me a look that practically screamed, 'Here they go again.' I cleared my throat. Today, the only ones allowed to show off their love were Quillan and Yun. Well, anyway, at least during the ceremony like this. Hup. Quillan sucked in a deep breath and tensed his abs. The round belly vanished and his old six-pack re-emerged. A chorus of admiration rippled through the group. 'Ooh, who, if I stay like this, it'll look decent enough, right?' 'Good, good. That's the body we remember. Keep it that way all day, got it?' Just then, Lucas silently stepped up beside me. With a casual flick of his finger poke, he pressed into Quillan's side. 'Grah.' Kuelan instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, his belly bouncing back into place. Lucas, what the hell was that for? Fufu. Lucas smirked evilly and slipped back behind me. The final victor of the muscle war is me. Since when was that even a competition? Actually, now that I thought about it, maybe we had competed over that before. Anyway, since Kuelan still had guests to greet, we didn't tease him any further. After exchanging a few more words, we made our way into the ceremony hall. Congratulations. Be happy. See you at the reception, Captain. Leaving Kuelan behind, we stepped inside the hall. The space was alive with chatter, filled with guests holding drinks and enjoying their meals. In one corner, a fountain gushed with liquor and refreshments, with glasses stacked high beside it. Nearby, a buffet table was piled with various dishes, allowing guests to serve themselves freely. Ah, so this was how the feast was arranged. We're heading to the bridal waiting room now, my lord. All right. I'll stop by later. Since the waiting room was already crowded, we decided to send Serenade in first. Serenade, Bodybag, and Elise made their way toward the bridal waiting room at the back. Since Serenade was heavily pregnant and moving with difficulty, Bodybag and Elise supported her on either side. Lucas and I proceeded further into the banquet hall. Let's see nearby, a group of northern guests had gathered, and among them a loud, boisterous laugh rang out. An older man with a ruddy face, missing an arm, was grinning broadly. Miller Aryan, the king of the Aryan kingdom, Kuelan's father-in-law and Yun's father. These dumplings are fantastic. I bet they do well in the north too. Miller was clearly in high spirits. I approached him with a smile. It's been a while, Miller. Congratulations. Oh, Prince Ash. It has been a while. We shook hands, exchanging friendly smiles. Once the most self-centered king, focused solely on his own kingdom, Miller had changed after the war 10 years ago. He had become one of the most proactive rulers in ensuring peace and stability across the continent. Naturally, our relationship had improved significantly. Now that Yun has returned alive, I have nothing more to ask for. With a face flushed from alcohol, Miller took another swig and let out a long sigh. I just want her to be happy. I hope for that as well. Come to think of it, isn't this quite the amusing situation? Yun was originally supposed to marry you. Gulp. A long-forgotten memory resurfaced the grand banquet in New Terra, where my father had publicly announced my engagement to Yun, which I had promptly broken off. Miller gave me a sly smirk. Shouldn't you be giving a very generous wedding gift? Don't worry. I've got it covered, Piwahaha. I'm just messing with you. Miller laughed heartily, then gazed across the banquet hall with a distant look in his eyes. The times have truly changed. A daughter I thought was dead has returned. The warriors who were once young and reckless are now marrying and having children. Time flowed like a river, turning even the bloodiest of battles into distant memories. After a brief silence, Miller spoke again. I'm planning to step down soon. Step down. I've already transferred most of my ruling authority to my eldest daughter. She's strong and wise. Nearby, the first princess of the Aryan kingdom was visible. The towering woman was openly sobbing, overwhelmed with emotion at her younger sister's survival and wedding. Her husband gently wiped the tears from her eyes on her behalf. She will govern Aryan well. Miller, the times have changed. The world must now be led by the young. Miller raised his glass and looked directly at me. The same goes for you, Prince Ash. You will be emperor soon. Guide the coming era into something beautiful. I will step back and watch with joy. He downed his drink in one go, then grinned before striding off toward his people. The young kings are arriving. It's time for this old man to step aside. I watched Miller's retreating figure for a moment before turning around. And there Ash, Mikkel, the young king of the Vermilion Kingdom, was walking toward me with a bright smile. Chapter 849, Side Story 24. After story, young Kuelan too, Ash, Mikkel. Mikkel approached with his arms wide open. I mirrored his gesture and we embraced. Have you been well? The young king smiled as he spoke, his jaw now covered with a thick beard. A few years ago, he had started growing it, frustrated by how young he looked and wanting to be taken more seriously. Now it had filled out quite nicely. I've been doing great. But man, that beard looks impressive. Right. Looks good, doesn't it? Do you know how many years it took to grow this much? Unlike Lucas, whose beard grew back overnight, Mikkel's facial hair was slow to come in. Even growing enough to cover his chin had taken a long time. But my wives hate it. They nag me every day to shave it off. Mikkel let out a deep sigh. Sure enough, A short distance away, 5 women were watching us, not me, but his beard with clear disapproval. Well, their husband was an unparalleled beauty. It made sense that they wouldn't be thrilled about him hiding that face under a beard. Anyway, that was quite the long journey. What about your kingdom? I left it in my sister's hands. To be honest, I've been entrusting her with domestic affairs for a while now. No need to worry. That reminded me Mikkel's sister, and I had also once been engaged before it fell through. Just like with Jan, old connections kept resurfacing today. Not that I had anyone to blame, but myself. Did you fly here on a griffin? Well, about that. Mikkel scratched the back of his head before lowering his voice. I can't ride griffins anymore. What? Why not? You know how our kingdom used magic to create enhanced soldiers, right? The griffins were the same. They were artificially bred and strengthened through magic. But now that magic has disappeared from the world, my mouth opened slightly in realization. Mikkel smiled bitterly. The ones we have left are still alive, but they endured harsh conditions during the war. They've aged, and we don't make them fly anymore. We're letting them live out their days peacefully in pastures. That's if you're feeling guilty, don't. Mikkel grinned. My goal was always to fix my kingdom's twisted ways. Honestly, I am grateful. Time moves forward. The world continues to change. I could only hope that the changes I had led were truly for the better. We continued chatting for a while before Mikkel excused himself to greet the other kings. At that moment, a group of priests, clad in tightly fitted black robes, approached me. Recognizing familiar faces, I smiled. High Priestess and Torkel. It was Rosetta, the High Priestess, and Torkel, who had been the most unbreakable tank on our front lines. Torkel was dressed in a priest's robe that covered him completely. On his head, he wore a white helmet, the kind used by the holy knights. It has been a while, Your Highness. Both priests bowed to me. Grinning, I shook their hands. You've both been well. There is no doubt about it. Thanks to your cooperation, Your Highness, we are spending our days quite fruitfully. Rosetta smiled, the characteristic wrinkles at the corners of her lips showing. There was definitely a hidden jab in that. Ever since divine power and healing magic vanished, a new medical system had to be established. Rosetta had been working herself to the bone to make that happen. I had provided as much support as possible, but the workload had only increased. Still, thanks to the efforts of the goddess Order, the world had somehow managed to adapt over the past 10 years. Though, from what I heard, the priests and doctors were still struggling. By the way, have you seen Zennies? After a brief discussion about the state of healthcare across the continent, Rosetta scanned the area. I heard he'd be here today, but I haven't spotted him yet. Honestly, he probably ran off the moment he heard Rosetta was coming. Just as that thought crossed my mind, Rosetta's eyes suddenly gleamed. There he is. Sure enough, when I turned in that direction, I spotted Zennies huddled beside Hannibal near the liquor fountain. The moment Rosetta locked onto him, he flinched in alarm. We desperately need every capable priest we can get. Rosetta smirked. Time to capture at least one wandering priest. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she strode toward him. Zennies, hand over your head. If you don't, I'll start adding heresy points here. Zennies immediately tried to flee, but Hannibal grabbed his arm. Zennies let out a betrayed scream. Hannibal, not you too, but there was no escape. He was promptly seized by Rosetta. I chuckled as I watched, then turned my gaze back to Torkel. Through the visor of his helmet, I could faintly see him smiling. How have you been, Torkel? I have been well, Your Highness, and I am relieved to see that you are also doing fine. Torkel looked at ease. He stood comfortably, without tension, effortlessly accepting the gazes directed at him. For the first time in a long while, we spoke casually about our lives. I still feel unworthy of the position I hold, but since I have been entrusted with it, I am doing my best. Torkel had become the high priest of the leper colony where he had once lived. Not only was he working to improve the island's inadequate medical facilities, but he was also collaborating with the Order to develop a cure for leprosy. There are still many who fear and despise lepers, but just having a temple on the island and a high priest in place has already changed the way people look at us. Torkel nodded solemnly. If we continue our efforts, the way they see us will gradually grow warmer. I patted his shoulder. You're doing well. It's thanks to Your Highness' support. I haven't done much. Torkel shook his head. 10 years ago, people of different races and nations were able to unite as one. That was only possible because Your Highness led the way. He bowed deeply. Since that day, everyone has become a little more accepting of differences, and the prejudice against us lepers has softened greatly. We are always grateful, Your Highness. I smiled awkwardly. There's still a long way to go, right? But we're getting closer, little by little. Someday, we'll reach our goal. Let's keep working toward that future together. With my hand still resting on his shoulder, I spoke firmly. Torkel bowed his head deeply in response. More guests continued to arrive. The Rompler siblings entered and immediately started handing out cruise brochures, promoting their business by pointing out that today's bride and groom would also be using their services. Kellaby arrived cradling his grandchild and was seen urgently slipping a ring case into Kuelan's pocket. So he had only just finished it today. I told him to meet deadlines properly, and finally, Verdandi entered with her soon-to-be husband. He was an elven aide who had long served the Queen of the Elves. With his sharp features, silver-rimmed glasses, and a cold demeanor, he certainly left an impression. The silver chains on his glasses shimmered subtly, and his pale blonde hair was so light it almost appeared silver. Verdandi's face was burning red as she held his hand. She looked like she was about to explode. Viewer. The entire hall erupted in whistles. Even the former members of the Holy Grail Seekers, who had been following the Elven Queen, joined in the excitement. Under the weight of all the amused gazes, Verdandi's face turned an even deeper shade of red. What? If you have something to say, just say it. No, we were just wondering where on earth did you find such a handsome man. This isn't about me right now. We should be celebrating Kuelan and Yun. But this is the first time we're seeing Verdandi's boyfriend in person. As I spoke on behalf of the group, everyone enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Unable to handle it, Verdandi bolted toward the bridal waiting room. That left us with her bewildered aide, who was now surrounded by our grinning faces. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Thema, Her Majesty's aide. Nice to meet you, my friend. Here, have a drink first. Throwing an arm around Thema's shoulder, I handed him a glass. Everyone let out mischievous laughs and raised their drinks. To Verdandi and her soon-to-be husband. With a collective clink, we toasted. So tell me, what made you decide to marry Verdandi? I mean, she is a queen, after all. I raised an eyebrow as I asked. Thema adjusted his glasses with an unreadable expression. Her Majesty arranged the engagement, and I believed that the Queen's consort should be someone capable of assisting her effectively. Given my qualifications, I deemed myself a suitable candidate and accepted. That's quite a logical reason. I clicked my tongue. But is that the only reason? Did you accept just because it was convenient? Thema hesitated for a moment. Then he finally spoke. Elves have only one partner for life. His cold blue eyes lowered slightly. There's no way I would have accepted if I didn't truly care for her. A faint blush crept onto his pale cheeks. Wah! The room erupted in cheers. Kellaby clutched her cheeks and shrieked, while the Rompler siblings threw their pamphlets into the air, howling. When? Since when did you start liking her? I tightened my grip around his shoulder, pressing for details. Thema hesitated, then with great reluctance admitted, since the first time I saw her. With that, the young elf squeezed his eyes shut, as if bracing for impact, then finally gave in and buried his face in his hands. WA. The entire hall broke into an uproar. People grabbed drinks from the fountain, toasting wildly in celebration. This was too sweet. My teeth were going to rot. As long as they're happy, that's all that matters. I raised my glass high. Everyone else followed suit. That's all that matters. The hall was buzzing with laughter, cheers, and merriment when dong, a deep, resonant bell rang through the air. At the entrance of the hall, children dressed in traditional beastkin attire began rolling out a long carpet. Already, this is the moment for today's stars. It was my first time witnessing a traditional beastkin wedding, so the customs felt unfamiliar. But instinctively, everyone seemed to understand the significance of the moment. Guests straightened their outfits and stepped aside to make way. The children, their faces bright with smiles, but their eyes serious with focus, carefully laid out the carpet. Starting from the entrance, the richly patterned fabric extended all the way to the altar beneath the grand maple tree. Once the carpet was fully laid, the children gracefully moved to the sides and took their places around the altar. Then they retrieved their instruments and began to play. A melody, rich with unique and unfamiliar harmonies, filled the air. At the same time, a gentle breeze swept through the space. The long banners hanging from the branches rippled, and crimson maple leaves, painted by autumn, cascaded down like falling snow. Beneath this breathtaking scenery, the bride and groom met at the entrance of the ceremony hall. Yun stood in her traditional Beastkin wedding attire, accompanied by a procession of young Beastkin girls serving as her bridesmaids. Huilan, dressed in the traditional wedding garments of Arian, walked alongside King Miller of Arian. As the bridesmaids and Miller stepped aside, Yun and Huilan stood side by side. They gazed at each other for a long moment before slowly reaching out and clasping hands. Following the path of the carpet, they began to walk together. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and started clapping. That was all it took. Cheers erupted. Whistles rang through the air. Voices called out in celebration. The two, bound by a long and deep connection, smiled shyly. The applause and cheers didn't stop not until they reached the end of the carpeted path. Under the grand maple tree, they shared the ceremonial vows wine, drinking from the same cup. Then, pressing their foreheads together, they whispered their vows softly. The words weren't meant for the crowd to hear. As long as they were engraved in their hearts, that was enough. When the ceremony was complete, they turned to us, still holding hands, and bowed deeply. The thunderous applause and cheers swelled to the point of making our ears ring. Watching them smile so radiantly, my eyes suddenly felt hot. I clenched my jaw and swallowed down the emotion before cupping my hands around my mouth and shouting kiss. That was the spark. The entire crowd picked up the chant. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Like teasing children, everyone abandoned their dignity and authority, calling out as one. Huilan shrugged as if he had no choice, then turned to Yun. I had a feeling this would happen, so I practiced a little. Yun smirked. You still have a long way to go. She wrapped her arms around his neck and clung to him. Huilan, with his large hands, caught her waist and held her firmly. As their lips met, the village erupted in deafening cheers. On an autumn day, beneath a cascade of falling maple leaves, the two sealed their love. Chapter 851, after story 26. After story, Stella 5 years later. Imperial year 667, 15 years since the final battle against the monsters. Bringa Duchy, the Grand Duke's palace. Daddy. A small voice rang in my ears. Daddy, wake up. Tiny hands carefully shook my body. Come on, wake up. Hurry. Drowsily, I slowly opened my eyes. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I turned to my right and saw Serenade still fast asleep. This way, Daddy. Hearing the voice again, I looked to the other side of the bed. Standing on tiptoe beside the bed was a little girl. She had thick black hair and obsidian-like eyes that sparkled brightly. Her round cheeks were plump, making her look even more adorable. Before I knew it, a wide smile spread across my face as I called her name. Did you sleep well, Stella? SHHH. The little girl-me daughter, Stella hurriedly put a tiny finger to her lips. She leaned in and whispered into my ear. Yowl wake mommy, SHHH. I turned to look at Serenade again. She was still deep in dreamland. She was even talking in her sleep. With a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth, she murmured, Hee you're adorable as always. Your Highness, she looks happy, so let's just leave her be. It didn't seem like Serenade would be waking up anytime soon. Carefully, I pulled the blanket aside and slipped out of bed. Stella stood with her arms crossed, looking up at me with a slight pout. Squatting down in front of her, I smiled. My little girl, why are you upset? Why did you come to wake me up? Stella let out an exasperated sigh. She smacked her chubby cheeks with both hands, then widened her big, round eyes at me. Daddy, are you dumb? It's Mommy's birthday today. Oh, right. I hadn't forgotten Serenade's birthday itself. What I had forgotten was my promise to Stella. We had planned to surprise Serenade by secretly preparing a birthday party early in the morning. I had promised Stella last night. I'm sorry, Stella. Daddy worked late and was so sleepy that I kind of forgot. I apologized sincerely. Stella pursed her lips but eventually gave a reluctant nod. It's okay. You woke up right away and were not too late. That's right. Let's start preparing now. Shall we go? Yeah. Stella tiptoed her way out of the bedroom first. Following suit, I carefully stepped out, making sure not to make any noise. Once we made it out to the hallway, I gently shut the door behind us. Stella let out a long sigh of relief, placing a hand on her belly. Then she turned to me with a big thumbs up. Step 1, success. Wow. I pretended to clap softly. Stella raised her little hands and pointed toward the kitchen. Step 2, let's go. I got everything ready. With tiny, determined steps, Stella marched forward. I couldn't help but smile as I followed her. As I walked behind my little daughter, I suddenly thought back to 5 years ago to the day Stella was born. It had been on Kuilan and Yun's wedding day, during the after-party. Serenade had gone into labor unexpectedly, but thankfully, the priest's present had assisted with the delivery. She had given birth safely, and when the news of our healthy daughter spread, everyone had celebrated. And then there was the name contest, even though I had never asked for one. A naming contest for my child had somehow started on its own. After a fierce debate, the name with the most votes was Diamond, something about a gem born from ash. But adding another jewel name to the Cross family's Emerald and Sapphire felt like too much. More importantly, Serenade and I had already chosen a name. Stella. It meant star. So I had proudly announced her name is Stella. Yet some stubborn people continue to call her Diamond, like Calliope. And Calliope. Oh, and Calliope. Then, the moment His Majesty the Emperor heard of his granddaughter's birth, he rushed over immediately, and he personally bestowed her middle name. Light Seeker, a seeker of light, a pursuer of brilliance, something along those lines. Thus, her full name became Stella Lightseeker Everblack. And now, that very same little lady was toddling ahead of me with her short legs. When we reached the kitchen, Elise was already waiting for us. Once known as the executioner of the battlefield, feared for the way she cut down her enemies, she had now voluntarily taken on the role of Stella's nanny. For 5 years, she had looked after Stella. As always, the moment she saw Stella, her face softened completely. "Good morning, my lord, and good morning, young lady." Ho ho ho, I had long known that Elise had a soft spot for Childrench, had been the same with Sid. But still, that creepy laugh, couldn't she tone it down just a little? Stella, however, had been around Elise since birth and wasn't fazed in the slightest. Instead, she grinned and waved. "Elise, thanks for helping today." At that, Elise's expression melted even further. "Oh, think nothing of it, young lady, if you command it. I, Elise, shall carry out any task, even at the cost of my life. What the hell are we cooking today that requires staking your life on it?" Stella waddled over to the counter and climbed onto the stepping stool. Elise, ever the attentive nanny, tied a small apron around her. Even though it was made for children, it was still too big, nearly swallowing up Stella's tiny frame. She flapped her short arms a few times. HMPH. I wish I could take a picture of this since cameras hadn't been invented yet. I made sure to burn this adorable sight into my memory. Standing beside her, I asked, "What are we making today?" "A cake. A birthday cake." "Oh, I see." Since all we needed to do was decorate a sponge cake with cream and toppings, even a 5-year-old could manage it. Elise, who had prepared all the ingredients in advance, gave me a thumbs up. Without thinking, I returned the gesture. "Good job." First, we lay down the soft sponge. After Elise wiped Stella's hands clean with a damp towel, she struggled to pull the cake base toward her. Now we spread the cream. "Oh is not enough, Daddy. You're supposed to scoop the cream for me." "Oh, that's my job." "Yup." Then Il spread it on the cake. Elise handed me the tub of cream she had prepared beforehand. I scooped up a generous amount and plopped it onto the cake. Phew, done. Stella, now covered in cream from her cheeks to her arms, wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her handily to smear more cream across it. The unevenly spread cream made the cake look a bit messy, but Stella was completely absorbed in her work, sticking fruit all over it. "Mommy loves fruit, so I'm going to put in lots." It seemed like a bit much. She crammed in as much fruit as she could, covering every inch of the cake. "Daddy, another layer. Oh, we're making a 2-tier cake." "Yup, I planned everything in advance." We placed another layer of sponge cake on top. When I instinctively added more cream, Stella hummed in satisfaction and nodded before struggling to spread it out again. "Do you want me to help?" "No, I have a plan. You can't mess with it." She refused help from both me and Elise, determined to spread every bit of cream on her own. Elise and I clapped for her. "Well done, my daughter." After firmly placing the remaining fruit on top, Stella, now completely covered in cream, threw her hands in the air. "Finished. Wow, amazing, young lady. It's a truly magnificent cake." Of course, the cake was lopsided and tilting slightly, much like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But who would criticize a cake lovingly made by a 5-year-old for her mother's birthday? "Oh, did you two wake up early to make this?" "Oh wow, is this the Grand Duchess birthday cake? It looks amazing." Lucas and Daram had just arrived for work and entered the kitchen, commenting as they took in the sight. With their added praise, Stella puffed up with pride, her tiny shoulders rising. Mommy will like it, right? She's going to love it. I guarantee it. Knowing Serenade, Shed cry an entire bucket of happy tears. Elise, Lucas, and Daram all nodded in agreement. Giggling, Stella waved her arms enthusiastically flinging cream in all directions. Well, we'd let it slide today, that was when yawn my love. And everyone, what are you all doing in the kitchen so early? Serenade entered, rubbing her sleepy eyes and letting out a big yawn. Ever since giving birth to Stella, she had become prone to low blood pressure in the mornings and always slept in. But for some reason, she had woken up early today. Ah, Mommy, you're not supposed to. Stella frantically waved her arms, trying to stop her mother from seeing the cake. But slip. The cake, which had been tilting from the start, wobbled dangerously. And then thud, splat. The entire thing toppled over, spilling cream and fruit everywhere. For a brief moment, an eerie silence filled the kitchen. Elise, Lucas, Daram, and I froze. Serenade blinked in surprise. Stella's tiny mouth hung open as she stared at the fallen cake. And then wara, she burst into tears. Wara, Stella rarely cried, even as a baby. But now her wails sent the entire room into chaos. Everyone flailed, unsure of what to do, when Serenade quietly stepped forward and wrapped Stella in a warm embrace. She gently patted her daughter's back and spoke in a soft voice. My sweet girl, did you make this cake for Mommy's birthday? Yeah, Stella sniffled. But its ruined cream, crumbs, sugar, and even tears and snot were smeared all over Serenade's nightgown, but she didn't care. Instead, she hugged Stella even tighter. It's not ruined, but it fell over, it only fell, that's all. We can just stand it back up. Serenade met Stella's teary eyes with a warm smile. Shall we fix it together? She gently wiped Stella's tears with her thumb. Stella blinked at her mother, then gave a big nod. Yeah, and so everyone in the kitchen worked together to fix the collapsed cake. They propped it back up, patched up the damaged parts with more cream and fruit, and even added an extra layer. The end result was a much bigger, much wobblier, and much messier cake. But still, the fallen cake had made its comeback. Wow, it's huge. As if she had never cried at all, Stella bounced up and down in excitement. Mommy, happy birthday. It's a surprise gift. Thank you, my darling. Serenade scooped Stella up into her arms and beamed. This is the best birthday present I've ever received. Hee, really, 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 of course, really, really. Stella planted a kiss on Serenade's cheek. Serenade kissed her right back. I smiled as I watched the two of them, their faces bright with joy, Stella still covered in cream. Then, when I turned my head, I saw the rest of the group standing there, wearing the exact same fond expression as me. Why are all of you smiling like proud dads? Excuse me. This is a nanny smile, actually. A knight's smile, thank you very much. A chief aide's smile, if you must know. Oh, for the love of whatever. Grumbling, I took the candles and matches from Elise and stepped up to the cake. After lighting the candles, we started singing a birthday song, bright and early in the morning. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday. Dear Mommy, happy birthday to you. Stella sang the loudest of all. Serenade, eyes glistening with tears, held my hand tightly. Mommy, blow them out. Foo. Serenade took a deep breath and blew out the candles. Now then, time to see how this leaning tower of cake actually tasted. I handed the cake knife to Lucas, but before he could take it, Stella quickly intervened. Ah, no, Daddy. Cake is for dessert. We eat it after breakfast. Oh, my daughter really planned this all out, huh? Of course. I've scheduled the whole day. It seemed Stella had made a request in advance because the head chef, who had been busy cooking something since dawn, emerged from the back of the kitchen with a broad grin. For breakfast, a dish Mommy and Daddy loved to eat often, as the chef lifted the lid from the pot, Stella announced proudly, her face beaming steamed eel, abalone, honey, chives, and garlic. The pot was filled to the brim with a stamina-boosting dish. Elise, Lucas, and Daram all smacked their foreheads in unison. Serenade let out a sweet, oh my, before giving me a pointed glance. And I PFFFD. I couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Chapter 864, Side Story 39. After story, Ariel Lake Kingdom, King's Castle, Party Hall. Well-dressed guests held up their glasses, laughing boisterously. Watching them from a quiet corner of the hall, Christian let out a soft sigh. You're the star of the party. Shouldn't you be over there? Ariel, standing beside him, gave a gentle smile. It's rare to have time like this with you, brother. I should make the most of it while I can. The gap left by Ariel's absence was smoothly filled by Ash. He stood at the center of the party hall, skillfully drawing everyone's attention as he gave a speech about the future relationship between the Everblack Empire and the Lake Kingdom. Time really flies. Christian spoke quietly as he watched the scene. In that darkness, time moved at a torturous crawl. But once we stepped into the light, it sped by. Can you believe it's already been 20 years since this country escaped the dark? It really is strange. Sometimes those days in the dark feel like a lie. Ariel smiled bitterly, echoing his sentiment. But I know, the scars from those 500 years, they're still carved into this land, into its people. And I know there were those who burned their lives away to save this world, to save me. For a moment, silence settled between the siblings. In the midst of the noisy party, the prince and princess fell into quiet reflection on those who were no longer here. The country is so bright and full of hope now. It makes those days feel like faded memories. Unconsciously, Christian reached out to pat his sister on the shoulder, but hesitated and stopped midway. But when Ariel smiled and gave him a nod, he gave a small cough and gently tapped her shoulder. You've done well. I've simply done the best I could with what I was given. That's more than enough. The stern expression on Christian's face softened into a faint, hardened smile. Be a good queen, Ariel. Ariel swallowed her words. There was so much she wanted to say to him. Don't leave. Stay in this country. The path ahead is still long and harsh. I need your help, brother. But she also knew. The weight of guilt engraved in his heart. The wound that would never truly heal. And you, brother, and so Ariel smiled and spoke. I hope you'll have peaceful days ahead. Wherever you are, whenever it is, please stay healthy. Christian gave a nod and gently pushed her back. Ariel stepped back into the center of the hall, greeted by a wave of cheers from the guests awaiting her return. She looked around with a bright smile, but when she turned back again, Christian was already gone. Our Ariel stopped in place, staring blankly at the spot he had stood. Then Ash's voice reached her ear. Ariel, what are you doing over there? Come on, everyone's waiting. Ariel closed her eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and walked confidently into the heart of the party. No parting words were exchanged, but both siblings knew that this was their final farewell. Be happy. Wishing each other well, the siblings, bound for so long by love and hate, said goodbye. The party continued late into the night. In celebration of this joyous occasion, people laughed, ate, drank, and danced without restraint. The sword demon and the spear demon danced a wild waltz, as if they'd forgotten their age. And Lucas and Evangeline performed the latest popular social dance from Everblack. Ash invited Coco to dance, and the Great Witch, barely able to stand, laughed as she swayed their clasped hands back and forth. Ariel, too, received many invitations to dance, but she gently declined them all with a soft smile. For the past 20 years, she hadn't danced with anyone. I've been so focused on state affairs that I seem to have forgotten how to dance. Please forgive me. Instead, allow me to find joy in watching your happiness. Though the queen didn't dance, the hall was lively enough. Time passed in joy, and as with any party, the end came suddenly. Ash and Lucas, worn out from their long journey, retired first, with Evangeline following soon after. Even the drunken guests, who had boldly declared they'd drink until dawn, began to leave one by one. After a rough cleanup, the servants also quietly disappeared. One by one, the lights along the edges of the hall flickered out. In the now silent party hall, completely darkened, Ariel sat alone by the window, holding a champagne glass. A lone beam of pale blue moonlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating her white hair. She slowly spun the glass in her hand, gazing out the window. From the high window of the castle's spire, the entire country was visible below. It was the dead of night, before even a hint of dawn. The city was swallowed in complete darkness, with only faint pinpricks of light scattered like grains of salt outlining the world's shape. Ariel thought that this view looked just like the time when the country had fallen into darkness, the days when she had no name, when she was called nameless, the 500 years wandering through the night streets. Even when the world is this dark, could it be that she was dreaming, that the world was still trapped in a nightmare, that she had succumbed to the Demon King and was simply dreaming of the future she had wanted to live? No, that couldn't be. As Ariel lifted her head, the bright moonlight poured down upon her. It was a blade-sharp light that had never reached her during the time when the Lake Kingdom was submerged under nightmares. That light now awakened her. The nightmare had ended, and this place where she lived Nauthize was reality. Ah, suddenly, as she looked up at the moonlight, a scene from 20 years ago flickered in Ariel's mind. A memory too strange to be true. Ash had thrown a party at a hotel in Crossroad. People from every nation had attended, even one of the Nightmare Legion commanders. And then, someone had been there. She couldn't recall who, but someone precious had definitely been there. Yet the more she tried to remember, the more the image faded, like someone had been cut out of the memory with scissors, as if that part of her memory had been torn away and left blank, filled with noise and emptiness. But precisely because of that absence, Ariel knew. Someone had been there. Someone who had smiled shyly as they accepted her invitation to dance. It must be him. Ariel could guess who it was. The man who disappeared like light in her dreams after all the wars had ended. The man Ash had told her about, the one who fought for an eternity and perished, all to save Ariel. The one who chose to become a forgotten existence as the price of saving her. Just the thought of him brought pain to her chest, tears welling up in her eyes. Yet his figure continued to vanish from her memory. She set the empty champagne glass down by the window. Then Ariel slowly stepped to the center of the now empty hall. The party was over. The heat had faded. The laughter, applause, and cheers were all gone. She stood alone under the moonlight. Was it like this? Ariel slowly extended her white hand forward. And then, from the blurred memory that had been roughly erased, a wavering image of a man appeared, cautiously taking her hand as if afraid he might damage it just by holding it. One hand in his, the other rested gently on his shoulder. The figure in her memory carefully placed one hand at her waist. They assumed the pose of an old waltz. The two stood close together, locking eyes, and then, when the music began, they slowly started to step in rhythm. Round and round, round and round. The spinning world reverted to how it had looked 20 years ago. The grand ballroom filled with people, joyful songs, dazzling chandeliers, and the two of them at the center of it all. As the seemingly endless dance continued, the man's vague, unrecognizable face began to take on a clear expression. A shimmering, sorrowful smile of happiness. Suddenly, she returned to reality. In the silent, dark hall where no one remained, the only thing in Ariel's arms was moonlight. As the solo waltz ended and her steps came to a halt, the hem of her dress and the ends of her long hair rippled through the air, scattering fragments of moonlight. Looking down at her empty hands, Ariel slowly pulled them close to her chest, as if to hold onto the moonlight that had settled there, and looked out the window. A beautiful full moon still shone steadily upon the world. "Please watch over me," Ariel whispered softly. "The world you gave me, the life you gave me, I'll live it with everything I have." She didn't know why, but she suddenly realized she was crying. Large tears streamed down her pale cheeks beneath her teal-green eyes. And yet, Ariel smiled. Even with a tear-streaked face, she smiled, because she knew it in her heart. What he had wanted most was to see her living with a smile. The next morning, coronation day, Ariel rose at dawn and washed thoroughly. After drying her long hair with care, she gently brushed and braided it with practiced hands. Though her attendants offered to help, Ariel always did her own hair. No matter how busy the day was, today was no different. The person who once used to do her hair was no longer here, so now she had to do it herself. She put on the new ceremonial garments prepared for the day and attached the formal ornaments required by tradition. She applied light makeup. Once she had fully prepared her appearance, she opened a small box on the vanity. Inside was an old red ribbon. Gently, slowly, with great care, Ariel tied the red ribbon at the back of her head. Everything else she wore was new. Only the ribbon was worn and old-fashioned, but Ariel didn't mind at all. She wore it proudly, letting it hang freely. All right. After checking her reflection in the mirror, Ariel took a deep breath. Let's go. At last, she reached out to the side and picked up the royal scepter of the Lake Kingdom, standing beside the vanity. Was it her imagination? It felt as if a warm energy flowed from the scepter, as if it were easing her nerves before the coronation. It had to be just a feeling. After all, this was a world without magic or miracles now. Clutching the scepter that had been restored by the last of his strength, Ariel smiled quietly. Then, with firm steps, she walked outside toward the coronation hall. Brilliant morning sunlight lit the path ahead of her. Christian raised his glass to his lips and muttered quietly, "The world will keep changing in ways too brilliant for me to even imagine. Have you thought about coming back?" "Not at all." A self-deprecating smile formed on Christian's lips. The fall of this country into hell, I bear the greatest responsibility for that. If someone like me stayed behind, it wouldn't bode well for Ariel's reign. It's only right that I disappear, taking with me the last mistakes of the royal family, the final trace of its shadow. Christian shrugged with a theatrical gesture, true to his past as a jester. Besides, exploring the edge of the world is pretty fun. You've mellowed out a lot, haven't you, all thanks to a certain someone who saved the world? They exchanged light-hearted words with faint smiles. And just then, brother, a thunderous cry rang out. Startled, Christian turned in the direction of the voice. Pushing through the crowd, Ariel came running toward him, beaming brightly. You came. HRK, a foolish sound slipped out from Christian's stunned mouth. Slash. Chapter 865, Side Story 40. After story, the Children Imperial Year 672. 20 years after the final battle against the monstrous beasts. Southern Everblack Empire. Crossroad. After all the coronation ceremonies in the Lake Kingdom had concluded, our group headed straight to Luxon, to Crossroad. Lake Kingdom was so cool. Lake Kingdom was so pretty. Inside my personal carriage, seated beside Evangeline and Lucas, Emerald and Sapphire clung to their mom and dad's arms, singing loudly in unison. Apparently, the kids had wanted to see the coronation, so Evangeline personally brought them along. Now we were all heading back together. It was heartwarming seeing the whole family traveling as one, but can't believe they're already 15. I let out a quiet chuckle as I looked over at my two niece and nephew. Time really flew, didn't it? The wild little beasts they used to be were long gone, at least on the surface, and both had grown into neatly dressed teenagers in formal wear. A few more years, and they'd be full-fledged adults. Emerald, though a boy, looked exactly like his mother Evangeline when she was younger. Conversely, Sapphire, though a girl, looked just like her father Lucas in his youth. Well, that was just appearances, and the inside, they were still the same energetic troublemakers, bouncing around non-stop. Your Majesty, tell us a story. A story from the old days. The kids switched targets and rushed to my side, pestering me eagerly. I smiled. A story from the old days. What kind of story? A story from when Mom and Dad were young. You lived with them, right? What were they like back then? As the children bombarded me with questions, Lucas and Evangeline looked flustered, but I waved it off. Raising kids was their responsibility. From my perspective, these were adorable little creatures I got to enjoy with zero consequences. That's what nieces and nephews are. The purest form of guilt-free pleasure. I spoiled Emerald and Sapphire with all kinds of sweets and spent the entire 3-day journey back to Crossroad playing with them joyfully. Stop feeding them so much chocolate. You're ruining their discipline. Yup, that's your job to fix. I'm gonna keep playing with the kids, however. I want His Majesty is the best. Uncle Ash forever. And so, after a glorious time, we arrived at Crossroad. After passing wide fields and orchards, we reached the southern gate. There, waiting for us at the castle gates, darling, father, were Serenade and Stella. My wife and daughter waved at us with excitement. I waved back just as enthusiastically. Actually, Serenade and Stella had come with us for the Lake Kingdom trip. But as we neared the southern edge of the continent, Serenade's health began to decline from the long journey. Since the Lake Kingdom required 3 more days of travel south from Crossroad, we decided it was too much for her. So Lucas and I continued on ahead, while Serenade and Stella stayed behind to rest and recover in Crossroad. Serenade had felt bad toward Ariel and regretted missing the event, but health always came first. After stepping down from the carriage, I kissed both Serenade and Stella on the cheek. Serenade adjusted my outfit gently as she asked, "Was the journey peaceful? You delivered my regards to Lady Ariel, right?" "Of course." She said she was grateful you even came this far. She hopes you'll rest well and meet again next time. "How are you feeling?" "Much better after resting. You still look pale. Let's take a few more days before heading back north." I gently patted Stella's head as she stood beside me. "Weren't you bored, sweetheart?" "No, Crossroad is so fun. It feels like a foreign country. Not that I've ever been to one yet. Aren't you sad you couldn't visit the Lake Kingdom?" I was curious, but just sightseeing around Crossroad with Mom was fun enough. After catching up with my family for the first time in days, Evangeline came forward and offered a greeting. "Your Majesty the Empress, Princess, it's been a while." "Marquis, it really has. Have you been well?" "Thanks to His Majesty's grace and your kindness." He. Whoa, listen to her go. Evangeline's gotten slick over the year slaying on that flattery like a pro. As I quietly admired her performance, Evangeline gestured to the kids behind her. Emerald, Sapphire, come here. You need to greet Her Majesty and the princess. Sapphire rushed forward first, immediately grabbing the hem of her skirt and bowing with perfect form. Hello, Your Majesty the Empress, Your Highness the Princess. I am Sapphire Cross of the House of Cross, at your service. The little beast I used to know was now showing such impeccable manners. Lucas, standing beside me, was visibly moved, his eyes glistening. You have no idea how hard we worked to make her into a proper human being. Was it that bad? Anyway, Sapphire gave her greeting, but the problem was Emerald. The blonde boy simply stood there, mouth slightly open, staring this way in a daze, offering no greeting at all. Evangeline's smiling face froze slightly. Emerald, what are you doing? You need to say hello, Emerald. Wondering what he was staring at so blankly, I followed the direction of his gaze. Standing there was Stella, blinking in confusion. Stella tilted her head, confused, as she met Emerald's dazed gaze. Hey, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Unable to take it anymore, Sapphire smacked the back of Emerald's head. Only then did Emerald snap back to his senses and mutter a single word. An angel? What? That girl over there, isn't she an angel? I've never seen anyone that pretty in my life. I couldn't hold it in. But I burst out laughing. Poo pure haha. Hey, what did you just say? An angel. Everyone, did you hear this? Emerald just called my daughter an angel. I was practically rolling with laughter. Serenade let out a flustered little oh my. Even Stella, who was used to getting compliments like that, stood there with her usual blank expression. Meanwhile, Lucas and Evangeline had gone completely pale and started scolding Emerald fiercely. Emerald, how dare you say such nonsense in front of Her Highness the Princess? Bow your head and apologize at once. Ha! She's not an angel. She's a princess, Her Highness. Emerald, clearly panicking, dropped to one knee in front of Stella, lowered his head, and declared, I pledge my lifelong loyalty, Your Highness. A sudden declaration of loyalty out of nowhere. Stella looked at me with a baffled expression. He's kind of weird. What should I do, Father? Still shaking with laughter, I barely managed to speak through trembling lips. You'll be seeing this kind of thing often, sweetheart. Just do whatever you feel is right. Stella furrowed her brows in thought, then cleared her throat. Trying her best to sound dignified, she asked, you there, what is your name? Emerald Cross, Your Highness. Emerald Cross, son of House Cross. Stella's round eyes rolled thoughtfully as she continued. Your sentiment is admirable, but in this empire, there is only one sovereign, His Majesty the Emperor. As a citizen of the empire, your loyalty must be directed solely to His Majesty. Consider carefully to whom your allegiance truly belongs. She finished with that and gave me a look that said, I did good, right? It was a perfect answer responding to the boy's impulsive confession with principles, while also scoring points with me. And she's only 10. Our daughter really isn't secretly an old soul or something, right? Your words are most righteous, Your Highness. But Emerald wasn't done yet. However, Uncle Ashno, His Majesty the Emperor, will understand. His Majesty cares for me deeply. From the moment I first saw Her Highness, my heart became hers. Whether granted permission or not, I shall devote myself to Her Highness. Stella stared at him with her mouth agape in disbelief. I couldn't stop laughing. Honestly, that didn't sound like loyalty, but more like a little crush. Well, kids are like that. While Sapphire apologized for Emerald's inappropriate behavior by hitting him repeatedly, Lucas and Evangeline bowed their heads and apologized profusely to Stella. And just then, from inside Crossroad appeared the Viscount's assistant, Lily, and there you all are. The last mage of the world, the Empire's officially appointed one and only national magician. Sid, now 21 years old, appeared. He was pushing his mother's wheelchair, smiling brightly as he approached me. Godfather Erno, Your Majesty. Sid, I was about to greet my longtime godson, but someone else beat me to it. Brother Sid. With a melodious voice, Sapphire launched herself at Sid. Just moments ago, she was smacking Emerald around, but the moment Sid appeared, she flew to his side in a heartbeat. You look amazing today as always, brother. I heard you recovered magical remnants from the eastern coast. Yeah, I did. Just got back. You're incredible, as expected of my dear brother. Oh, mother. I mean, Aunt Lily, it's good to see you too. Sapphire laughed in an over-the-top oh-ho-ho-ho way, acting all sweet to Sid and polite to Lily. Watching this scene unfold, I leaned toward Lucas and muttered quietly, Your kids are really transparent types, huh? They only recently became human I mean, they're still young. Please forgive them, my liege. It's not something you need forgiveness for. Don't be so hard on them. Sapphire continued showering Sid with sparkles and hearts. Meanwhile, Emerald was still kneeling in front of Stella, begging for her loyalty to be accepted. Watching this noisy chaos unfold, I smiled warmly. Having all the second-generation kids together like this is kind of nice. This plaisance called the city on a grave. The southern gate that used to be the final line of defense for humanity against the beasts. Now, we who had grown up, become adults, and had children of our own, were gathered here again watching our children mingle and grow together. It felt good and strange at the same time. Sometimes I really can't believe we've gotten this old. Evangeline grumbled as she laced her fingers behind her head. I still feel like that 16-year-old brat meeting you two for the first time. And now I've got kids the same age I was back then. You used to act just like that back in the day. Really, I was like that. That's terrifying. That's when Lucas chimed in. Terrifying. Come on, they're a bit immature, sure, but they're cute, aren't they? So was I cute back then too? What kind of nonsense is that? Excuse me. You were way cuter than them. Not even close. Our Evangeline looked at Lucas, eyes wide with emotion. Mister, Fufufu the night couple naturally clung to each other. Back in the day, I would have grumbled get a room, seriously, at a sight like this. But now that I am older, even that kind of scene just seems nice. If the couple's in love, then it's all good ill allow it, your majesty. It was then Sid, having pried Sapphire off him, stepped forward and spoke in a serious voice. There's something I need to speak with you about. His face, now that of a proper young man, was solemn, almost grim. I blinked, surprised, and asked, what's going on? Well, as if stealing his resolve, Sid swallowed dryly. From the side, Lily suddenly shouted something in a panic, trying to stop him. But Sid was faster. I want to go to the Imperial capital. Slash. Chapter 866 Side Story 41. After story, journey to the capital Silver Winter Merchant Guild, Crossroad Branch. Reception room. I am sitting face to face with Sid, just the two of us. You've really grown into a fine young man since I last saw you, Sid. Although I say this, in my eyes, he still looks like a baby. That tiny, cute baby who used to be cradled in Lily's arms, that child is already 21. He's grown tall and handsome. Lily struggled raising him as a single mother, but Sid was also a good son who cared deeply for his mother. Mother and son helped each other, and the two of them have grown like this. Thank you, Sid answered hesitantly. Offering him a teacup, I asked, so you want to go to the Imperial capital? Yes. May I ask why? Is it because of the magic debris collection work? Sid has been collecting scattered magical debris from all over the world, based out of Crossroad. He mostly worked with Deermudin, but Deermudin said, "You no longer need my supervision," 3 years ago. Since then, Sid has been handling the magic debris independently. The Empire's only officially recognized state mage, and a special diplomatic envoy guaranteed by the Global Council I oversee us. If necessary for the magic debris collection, he could request military and material support from any country in the world. That was the Sid of today, known as the Mage of Memories. In other words, where his base was didn't matter much. He had the right to requisition support wherever he was dispatched. You've refused requests to come to New Terra until now. What made you suddenly change your mind? The imperial capital, New Terra, occupies the heartland of the continent and is the center of global logistics and transportation. Establishing a base in such a capital would naturally make trips to various parts of the world much easier. But Sid had refused until now, citing his desire to live in his hometown, Crossroad. I understood that well enough and didn't push him. But today he suddenly made the request first, that he wanted to go to the imperial capital. Fidgeting with his hands hesitantly, Sid slowly answered, "Because of Mother, because of Lily, yes." Sid slowly raised his eyes to look at me. His eyes were clear, a mix of green and brown, just like his father's. If I stay here, Mother will continue to try and live just for me. She tries to give me good clothes, good food, only the best things, but for herself she does nothing. Worn-out clothes, leftover food, snatched sleep, overworked. Sid pressed his lips together firmly and lowered his head. She neglects her own life, suffering only for me, her child. She's struggling like that. I thought things might change when I became an adult, but she still only thinks of me. I'm grateful, but I feel sorry. I wish Mother would live her own life a bit more, so you want to be apart. If I am not around, perhaps Mother could live a little more for herself. That remains to be seen, but I also know that a young bird leaving the nest is the way of nature, that no one can stop it. In the first place, if you decide to leave, neither Lily nor I have the authority to stop you. Sid is already an adult. This young man has the right to live freely. Neither I, his godfather, nor Lily, his biological mother, have the means or the right to force him. If you decide to live in New Terra, naturally, I will help you. However, there's one condition, Sid. What is it? Come after you've had a proper talk with your mother. I nodded. Talk properly about how you want to live in the future, why you want to try living in New Terra, and how you, as her son, think your mother should live. After that, let's go up to the Imperial capital together. Sid also slowly nodded. I chuckled softly. And here I thought you were running away because you felt burdened by Sapphire clinging to you, or something like that. A faint smile touched Sid's lips at my joke. Sapphire does keep showing interest in me, forgetting she's the Lord's daughter, but well, she too will probably quickly forget about a childhood crush when she gets a bit older and we're further apart. Well, you never know about that. I smiled meaningfully and patted Sid's shoulder. There are no right answers in life. Anyway, I can only hope that the path ahead for this mother and son is filled with happiness. After finishing his meeting with Ash, Sid left the Silver Winter Merchant Guild and headed for the Ivory Tower's Crossroad branch. A white-painted tower, about 3 stories high, stood there. In the courtyard there was a parasol and a sunbed, and an old man wearing sunglasses was lying there. Master, Sid called out as he approached, but the old man, Diarmuidin, didn't move an inch. Sid sat down beside him and gently shook Diarmuidin, calling out, Master, ha! Swallowing hard, Diarmuidin hurriedly sat up and clutched his chest. You scared me. Hey, Sid, you know your master has a weak heart. Wake me up gently, will you? You talk about being weak, but I know very well you're still perfectly healthy. Don't exaggerate. When you were young, you were so mature and well-mannered, so lovely. As you get older, you just get more shameless. Good grief. Lowering his sunglasses slightly to look at Sid with his bare eyes, Diarmuidin gestured with his chin. So, did you tell His Majesty the Emperor that you want to go to the capital? Yes, and your mind is set. Yes. As Sid nodded, Diarmuidin gave a hollow laugh. Well then, what more can I say? Prepare well. Master, you should come up too. Isn't the main ivory tower in the imperial capital? No, I am fine. Putting his sunglasses back on, Diarmuidin lay back comfortably on the sunbed. I intend to finish my life here. I lived in that bustling capital for too long. Now, I'll spend the rest of my days in this quiet borderland, just basking in the sun like this. Maybe teach the local kids. A brief silence fell. Diarmuidin suddenly began to speak. Have I told you? I am from the borderlands too, born and raised in a remote, rocky mountain village. Hearing this for the first time, Sid blinked. I thought you were a noble from birth. I was from a titled family. They quarried stone and presented it to the imperial family. But I was the youngest, with nothing to inherit. Diarmuidin chuckled. When I was young, I hated that countryside. The dark stone quarry, the village covered in stone dust and dirt. I was sick of it. So I abandoned that village and went to the capital. After living busily as a mage for decades like that, I suddenly thought of my hometown. It had been a long time since Id had any contact, so I went to visit. Diarmuidin muttered bitterly. The village was gone. The profitability of the stone gradually declined, and there was even a mine collapse accident, I heard. Like that, after declining at some point, everyone disappeared. The village became deserted, and none of my family, who were the ruling lords, could be found. Sid listened quietly, and Diarmuidin looked back at him. I still regret it sometimes. If only I had looked back a little sooner, maybe I could have visited before the village ended like that, while people were still living there. I could have smelled that sickening stone dust just one more time. Sitting up, Diarmuidin reached out and took Sid's hand. It's somewhat natural for a young man to long for the sea. But, my apprentice, yes, master, do not forget that the place you were born is the river. Even if you go to the sea, do not forget the main stream where you were born. Do not forget the roots that connect you. That's all. Sid let out a hearty laugh. Of course I will. I love this city. I love you, master, mother, the people, everyone. It's just for a little while thinking of his mother's face, which had become difficult precisely because he loved her. Sid muttered softly. I'm just going away for a very short time. Towards Sid, who said this, Diarmuid showed an inscrutable, faint smile. The old mage's skinny hand tightly gripped his last apprentice's hand. After finishing his conversation with Diarmuid, as Sid slowly walked out of the ivory tower's crossroad branch. Ah, Sid came face to face with Lily, who was waiting for him at the entrance of the ivory tower, sitting in a wheelchair. An awkward silence hung between mother and son. Choosing her words carefully, Lily asked cautiously, "Shall we take a walk together, son?" Meanwhile, Lord's Manor, dining room, Mom, Dad, facing Evangeline and Lucas, Emerald suddenly declared, "I want to enroll in the Imperial Academy." At the sudden announcement, the Lord and Lady's eyes widened. The problem didn't end there. "Me too." Sapphire, sitting next to Emerald, declared right after, "I want to enroll in the Imperial Academy too." Before the siblings' sudden enrollment declaration, Evangeline and Lucas slightly opened their mouths. "Geez, when we told you to go, you refused even if it killed you. Now you want to go to the academy. If you enroll now, most of the kids in your grade will be younger than you, won't they?" Then the siblings shouted simultaneously, "What does age difference matter in love? Weren't we just talking about enrolling in the academy?" Evangeline asked. "Why the sudden talk about love?" Lucas wondered. Both Lucas and Evangeline were graduates of the Imperial Academy. Naturally, they had fully intended to send their two children there as well. But both disliked leaving far away, and above all, these two were such troublemakers. They worried about what kind of trouble they would cause in the imperial capital and tarnish the honor of the Cross family. That's why they had simply given up on enrolling them in the academy. The Imperial Academy, which students usually enter at 13, now that 2 years have passed and they are 15. We wish to dedicate ourselves to academics at the academy where our parents studied and grow into fine adults like our parents. Emerald stated formally, "We will broaden our horizons by seeing the wider world, train in both literary and martial arts at the center of the world, and then contribute to the future of the Cross family." Sapphire added with equal formality. As the siblings spouted such eloquence, both Lucas and Evangeline broke into a cold sweat. "Hey, could you stop talking like normal people all of a sudden?" Evangeline pleaded. "Could you wail and throw a tantrum like your usual selves? I can't adjust." Lucas added. Then, as if waiting for the cue, Emerald and Sapphire immediately started rolling on the dining room floor, letting out blood-curdling shrieks. "Arg, send us to the imperial capital," Emerald yelled. "If you don't, we'll roll on this floor forever," Sapphire shrieked. "Wara, Kairarak." In an instant, the dining room became chaotic, but only then did Lucas and Evangeline's expressions relax. The sentiment, "Ah, these are our kids," was written all over their faces. "If I go to the imperial capital, I'll be able to see Her Highness the Princess more often," Emerald revealed. So it was an ulterior motive after all, this brat Lucas muttered. "Sid is going to the imperial capital too. I am going to follow him," Sapphire exclaimed. This one had an ulterior motive too, so easy to read Evangeline's side. Lucas crossed his arms and looked towards Evangeline. Since he was a son-in-law who had married into the family, the head of the Cross family was strictly Evangeline. Like a knight who thoroughly follows such a command structure, Lucas entrusted all important family decisions to Evangeline. "What should we do?" he asked. Evangeline stroked her chin and looked towards Lucas. Although she was the family head, she always respected Lucas' opinion. She knew well, ever since their days on the monster frontline, that Lucas provided sharp judgments based on reason and helpful advice. "What do you think, Lucas?" "I am in favor. Studying in the imperial capital itself will be a great help in the children's lives. There are two problems, though. Two problems. One is the trouble they'll cause. Aren't they just bundles of trouble? The Imperial Academy will undoubtedly be wrecked, and it's obvious they'll bother Her Highness the Princess and Sid too. Well, since you'll be in the imperial capital too, Lucas, you can figure out how to handle it," Evangeline said dismissively. "Right, that's my hardship. The second problem is you." "Huh, me? Why me? If I go to the imperial capital and the kids go too, you'll be left here alone. Won't you be lonely?" Gasp. Only then did Evangeline realize that she would be left behind, a lone mother while her husband and children were far away for schooling, her mouth falling open. Slash. Chapter 867, Side Story 42. After story, Journey to the Capital 2, outskirts of Crossroad. Along the well-maintained walking path, fitting for a tourist city, Lily and Sid were taking a stroll. Sid pushed Lily's wheelchair from behind in silence. Lily, too, kept her eyes down and said nothing. The awkward silence was broken when Lily finally spoke. Son. Yes, Mother. Why do you want to leave this place? What's been bothering you? When Sid hesitated, unable to answer right away, Lily spoke again, stumbling a little. Is it me? Have I been making you uncomfortable? Sorry. If you feel like I've been clinging to you too much, then no. Sid quickly denied it. That's not the reason at all. Lily swallowed hard, then continued. If not, that is it because of what I said before, about how I am still waiting for your father. Is that frustrating for you? That's I know it's foolish of me. But this is my that's not it either. Sid denied it again. Of course, it is frustrating that you're still waiting for father, but that's not the biggest issue. Then what is the biggest issue? You, Mother. Sid hesitated for a moment, but then spoke honestly. It's painful to watch you never consider your own happiness. Lily turned to him with a dazed expression. Sid continued, to you I am precious. The memories with father are precious. And this city you've worked in all your life is probably precious too. But I want you to realize that you are the most precious of all. Sid repeated with more strength in his voice. To yourself, Mother, you should be the most precious. But as long as I am here, you'll keep living only for me. That's why I want us to try being apart for a while. For her child, Sid. For the memory of her vanished husband. For the city of Crossroad, where she had worked all her life. Lily had always worked and devoted herself. Shed never stopped running. Live for yourself, that's why Sid's words were so precious. But would he understand that a mother could never separate her identity from her child? How could she explain that she'd been doing her best to find her own kind of happiness? How could she make that clear while I am at it? I plan to study more at the Ivory Tower in the capital. I want to dig deeper into magical theory. Will you try to stop me? No. Lily smiled faintly. If you're firm in your decision to leave the provinces and head to the capital, how could I possibly stop you? A mother shouldn't hold her child back. You've never held me back, Mother. You've always been the one pushing me forward. That's why he was leaving. Because he felt guilty, always being pushed forward by his mother. He wondered if he disappeared, would her life, which he had unintentionally blocked, finally open up. He'll come back soon. Sid said it like he was making a promise to himself. It won't take long. I'm just going away for a little while. So while I'm gone, I want you to try living for yourself, just once. Lily slowly turned the wheelchair around and spread her arms toward Sid. Son, yes, let me hug you once. Sid bent his knees and embraced his mother. The mother and son held each other tightly. Lily stroked her son's now broad shoulders for a while, then whispered, no matter how far you go, don't forget that I love you. I'll never forget. Sid whispered as he gently patted his mother's now small shoulders. And you don't forget that I love you either. I won't forget. Never mother and son held on, unable to part for a long time. Even though it wasn't the first time Sid had left Crossroad. Even though they'd often been apart while he traveled the world. Somehow, this time felt like it would be an especially long farewell, and so they clung to each other just a little longer. On the way back to New Terra, Ash had some new company. National Mage Sid and the Cross family's twin heirs Emerald and Sapphire. During the long journey to New Terra, they gradually became acquainted with Princess Stella. At first, Stella was wary of them, but she soon adjusted. She kicked Emerald around like a fool, got along famously with Sapphire, and listened to Sid's fascinating stories about magic. Over the course of several weeks, the children became fast friends. But when they reached the capital, they had to part ways. Each had their own path to follow. Stella returned to the palace, Sid headed to the Ivory Tower, and Emerald and Sapphire were off to the academy. Your Highness, please remember me. I swear I'll become your personal knight. Just hurry up and go already, you dumb blonde. As Stella heartlessly kicked Emerald away, Sapphire was clinging to Sid. Brother Sid, even if other vixens flirt with you in the capital, you must firmly reject them. I believe in your fidelity. Wait, why do you believe in my fidelity, fools as they were? Emerald and Sapphire's antics made both Ash and Serenade laugh heartily. Lucas, however, pressed a hand to his forehead, clearly distressed. After parting ways with the group, Sid headed straight for the main tower of the Ivory Tower. There, he planned to continue his research on ancient magic, using it as his new base of operations, while continuing his mission to retrieve the remaining fragments of magic scattered across the continent. When Sid arrived at the Ivory Tower and was escorted inside by the waiting guards' welcome. In the first-floor hall of the tower, a circle of aged scholars sat waiting for him. The Everblack Empire's only certified mage. The national mage, Sir Sid. Though he sensed the gazes directed at him were far from friendly, Sid calmly stepped forward. He walked to the center of the scholars gathered in a circle, toward the raised platform that had only a single chair placed upon it. The Mage of Memories, the Mage of Ruins. You have many titles, but of them all, I find this one most fitting. A middle-aged woman with sharp features spoke in a cold tone. The Mage Killer, the one who goes around erasing the final traces of the world's remaining magic, the heartless, bloodless last magocrat. Within the ivory tower, opinions on handling magic remnants had long been divided. Diarmuidin had taken the stance that they should be cleanly eradicated for the safety of future generations. But there were just as many who believed that if a fragment could be preserved, it should be. Currently, the consensus within the main tower leaned toward the latter, that these remnants, being part of historical record, should be preserved. For someone like Sid who took the lead in erasing Theme, it was difficult to expect a warm welcome here. Rather than Killer, Sid didn't flinch. Undertaker would be a more accurate description. You also, my views differ somewhat from my master's. Sid slowly looked around the room. If the magic remnants themselves bear no malice, I don't destroy them. There's a lingering mana pool in the forest near my home, but after examining it personally, I judged it harmless to people, so I left it alone. The expressions of the surrounding scholars seemed to brighten for a brief moment until Sid continued coldly. However, if I sense even the slightest potential threat to people, I've destroyed them without hesitation. I've destroyed far more than I've left untouched. In the air that turned hostile once again, the same middle-aged woman asked in a low voice, "And how do you discern that? How do you determine which fragments are dangerous and which are not? By what standard do you make such judgments? Because I can feel it. You may not be able to sense them at all, but I can interact with those remnants directly, calmly, and mercilessly." Sid declared this while looking at the old mages of a bygone Iroho could no longer use magic themselves. To their gritted teeth, Sid added, "And beyond that, I verify each fragment's potential threat using the theory my master taught me. Based on that final evaluation, I decide whether to preserve or erase it. You may supplement the theoretical parts if you like." With those words, Sid shrugged off his coat and draped it over the back of the chair. Then he loosened the knot of his tie. "You've received the data on the fragments I've processed so far, haven't you? So shall we begin reviewing them now?" Rolling up his sleeves, Sid glanced around the room. "Let's see if I've ever been wrong, even once. I welcome your esteemed opinions." Faced with the young newcomer's open challenge, the old mages' faces simultaneously twisted with fury, contempt, and a flicker of joy. "Very well. Let's see what the youngest disciple raised in the backwoods by the Grandmaster has to offer." Thus began a symposium that would last several days. Among those chasing after what had already disappeared, in a world where magic was Faddingthy still held onto their mage's pride, Imperial Academy. A blonde boy and girl stepped down from the carriage. Emerald and Sapphire scanned the wide courtyard with their cold green and white eyes. Already dressed in their new uniforms, they looked, on the surface, like two figures from a painting. Their appearance caused a stir among the students near the gates. As with most kids their age, romance was always the hottest topic of interest. But while curious stares and murmurs poured in from all directions, Emerald and Sapphire interpreted them quite differently. Heh, as expected. They're looking down on us just because we came from the countryside. Completely misunderstanding the situation, the twins straightened their shoulders proudly and began walking, drawing on their inner fighting spirit. The commotion only grew as they passed through the gates and into the courtyard. It wasn't even entrance season, and the academy didn't typically accept transfers. New faces mid-term were almost unheard of. Special admissions students. With that title, the twins walked toward the academy's main building, exchanging glances. "You ready, Em?" "Of course, Sap." They both extended their fists and bumped them together in the air between them with a solid thump. This school, well, bring it to its knees. Consider this a clean takeover. It was the moment when what could have been a sweet, wholesome school life rom-com for the twins took a brutal genre shift. Guided by a staff member to their assigned classroom, they exchanged a firm nod in front of the door. Bang! With synchronized kicks, they burst into the classroom and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Who's the boss of this class? Forget the class level. Who's the top dog of the first years? Starting today, this academy belongs to us. If you don't want to get wrecked, you'd better behave and become our underlings. The students inside, who had just been laughing and chatting cheerfully, all recoiled in shock and stared at them. And then standing at the podium, the homeroom teacher who had just been encouraging the class to warmly welcome the two incoming transfer students stood, with their mouth hanging open. Seeing the teacher for the first time, the twins scowled fiercely and shouted again, "Are you the boss of this class? Cut the chatter. Let's settle this with a fight." And thus unfolded the first day of the cross-siblings transfer, forever marking them as the storm transfer duo of the Imperial Academy. After that, the children of heroes from the Monster War began enrolling one by one from across the continent. And 3 years later, when Princess Stella herself enrolled at the age of 13, the Imperial Academy descended into a battlefield of schemes and intrigue, of war and love, not unlike a real war zone. But that is a story for another time. Slash. Chapter 868, Side Story 43, Bonus Stage, Salome Clack. The stream turned on. The camera shook slightly before it settled, revealing a woman seated in a gaming chair. She wore a baggy hoodie and dolphin shorts, thick-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her long pink hair and slightly tanned skin stood out. Sallow the woman yawned lazily, scratching her stomach under the hoodie, and waved at the camera. Messages started flooding into the chat as viewers joined after receiving the stream notification. Sallow, hi. Salome, she's scratching her belly again today. Salome, does your belly button smell too? Scratching her head over the hood, Salome responded. Perfect and flawless Salome doesn't smell, even if she doesn't shower for months, not from the belly button or anywhere else. That stink must be crazy. I can smell it through the screen. When did you last shower? Look at all the grease on her face, please. Just wash your face, at least I am begging you. Salome is a succubus, so it's fine. Succubi are spiritual beings, so we stay clean even without washing. No way, you still look dirty through the screen. This is a succubus. Nuo, this isn't the succubus I fantasized about. Plugging my nose to watch this again today. Once enough viewers had gathered, Salome pointed a long index finger at the camera and casually recited her opening line. Hello, I am your succubus queen Salome, here to steal your vitality, malice, and donations. Any toxic behavior like cursing, trolling, or not joining membership will get you instantly banned. First time watching this stream. Is this a usual concept? Concept, you say? Salome is a true succubus. She even has a lineage, not the succubus thing, more like this sloppy vibe. You think this mess is a concept? Don't you see the chaos in the room behind her? This is all natural. The filth comes from the soul. Ranked 1 on Forbes for most wasted looks by a streamer. Salome nodded thoughtfully while reading the chat. Yeah. I told you I really am a succubus. Can't you tell from this beauty? And not just any succubus, the legendary succubus empress. Ah, so that's your setting, but you're the one breaking it though. Noted succubi don't wash. And a filthy learn something new. Gonna help me in my next life during an ice guy return loop. Even office workers shower before going to work, at least wash before streaming. Sorry. But there are lots of people here because she's dirty. Don't force hygiene. Real talk. I turn off the stream when Salome's clean. So many lunatics here, lol. Even the chat smells. It was the usual chaos in the chat. Watching the madness unfold with ease, Salome picked up a drink and shed left nearby. PSHHH can opened with a crisp, refreshing sound. Ding! A donation came through at the same time. Black Box has donated 1001. What are you drinking? This is the third time I am asking. With a refreshing puha, Salome downed the drink and shook the can in front of the camera. The eye of booze. That's crossing the line. I can't believe someone actually drinks that stuff. She looks like some foreign pink sun or whatever, and yet she drinks that. While the viewers recoiled in disgust, Salome tilted her head and gulped the rest of the can. This stuff is crazy good. Too many people here don't know real flavor. Real talk. Eye of booze slaps. King tier drink best combo. Hot soak at the bathhouse. Eye of booze broth from boiled eggs. Pardon me, but what country's rule is that? It exists in 1990s South Korea. Salome, I get that you're drinking, but could you at least bathe before drinking? Watching the chat devolve into a war between Eye of Booze lovers and haters, Salome smiled in satisfaction. Viewers shuddered at the sight. This person only drinks polarizing stuff like Dijava, Morning Calm, Dr. Pepper, and Mint Choco. At this point, she's doing it just to stir us up. Are there even people who don't like those drinks? Just hearing the names brings my appetite back, no mistaking it. Salome's, Streamanly, the same fanatics gather here. Ding! Another donation came through. Spectacle Goblin Executioner has donated 1001. Could you maybe take off your glasses just once? My glasses? Why all of a sudden? Salome tilted her head, but the chat had already launched into another war. Obviously because you look way prettier without them nonsense. The glasses are god-tier items that add 2 more intelligence to Salome. Only 2. Anyway, you look better with them. Don't ever take them off. Everyone knows the universal truth. Taking glasses off makes you hotter. Glasses freaks out. It's war now, you aesthetic ignoramuses. After the debates over hygiene and drink preferences, now the chat was fighting over glasses on versus off. Salome watched quietly, then chuckled. Glasses? Sure, why not? With a playful yap, she whipped off her thick-rimmed glasses. They didn't even have lenses to begin with, just frames. But before the viewers could even react to her bare face, snap, she put them back on. Salome looked at the screen and said a single word. Molecule. She's got at least 3 master's degrees. Salome, the intellect of the century. So smart, so brilliant, unbelievably sharp, knew it. Glasses on is way better, what are you even saying? The liquid vibe was insanish, looks way better without glasses. Please take off the glasses, please take off the glasses, please take off the glasses, watching the viewers rip into each other. Salome grinned with satisfaction. She was a succubus, an actual one. Though she had ended up in a different world than where she was born, her need to feed on others' emotions remained unchanged. So, how could she harvest those emotions in the most efficient and effortless way? The answer was right here, online streaming. She could absorb a multitude of emotions just from the viewers watching her stream. No more bothersome work like entering someone's dreams and charming them. All she had to do was turn on the stream, and viewers from all over the country would flock to her and offer up their emotions. This was high-tech, the cutting edge of the succubus business, peak Earth civilization. Sitting still while feasting on emotions, this is the perfect job for a succubus. And so, Salome's job satisfaction reached sky-high levels, but there was one small problem. After absorbing Raven, her favorite emotion to consume had become malice. Of course, she could still enjoy other emotions, but they just didn't have the same kick. It was like eating food without enough sauce. Just like how humans here loved fiery dishes like mala hotpot, nuclear tteokbokki, and fire chicken, Salome craved intense, vicious emotions. So, in her quest to harvest more malice on stream, her content gradually evolved into an evil kind of show where she deliberately introduced controversial topics to spark arguments and watched the viewers go wild. It happened then. Ding! Barks at Boring Streams has donated 501. Woof, 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 woof. I'll try to make today's stream fun, so please translate yourself. Ding! Barks at Boring Streams has donated 501. But if I may ask, why were you late today, ma'am? Yaron, I kept trying that game I ended yesterday all the way through this morning. Finally beat the final boss and saw the ending before I slept. So I overslept and started late today. The chat fell silent for a moment. What now? What did you say? You beat the final boss off stream. Are you out of your mind? What the hell is this? Up until now, the chat had been divided into love-it-or-hate-it camps, but this time they united in outrage against Salome. She had truly crossed the line. While her streams were mostly talk shows, Salome was still officially a variety game streamer. After chatting, she would always transition into gameplay. But to learn she beat the final boss she was struggling with off-stream, alone, after ending the broadcast. Faced with this absurd betrayal, viewers exploded in anger, and Salome eagerly drank in the surging emotions. Once she felt full enough, her eyes snapped open. She formed a heart with her hands and shouted toward the camera. Charm beam. F-whoosh. A wave of pink magic, real magic, rippled across the screen. And just like that, the enraged viewers instantly calmed down. Ah, why were we even fighting? I don't understand what you mean, madam. We've never fought. Justice, peace, love, charity, hope, Salome happy, who cares about preferences? Let's all enjoy what we enjoy. Love you, Salome Nuna. As long as we have your stream, we're happy. Seeing the now peaceful chat, Salome nodded with satisfaction. She was full from harvesting negative emotions, and the viewers were happy again after shedding them. Wasn't this a win-win? At least according to Salome. With the stream now calm, she began to wrap up the chatting segment. Ding! Lover of couple streams has donated 501. By the way, did you hear the news, host? What news? I didn't hear anything. Lover of couple streams has donated 501. Apparently Retro Addict is doing an outstream today. You seriously didn't know? What? Salome, who had been lounging comfortably, shot to her feet. Outstream, the shortened form of outdoor streaming. In other words, the popular streamer Next Retro Games specialist Retro Addict was going live offline today. Panicked, Salome rushed to Retro Addict's channel and checked the community post. Then she screamed, "Holy shit, it's real. How could I, his official stalker, not know this?" I don't think you can add the word official to stalker. Mom, more importantly, if you're his official stalker, how did you miss Retro Addict's schedule? Because she was a car, she was a car. Didn't she publicly confess to Retro Addict last time and get rejected? Is she sulking and avoiding updates since then? No, I didn't get rejected. Retro Addict just said he was really busy and needed time to think. He said we should stay friends for now. Isn't that literally a rejection? This girl lol the denial is real lol damn. Even after getting turned down multiple times, she never gives up. Respect the persistence. Retro Addict is amazing too. Salome's super pretty, but he shut her down without hesitation. Is being pretty the issue? Look at that mess of a room behind her. Could you handle that? Unnigh, I totally could. Dump that retro game nerd and come to me. It'll make you happy. Hold on, everyone. I'm gonna wash up real quick and get ready to head out. Leaving the stream running, Salome actually darted off to the bathroom at full speed. Viewers stared at the now hostless screen in confusion. Huh, is she seriously trying to crash Retro Addict's outstream? Isn't this kind of invasive? It's way past invasive. Haven't you seen how she clings to Retro Addict? Love makes you blind. After all, in a weird way, this is peak Salome lol, but seriously, how many days has it been since she last washed? Time passed with the camera pointed at an empty room. Normally, viewership would drop off at this point, but instead, the live viewer count kept climbing. News had spread Salome had declared shed crash Retro Addict stream, and the infamously unwashed, unkempt Salome was actually getting cleaned up and dressed for once. After quite a while tada, Salome reappeared on screen, completely transformed. The sloppy mess from earlier was gone. She was freshly showered, well-dressed, and absolutely radiant. Her long pink hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, and instead of the worn-out hoodie and dolphin shorts, she wore a stunning tailored suit. Last time I wore a skirt and did sexy makeup, and it totally overwhelmed him. So today I went full formal. What do you think? Do I look okay? Is this full makeup Salome? Then what the hell was that pig we've been watching all this time? Forbes, you weren't wrong, Retro Addict. Thank you, thanks to you. Salome is finally living like a human being. While the chat was awash in emotion, Salome switched the stream to her phone camera. She flashed a mischievous smile at the screen. All right, time for our own little outdoor adventure. Then she pointed straight at the camera with her index finger, as if issuing a declaration of war. Retro Addict, you're mine. Slash. Chapter 869, Side Story 44. Bonus stage. Retro Addict, outskirts of Seoul. A large hospital lobby. Retro horror man in a hoodie and shorts waved in front of a camera held by a cameraman. Hello, this is Retro Addict. I think this is almost the first time I am seeing you all from outside my house. Waiting viewers rushed in with a flood of chat messages. Hi, Retro Addict, now that you're in natural light, you look even puffier. Wait, he can move under sunlight. Thought he was one of us children of the dark scree each sunlight scary. Yes, I was honestly terrified while preparing for this outstream. You'd never guess, but I'm actually a huge introvert. We know that quite well. Of course a shut-and-game freak would be an introvert. What else? Wait, wasn't he an internal type? His internal fat is getting serious though lolahem, that's not a belly, it's his gaming skill pouch anyway. Today I am here at a hospital lobby in Seoul. Retro Addict pointed to the interior of the lobby and gave an awkward smile. Can you guess why I am here today? Drumroll please, drrr, drrr, drrr. Why is his acting like this? Is he reading from a textbook? This is painful. Just start already. I think it's kinda cute, though lol it was tough delivering lines while being stared at by people in real life. But Retro Addict stubbornly pushed ahead with the stream. Tada, I've turned this place into a one-day arcade. One side of the wide hospital lobby was filled with various arcade machines. Everything from claw machines to karaoke booths, retro games, and even modern fighting games. Whoa, this is legit better than the arcade. Near my place, look at all those retro games. Instead of new ones, lol, he's living up to his name. Retro Addict, you all know I've been donating to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Right. While doing so, I wondered if I could organize an event that would bring joy to the kids. Retro Addict explained while watching the chat. And since I am a retro game specialist streamer, I thought I could show the kids the fun of arcades. That's how this event came to be. The chosen hospital was where one of his viewers was currently admitted. It had a dedicated pediatric and adolescent cancer center, and the number of young patients being treated here was quite large. He coordinated with the hospital, persuaded the guardians, brought in machines from nearby arcades, and set up the event space after months of effort. It all came together today. And now we have someone joining us to help host the stream. Retro Addict reached out to his side stiffly, his expression frozen. Making a surprise visit without any prior notice, please welcome Salome. Salome leapt into the frame from off camera. Yahoo! Salo. Yo, she really came, the queen herself has descended. She actually showed up, lol, pink sun invades. I want to insert myself between those two, there she is again. That stray cat, after greeting Retro Addict and the other staff. Salome licked her lips mischievously. An event like this is obviously a good thing. And a kind one too, but honestly, viewers might not find it all that entertaining. Then she put on the thick-rimmed glasses she had briefly taken off, pushing them up her nose with flair. I'll spice it up with some extra heat, so you won't get bored while watching. Retro Addict clenched his fist and trembled, but he couldn't argue. An arcade event with pediatric cancer patientia, it was meaningful and wholesome. But whether it made for exciting streaming content was another matter. A good deed alone wasn't enough to meet the internet's hunger for entertainment. But add in the rising queen of chaos and spicy content, Salome. All right then, shall we have some fun, senior? Eek, who's your senior? Or you're my streaming senior, aren't you? Y'all teach me a lot, right? As Salome subtly snuggled up to him, Retro Addict instantly pulled away, stepping to the side. Viewers cheered and munched on popcorn as the rapid exchange played out. If Retro Addict was the rising star of Lightning for clean, consistent streaming and doing good deeds like supporting pediatric cancer patients, then Salome was the streamer of darkness, whose chaotic and provocative broadcasts thrived on drawing out viewers' malice. They were polar opposites by nature, and with Salome's one-sided crush on Retro Addict added to the mix, the result was undeniably entertaining to watch. Oh, by the way, everyone, all donations today will be going directly to the Pediatric Cancer Center, so let's take this opportunity to do a ton of good deeds. Salome gave a big wink and pitched her donation line. And guess what? The top 3 donors will receive exclusive rewards on my stream. All right, then. Let's kick off today's event. Retro Addict with the desperate cut and lol, if you leave her alone, shall definitely cause trouble. You summoned Salome, accept your fate. Retro Addict, he didn't even invite her, though Salome crashes the party, even when she's not invited. Reckless chaos. Zero accountability. And so, the event began. The setup allowed kids to freely play on the arcade machines, with tournament-style competitions held for each game category. Who could survive the longest, progress the farthest, rack up the highest score, or take the final victory? And for the final event, the claw machine challenge, Yuho could snag the most dolls. There were prizes for each category, including grand prizes, participation prizes, effort awards, and more. The children, who had been hesitating outside the event hall, finally began to trickle into the one-day arcade. Having spent so much of their lives inside the hospital, most had never experienced a real arcade. Their faces lit up as they stood before the various machines for the first time. Few Retro Addict sent the cameraman toward the kids and took a moment to catch his breath. Hyang. At the sound of a voice, he turned to see a familiar boy running up with a bright smile. Retro Addict smiled back just as warmly. Well, look who it is. I almost didn't recognize you. The boy, who had been Retro Addict's very first viewer, looked noticeably healthier. His hair, once buzzed close to the scalp and slightly bluish, had grown out nicely. His once skinny arms and legs had filled out a bit too. How's your health? I feel great. Hardly sick at all, and the doctor says everything's looking good. You're getting discharged next month, right? Yeah, I'm pretty much all better now. The boy glanced toward the arcade, where the other kids were squealing and playing. I'm glad I could do this with them before I leave. Thanks, Hyang. No, I should be the one thanking you. Retro Addict gently tapped the boy on the back. Go on, play with the others. Make some good memories. Okay. The boy bowed politely, then dashed off toward the arcade. As Retro Addict watched him with a warm smile and turned his head, SNFF SNRK Salome was standing there, covering her mouth, tears and snot streaming down her face. Startled, Retro Addict broke into a cold sweat. Why are you crying all of a sudden? What's wrong? I'm not crying, sniff, if they're happy. That's all that matters. Yeah, well, the stream isn't gonna be okay like this. People are gonna think I made you cry. Retro Addict pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to her, but when Salome ignored it and just kept sobbing like a child, he had no choice but to wipe her face himself. What's going on with you? First you show up unannounced, now you're crying like this. But you have to see this in person. It's the day one of your little wishes came true. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. Retro Addict chuckled softly, but then tilted his head. Wait, but how do you know what my wish was? Phhhffff. Warog, don't blow your nose in my handkerchief. As he flailed from the sudden distraction, Salome quickly wiped her face with a sloppy catwash motion and bolted off toward the arcade. All right, everyone. Let's get started with our first event match. Don't just take over the show. You said you were only here to watch, hey? At first, many of the children were shy and hesitant, but they quickly warmed up to the atmosphere of the one-day arcade. They took turns trying out different games, giggling and squealing as they immersed themselves. Even though they were undergoing tough treatments in the hospital, they were still just normal kids, full of mischief and a love for play, no different from kids outside. All right. First event match karaoke battle. Salome, acting as co-host, entered the karaoke booth as the first contestant and sang a song. But Salome was tone-deaf and ended up in dead last with a pitiful score. This is absurd. My heavenly voice. How could I be last? She tried to make up for it with a seductive rage dance, but Retro Addict frantically held her back. No matter where you take her, our Salome is an embarrassment. Apologies on behalf of our streamer. For the record, she also dances like crap. Totally uncoordinated, can't sing or dance. What kind of succubus is this? But she's pretty. Let's just have a drink. Next came a series of retro game challenges. A game where a tiny dragon spits bubbles, one where a knight in armor runs to the right, one where matching three identical jelly blobs makes them burst. The kids picked it up quickly, laughing and shrieking as they played. Meanwhile, Salome alone failed to grasp the rules, dying over and over again. Kaya, Gark, Gieg. She contorted her pretty face in every way possible, getting wrecked repeatedly, and every time she hit game over, she slammed her face into the cabinet with a groan like a pig being fed. Is she really a variety game streamer? This isn't a bit. Salome's really terrible at real-time action games. She's barely okay at turn-based stuff. And only when it plays like chess, or go honestly feels like she lived in another world and just started gaming, whether she was throwing on purpose or just that bad. Her losing reactions were top tier. Like a pro wrestler selling their opponent's moves, Salome went all out every time she lost in a tournament match. The kids doubled over with laughter. The viewers were cracking up too. Retro Addict just stood there in a cold sweat, watching the chaos unfold. Still, thanks to Salome's glorious self-destruction, the event was a hit, and so was the stream. Time passed, and the final event began. It was the claw machine tournament. The format was simple. Whoever could grab the most dolls would win. And fittingly, the prize was also a doll. A supersized doll modeled after me. Retro Addict pulled back a cloth to reveal a giant plush that looked like a one-person sofa shaped exactly like Retro Addict himself. Of course, it was an extremely deformed version, and aside from the words Retro Addict stitched onto the hoodie, it was hard to even tell it was supposed to be Retro Addict. Isn't that the merch from last year? It is. That was the grand prize at last year's online fan meeting. I heard the winner rejected it cause it was too big, so that's where it ended up. Are they dumping leftover stock now? Lol, palming off unwanted merch on a kid. Hey now, this is a high-quality, super comfy cushion doll. Everyone's gonna love it. That was clearly not true. Most of the kids looked completely uninterested in the Retro Addict plush, some even visibly recoiling. Still, they joined the claw machine tournament simply because it was fun. And then there was her. I will win, a woman, eyes gleaming with greed for the prize. I will win no matter what. Ah, right, she exists. Is she a retro addict merch stan? She actually wants it that bad. But would someone who's never used a claw machine before really be good at it? Wait, isn't it kinda messed up for an adult to try to win a prize meant for kids with cancer? Then Salome raised her horn-rimmed glasses with a solemn expression. I do my best, no matter the opponent. Even if that opponent is a child. My baby's so noble she's a shame wherever she goes. Please don't tell people she's our streamer in public, but like seriously, I don't think she can win. The kids were pretty good earlier, no choice then. Salome grinned dangerously and rolled up the sleeve of her right arm. It didn't show on camera, but a swirl of pink magical energy was gathering at her fingertips. I'll just have to unleash my true power. Slash. Chapter 870 Side Story 45. Bonus stage. This is love in most arcades. The strength of a claw machine is deliberately weakened and only set to full power once every certain number of attempts. But today was a special event for children with pediatric cancer. That setting had been disabled, and the claw was always at full power. As long as the claw was positioned properly, the dolls would be easily plucked out. Ha ha ha, they're coming out so easily. So all the kids were happily snatching up doll after doll huff huff, except for Salome, who was struggling alone. Each round had a 5-minute time limit. While the other kids were piling up mountains of dolls, Salome's results were miserable. Everyone in the chat was hyped up, teasing Salome relentlessly. Get up, Salome. Come on, get up. Your opponents are children. These are the kids who took your dolls. Normally, you go easy on children, you know. So you're losing on purpose, right? Look at those vicious eyes. No way she's throwing the game. I don't need to go easy just because my opponents are kids. Salome wiped the sweat off her chin with the back of her hand and yanked off her horn-rimmed glasses. Because Salome is a baby too goo goo gaga. The long-awaited declaration that's right, Salome is a baby too goo goo gaga. Salome is just a lil baby. Babies should be treated gently. Regression is fine and all. But aren't you gonna lose at this rate? 3 minutes left. Salome's score was far behind the kids who had already gone earlier, and compared to the kids currently clawing dolls from other machines, her situation was even more hopeless. Are you really gonna lose? To a viewer's question, Salome looked straight at the camera and grinned. I'll win. She was seriously aiming for the grand prize. There was no way she'd fall here. Salome quickly scanned her surroundings. The staff were focused on the other kids, cheering them on and matching their pace. Salome's corner was being mostly ignored. Forgive me, everyone, I didn't want to use this power. Pink energy swirled around Salome's fingertips and was sucked into the claw machine. And from that moment, clack, 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 the dolls inside the machine began to get scooped up by the claw as if they were being magnetically pulled. Salome immediately began catching up to the leading group of kids. But no matter how you looked at it, something suspicious, some kind of pink magical power was raging inside the machine. Viewers began to get suspicious. Ha! Salome suddenly got good. The streamer was secretly a claw master, but didn't something just flash? Things keep sparkling. What's that pink gust of wind? Just as the suspicion was about to boil over, Salome extended one hand toward the screen, formed a tiny heart, and shouted, Charming beam. FY. I guess it was just our imagination, nothing shady going on here, X. Turns out Salome's actually good at claw machines. Oh, let's stop doubting and being misled. Let's look at the world with love and light. Happy, happy, happy. Thus, Salome's doll count began to skyrocket, catching up in no time. She overtook fifth, passed fourth, outpaced third, and reached second. I can win, totally, Salome roared. The giant retro addict plushie is mine. Whoa, she might actually win. Because I promised she's found the flow of the claw. The 10-horse Salome's making a comeback for the ages. 1 minute remaining. Now the only one left ahead of her was the kid in first place. Oog, she was a girl with a cap pulled tight over her closely cropped hair, clearly giving it her all. I'll be first, I'm gonna get the doll no matter what. But maybe flustered by Salome's relentless chase, her claw kept slipping. Frantically working the stick, she bit her lip and teared up. I have to win, I must. And while she kept making mistakes, Salome's score had already overtaken hers. Salome, did you have to go this far? Was it really necessary? Love is always merciless. Let us walk the path of carnage and cut down all distractions. Salome closed her eyes, furrowing her brows in deep thought. She groaned with a string of mmmmhmm sounds, clearly tormented. HHHD, but when the girl looked like she was about to cry, Salome muttered, "Ah, screw it," and flicked her fingers. Snap! Salome's pink magic surged into the girl's machine and began helping the claw hook onto dolls. Ha! Clack, 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 clack. Each time the claw moved, 3 or 4 dolls came out in clusters. Her score surged back ahead in a flash. Beep! When time ran out, the girl had the highest total score, even compared to the kids who played before her. Wara! The kids all cheered and rushed over to congratulate her on the final, dramatic comeback. Meanwhile, Salome, who had clawed her way up only to get nothing in the last minute, collapsed flat on the floor. She stared blankly at the ceiling and muttered, "This is just how my succubus life goes." The Prizier giant retro addict plushie was awarded to the girl. When the retro addict himself handed it over, she said, "Thank you," and struggled to lift the massive doll. Then, without hesitation, she scurried off to the side big bro and handed it to a Boyhi's first viewer who would soon be discharged from the hospital. "Take this." "Huh, me?" The boy, bewildered, accepted the plushie. "You're giving this to me?" "Yeah, you said you liked that retro addict guy." The girl lowered her gaze, cheeks blushing as she mumbled, "So I worked really hard to win it because I wanted to give it to you, ooh." The crowd buzzed in excitement. The chat exploded. What's with the mood? Something's going down. Something's going down. Something's going down. Did Lil Bro just get a confession? Even kids are dating, but our Salome don't talk about love. We're all single too, like streamer, like viewer. Stop. Emotional splash, damage incoming. From her hands to his, the large plushie was passed. The boy hugged the plush tightly and smiled brightly. Seeing that, the girl's face lit up too, as if relieved. "Y'all still come visit after you're discharged, right? You won't forget me? Of course not. I'll come see you a lot. And once you're all better, let's hang out together." "Really? Promise?" "Yeah, promise." Their pinkies hooked together. The people on site squealed and clapped in delight. Even Retro Addict applauded with a moved expression. Few watching the whole scene from a shadowy corner of the venue, Salome sat crouched, looking utterly defeated. If I'd known it was for that, I wouldn't have let her win. Everyone's celebrating, except the host. Lol, is she a pufferfish? Look at her face, that pouty face is legendary. She mad cause the kids are dating. But what else can she do but sulk in a corner? Lol, solo rec stopped the area-wide friendly fire. "You're gonna wipe us all." The awards ceremony continued. Based on the total game results, each child was given a prize. A bunch of small, cute gifts were handed out. To wrap up, Retro Addict thanked all the kids for coming and gave each of them a handheld game console. Ah, behold, among all the smiling faces, Salome alone looked up at the sky and muttered bitterly, "A world where no one gets hurt is complete. LOL. What is she even saying? Haha, props to the host too. Thanks for the fun stream, as long as the kids are happy. It's all good." Everyone gathered together to take a commemorative photo. Retro Addict and Salome gave their closing remarks. And with that, the event and the stream came to an end. After finishing all the cleanup, they had dinner with the team. Once the staff had gone their separate ways, Retro Addict offered to give Salome a ride home in his car. It was an old, second-hand vehicle, and Retro Addict looked a little embarrassed about it, but Salome didn't seem to care at all. They drove in silence for a while. Eventually, Retro Addict hesitated before speaking. "You worked hard today." Salome looked at him. He gave her an awkward smile. "And thanks. If you hadn't been there, the stream would have been way duller. Because of you, the donation drive went great and the stream really took off." But Salome didn't respond with her usual teasing or playful antics. She was unusually quiet, withdrawn. That made Retro Addict nervous. "What's wrong? Something bothering you?" The plushie. "Ha! The prize for the claw machine. The Retro Addict plushie. I really wanted it." It seemed she was genuinely upset about missing out on it. Salome sighed, serious for once, and Retro Addict let out a chuckle. "You're seriously something else. You wanted a doll of me that badly." "Of course I did. You need to start mass-producing your merch. I'm going to collect every last bit of it." After a short pause, Retro Addict spoke in a more serious tone. "Salome, yes. Why do you like me this much?" When Salome looked at him, he let out a quiet sigh. "The way you act, and how much you help Toddy, it's obvious you really like me. But I just don't get why, be honest. You even knew about my wish. So is it that you?" Salome swallowed hard. Had he figured it out? That she came from another world? That she was actually a succubus? Of course, Retro Addict was thinking within the frame of Earth, specifically South Korea's reality. You've just been too immersed in my streams, right? And you ended up thinking you liked me because of that. It was a rational deduction on his part. And in a way, it wasn't entirely wrong. The real problem was that Salome had no way to refute it. She fidgeted with her lips. How could she get her true feelings across? It's just a misunderstanding. Think about it. You've got no real reason to like me. You're young and pretty. You should stop wasting time on some old guy like me and focus on your own life. No, if we're talking real age, Salome was way older. But no matter how you looked at it, she seemed like the younger one, so he kept speaking to her formally. Of course, Salome didn't say anything about that. Instead, she fell into deep thought. Looking back ever since she arrived in this world, Shed only expressed one-sided affection toward Retro Addict. From his point of view, all Shed done was offer inexplicable kindness. She had never actually shown him how she truly felt. Taking a slow breath, Salome finally spoke. I've lived most of my life not really knowing what feelings are. Her tone was serious, and while Retro Addict didn't respond, he listened carefully. I just mimicked other people's behavior, pretending to feel their emotions. I didn't know what joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure really were. I couldn't understand what love was. I was always empty inside. I longed for love more than anyone, but I lived on without even knowing what it truly was. A faint smile touched Salome's lips. Then, by chance, I saw you, more precisely your little wish, to tell a child lying unconscious in a hospital bed to stay strong. That absurdly small wish. A sincere desire strong enough to make you willing to fight the whole world for it. Small, modest, and selfless. Not for yourself, but for a child you barely even knew. A child you only happened to cross paths with. You might not believe me, but that little, insignificant, yet genuine wish you held in your heart. The car stopped at a red light, and the two of them looked at each other. Salome whispered with conviction, saved an entire world. Retro Addict would never know what had happened in that other world, what kind of butterfly effect his simple kindness had triggered, and how it had changed an entire world. He could never know. But even if you don't, that heart of yours, it saved me too. Hoping her sincerity would reach him, Salome continued. Because of your wish, I learned what emotion is, what it means for one person to love another. Salome, who once only imitated emotions like a mimicry spirit, now truly understood what it meant to feel. She had come to know love, and in doing so, she had finally become a real person. That's why I came to give back the love you showed me. You might not be able to believe it, but I really did. Salome gave a bright smile. I came to this world so I could love you. The light turned green. Retro Addict slowly began driving again, saying nothing. Salome didn't speak anymore either. He didn't speak again until they arrived in front of her house. I'm not sure I completely understand what you're saying, but he stopped the car and let out a sigh. All right, I get it's not just some misunderstanding. Right, I told you, I'm always 100% sincere. Retro Addict stared at Salome's cheerful smile for a long moment. Still dating's probably pushing it. He waved his hand like it was out of the question. Salome's face fell a little, and he quickly added more. So for now, let's start as friends. Ha, weren't we already friends? I mean, like girlfriend and boyfriend. Just a tiny bit above regular friends. Salome's eyes went wide. Wait, does that mean we're like kinda dating now? Well, Retro Addict awkwardly scratched his chin. I guess we're at the getting to know each other slowly phase at that moment. Salome suddenly leaned in and brushed her lips softly against his cheek. The warm, gentle sensation imprinted itself clearly, then scattered like a spring breeze. Retro Addict froze, staring straight out the windshield as Salome giggled, opened the passenger door, and hopped out. Thanks for the ride. Let me know when you get home, okay? I'll text you. No, I mean, hee hee. I'm so excited we're a thing. She waved her hands enthusiastically, humming a tune as she skipped toward her house. Hey, Retro Addict. She popped her head back out and pointed a finger at him, declaring proudly, you're mine. She stuck her tongue out at him, made a silly face, then disappeared inside again. Retro Addict stared blankly after her, then shook his head and started the car. Man, I don't know if I can handle this. And yet, even as he said it, a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. The day when the streamer of light, Retro Addict, and the streamer of darkness, Salome would finally do a marriage stream event together, was now just 100 days away. Slash. Chapter 871, Side Story 46. After Story, Torkel Imperial Year 682. 30 years after the final battle against the monsters. Everblack Empire. Imperial capital. New Terra. Goddess Order. I'm thinking of retiring soon, Rosetta said after taking a sip of her tea. The High Priestess bombshell declaration made the other priests in the room freeze, and even Zennies, who had been casually sipping wine, spat it out. But Torkel, seated across from her and calmly drinking tea, simply nodded. I see. You're not surprised. It has been quite a long time. Torkel took another sip from his teacup and gazed out the nearby window. It's already been 30 years since that war. Several of our comrades from back then are already enjoying retirement. I think it's a good time for you to find your own life too, High Priestess. My life, her soft smile touched Rosetta's lips. Her face was lined with wrinkles, and age spots had appeared, but the smile remained just as charming as ever. For priests like us, there's no such thing as individual lives. We must cast ourselves aside and live for the greater good. Still, yes. My life, I wonder what I should do after stepping down as High Priestess. While the others cleaned up their spills, Rosetta and Torkel quietly drank their tea. Then, as if she remembered something, Rosetta looked at Torkel. Oh, Torkel, yes. The first clinical treatment has been released, I see. Torkel tilted his head. But a treatment for what illness? Rosetta replied gently. For leprosy. This time, Torkel was the one who spat out his drink. Zennies, who had been wiping up his own mess, reached over to help clean Torkel's as well. Torkel nodded in thanks, though he was still coughing from choking. Are you serious? A treatment for leprosy? The new medicine has shown effects in alleviating symptoms for the first time. Rosetta explained calmly. You may know this, but the daughter of a certain high official was afflicted. He invested in the research and helped push national policy in that direction. It's ironic. Leprosy patients have been ignored for so long, and yet just a few words from those in power finally moved things forward. Now, even so, this is such good news. Torkel genuinely felt relieved. Rosetta nodded and continued. It'll probably still take a few generations before the medicine sees widespread use. And Torkel, you likely won't live to see the effects firsthand. But hope has finally appeared. The reason I called this meeting of high priests in the capital was to share this news with you. Torkel, silent for a moment, slowly opened his mouth. It's been proven then. He placed a hand on his chest, as if in relief, that this disease is not some curse inflicted for sins in a past life that was already proven, wasn't it? All magic had vanished from the world, and with it curses too, but leprosy remained, because it had never been a curse to begin with. Heh, but public perception hasn't changed much. Torkel slowly straightened his back. Still, things are gradually getting better. Compared to before, the hatred in people's eyes had faded, and now even a treatment was being developed. Someday, far in the future, a world would come where people are not judged based on whether they carry a disease. Humanity will move forward, toward better choices, toward better futures. Torkel smiled faintly. I believe that. Once the nationwide high priests meeting concluded, Torkel departed early. The island where he served as high priest ran on his presence. He couldn't be away for long, so he hurried. I wonder when we'll see him again. Rosetta watched his figure grow distant through the window. Beside her, Zennies asked, So sis, what are you going to do once you retire? Finally enjoy life a little. I told you. I'm stepping down as high priestess, not giving up the priesthood. I can't do that. Once we're ordained, we devote our lives to the world until death. Rosetta flicked her priest robe lightly with her fingertips. But yes, I do have something in mind. Oh, what is it? I was thinking of trying life as a wandering priest like you, traveling around, caring for the sick. Some of our old comrades are scattered across the land, so I'm sure they'd offer a meal and a bed. Zennies grinned slyly. Wanna go together? It'd be grateful. You're the expert in that field. Sounds good. Been a while since I got to travel intimately with you, sis. Intimately, he said. The word stirred old memories in Rosetta. It reminds me of the days we used to travel together. We were so young then, even though we carried the title of priest. Most of what we did was kill. There's no need for that anymore. Zennies smiled as he looked at Rosetta, whose hands still bore the blood of those days. Just like you always wanted, let's go serve the sick in the lowest places of the world. You'll find out soon enough it's a hell of a lot rougher than the idealistic dream. Heh, I'm already looking forward to the suffering. Why would you look forward to suffering seriously? Priests are all a bunch of perverts, I swear. Zennies grumbled to himself. But still, retirement, 30 years since that war. And before they realized it, that time had come. A few days later, a port town in the southeastern region of the Everblack Empire. Step, step. Heavy footsteps echoed as a towering priest entered the docks. Despite the hot weather, the man wore his robe deeply over his head. The dock worker dozing under the sun at the ticket booth jolted awake in surprise. "Oh wow, priest. Long time no see. How many months has it been?" In response to the sailor's greeting, the priest Torkel replied with a gentle yet slightly awkward tone. 3 months. It's been 3 months since I left the island." "Wow, 3 months. Has it really been that long? Time flies, doesn't it?" "Indeed it does." Torkel smiled wryly. "Time really flies. Anyway, you're looking for a boat to the Leper Isla, no, I mean the island of healing, right?" The sailor hastily corrected himself, looking sheepish. "Sorry about that. It's just I've called it that my whole life, so the name sticks. No need to apologize. You still made the effort to correct yourself. The Leper Island. It was once a feared and shunned place where those with leprosy lived in isolation. But the perception had changed. A proper temple of the goddess Order had been built there. Exchange with the outside world became frequent, and the name had been officially changed to the Island of Healing. Leading that entire change was none other than the High Priest of the Island of Healing, Torkel. "The boat will depart in a few hours. Please feel free to look around while you wait." "I will, thank you." Torkel gave a small nod, then slowly began to stroll around the dock. Stalls were scattered about, and merchants were selling various goods. Priest Torkel, heading back to the island. "I'll give you a deal. Want me to wrap up some fish for you?" Familiar vendors greeted him as he walked by. He had brought back many good medicines from the Goddess Order headquarters, but now that he thought about it, gone all the way to New Terra and hadn't brought back any gifts or souvenirs. "I've been away from the island for 3 months. Maybe I should bring something back." As Torkel pondered what to buy, it happened. "Hey, you there, big guy," a sharp voice called from behind. When he turned around, he saw a trio of thuggish men with rough expressions. "You're blocking the way, just standing there. You think you own the street or something?" It was a clear attempt to pick a fight. Torkel was a large man, yes, but there was still plenty of room on either side of him to pass by. Still, Torkel silently stepped aside. But the thugs didn't stop. I've heard of you. Some big-shot priest on the island of leprosy. Got yourself a real reputation around here. They say you're some kind of saint, taking care of those lepers with all your heart." "Ha! What a noble guy we've got here." Torkel glanced at a nearby merchant, who whispered quickly. "They showed up a few days ago and have been causing trouble. Seems like they're trying to run some kind of territory racket, picking fights wherever they go." Sigh. Torkel let out a sigh inwardly. Why on earth would they try something like a territory shakedown in a port town? If the fishermen out on long trips come back and hear about this, they'll take care of it soon enough. "Priest, best not to get involved." "Well, handle it." "I take care of it, you mean?" "Oh, nothing major. You see that hook over there? Sometimes we use it to hang up tunas we catch for public butchering. That one, right there, fisherfolk might have warm hearts, but their fists were not so gentle. If they heard some punks had been causing trouble in their town, it wouldn't end peacefully. If anything, they'd likely go harder to set an example." Judging by the ominous looks from the nearby townsfolk, the thugs were headed for a bad end. So Torkel decided to intervene himself. "I'll take care of it." "What? Priest, you don't have to go to all that trouble, it's for their sake. Even villains deserved a chance to repent. If he hadn't encountered them, perhaps he could have left it be." But now that he knew their likely fate involved tuna hooks, Torkel resolved to take on the burden himself. He slowly walked toward the three reckless thugs, like thunderclouds on legs. "What do you want from me?" "Simon, does someone have to be sick to be considered pitiful? Guys like us, scraping the bottom of life, were really pitiful. But the goddess doesn't give a damn about us." The thugs cracked their knuckles menacingly, sneering. "So show us some love too. In the name of the goddess, yeah. That pack on your back looks pretty full. Don't waste it on some leper freaks, give us some instead." "Well, put it to good use, promise." "Understood." Thud. Torkel immediately set his pack down on the ground. The thugs thought he might actually be giving it to them. But he wasn't. True misery isn't poverty or illness. Leaving the pack behind him, Torkel slowly rolled his shoulders. "It's not knowing your own heart is diseased. That's what's truly pitiful." "What? You are indeed pitiable people." Torkel slowly raised his thick fist forward. "I shall guide you. Come with me." Slash. Chapter 872, Side Story 47. After story, Torkel 2, Ill guide you. This way. How the trio of thugs exchanged looks and chuckled, clearly amused. They charged in all at once. Heard you, Ray, a war veteran, old man. But that was like 30 years ago. The trio's plan was simple. They were hoping to live off collecting protection fees in this harbor town. To do that, they needed to knock a well-known local down a peg and show off their strength. But the thugs made a critical miscalculation. Thwack, even if 30 years had passed. Torkel had once been one of the greatest warriors in the world. That kind of strength doesn't fade easily. Gook! Torkel's massive fist sank into the gut of the first thug who rushed in. The thug couldn't even breathe. He flew backward from the momentum. You bastard! Another thug followed up, swinging wildly, but Torkel casually grabbed his arm. Wham! With a smooth throw, he slammed the man to the ground. His head hit the earth first. Crunch, squawk, out cold. Torkel looked around, trying to find the last opponent. Smack! From behind, the final thug came at him, swinging a wooden club. It struck Torkel square on the head and shattered to pieces. The thug, having swung with all his might, bared his teeth in a grin. How's that, old man? Hurts a little, how he stopped mid-sentence. He just smashed a club over someone's skull and that someone was perfectly fine. Whoosh, sea breeze blew in at that moment, flipping back the hood covering Torkel's head. What the hell? The thug's voice trembled as he finally got a good look at Torkel's face. Why are you wearing a helmet? Torkel still wore a helmet on his head. The very same helmet he maintained with care for 30 years gleamed with a glossy sheen, worn but polished. When asked why he always wore it, Torkel's answer was simple. Because it's comfortable. His uppercut landed cleanly on the thug's frozen jaw. Torkel originally belonged to a mercenary group called the Leprosy Extermination Squad. It was a squad of 5 afflicted men, known for always completing the missions they accepted, and just as well known for always collecting payment from any client who tried to skip out. In the monster front, Ash had treated them kindly, allowing Torkel to live peacefully in line with his true nature. But back in the day, he was a ferocious war dog recognized even among the roughest mercenaries. They didn't get called an extermination squad for nothing. Yowl, behave now. Understood. Torkel beat the trio of thugs thoroughly for several hours. He lived as a mercenary through the chaos of war. Compared to these clumsy punks, Torkel had spent a lifetime closer to violence than law. He knew exactly what kind of discipline worked on types like them. After hours of having proper manners instilled into them, the trio knelt before Torkel, snot and tears streaming as they bowed their heads. Yes, sir. Never again. Well, never cause trouble again. Well, live right. Well, live clean. Just spare our lives. I told you, don't call me sir. Call me father. Torkel let out a sigh. They weren't even real thugs to begin with, just clueless punks, thinking they could come into someone else's town and start extorting fees just because they could throw a punch. And in a place as rough as this harbor town, no less. This is a harbor town. There's a reason the real bullies stay away. Huh? What do you mean? The fishermen who went out far to sea will be back soon. Torkel explained how the townspeople had planned to deal with them. Realizing they'd almost ended up like hooked tuna, the thugs turned pale. Only then did they understand why Torkel had stepped in and educated them. They'd practically bargained their way out of death with a few punches. Now that's settled, get out of this town. Stick around too long, and you're going to regret it. But the thugs muttered in defeated voices. We don't really have anywhere else to go. We're not sure how to make a living now. What are we supposed to do? Torkel thought for a moment, then made a suggestion. Then how about this, you come work with us on our island for a few months and learn some things? Ha! You mean the Lepers Island? Oh no, the Healing Island. Torkel nodded. Yeah, we're always in need of manpower. Well, provide room, board, and even pay you. Think of it as volunteer work. You'll learn some skills that might help you survive out there. At first, the thugs thought he was joking, but then their minds changed. They'd already failed at thug life in this town. They had nowhere else to go. Might as well follow this famous priest for a while and earn some money, right? Sounds good. Well, volunteer on the Healing Island. Let's head out right away, father. Stop calling me sir. I told you it's father. Torkel led the 3 thugs down to the dock. The once proud thugs now kept their heads low, shuffling behind him like chastised puppies. A sailor watching the scene gave a tired chuckle. Picking up strays again, father. Yes, it turned out that way. You're just too kind for your own good. The trio overheard the exchange and tilted their heads. Again, so there were others like them. Their confusion didn't last long. Father Torkel, a small ferry was approaching the harbour, and on the bow stood two hulking men, covered in scars, waving enthusiastically. "You're back. How was your trip?" "Oh, peaceful as always. How's the island?" "It's calm, but everyone's been stretching their necks waiting for you. Please, tell us your secret to popularity." The two big men chuckled as they finally noticed the new trio. "Oh, new recruits. Figured you'd bring more strays. What kind of trouble did these ones get into?" "Boarding the ship," Torkel replied casually. "They threw a few punches, and one of them smacked me in the back of the head with a club." Aho, the two men grinned ominously as they eyed the thugs. The thugs swallowed hard, intimidated, but the men simply laughed and clapped them on the back. "These ones are pretty tame. Tame. They attacked their priest, and that's tame. I tried to stab father. And what was it again? Mace. I really tried to kill him with it, but it didn't even scratch him. He blocked it and beat the crap out of me. Getting beat up wasn't the worst part. It was the 12-hour sermon afterward." The two giants explained how they first met Torkel. They used to block a mountain path on the western continent, robbing travelers until locals asked Torkel for help. He came, and in moments wiped them out. We all got smacked around by father and woke up real quick. He said it was just temporary volunteer work and dragged us to the island, but turns out there's no better place to be. He gathers all kinds of lowlifes from around the world and puts them to work on the island. Y'all get a fresh start, too. Torkel shook his head with a sigh. It really did start because we were short on labor, but somehow only then did the thugs realize this wasn't a one-off. Their seniors on the island were even worse criminals than they were. And yet they now lived peacefully, on an island that cared for lepers. Most people came planning to stay just a few days or months like you, and ended up not wanting to leave. Torkel explained, "Don't worry. If you ever want to go, no one will stop you. Just stay as long as you like and leave when you're ready." Before long, the island came into view. It wasn't far to begin with. A small village lined with colorful rooftops stretched from the tiny harbor. At the center stood a large, white building that served as both a hospital and a temple. Funded by donations from around the world and supported by Emperor Everblack, the island was clean and serene. Amid the crystal-clear sea, it looked like paradise, and people lived here. Lepers, priests who had come from all over the world to serve, and people who wanted to escape the world. From criminals to broken souls barely hanging onto Lefevre type of outcast Torkel had taken in over the past 30 years lived here together. Our island has simple rules. Seeing the thugs stunned by the unexpectedly beautiful view, the hulking men raised fingers to count the rules. Eat when you want, sleep when you want. Do your daily tasks. Say hi when you see someone. Don't make trouble. You don't have to go to the temple, but you do have to talk to father once a week. Follow these, and you'll have peace here. Got it. The ferry approached the harbor of the healing island. Spotting Torkel's return, the island residents rushed to the docks with open arms. "Torkel, father, we've been waiting. What took you so long? We missed you." They all called out his name in welcome. Torkel waved back, grinning sheepishly. It was Torkel who secured funding from Ash and traveled the world gathering donations. It was Torkel who, through sincerity and compassion, inspired priests across the land to come volunteer of their own accord. It was Torkel who brought workers and residents here, and it was Torkel who helped them all live in harmony and peace on this island. He always led from the front, never shied from hardship, listened to people's confessions, and empathized with their pain. It was Torkel's dedication and heart that had turned this island into a small paradise. "Everyone's been waiting just for you, father." One of the big men grinned as he glanced at the bustling harbor. "There's a mountain of work piled up. You're going to be busy. Ha ha, time to get back to it then." Torkel lifted his gaze to his homeland, a place he once desperately wanted to escape, but deep down had always longed for. On this island where the sun always shone, Torkel's new family smiled brightly. Suddenly, Torkel thought of her, Saintess Margarita, who had died in his arms, the smile she wore in her final moments. He was certain now that the same smile was on his own lips, because reflected in the faces of those around him like a mirror was that very smile, blooming everywhere across this place. Torkel's life had been pain, and from that pain, as deep as it ran, bloomed a flower all the more beautiful. Slash. Chapter 873, Side Story 48. After Story, the Knights Imperial Year 682. 30 years after the final battle against the monsters. Everblack Empire. Imperial Capital, New Terra. The Imperial Palace. Commander. At the sound of his name, Lucas turned around to see his adjutant, Rupert, hurrying toward him with quick steps. Sir Rupert, did you hear the news? What news? The list of new recruits for this year. It's been posted. Haven't you seen it yet? I've been avoiding it on purpose. Lucas let out a quiet sigh. I had a feeling I wouldn't like one of the names on it. You should still check. I was just about to go look. Want to come along? Yes, let's go. Rupert followed behind Lucas as he led the way. As the two knights walked down the palace corridors, their capes fluttering behind them, they drew admiring glances from those around them. The newly established Glory Knights, a personal guard unit reorganized after Ash ascended to the throne. The sword and shield of the Emperor. Its commander was Lucas. Originally, the vice commander had been an older knight, but after his recent retirement, Lucas appointed the one he trusted most among the new generation Rupert. Little was known about Rupert, other than that he was from the frontier, but his reputation was strong. He never skipped a day of training, was thorough and adaptable in his duties, and had an exceptional knack for leadership, a textbook ace officer. However, his perpetually half-lidded eyes made it hard to tell if they were open or closed, and many said it was difficult to read him. Lucas, however, didn't care in the slightest about his subordinates' appearances. When I chose you, I had high hopes for the future of our order. Lucas sighed. Rupert smiled gently. It still looks bright, doesn't it? Not after seeing the list of new applicants. They all looked quite capable to me. Capable. Just seeing that person's name on the application made my blood boil. That's why I didn't even participate in the screening. You stepped out for fairness' sake. Ah, there it is, the list. Annex of the Imperial Palace. When they reached the Hall of Glory, where the Glory Knights operated, a notice was posted on the wall. The names of this year's accepted recruits were written clearly. Lucas squeezed his eyes shut and swallowed dryly. Then he slowly opened them and looked at the list. Accepted. One candidate. Emerald Cross. Lucas covered his face with one hand. He really actually made it in that brat regardless of Lucas' anguish. People nearby had already begun clapping and offering congratulations. Rupert, chuckling behind a raised hand, joined in with a light round of applause. He is your son, after all. That's exactly why it's a problem. You deliberately excluded yourself from the judging panel. The committee even brought in external advisors to ensure strict and fair evaluations. Sir Emerald Cross scored highly in every category and was the only applicant this year to meet the standard. Lucas knew better than anyone that it had been a fair process. He was the one who had warned them to disqualify anyone who had even the slightest flaw. And yet, his own son had made it through every stage, and ended up here. I've faced all the nightmares this world could throw at me. But raising a kid feels harder. You've raised him well. That's because you haven't had to deal with him, that brat at that moment. Father, a cheerful voice echoed through the Hall of Glory. Startled, Lucas turned to see a young man with blonde hair and green eyes running in with a beaming smile. I passed. Emerald Cross, 25 years old and the spitting image of his mother in her youth, charged toward his father, arms open. Lucas smoothly stepped aside to dodge him. Emerald rolled across the floor, then bounced right back to his feet with ease. He looked around at the other knights and grinned. Oh, seniors, I am Emerald, the new recruit. I look forward to working with you all. Emerald dashed around like a corgi, bowing to each senior knight one by one. It was hard to tell whether he was being overly polite or just a little dense. Rupert watched him with a smile, but Lucas growled. Just so we're clear, that brat is not to be assigned to any protection duties, even after his probation. Pardon, why not? The Glory Knights were the Emperor's personal guard, which meant that punks got a thing for Her Highness the Princess. They were also responsible for protecting the Empress and the Princess. And Emerald. He had clawed his way to this position with a singular obsession to become Princess Stella's knight. That guy got into the Glory Knights purely out of impure motives toward the princess. Let him near her, and who knows what hell pull. If he managed to pass the Glory Knights just to get close to the princess, that's some impressive determination. Not to mention 25 years old as the youngest recruit in the new Glory Knights. The talent's real. Talent, sure. The problem is his common sense. He's not fully cooked. You're being too harsh. I have to be. We guard the imperial family. That demands strict standards and even stricter ones for my own son. Emerald, having finished greeting everyone, came running over, panting. Lucas rubbed his forehead with his hand. Can I go home early today? If you stack all the unused vacation days, you've got well over a few hundred. Please go home. Thanks. I'll leave it to you. Emerald stopped in front of Rupert and gave him a salute. Hello, sir. Ah, since you're standing next to my dad, you must be Sir Rupert, right? I've heard so much about her. Come with me, you brat. Lucas grabbed Emerald by the ear and began dragging him away. Even as he screamed, Emerald managed to finish his bow toward Rupert, who waved with a suppressed chuckle. As they walked down the corridor, Lucas growled, I told you, even if by some miracle you passed, don't go around broadcasting that you ray my son. But what do you do the second you pass? Parade it around town. Well, we have the same last name and look alike, so it's not like people wouldn't figure it out. I just thought I'd own it on the first day, Arog. Start acting your age for the love of the goddess. You're a part of the Emperor's personal guard now. I'm only 25, still in my prime cuteness. Be more doting, father. Cuteness, my ass. When I was your age. And what was Mom like at my age? At your age, your mother was unbelievably adorable. Wait, no, that's not the point. He knew he sounded like an old boomer, but Lucas couldn't help it. Your mom and I saved the world at your age, you little punk. And what are you doing with your life? I'm saving my world too. What? My world is none other than Princess Stella. Arog, you're gonna drive me insane. Too many people were watching. And for some reason, they were all grinning. Ill deal with him at home, Lucas thought, and lowered his voice. What about Sapphire? She's planted herself firmly in the ivory tower. Says she's studying for domain succession, but I'm pretty sure it's all just an excuse to flirt with Sir Sid. She's planning to drag him back to Crossroad with her. What did Sid ever do to deserve this, hey? Sir Sid started it. Remember when we were kids? He used to flirt with us all the time. That wasn't flirting. That was taming you wild little beasts. After chatting like that as they exited the palace, they boarded a carriage bound for their estate. Once they were finally alone, Lucas raised his hand. Then well done. He placed his large hand on Emerald's head and thoroughly ruffled his hair. Emerald, who'd braced for a slap, blinked in surprise. Ha! What? Are you actually praising me, father? You did well. I know better than anyone how hard our trials are. Lucas removed his hand and let out a sigh. But keep this in mind, Emerald. From now on, I won't treat you as my son. I'll treat you as a knight under my command. There was a distinct shift in the atmosphere around Lucas. Emerald realized Lithis was no longer his father in front of him, but the commander of the Glory Knights. Emerald swallowed hard. A dangerous smile crept onto Lucas' face. Go ahead and cry I am doomed. You'd be right. Even though he had passed the exam and officially become a member of the Glory Knights, that only meant he'd met the minimum requirements. It didn't mean he was immediately battle-ready. There was still the process of raising him to a level that was actually useful through the Order's internal training. And the one tasked with making Emerald useful was none other than Lucas Adjutant Troopert. Originally, Lucas had planned to train his son himself, but after nearly killing him on the first day, Rupert had stepped in and insisted on taking over. Huff huff, of course. That didn't mean Rupert went easy on him. If Lucas' training left Emerald half dead, Rupert's left him a third dead. But Emerald didn't care whether he was half dead or third dead. He never gave up and kept pushing forward. His talent really is incredible. Rupert and Emerald were sparring. Emerald usually bounced around like a Welsh corgi, but once he held a sword, he turned into a wild boar. His relentless charges were brimming with brutal talent. His style resembled his father's, but with a bit more flair, likely a reflection of the talent he inherited from his mother, one of the heroes of the monster war. However, not yet. Rupert smoothly deflected Emerald's strike and swept his leg out from under him. Wah! Emerald toppled forward, and before he could recover, the tip of Rupert's sword was at his neck. That's it for today. Thank Yao. Emerald sprawled flat on the ground, tongue out and panting. But not once did he complain. Sir Emerald. Rupert handed him a bottle of water, then suddenly asked, Is there a reason you became a knight? A goal you want to achieve? Emerald's eyes sparkled as he shouted, My one and only goal. I want to protect Her Highness, the princess. Aha, the first time I saw her, I felt something like fate pulling me in. Since then, I've always wanted to follow in her footsteps. Emerald grinned brightly. I know, everyone laughs when I say that. They say she's a star in the sky. That someone like me could never reach her, but it doesn't matter, even if it's a dream I can't reach. Why not? Isn't it amazing just to have a dream worth risking your life for? And anyway, I'm getting closer one step at a time. I might not be standing beside the star yet, but now that I am in the glory nights, I'd say I've at least made it into the observatory, wouldn't you? Rupert looked briefly surprised. Then he let out a soft chuckle. You're right. Maybe being a knight means carrying those kinds of dreams and moments within you. The moment you meet someone you want to model yourself after, and the dream you chase, even if it seems impossible. Every knight who left their name in history carried such dreams and such moments. I don't know what kind of knight you'll become, Sir Emerald, but I'll do my best to train you, so you'll at least be one worthy of your place. Thank you, Sir Rupert. Emerald grabbed Rupert's hand and wobbled to his feet. He downed the rest of his water in one gulp, wiped the sweat from his chin, then asked, Sir Rupert, can I ask you something too? Ask anything. When was your moment like that? And what's your dream? Rupert casually raised his index finger to his lips. That's a secret. Oh, come on, that's not fair. It's a silly story, but it's my treasure. Rupert smiled faintly. So I'm not telling anyone. The next morning, Glory Knight's dormitory. Rupert had been up since dawn, getting ready for work, when he happened to notice the old sword hanging inside his wardrobe. He slowly took it out and drew it. A bit short for his grown-up frame now, but well-maintained and still in good condition. You said you wanted to be a knight, right? Train hard with this. Decades ago, when he received this sword as a gift. What kind of knight do you want to become? My guess a righteous knight who stands on the side of the weak. When he said that and looked up, a blonde knight smiled in his memory. And you, Sir Knight, what kind of knight do you want to be? Me, I'm Lucas, the knight had hesitated for a moment. Then he smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I guess I'll aim to be the coolest knight in the world. That was 30 years ago, on a snowy day in the slums of Crossroad. That had happened. The commander probably wouldn't remember it now. The sword he gave to that boy, the dream he planted. And now, years later, that boy had followed that far-off dream like a guiding star and made it all the way here. A righteous knight who stands with the weak. After sheathing the sword and hanging it back in the wardrobe, Rupert scratched his head awkwardly. I still have a long way to go. And because the road was long, it was worth walking. Well then, dressed sharply and back in his usual neat appearance, Rupert opened the door of his dorm and stepped into the morning sunlight. Time to go grind the rookie again. To guide the steps of a young junior, just like someone once did for him. Chapter 874, Side Story 49. After Story, the third generation of the Imperial family, year 682 of the Imperial calendar. 30 years after the final battle against the monsters. Everblack Empire. Imperial capital, New Terra, Imperial Palace. I was deeply troubled. Lucas, who had come to my office as soon as he arrived at work, looked at me with a worried expression. My lord, are you all right? You seem unsettled. Is something wrong? After a heavy silence, I cautiously opened my mouth. My daughter, I am talking about Stella, yes. She's showing signs of regression, don't you think? TL note. As in, she's gone back in time. Glancing sideways at Lucas, I lightly tapped the desk with my hand. No, don't make that here we go again face. I'm being serious. Your Highness, you always get worried about regression. Whenever the princess slightly disagrees with you, it's not regression. It's just adolescence. Our Stella is 20 years old now. It's not adolescence. 20 is still just a kid. Was that a bit disrespectful? Of course. I'm going to tattle to Stella about it later. As I grumbled, Lucas reluctantly asked, so what happened this time? Stella graduated recently, right? Yes. And at the top of her class too, Lucas' face filled with deep emotion and pride. To think that a daughter born under your care, who was always dead last in school, would never miss the top spot even once. They say a dragon rises from a humble stream, and it's true. So you're mocking me to my face now. I'm just showing a little loyalty to the future power, my lord. Show it to the current power mainstead. I ranted, brushing my bangs back as I continued explaining. Anyway, here's what happened yesterday. Congratulations on your graduation, Stella. Audience chamber. I greeted Stella, who had come to meet me, with congratulatory words. Of course, I had attended her graduation ceremony and celebrated her there as well, but this was our first time meeting privately afterward. For the record, Stella had taken about a year off during her studies to travel abroad. It was a trip with multiple political purpose getting her acquainted with world affairs, leaving an impression on the world as a princess, but mostly because Stella herself wanted to experience life overseas. Thanks to that, her graduation was delayed by a year, but she still managed to complete the academy's entire curriculum at the top of her class without any trouble. Smiling brightly at my congratulations, Stella bowed to me respectfully. "Thank you, father," I immediately whined. "Can't you just call me Dad instead of father?" "No," Stella flatly refused and chuckled softly. "I am going to be the future emperor of this nation. I must adhere to proper etiquette and law." I instantly pretended to cry. "Boo-hoo, please, just one so fine, Dad. Stop being so sad." Beaming. Seeing my instant radiant smile, Stella murmured, hopeless. "Mother always says I'm exactly like you, father, but honestly, I don't see it. I think we have pretty different personalities. She's confusing you with Serena. You're the spitting image of your mother. Beautiful, smart, lovable, that's so cheesy, stop it. Mother says the exact same thing every day." Caught between her lover-dovey parents, Stella shrieked. Chuckling, I gestured with my chin. "Anyway, what would you like as a graduation gift, my daughter? Just say the word. Dad will get you anything." This was 100% genuine. What better use for the Emperor's power than to spend it all on buying a graduation gift for my daughter? "There's nothing I desperately need." Stella snapped her slender fingers. "Come to think of it, there's a stock I want to buy. Could you help me out, father?" "What?" I blinked in surprise. "Stock. Yes. I know of a company that's bound to rise in value in the future. I want to invest in it." See. She knows a stock that's going to rise in the future. Back to the present, I was passionately explaining to Lucas. She knows the future. Isn't that the ultimate proof of regression? The concept of corporations existed quite early on Earth, and unsurprisingly, this fantasy world where money games developed quickly also had a thriving stock market. Stella wanted to invest in a toy company. She said the quality was excellent, it was very popular, and it was bound to become famous worldwide. Soon Lucas tilted his head. Maybe she just genuinely wants to invest in a good company. "Do you really think so? Think about it. Stella has always been extraordinary since she was little, always mature for her age, never missed the top spot in school, and above all, always did exactly what would make me happy. She was never anything but perfect, if all that was possible because of regression. Isn't it just because you're a doting father, my lord?" Lucas sighed and motioned with his eyes. "So, did you buy the stock for her?" "Of course I did. How could I not buy the gift she wanted?" I shouted excitedly. "And I secretly bought some under my own name too." "What?" "See. From my perspective, this is an investment that can't fail." I began explaining the invincible logic I had discovered. "Now, if Stella's prediction is correct and the company's stock rises, that's a profit, right? Well, it's pocket change for you, my lord, but still, it would be a good thing. But what if Stella's prediction is wrong?" I grinned broadly. "Then both Stella and I would lose money. Is that a good thing?" "It is. It would prove that Stella isn't experiencing regression, which means whether this investment succeeds or fails, it's a win for me. Isn't that just delusional optimism?" Ignoring Lucas, who looked utterly dumbfounded, I continued recalling what happened later that day. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane echoed through the audience chamber hallway, and soon an elderly man with white hair and a white beard appeared. "Oh, look who's here. Stella's visiting. The former emperor, my father." Traha Peacemaker Everblack had personally, probably out of boredom, decided to visit the audience chamber. Stella's face lit up instantly, and she ran over. "Grandpa, my little star." The former emperor and the princess embraced warmly. Watching Stella shower her grandfather with affection, I shivered in frustration. "What about me? You're so cold to me, but with His Majesty the former emperor. Well, Grandpa has retired from the front lines. I don't have to be so formal with him. Plus, he must get so bored. I should at least shower him with some grandchild affection." Traha roared with laughter and stroked his beard. That's right, that's right. My little star is indeed smart. It's such a relief you take after me and not your father. They call that a generation-skipping inheritance, don't they? Yeah, keep twisting things however you like. Moments like this were annoying, but I truly respected my father. It's already been 15 years since I ascended the throne. The more I govern this country, the more I am amazed at how difficult it is, and the more I admire the groundwork my father laid so that I could rule freely without interference. I've been realizing more and more lately just how much Your Majesty's preparations have made governing easier for me. Since His Majesty, the former emperor, was here, the 3 generations of our imperial family gathered around a table for a simple tea time. I personally poured tea into Traha's cup and spoke sincerely. If it weren't for those preparations, I wouldn't have been able to govern even a fraction as well as I do now. Ho ho. Leaving behind such groundwork is simply the duty of the previous generation. After sipping his tea, Traha smiled warmly. And you, too, must lay down the groundwork for our little star. While pouring tea into my cup, Stella smiled brightly. Traha continued, I was a warlord, a conqueror who ruled the world by force. Maybe the Everblack Empire's legacy of blood, power, and strength reached its peak in me. But that method had its limits. You can suppress the world with power, but such rule can never last forever. Traha gazed at me quietly. That's why I wanted my son, Ash, to become a virtuous ruler. I did my best, as a warlord, to prepare a foundation for the next generation. Thus, Traha had continued to wield his sword till the end. He cut away the seeds of corruption in the nation, eliminated the noble houses that could interfere with my rule. As a warlord, he soaked the 6 thrones in blood for the sake of the future. But that too was the way of a warlord. Ash, you must now warm the 6 thrones by the way of a virtuous ruler for Stella's sake. Shouldn't you worry first about whether I can truly become a virtuous ruler? Ha ha ha. Traha laughed heartily and pointed out the window. 15 years since your reign began. There's no more war in the world. Monarchs are at peace with one another. There's not a single beggar on the streets. The people praise your name. If this isn't a golden age, what is? Watching you realize your ideals fills me with joy. Traha then shrugged his shoulders. Well, it's all thanks to the solid groundwork I left behind, of course. I couldn't deny it, but still, however, your problem is that you're too kind-hearted. I heard you emptied the imperial treasury again to solve the famine in the east. At this rate, the imperial family's wealth will continue to decline. Frugality is good, but authority comes from a full purse. While replenishing the nation's stores, think of ways to restore the imperial treasury as well. After saying that, Traha turned his gentle gaze towards Stella. By the way, if your grandfather was a warlord and your father is a virtuous ruler, what kind of monarch do you want to become, my little star? Without missing a beat, Stella answered, I want to be a tear. Both Traha and I leapt up and cut her off at the same time. That's not allowed. Geez, it was a joke. A joke. Covering her mouth and laughing, Stella's eyes crinkled into crescents. I want to be a wise ruler, just like you too. Though it won't be easy. A warlord, a virtuous ruler, and then a wise ruler. Traha chuckled lowly. If that happens, the 3 generations of our imperial family will be remembered as quite the fine line of emperors. Though I was still far from being truly called a virtuous ruler, and Stella's succession was still far off. Well, daydreaming like this was its own kind of joy. By the way, any interest in romance? None. At Traha's question, Stella answered sharply and chuckled, placing a hand over her chest. I am destined to become the emperor of this nation. Romance can come later. Right now, there are far more important and exciting things to focus on. Besides, when the time comes, won't I be able to line up a whole parade of handsome men in the palace courtyard and have them march in formation a dozen times? That's not okay. At Stella's terrifying ambition, Traha shuddered and shot me a look. She's got shards of madness like her father. And who do you think her father takes after? Not me. Definitely not me. When I glared at him, Traha pretended not to know and quickly changed the subject. So, what are you interested in these days? Economics. It's so much fun to track the flow of money. Our granddaughter is taking after her grandmother, getting interested in playing with money. That's an excellent thing. A monarch must be well versed in financial matters. Just look at your father. No talent for saving money at all. You're dissing me so casually it's like breathing. The talk about economics naturally shifted to the toy company stock I promised to buy for Stella. Expressing great interest, Traha took out a memo and jotted down the company's name. I leaned in and whispered cautiously, Your Majesty, the former emperor, what? Are you planning to invest too? Of course, wouldn't you? Traha grinned broadly, baring his teeth. Let's have the 3 generations of the imperial family all invest together. The former emperor, the current emperor, and the future emperor all backing the same company. There's no way it could fail, right? And then, a few years later, The toy company that the three generations of the imperial family had invested in lost its quality due to reckless expansion and completely collapsed in the market. Eventually, it was delisted, went bankrupt, and the stocks became worthless scraps of paper. Stella experienced the bitter taste of life and her first investment failure all at once. I lost money too, but I was happy to confirm that Stella wasn't experiencing regression. As for Traha, he scouted out the company's rival afterward and invested there instead, profiting greatly when the rival company flourished. What a master! And then Gara. Lucas, who had secretly emptied his emergency fund to buy the same stock after overhearing our conversation, was utterly destroyed. He practically coughed up blood. To make matters worse, he got caught by Evangeline and was relentlessly nagged afterward. Thus, even the imperial family's three generations, the captain of the royal guard, learned the brutal lesson that the stock market is a merciless jungle. Invest wisely, everyone slash. Chapter 875, Side Story 50. After Story, Sid. 4. Year 682 of the imperial calendar. 30 years after the final battle against the monsters. Southern Everblack Empire. Crossroad. This is your last chance, Oppa. TL note. Sounds weird her calling him brother here, so I will use the original Korean word in front of the north gate of Crossroad. Just after stepping down from the carriage that had arrived from New Terra, Safa spoke to Sid. This is the last chance to accept my proposal. Facing Sid, who looked flustered, Safa spoke with an unwavering voice. If you miss this chance, I will never propose to you again. And I can say this confidently, setting aside family, ability, and appearance. Sapphire's bright blue eyes did not waver at all. You will never meet anyone else who loves you as much as I do, so please think carefully and answer me. Sapphire slowly extended her white hand forward. Oppa. Sid could not immediately take that hand and simply stared blankly at it. Please, will you marry me? Lily was sitting on the terrace of her house. She nestled into a rocking chair, a blanket over her knees, knitting a scarf through her magnifying glasses. That was when it happened. Mother. A familiar voice rang out. Startled, Lily looked up to see Sid running toward her with a bright smile. My son. Surprised, Lily quickly moved herself into a wheelchair, trying to go greet her son, but Sid had already reached the house. Grabbing her son's cold hands with her own, Lily asked urgently, Heavens, what brings you here without any notice? Did something happen? It's nothing major. There was some magical debris I needed to retrieve here. Sapphire also needed to return to Crossroad for her succession matters, so we shared a carriage. I'm just glad you arrived safely. It's so good to see your face after so long. I am relieved to see you doing well too, Mother. It had been 10 years since Sid had left home. At first, he returned every year, but as he got busier with work in New Terra, his visits became less frequent, replaced by letters. This time, it had been nearly 3 years since his last visit. The once fresh-faced 21-year-old Sid had now become a 31-year-old man, and Lily had long since passed her 50s. Reading even a book without her magnifying glasses had become difficult. Sid awkwardly smiled at the unfamiliar sight of his mother wearing glasses. Lily smiled back just as awkwardly. You must be hungry. Have you eaten? No. Since I'm home after so long, I wanted to eat with you. Well done. I'll quickly fix something simple. Let's go inside. After their meal. Sitting across from each other, holding teacups, Sid cautiously opened his mouth. Sappha proposed to me. Lily, her eyes widening, swallowed her tea. Again, that child proposes to you twice every year. She said this will be the last time. Sid let out a deep breath. She said if I refuse this time, she won't cling to me anymore. She said she'll let go cleanly, so she asked me to think carefully and answer. Lily smiled gently and motioned with her eyes. What do you think of Sapphire? To me, she still looks like the little girl from my childhood. Sid hesitated before continuing. But after so many years of her pouring her heart into me, I guess I can't help but feel drawn to her too. Hee hee. Lily covered her mouth and laughed. To think my son, who used to be as stiff as a rock, would blush talking about such things. I never thought it'd see the day. Mother embarrassed, Sid slowly bowed his head. Is it really okay? What do you mean, marrying Sapphire? I wholeheartedly approve. Imagine me becoming the in-law of a lord, even if I start a family and have children. Sid stammered, but managed to finish his words. Will I be able to give them the same love you gave me? Will I be able to love my children as much as you love me? Tap. Lily set her teacup down and quietly gazed at Sid. Then she asked the question she had kept in her heart for a long time. My son. Yes. Do you perhaps feel guilty toward me? Yes, Sid admitted readily. I've always carried this guilt inside me, like I stole your entire life. I feel like I took away the brightest part of your life. If it weren't for me, you might have lived a completely different life. A life for yourself. Maybe if she hadn't gotten pregnant with Sid, what kind of life would she have lived? Lily quietly fell into thought. Sid slowly poured out the feelings he had suppressed for so long. 10 years ago, I left this place under the pretense of wanting your happiness. But now I think I understand. Understand what? I was hoping that by living far away and becoming independent, my guilt toward you would fade. That somehow, if I built a life on my own, the guilt I felt toward the mother who sacrificed everything for me would lessen. But it's still embedded in my heart, haunting me constantly, endlessly. Lily slowly reached out and held Sid's hand. My son. Yes, mother, don't think like that. That's, well, Lily, choosing her words carefully, finally declared clearly. It's just unnecessary meddling. Sid blinked in confusion. Meddling? That's right. Let's make this clear first. I never sacrificed anything for you. I have always lived exactly the life I wanted to live. Looking into her son's eyes, a blend of brown and green, Lily smiled. Raising you, clothing you, feeding you, it was all a joy to me, and that's why I did my best. Watching you grow and change, meeting your gaze, putting snacks into your little mouth, greeting you morning and night, holding your hand to go on walks. Memories of raising Sid flashed through Lily's mind like a panorama. From the difficult childbirth, to being a novice mother, feeding him with a bottle, changing his diapers, calming his cries, listening to his baby talk. Seeing his first steps, the first little teeth emerging from his gums, giving him his first haircut. He grew so fast it was frightening at times, as if he changed every time she blinked. Those fleeting years, they were nothing but pure joy. Now, standing before her grown son, who spoke of marriage, but who still carried the tender guilt from his childhood, Lily confessed her heart with all sincerity. I didn't dedicate my life to you. I lived loving you and raising you because it made me happy. Sid, whether you marry Sapphire or not, remember this. Lily gripped Sid's hand tightly, looking into his tear-filled eyes. Relationships between parents and children, between husband and wife, between family, no, all human relationships are not transactions. You don't have to give back what you've received, and you can't expect to receive exactly what you've given. So don't feel guilty, and don't feel resentful either. Just do your best to find your happiness. Lily gently stroked Sid's lowered red head. That's enough. That's all that matters. A few hours later, Southern Crossroad, War Memorial. Passing by the rusty golems displayed at the entrance, Sid stepped inside and slowly looked around. The history of Crossroads' battle against the monsters. Here and there, records of his mother Lily's contributions to the battles were inscribed. After reading all the records and walking toward the exit, Sapphire was waiting for him. Smiling warmly, Sapphire asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Taking a deep breath, Sid spoke. Sapphire, "Yes, Oppa. If I marry you, would I have to take the Cross surname?" Surprised by the unexpected question, Sapphire pressed her index finger to her lips and thought for a moment. Probably yes. Since I'll be inheriting the title of Margrave, Sid, you will be joining our family as a son-in-law. You would have to use our family name. My father did the same. Nodding slowly, Sid spoke carefully. If we get married and have children, well, give them the Cross surname. But even after marriage, I want to continue using my mother's surname. Sid had been using Lily's surname. Naturally, since he was the child she had born and raised as a single mother. My mother raised me alone, despite her health. She shaped me into who I am. I don't want to erase those years. Even if I become part of the Cross family, I want to remain my mother's son. Sapphire smiled gently and nodded without hesitation. All right. I am sure the elders will gladly approve too. Is there anything else you want to say? Exhaling deeply, Sid nodded slowly. I'll be honest, Sapphire. I am listening. I'm not confident I can love you as much as you love me. I know, I love you a little more after all. But relationships aren't transactions. Sid extended his hand forward. I might fall short, but I will do my best to love you. Will you marry me? Instead of answering, Sapphire ran to him, throwing her arms around his neck. Sid embraced her tightly in return. Sorry it took me so long to say yes. It's okay. I loved every step of the journey and I am confident. Looking into the face of her longtime first love, Sapphire grinned with confidence. I'm sure I can make you love me even more than I love you. Tons and tons. Several months later, at the end of autumn, my son is getting married. Lily murmured as she looked down at the wedding invitation in her hands. His Majesty the Emperor himself said he would personally come to celebrate the marriage of his godson. Reading through the invitation letter word by word, Lily slowly lifted her head. At the edge of the forest, bathed in the evening glow. From the terrace, she could see the southern plains of Crossroads stretching far into the distance. She gazed for a long time toward the empty, desolate fields. Khalil. Whispering the long-missed name, Lily asked, "Won't you come to see him?" Swar the late autumn wind blew gently. Lily shrank her shoulders and hugged the blanket closer. "Can't you come to see him?" In an instant, the sunset faded and dusk began to creep over the land. "I have no regrets. I lived exactly the way I wanted to." Leaning against the boundary between seasons, Lily whispered, "I loved you because I wanted to love you. I waited for you because I wanted to wait. I chose that life for my own happiness." Lily slowly lowered her gaze. "But I don't know." A bitter smile touched her lips. "When will I finally be able to love even your lies?" Soon, autumn would end. Once again, winter would come. The cruel season of promises. Maybe it's still far off. Lily, clutching her chilly shoulders, lowered her head, still slash. Chapter 876, Side Story 51. After Story, Junior 10 years later. Imperial Year 692. 40 years since the final battle against the monsters. Everblack Empire, Imperial Capital New Terra, Jupiter Historical Foundation. Junior walked into a building with that sign above the entrance. "Ah, Director, welcome." The security guard who had been sweeping near the entrance took off his hat and greeted her. Junior smiled in return. Then she let out a small ah and pulled something out of her bag to hand over. "Please take this." What's this?" "Today's my last day coming to work. I wanted to give a little gift to everyone in the foundation." The guard looked surprised as he received the gift. "Oh, really? So today is your last day?" Hee hee. "The project I was in charge of has ended. It's time to hand things over to my successors." Junior smiled warmly and bowed her head as she stepped into the building. "Thank you for everything." "No, thank you, Director." Inside the building, Junior handed out a gift to every person she passed. People expressed their thanks for the gift, but also surprise and regret that Junior was stepping down from her position as Foundation Director. Junior exchanged greetings, shook hands, and shared warm words with everyone. And then, as soon as Junior stepped into her office a party popper went off. Officers from the Foundation who had been waiting inside all fired party poppers at once, showering her with applause and cheers. Covered in the sparkling streamers, Junior blinked, then broke into a bright smile. "Congratulations on finishing the project, Director. You really worked hard all this time. You'll still come visit us often, right?" The officers who had shared thick and thin with her crowded forward with words of gratitude, congratulations, and sadness. Junior, while also feeling a bit of regret, laughed freely with a light heart. The Camilla Kingdom Project. It was the second historical research project undertaken by the Jupiter Foundation, following the Crossroad War Memorial. A bold and reckless initiative to uncover the bloody conquest war committed by the Everblack and pirates' cruel history, revealed by their own hands. They had expected trouble, but the actual research proved even more difficult than anticipated. After all, this was no different from scarring their own nation's history. No one would welcome such an effort. Most of all, the project was dangerously close to being seen as a denouncement of the late Emperor Traha. The existing academic community, and even many others from all walks of life, lashed out at the Jupiter Foundation. Not only verbal criticism, but real physical threats occurred frequently. But Emperor Ash remained firm in his stance. "If we do not settle the past, we cannot move toward the future with integrity. This project is something the Everblack Empire needs not for anyone else." Junior herself had wondered more than once if it wouldn't be fine to stop here. But Ash only encouraged her to dig deeper. This project was, in truth, the Foundation's first real effort at re-examining the past. Ash believed that unless they could break the sacred taboo surrounding even the former emperor, the Jupiter Foundation could never stand strong in the face of whatever adversity awaited. With Ash's firm support, the Jupiter Foundation pressed forward. Junior led the charge. Years passed like that. Last year, The Fall of the Camilla Kingdom was published as a history written without embellishment. documenting what had taken place on the battlefield back then. It was a comprehensive account for Junior as a historian, compiled from verified materials and cross-checked testimonies from both sides. She had done her best not to favor either country, not to be swayed by the political positions of the former or current emperors, and simply record the fact history as it was. Even so, I probably couldn't be truly neutral. That judgment would be for future generations to make. And at this point, Junior decided to retire. The Jupiter Foundation had already been working on several other projects simultaneously. As its director, Junior made preparations to ensure they could continue smoothly without her, gradually stepping back. And today had come, the complete conclusion of the Camilla Kingdom project, and Junior's retirement. Thank you, everyone. I couldn't have made it this far without you. Junior looked around at her fellow officers and nodded. Lastly, I want to remind you all remember that we are only one window through which the world is viewed. We are not justice, nor are we righteousness. Junior smiled softly. Judgment of values is not our job. We simply try our best to move closer to the truth. Even if we can never reach pure truth, we do our best to get a little nearer. This was just Junior's own philosophy of what it meant to be a historian, but as the director of the Jupiter Foundation, Junior meant to define her leadership through that very approach. It was a warm, sentimental moment as words of blessing and gratitude continued to flow. Director, a staff member came rushing in, practically screaming. His Majesty the Emperor is here. What? Everyone was stunned. And then Ash really did appear accompanied by Lucas. People hurriedly dropped to one knee to show their respect. Ash waved his hand awkwardly. Everyone, be at ease. I just came to stop by for a moment. Ash stepped in front of Junior with an awkward smile. Junior, Your Majesty. Ash reached out first, and Junior, slightly flustered, took his hand. So our foundation director is finally stepping down. I've done my part. I have no regrets. You've worked hard. Thanks to Your Majesty, I was able to see many worlds and do many things. Lucas, standing behind Ash, also gave a faint smile. The trio of old comrades looked at one another, exchanging silent gazes for a while. So, where are you going now? I bought a bit of land in Crossroad. I am planning to spend my retirement there. Junior scratched the back of her head awkwardly. Feels strange to call it retirement. Back when I first met Your Majesty, I was living on borrowed time. You used to cough up blood all the time. Later on, you were practically addicted to health drinks. The two of them laughed together, reminiscing about the past. I guess you're about the same age now as Jupiter was back then. It happened before I knew it. Live long and happily, Junior. Just like your mother and mentor wished for you. I will. Junior beamed brightly. You'll have a fantastic retirement life, Your Majesty. Ash smiled in return, as did Lucas behind him. Let's meet again, friend. A few months later, in Crossroad. Junior, visiting the familiar city after a long time, trudged toward the plot of land she had purchased. Evangeline had insisted repeatedly that she stop by the Lord's mansion first upon arrival, but her entire body felt battered after the long journey. She just wanted to sleep deeply and without care. But Junior had overlooked one thing. She spotted the house built on top of the hill and smacked her forehead. Right. Still not finished, yet since it was the home she would be retiring in, Shed designed it to include everything she ever wanted. But because her wish list was so long, the construction took time. The frame was done, but the final finishes were still incomplete. Traveling from New Terra to Crossroad, stopping at different cities and meeting people along the way had thrown off her sense of time. Shed completely lost track of the construction deadline. To make matters worse, today was a holiday. The construction crew was off. The house, its frame visible in places, still had unfinished interiors and not a single piece of furniture in it. It was far from move-in ready. Should I head back and get a hotel room? But she was too tired to make her way back into Crossroad proper. Junior simply walked into the under-construction house. Stepping into the wide courtyard, she saw patches of half-laid grass and a swimming pool that hadn't been filled with water yet. She flopped onto a sunbed placed next to the pool. Nice sunlight as expected from the continent's top resort city, the quality of sunlight was exquisite. Just a quick rest, then ill go find a hotel. How long had she dozed off on the sunbed? Step, step. Footsteps approached from a distance. Junior thought the sound was part of her dream, but it wasn't. Well. The footsteps stopped right in front of her. A voice, half disbelieving, spoke up. So you make me slave away here, and the moment you arrive, You just lie down and take a nap like it's paradise. Clunk. Something was set down on the table next to the sunbed. Junior rubbed her sleepy eyes and lifted her head. On the table was a drink filled with ice. Droplets of condensation slowly slid down the glass. Junior stared blankly at it, then put her lips to the straw and took a sip. Oh, that's refreshing. This is good. Hey, I made that for myself while I was working. Thank you very much. The voice grumbled in disbelief. Only then did Junior look properly at the person standing there. Backlit by the dazzling sun, wearing dusty work clothes and smiling with cryptic amusement, it was Hecate. The construction kept getting delayed, so I came out to tinker with it even on a holiday. But lo and behold, my dear co-homeowner sneaks in and decides to nap like royalty. Didn't Lady Evangeline tell you to stop by the Lord's mansion first when you got to Crossroad? I'm staying there too, you know. Why come here first? Hello, Jupiter Junior. Can you hear me? Still dreaming. Junior stared up at Hecate in a daze, then tilted her head. That's strange. What is? It's not quite like I imagined. What isn't? Well, it's still nice, though. This isn't bad at all. What isn't, damn it? Hecate furrowed her brows. She had retired a few months earlier from her position as the orphanage director and had been managing the construction of the house in Crossroad in the meantime. And hey, how many times did I say we should skip the pool? Digging it's a pain, connecting the water's a pain, cleaning it is a nightmare. Do you really think we can keep up with all that at our age? Ah, but we have to have a pool. It's non-negotiable. My mom and mentor insisted on it. For the ultimate retirement life, a pool is absolutely essential. What kind of fantasy do you have about retirement? Well, you know we're rich, capable, classy single ladies living in style. Who the hell filled a kid's head with that kind of nonsense? Grumbling, Hecate picked up a can of paint and a brush and headed toward a wall that hadn't been fully coated. But then she paused, blinking in confusion. Junior was still looking her way, grinning vacantly without a word. What are you smiling about like that? No, it's just blazing fire and cutting winds. The Everblack Empire and the Camilla Kingdom. Junior briefly recalled those long, winding stories that had flowed through the valleys of the past. Then she closed her eyes and opened them again. I think life after retirement might actually be pretty fun. Stop talking nonsense and come help. We need to finish the paint while the weather's good. Watching as Hecate crouched down and started prepping for work, Junior slowly got up from the sunbed. She stretched her arms high overhead with a loud yawn-stretch sound. All right, then. Rolling up her sleeves, she strode over to Hecate's side. For a damn good retirement, let's build a damn good house. Under the clear sunlight pouring down on their heads, the two women flicked paint at each other, trading curses and laughter, brushing with all their might. Slash. Chapter 877, Side Story 52. After story flows Imperial Year 692. 40 years since the final battle against the monsters. Southern region of the Everblack Empire. Crossroad. I think it's about time I retired. Lily took a sip from her teacup and spoke those words. In the drawing room of the Lord's mansion across from her, Evangeline had just picked up a snack. Her eyes went wide. Hey, Liliani, what are you talking about? What'll happen to Crossroad without you? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? It's not really sudden. Lily gestured with her chin toward the southern part of the city. Junior and Hecate are having so much fun after retiring. Watching them made me feel a little jealous. I mean, it did look fun. I've worked long enough, and I sent off Sid to a good marriage. She gave a sweet smile toward Evangeline, now her in-law, and shrugged her shoulders. I think it's about time I stepped aside too. Maybe I'll just relax and enjoy my twilight years. Sensing it would be hard to talk her out of it, Evangeline let out a sigh and sank back into the sofa. Maybe I should pass down the lordship to Sapphire and finally have some real fun myself. That sounds like a good plan. You could go traveling with Sir Lucas. I wonder what that guy's retirement plan even looks like. I should ask him sometime. How long's he gonna keep chasing after our dear senior emperor anyway? Just then, the door to the drawing room cracked open, and a small girl came running in, giggling. Grandma, Granny. At the sight of her, both Lily and Evangeline's faces lit up at once. Flows, come here, sweetheart. Flows, turning 5 this year, was the child of Sid and Sapphire. She was the granddaughter of Lily and Evangeline, who were now related by marriage. Her name was Floz, meaning flower. She had inherited her mother's radiant golden hair and her father's eyes, a blend of brown and green. Bouncing into the drawing room, Flows gave kisses on the cheeks of both Lily and Evangeline in turn. The affectionate gesture made their smiles bloom even brighter. "Sweetie, want some snacks?" "Yes, let's have some milk too." "Gotta grow tall. Here you go. Hee hee." As Flows nibbled on cookies and sipped milk with a happy giggle, Sappho burst into the room a moment later, practically yelling, "Wah, mother and mom, don't feed Flows, she just had lunch." But Lily and Evangeline, wearing stern faces, did not stop feeding her. Now, what are you saying, sweetheart? Just look at our granddaughter's little belly. She needs to eat more." "Exactly. At this age, all the baby fat turns into height later. Can't you see your mom's sexy hot dynamite body? That's all from childhood chub turning into curves." Hee hee. With the fierce protection of her grandma and granny, Flows happily munched on her snacks. Sappho threw up her hands and sat down next to her daughter, helping herself to the cookies too. Heh. Watching Evangeline, Sappho, and Floss 3 generations side by side, nibbling snacks, Lily found herself laughing aloud without meaning to. Just then, noise stirred near the mansion entrance, and Sid entered in travel clothes. "There you all are, my son-in-law, brother, daddy." Sid looked bewildered at the barrage of titles and gave an awkward smile. Flows ran straight into his arms, and Sid lifted her up, giving a small, tired nod. "I collected the last of the magical fragments that had any potential danger. I don't think he'll need to travel far anymore." It marked the end of the decades-long mission to recover remnants of magic. Declaring that his work as the world's last magician had come to an end, Sid kissed Flows on the forehead. "Daddy's going to stay by your side now, Flows." "Really? Ma'am, I'm going to be in Crossroad from now on." "Hee hee, yay." Flows took the snack she'd been eating and popped it into Sid's mouth. He chewed with a warm smile. Lily, watching, suddenly saw a flash of memory Sid as a little boy, feeding her cotton candy. She gave a faint smile. "So, son-in-law, where was your final mission destination? You didn't even tell us where it was since the Emperor gave you a top-secret assignment." "Still a secret." "Oh, no. Now that the mission's over, it's been declassified." Sid answered Evangeline's question without hesitation. "I went to the Eastern Continent." Gasp. "The Eastern Continent? That's super far and dangerous too." "Yeah, that's why I got a lot of help from someone who was already stationed over there." Just as he said that, the next guest entered the drawing room. "It's been a while, everyone. Oh my gosh, look who it is." Evangeline sprang to her feet in shock. Damien Opar. It was Damien, the head of the Eastern Continent Exploration Unit and a diplomat of the Everblack Empire. He pulled back the hood of his robe and smiled gently. "I was on my way to New Terra for a routine report. Thought I'd stop by for a glass of water." "Water? You're getting a full meal. Heck, just stay the night. Come on this way." As news of Damien's visit spread, Junior and Hecate, who were nearby on a stroll, also made their way to the Lord's mansion. "We're here too." Wow, it's been ages since the drawing room felt this crowded. The lively drawing room buzzed as Damien shared why he had returned from the Eastern Continent. He explained that he usually returned to New Terra every few years for a routine report, and since he had just wrapped up a major mission with Sid, he was now on his way to have an audience with the Emperor. Evangeline's face brightened. "That's perfect. If you see my old man on your way to New Terra, can you give him a letter? I need to ask when he's coming back." "Of course I will. By the way, how are you getting to New Terra?" "By carriage. I heard they're laying railways near the capital these days. Didn't that old man Calliope say he was developing a steam-powered train?" Junior shook her head. "Oh, it's going to be a while before that's running properly. I peeked in to try it myself on my way down recently, but it's only on trial runs around New Terra for now." "Wow, but it's running at all. That's amazing. I heard Verdandi Unni and Kuelan Opar are helping with it too. The Emperor organized a TF team made up of engineers from all races. Or so I heard, but even so, I think it'll take at least 10 more years before it's in full operation." Damien continued, sharing stories from the Eastern Continent. Most of it was destroyed in the Great Fire centuries ago, but the fire's long since gone out, and now that Sid has finished clearing out the magical wreckage, the land is finally safe for people to live on. Sid nodded in agreement, and Damien went on. "There are still small nations surviving there, carrying on their bloodlines. His Majesty hopes to establish friendly relations with them, so I've taken on the role of Env. Isn't that crown guy over there too?" "Yes. Christian helps manage our base over there. Ariel Unni says she misses him sometimes." Ha, she says that, but I think she's planning to stay buried over there. She's gotten quite attached to the locals. Junior widened her eyes in surprise. So, Damien, are you going to spend your retirement in the Eastern Continent too? Retirement, huh? I guess it really is time for us to start talking about that. Damien gave an awkward smile. My heart still feels like it's on the monster front lines, but time's gone by. Back then, Sid was just a baby. Now he's got an adorable daughter of his own. Flo's, cradled in Sid's arms, was nodding off to sleep. Junior smiled softly and gestured in the direction of her own home. Think about retiring in Crossroad. The weather's warm, the fruit is delicious, and there are lots of familiar faces. It's fun. Hecate rolled her eyes. Look at her trying to lure neighbors just because she's bored. No, that's not it. Junior tried to protest as Hecate jabbed at her, while Damien quietly fell into thought. Retirement in Crossroad, that does sound nice. But where would I stay? Oh, please, just say the word. Like I wouldn't spare you a room. This house is full of guest rooms. Evangeline started counting on her fingers. If Damien Oppar moves to Crossroad too, then let's see there's Junior me, and my old man will probably retire here soon too. Wait, could even the senior emperor come visit one day? Junior clapped her hands. Then the main party's getting back together. I like it. We can all just lie around and reminisce about the old days. The old comrades began excitedly chatting about retirement plans, and the drawing room filled with lively conversation and laughter. Sid quietly slipped out of the room with Flo's in his arms. He was putting her to bed. Her room was on the first floor of the mansion. As they made their way down the hall, Flo's, nodding off in Sid's arms, rubbed her cheek against his chest and asked sleepily, Daddy, you're really not going far anymore. Y'all stay with me here. Sid gently brushed her messy bangs and smiled. Yeah, Yaona, there no more magic shards. That's kinda sad. There's one last piece. It's here. Sid lifted his gaze to look out the window. The southern forest's edge. A small house built nearby. Lily's house where Sid had spent his childhood. It's not a dangerous shard, but I still don't know how it's going to manifest. Staring at the thick forest, Sid finally smiled gently and looked back at his daughter. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. Flo's yawned wide and smiled drowsily. I'll help too, Daddy, with my daughter helping. I can't ask for more. Sid entered her room and laid Flo's in her bed, staying by her side until she drifted off. Even as she fell asleep, she held onto her father's finger tightly with her tiny hand. Isn't it amazing? Lily, who had followed behind her son, peered down at her granddaughter's face as she asked. Sid was silent for a moment. Then he quietly nodded. It really is. Lily reached out her hand. Sid took it, and the three generations remained connected by their fingertips, listening in silence to the rhythm of each other's breath. That evening, they had dinner at Lily's house. Sid, having returned to Crossroad after a long time, wanted to eat his mother's cooking, and Lily had proudly declared she'd host everyone. So everyone went shopping together and came back to her home. Of course, they couldn't just leave all the cooking to Lily. So even the guests rolled up their sleeves and helped prepare the meal. Junior and Hecate mixed together a trendy new terror drink, while Damien prepared a dish commonly enjoyed in the Eastern Continent. As everyone expected, Evangeline and Sapphire grilled the meat. As the noisy dinner carried on, Flosswell rested after her afternoon nap came bouncing into her grandmother's house. With an appetite that seemed inherited from someone and a deep curiosity for new foods, Flo's eagerly explored the table. This is pretty delish. With her round cheeks puffed out, she sampled various dishes and offered her own little reviews. The others watched and burst into laughter at her antics. Amid the noisy and joyful meal, Lily quietly slipped out of the house, wheeling herself onto the terrace to feel the open air. A warm autumn breeze rustled through the nearby forest, tousling her red hair as it passed. Lifting her gaze, Lily silently watched the darkening southern horizon. The golden wheat fields shimmered, mingling with the setting sun and the weight of passing years. Suddenly she couldn't breathe. Again, so much time had passed like this. The seasons had completed yet another cycle, and now Grandma, a voice called from behind. Turning around, Lily saw Flo's poking her head through the door, looking up at her. What are you doing? Come inside. Everyone's waiting. Inside the house, everyone was laughing and chattering away, and Sid gave his mother a gentle smile and a wave. Lily looked once more at the swaying forest and the far southern fields. Then she slowly turned her wheelchair. Flo's climbed into her lap with tiny movements, and Lily held her tightly in her arms as they re-entered the house. Sweetheart, is there anything else you want to eat? Grandma will make it all for you. Hee hee, then I want that pie you baked for me before, Grandma clack. The door closed softly behind them. From that day on, Lily stopped. She stepped down from her role as assistant to the Lord, and she stopped waiting for someone who would not return. Slash. Chapter 878, I became the tyrant of a defense game side story 53. After story, Lucas, 10 years later. Imperial year 702. 50 years since the final battle against the beasts. Everblack Empire. Imperial capital, New Terra. Imperial palace. Audience chamber. Lord, I believe the time has come for me to hang up this night order uniform. Lucas, who had come early in the morning, spoke, and Ash dug into his ear with a startled face. Ha! Did I just hear that wrong, Lucas? You heard me correctly, my lord. What? Please grant me permission to retire from my position as captain of the Glory Knights. At Lucas' request, Ash jumped up from the throne in alarm. Hey now, Lucas, you said we'd live and die together. What's this about running off first? Don't say such scary things. And I'm not running away. Lucas laughed awkwardly and stroked his white beard. Your Majesty, you're about to hand over the throne to Her Highness Crown Princess Stella, aren't you? That's right. The coronation is only a few months away now. After that, Yow'll be living in the secondary palace being built in Crossroad. Right. I plan to spend my twilight years basking in the warm sun, taking it easy. Then who do you think will be responsible for guarding you at that secondary palace? Our Ash paused in thought, then pointed at Lucas with his finger. You. Exactly. That's why I should be supervising the construction of the secondary palace where Yow'll be staying. Lucas intended to continue serving as Ash's personal guard even after retirement in Crossroad. He planned to personally inspect whether the secondary palace under construction was truly suitable for a retired emperor. And you plan to take the train when you go down, correct? I should inspect the safety of the railway in advance as well. 10 years ago, there had barely been rail laid near New Terra. But now, the rail network stretched across the world. The steam trains had become nothing short of the new lifeblood of global logistics. Among them, the southern line to Crossroad had recently been completed, and Lucas intended to ensure its safety himself. Our old knight is still as meticulous as ever. Ha ha, he'll be back up before you know it. I should also bring Evangeline and Sapphire along. Lucas added, looking slightly embarrassed. We'll need to attend the wedding of Her Highness Crown Princess Stella, and Emerald, if you're going to bring them, just round up everyone you know in Crossroad too. Even if it's a small ceremony, I'm sure plenty of people want to celebrate with them. Ash waved his hand with a grin. All right then, Sir Lucas. I grant you permission to retire a few months before me. I am forever grateful for your grace. Of course, that's retirement from being the captain of the Glory Knights, not from being my personal guard. You understand that, right? Lucas returned a gentle smile. How could I not, my lord? Still, the wedding of my daughter and your son Ash rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Makes me think of the wedding we had, me and Serenade, and you and Evangeline, the two couples. Ha ha, that was nearly 50 years ago now. As they reminisced about the distant past, both men's faces suddenly paled. They had just recalled why that double wedding had become the stuff of legends. Let's hope nothing terrifying happens this time. Ha ha, surely something like that won't happen again. Their voices trailed off. They looked at each other with trembling eyes. A heavy silence fell between the emperor and his knight. Imperial Palace, Hall of Glory. This place, the heart of the Glory Knights, welcomed Lucas' slow steps. Ambitious, young knights now filled the hall. They were full of confidence in their swords, and their skills burning with youthful spirit. I must warn that same look back in the day. As the young knights greeted him with salutes and respectful gazes, Lucas slowly made his way through the Hall of Glory and opened the office door. You're here, Captain. Rupert, who had served as Lucas' adjutant for many years, stood straight, waiting. How did the audience with His Majesty go? Thankfully, it went well. Then, it's really yes. I am finally allowed to retire. Inside the office stood a large, aged desk. On it lay an old nameplate with elegant lettering. Lucas Cross, captain of the Glory Knights. Lucas sank into the chair he had used for decades and let out a long breath. I stayed in this seat for far too long. Don't you think? Someone known as the Empire's greatest sword shouldn't say such things. Greatest sword, my ass. These days, even a little movement leaves my whole body aching. You say that, but you still beat everyone in the last sparring session, as Rupert murmured. Lucas gestured to him. When Rupert approached, Lucas stood up and pointed at the chair he had just vacated. Sit down. This is your seat now. You need to start getting used to it. Lucas urged him, and Rupert reluctantly sat down. Standing behind him, Lucas placed his hands on both of Rupert's shoulders and grinned. I can trust you to lead the Glory Knights right. A shield that protects the Imperial family. A sword that strikes down invaders. There's no one else I can entrust that role to but you. Will you accept it? Rupert exhaled deeply and nodded. Of course, Captain. You're the captain now, remember. Lucas unfastened the epaulets from his uniform and attached them to Rupert's shoulders. Then he unbuckled the longsword from his waist and handed it to Rupert. Will you accept this as well? Standing up, Rupert faced Lucas and carefully received the sword. Lucas smiled gently. That's the second sword you've received from me. Take good care of this one too. Rupert looked at him in shock. He had never revealed that he was the boy who once received a sword from Lucas. When did you find out? From the beginning, of course. Why didn't you say anything? I thought I was hiding it pretty well. Was there any need to say it out loud? We're connected through the sword. There are things that don't need to be said with words. Rupert shook his head in disbelief. I never told you, but I always thought of you as a mentor. In swordsmanship and in life I learned so much from you. And though I never said it either, I learned a great deal from your sword as well. Lucas raised the corners of his lips faintly. I've always thought of you as a friend. Rupert clicked his tongue. Damn it, I can't beat you even at the end. Of course not. Lucas laughed freely and looked down at his now empty waist. Because I was the Empire's greatest sword. After leaving the main palace, Lucas made his way to Stella's residence. 5 years ago, Stella had ascended to the position of Crown Princess and had gradually begun inheriting the responsibilities of the Everblack Empire from Ash. By now, she was functioning as the de facto ruler of the nation. In other words, Your Highness, an urgent message from the West. An envoy from the Aryan Kingdom is requesting an emergency audience. There's a critical miscalculation in New Terra's tax revenue. She was incredibly busy. Ash had first trained thoroughly as the Lord of Crossroad and Grand Duke of the Bringer Duchy before ascending to the throne of the Everblack Empire. By the time he became emperor, he already had the composure of a seasoned leader. Stella, on the other hand, did not. Though intelligent and wise, and despite her extensive theoretical studies, she was still in the thick of learning on the ground, without a moment's rest. You were Arg. I haven't even taken the throne yet. Why am I already this busy? Buried under piles of paperwork, Stella's scream reminded Lucas of Ash during his rough days as Grand Duke of Bringer. Lucas wore a faintly pleased smile as he spotted a blonde knight running frantically down the corridor. Hey there, Sir Emerald. The knight, who was urgently carrying something on a tray, stopped in his tracks with a start. Gah. Fath, I mean Captain, you can call me father now. I just stepped down from the captain's post. Seriously, I thought you looked more relaxed than usual. Father and son shared a brief laugh. Lucas gestured with his chin. You look busy. Ha ha. Her Highness hasn't had lunch yet. Emerald slightly lifted the cover of the tray he was holding. There was a sandwich and a drink inside. So I brought her something to nibble on. Ha ha. It's good to see you attending to Her Highness so well. When I first became her guard, I thought it would be all about gallantly protecting her. But in reality, it's just chores, all the time. Lucas recalled his 50 years of serving Ash. Looking back, he realized he'd spent far more time doing menial tasks than actually drawing his sword. If it helps the one you serve, does it really matter how you do it? I wanted to be like you, Father. A sword that protects its master with dignity, but the finest sword is the one that stays sheathed. If it never has to be drawn, that's a good thing in its own right. After offering that advice, Lucas let out a quiet sigh. Still, you really went the distance. Became her guard, earned her trust, and now you're marrying her. He had scurried after Stella, head over heels, and somehow clawed his way up to become her knight. Eventually, he was chosen by the crown princess herself for marriage. Well, the truth is Emerald scratched the back of his head awkwardly and glanced around before confessing to his father. Her Highness doesn't particularly like me. She was worried staying single would cause gossip, so she looked for someone suitable with decent background, and I ended up being a convenient pick. Emerald scratched his head again. So, yeah, it's a so-called political marriage. Yup. Even after the engagement, nothing's really changed. I'm just being used as a kind of errand dog, honestly. Emerald looked a bit dejected, but Lucas chuckled and patted his son on the shoulder. Even so, that distant star is closer to you now than ever. If you do your best, whoever it is, you'll reach them in the end. So I entrust Her Highness, the next empress of this nation, and the world to come to you. Taking in the words of a father laying down his sword and stepping away, Emerald slowly smiled and gave a firm nod. With all my body and soul, I will. The father and son seemed like they had more to say, but before they could speak further, a voice called out from inside Stella, shouting, "Sir Emerald, where are you?" Emerald rushed inside in a panic. Lucas chuckled softly and turned around. He was curious how their story would unfold, but that tale belonged to the next generation. The Emperor's bodyguard marries the Lord of Crossroad, and their children become the Emperor's bodyguard and the new Lord of Crossroad. Lucas murmured with satisfaction. Looks like we did well raising our kids, Evangeline, New Terra Central Station. Pooh, the whistle signaling imminent departure echoed through the air, and steam billowed from the train. Standing at the front of the train, Lucas slowly looked around. The cityscape had transformed into something unimaginable 50 years ago. Centered around the train station, new buildings and shopping districts stretched outward. The taller buildings were all draped with massive advertising banners. The world always changes, but some things remain the same. New Terra Central Plaza. He saw a massive advertisement hanging from the clock tower. It was the first commemorative poster in continental history, revived through a retro trend. Newly repainted, it had been rehung. "Let's go to Crossroad." A family of four in comfortable southern clothing held hands, smiling happily as they stood on a green field under a bright blue sky. Lucas knew that illustration well, because the models were none other than himself, Evangeline, Sapphire, and Emerald. Looking up at that long-distant portrait of their youth, a peaceful smile touched Lucas' lips. "Shall we go, then, to Crossroad?" Having entrusted the sword he wielded his entire life to worthy successors, the now liberated old knight stepped toward the train with a light heart. His beloved wife was waiting for him in the city at the far southern edge. Now that both had fulfilled their long obligations, they would never be parted again, those lifelong lovers. Chapter 879, I became the tyrant of a defense game, side story 54. After story, Lucas Evangeline Imperial Year 702. 50 years since the final battle against the beasts. Everblack Empire. Southern Crossroad. Southern outskirts. Orchard. Snip. With a cheerful sound, a bunch of grapes was snipped clean from the vine. Oh my, what a fine little fellow! Evangeline, wearing a straw hat snugly over her head, let out a whistle. Holding the plump bunch of grapes in her hand, she weighed its heft for a moment, then plucked one grape and popped it into her mouth. Sweet, this is it." Evangeline beamed and glanced to the side. Another great harvest this year. The orchard stretched far and wide, seemingly without end. Each tree shimmered under the sunlight, laden with various fruits. Countless workers were busy tending the orchard, sweating under the sun. The fruits they harvested would be packed and shipped all over the world. Some would become wine, others preserved in sugar, and some of them, grandma, would end up in the mouths of the people of Crossroad, and in the mouth of a beloved granddaughter. Grandma. From the bottom of the hill, a girl came running up, waving both arms energetically. Evangeline smiled brightly and waved back. "There's my granddaughter." The girl was Flo's, now 15 years old. Just 10 years ago, she'd been tiny. Now her arms and legs had grown long. She'd sprouted up faster than the fruit trees. Evangeline wiped a grape and popped it into Flo's mouth as she arrived, grinning broadly. "Whose looks did you inherit to grow up so dazzling, huh?" Flo's gulped the grape down and smiled wide. "Well, obviously. From Miss Crossroad herself, me grandma. Egu, even your words are sweet, my lovely granddaughter." As her granddaughter giggled and laughed without a care, Evangeline saw a reflection of her own childhood in that face. When she was 16, just returned to Crossroad, still naive and carefree. A memory from so long ago. She had lived long enough now to see a granddaughter who looked just like that younger self. "Egg, my back, that's enough for today." Evangeline patted her lower back and groaned. Flo's quickly clung to her side, supporting her. "Grandma, don't push yourself anymore. Leave the farm work to the others. I was just about to. I am treating this as my last season." She had already passed down the title of Lord of Crossroad to Sapphire. Now it was time to step away from the orchard too. Evangeline had decided this would be her final year overseeing it. They sat together in the shade beneath a nearby vine canopy. Flo's pumped water and brought a cup of cool water. After drinking deeply, Evangeline slowly removed her straw hat. A cool breeze stirred her graying hair. From the hilltop orchard, Evangeline gazed down at the distant view of Crossroad. 50 years had passed since the war. In that half-century, Crossroad had changed dramatically. Now the continent's top resort city, the entire area bloomed with flowers and greenery, vibrant and fresh. But that wasn't all. It still served as a fortress city, guarding the southern border of the empire, with beautifully maintained walls and a well-trained military force. These two faces of the city blended together seamlessly. The soldiers of Crossroad, clad in fine uniforms and equipped with excellent gear, were admired by youth throughout the region. The twice-daily guard change in front of the barracks had become the city's most popular tourist attraction. From the old Frontline base to the War Memorial Museum, places commemorating the old war hosted seasonal events. These were organized by the World Federation, the Everblack Empire, and Crossroad itself reminding everyone of the war and honoring its participants with gratitude and respect, so that if the world were to face crisis again one day, people would be willing to rise once more. The war that saved the world, the city that saved the world, the people who saved the world, they were never forgotten. A fortress city and a tourist city. It sounded contradictory, but here they existed in harmony. Evangeline blinked her green eyes as she took in the view. If father could see the city now, what would he say? It felt like just yesterday she had stubbornly refused to inherit the city and walked away. So much time had passed. The world had changed so much. Before I knew it, I've grown older than he ever was. Evangeline murmured, and Flo's chimed in from beside her. But you're still the most beautiful woman in all of Crossroad. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, flattery won't get you anything. And I'm sure great-grandfather would love the Crossroad of today. Flo's smiled bashfully, because his great-granddaughter loves this city so much. Evangeline looked at her sweet granddaughter and tilted her head. Flo's did the same, mirroring her. With their foreheads pressed together, Evangeline spoke softly. Your mother will continue developing this city beautifully, but Flo's, dear, you need to do your part to care for it too, okay? Of course, Grandma. Flo's placed a hand over her chest and declared boldly, I'm the next Margrave of Crossroad after all. And so the path continues. Evangeline smiled gently. She didn't know why. Even though the warmth she felt was from her granddaughter, it felt as though she was somehow connected to her long-past father. Well, I should be going. Evangeline slowly rose to her feet. Flo supported her and tilted her head curiously. Where are you going? Today's a special guest day. I have to greet him myself. A guest important enough for Grandma to go in person. That's right. Evangeline shrugged as if it couldn't be helped. Today, someone very stubborn is coming back. After returning to the manor, Evangeline washed up thoroughly and took out a new outfit shed bought for the first time in a while. She neatly combed her hair, tied it back, and applied light makeup. Flo's, who had helped her get ready, gave a thumbs up. Grandma, you're the best, the most beautiful in the world. Evangeline covered her mouth and laughed, then stepped outside alone. Flo's waved her off with both hands. Evangeline walked through the city at a slow pace, taking in her surroundings. Good afternoon, Lady Evangeline. Wow, you look fantastic today. On your way to a date. Whoever it is, they've hit the jackpot. Everyone she passed smiled and greeted the former lord warmly. Evangeline smiled back at the people she had grown old with in this city. After a leisurely walk, she arrived at the northern part of the city. 10 years ago, a new facility had been built Crossroads train station. 50 years ago, this was just an abandoned village with no one living here. Evangeline slowly looked over the rows of shops and stalls that now surrounded the station. Now it's the most bustling area in the city. She passed by the crowds waiting for arriving trains, workers moving cargo back and forth, and entered the station's main hall. Let's see the train from New Terra, still a while before arrival. Even by steam train, it was a journey of several days. Delays were common. The station master and staff rushed out to offer her a comfortable seat in the office, but Evangeline waved them off. She chose to wait right there. As she leaned back into the waiting room chair, her eyelids began to droop. Perhaps from working in the orchard all morning, she felt a bit sleepy. Still a long time before the train arrives, just a little nap, sitting quietly in her seat. Evangeline slowly drifted into sleep. She dreamed of a distant memory. She was being carried on a man's back, covered in dust and sand, with a sprained ankle. Unable to walk properly, she had been lifted onto his back. She had buried her chin against his solid, muscular shoulder, inhaling the scent of his sweat, and felt the strong grip of his hands supporting her legs. Gently swaying with each step, she had dozed off, thinking, this man is so comfortable to be with him. Evangeline blinked awake, and the sky had already dimmed. Oh dear, I must have dozed off. What time is it? She panicked and began to rise, but then noticed something. There was a light coat draped over her shoulders. Ha! Did I bring this? As she puzzled over the unfamiliar coat, she slowly turned her head. Sitting beside her was an older man with neatly combed, silver-tinged blonde hair, his legs crossed, reading a book. He was dressed in a fine, tailored suit. Because he had wrapped the coat around her, he was now in just a vest and shirt. Well, well. Evangeline chuckled behind her hand and leaned her shoulder against his. What sort of charming gentleman wraps his coat around a sleeping lady? The man glanced at her with blue eyes and snapped his book shut. The kind of man who came all the way from New Terra just to ask that lovely lady on a date. Lucas rose from his seat, tapping his polished shoes against the floor. Stroking his beard with a smile, he held out his hand. If you have time, would you join me for a cup of tea, my lady? Evangeline placed a finger under her lips and pretended to think. I only drink very good tea, you know. That won't be a problem. Lucas put on his fedora with confident flair. Tea shared with a handsome man like me could never taste bad. Oh, really now? Come on. Don't tell me you're planning to pass up such a fine opportunity. Evangeline let out a snort and reached out to take Lucas' hand. Oh, by the way, I had a dream just now. Could you give me a piggyback ride? My back would give out. Woman, just take my hand. Foo-foo. Hand in hand, the two walked out of the station and into the evening streets of the city. They strolled in silence for a while, until Evangeline asked softly, Now that you're retired, will you stay by my side all day? No, Lucas answered without hesitation. Evangeline turned her head in surprise, and Lucas continued calmly, For the rest of my life, I'll be by your side. Evangeline laughed in disbelief and nudged his side with her elbow. What's with the dramatics? How much life do you think we've got left to brag about? Whatever's left, it all belongs to you. It took me 50 years to make this man mine. Unbelievable. As she grumbled, Lucas held her hand a little tighter. Evangeline leaned in close, wrapping herself in his arm, and asked softly, Were you satisfied with your life as a knight? I did my best. Lucas smiled gently and nodded toward her. And you, were you satisfied with your life as a lord? Evangeline met his gaze with a smile of her own. I did my best. Then that's enough. They stepped into a quiet corner of the street where the streetlights had just flickered on. Lucas gave a soft smile and slowly bent down. Let's love each other fully, no just the two of us. Evangeline giggled and wrapped her arms around his neck, rising slightly onto her toes. Honestly, so hopeless. The two shared a kiss. When the long kiss ended, the old couple began walking home, chatting quietly together. They spoke of the life they had lived, and the life still ahead. Their hands remained clasped, never letting go. Chapter 880, Side Story 55. After Story, Lily Imperial, Year 702. 50 years since the final battle against the beasts. Everblack Empire, Southern Crossroad. Lily's home. Once again, autumn had deepened. Even the forest beside Lily's home was adorned in vibrant foliage. Just a few months ago, the trees had been lush and green, but now their leaves were painted in shades of crimson and gold, as if that lushness had been a lie. A dusting of snow fell upon the autumn leaves. Though it was still technically late autumn, winter seemed impatient, scattering snowflakes recklessly. White snow blanketed the leaves that had not yet fallen like a warm quilt. Lily quietly gazed at the scene through the window. Even now, during this time when winter approached, her heart would flutter. She no longer hoped for anything, nor did she wait. Grandma. Just then, a knock sounded at the door and a blonde girl bounded in. Look, Grandma, it's snowing. It was her granddaughter, Flo's. It's the first snow of the year. Goodness. If it's snowing, you should be dressed warmer. Lily brushed the snow off Flo's hair and shoulders with her hand. Weren't you cold on the way here? Not at all. Just thinking about seeing you made me feel all warm, you little wild colt. Lily chuckled softly and led Flo's into the house. I baked your favorite pie since you said you were coming. Yay, I love your pie, Grandma. You're just using me as an excuse to eat the pie, aren't you? Or come on, I love you more. The pie is just a bonus. The grandmother and granddaughter laughed as they pulled the freshly baked pie from the oven. Wow, this is so good, Grandma. What's your secret? Flo's took a bite and asked with wide eyes. Lily smiled as she poured the tea. There's plenty, so take your time. You'll get a stomachache if you rush. Lily quietly watched her granddaughter, cheeks puffed out, devouring the pie. After retiring from her post as a lord's aide, Lily had been living a quiet life. Her once red hair had turned white, and age spots bloomed on her wrinkled face. Without glasses, she could barely see. Her movements had slowed to the point that even stepping outside was a struggle. Asked to support her, visitors came daily. Evangeline and Lucas, of course, and Junior, Hecate, and even Damien, her old comrades. Her son Sid, daughter-in-law Sapphire, and her granddaughter Flo's, too. Among them, Flo's visited most often. She claimed it was because the pie was too good to resist, but Lily knew the truth. The girl simply didn't want her to feel lonely. Grandma, tell me another story today. Hee hee, don't you ever get tired of hearing them every day? Not at all. They're always exciting. Please, just one more. Flo's would often ask for stories like this over tea with Lily. At first, Lily had been unsure, but eventually she found herself speaking of the past with ease. Enough time had passed that even those memories no longer ached. All right, what kind of story should I tell you today? Lily had spent 3 full years on the monster front. There was no shortage of tales to tell, but Flo's especially loved the romance stories. How her grandmother and grandfather had met, and how they had fallen in love. Once, even the memories had been painful to recall. But now, Lily had grown comfortable with them. She shared her love story, adding just enough flavor to make it fun. How she met Khalil, how she came to like him, how they fought, and how in the end they became one, and what promise he left behind before he disappeared. She glossed over the painful parts, expanding on the romantic moments she knew her granddaughter would enjoy. Flo's covered her mouth in awe as she listened. My grandma was seriously wild back in the day. Ha ha, of course. Back when I was young, I wasn't to be trifled with. Lily exaggerated with a playful shrug as she cleared the empty teacups, humming a soft tune. No song unsung, no wine untasted. There was no song she hadn't sung, no wine she hadn't tasted. She stopped there, leaving the next line unspoken. Setting down the empty cup, Lily murmured quietly, "It hurts, but yes, those were good days. Memories were just that, memories. And now she could leave them untouched, enough to share them with her granddaughter like this. No longer hoping, nor waiting, nor hurting. It had taken a long time, but finally tea time ended. After helping Lily clean the kitchen, Flo's patted her full stomach and waved. "He'll come visit again, Grandma. All right. Be careful on your way back, it's snowing. Hee hee, okay. See you later." Flo's bounded to the door and winked playfully, blowing a kiss. The door opened and shut. Lily, who had been waving toward the door, let out a small chuckle. She's going to trip one of these days, hopping around like that, turning her wheelchair back into the house. Lily was greeted by a heavy, still air. Her guest had left, and now what was there to do? It was already afternoon, nearly evening. With winter just around the corner, night would fall early. Maybe she'd eat the leftover pie, read a bit, and fall asleep. And then again, she closed her dimming eyes for a moment, then opened them once more. Lily wheeled herself toward the kitchen. There were still a few things left to tidy up. And then creak, the door to the house opened. A chill winter wind swept into the room. Lily, assuming Flo's had come back, continued cleaning without looking back. "What is it, sweetheart? Did you forget something? Should I pack some leftover pie? Want to take some to your maternal grandmother?" But the person said nothing. Just as Lily turned toward the open door in confusion, Lady Lily, that voice, so dearly missed it, had become unfamiliar. It echoed through the house. Lily froze in place. Unable to believe it, she didn't even breathe. The voice gently called her name once more. "Lady Lily." Lily shook her head. "That's impossible." Her voice trembled. She couldn't bring herself to look back. "There's no way you could have come back." "Lily, I know you're gone." She bowed her head and clenched her teeth. "You died that day. I insisted on declaring you missing. That promise that you'd be back before winter ended, it was your last lie. A lie from a man who couldn't help but lie to make me feel better. So she wouldn't be crushed by guilt, so she could go on living alone." Lily had known it was a lie. She only pretended not to know so she could keep waiting. So it's a lie, you're dead. That day at the forward base, Lady Lily. Step, step, footsteps entered the house and came closer. At last, Lily slowly turned around. A lie. There stood a man unchanged from 50 years ago. His pale green hair danced in the winter breeze. His eyes, a mix of green and brown, gently curved as he smiled at her. Kal-El opened his arms and whispered, "I've come back." Lily shook her trembling head. "I've finally gone senile. I'm so old I'm seeing things. I'm not an illusion. I'm really here." Kal-El took another step toward her, and Lily hastily covered her face. "Don't come any closer, Lily." Whether you're a ghost or a hallucination or whatever, Lily trembled, trying desperately to hide herself. "I don't want you to see me like this, old and worn out." "What are you talking about?" Kal-El slowly knelt before her, his smile gentle. "To me, you're still the most beautiful person in the world, so please, let me see your face. I've missed you." Lily slowly lowered her hands, and there was Kal-El's face, right in front of her. That soft smile she had longed for all her life. Unable to hold back any longer, Lily threw her arms around his neck. Why did it take you so long to come back?" Tears streamed down Lily's wrinkled cheeks. "I waited so long. I missed you so much. I'm sorry. If only you'd come a few years earlier. No, even just a few months or one single day sooner. I really thought you were gone." All those long years, Lily sobbed into his shoulder. "I raised our child all alone. I gave birth, changed diapers, listened to babbling, watched the first steps, sent them to school, and that child grew up so fast, got married, had a grandchild. Through every one of those moments, 50 years passed before her eyes like a rushing waterfall." Tears poured from Lily's fading eyes. "I always wished you were beside me." Kal-El gently wiped her tears with the tips of his fingers. "I'm sorry for leaving you to face it all alone. Everything was hard. But the hardest thing was living without ever seeing you again." Lily, with trembling hands, cupped Kal-El's cheek. "And now, seeing you again like this, are you really, really Kal-El? It's really me, Lady Lily." Kal-El softly clasped the hand she had placed on his cheek. "I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long." He wiped away her endless tears, then slowly stood and reached out his hand to her. "Come on, let's go." "Go? Where? Don't you remember what I said?" Kal-El scratched his cheek shyly. "Elven-style marriage. I said I found a wonderful tree, didn't I? That we'd set up our wedding chamber on its branches. Come now. It might be a bit of a struggle, but I promise it'll be worth it." Kal-El walked ahead toward the open door and reached out his hand. "Lady Lily, I know I'm terribly late, but let me ask you one more time." With that familiar, sheepish smile, he asked in the same bashful voice he had once used the question she couldn't answer at their parting, the question she had regretted not answering her entire life. "Will you marry me?" Lily held her breath, closed her eyes tight, then opened them. She pushed her wheelchair toward the door. Beyond it, a snow-covered white world stretched before her, and Kal-El waited at the edge of the forest. As she moved toward him, her wheelchair slipped on the snowy path and tipped. But Lily did not fall, because she was already standing on her own 2 feet. Lily's once white hair turned red again. The age spots vanished from her face, and her wrinkles smoothed away, just like she had been 50 years ago when she was with the one she loved. Even as the tears streaming down her cheeks didn't stop, she smiled more brightly than at any other time in her life. Lily ran. Barefoot, she flew across the snowy field, and with all her strength, she embraced the lover who had waited for her. Lily went missing. A large search party scoured the winter forest, but no trace of her was ever found. Only her worn-out wheelchair, the one she had used all her life, was discovered fallen at the forest's edge. As if by magic, Lily had vanished from the world. At Sid's request, no funeral was held for her. Instead, she was added to the list of the missing, alongside the many heroes of the front line from 50 years ago. Sid stood before the monument to the missing, erected at the war memorial. Next to the name of his father, engraved long ago, his mother's name had now been newly inscribed. Looking at it, Sid offered a faint smile. There was no funeral, but those who remembered Lily gathered to honor her memory. She had been the lead mage on the monster front, the chief overseer of the fortress artifacts, a veteran who had fought beside Emperor Ash from the war's first battle to its last. She had served as aide to the Lord of Crossroad for 40 years. She had raised a child alone. She was a beloved neighbor and a respected elder. And more than anything, she had been a great challenger who faced her life without running away. Everyone who gathered to remember Lily tried their best to hold back tears, but Flo's cried a lot. After the gathering dispersed, and she finally calmed down, Flo's sat on a hill with Sid, looking out over the winter forest. Where do you think Grandma really went? She sniffled as she asked, and Sid answered with a calm voice. The last remnants of magic in this world, pooled in that forest, are gone now. Over the long years, even the lingering traces of magic he had watched all his life vanished along with Lily. Maybe, as a final farewell from magic to this world, it granted one last miracle, just for your grandmother. A miracle. Yeah, a miracle meant for her and no one else. Sid turned to Flo's and smiled gently. That's what I believe. Father and daughter sat in silence for a while, gazing at the snow-covered forest. Sid called it a miracle of magic, but Flo's believed something else. That her grandfather had truly returned. That he had come back at last, to fulfill a promise to his beloved, that even though it had taken so long, he had made it back and they had reunited. That hand in hand, the two of them had gone off together to build their wedding chamber somewhere deep within that forest. That after such a long, long wait, they had finally found happiness that was what she chose to believe. Chapter 881, Side Story 56. After Story, Ash Serenade Imperial Year 702. 50 years after the final battle with the monsters. Everblack Empire. Imperial Capital, New Terra. Imperial Palace. Congratulations on your marriage, daughter. I entered the bridal waiting room with a wide grin. Wow, you look amazing today. Father, Stella turned to me with a radiant smile. She was wearing a very fine ceremonial uniform. It was the one she had made when she recently ascended to the throne. True to Everblack fashion, the outfit was black, and the cloak a deep crimson. It looked exactly like the military uniform I used to wear on the front lines in my youth. I heard they even referenced one of my old portraits when making it. You look great, but still, it's a bit of a shame. I spoke honestly. You don't get many chances to wear a wedding dress in your life. It would be nice to try one on at least this once. We agreed to keep the wedding simple. I looked into the cost, and once people heard it was a wedding dress for the emperor, the prices skyrocketed. So I figured it was better to just reuse this nice uniform I had made recently. Stella spun around on the spot. Her red velvet cloak rippled and curled through the air. Before I am a bride, I am the emperor of this country. Still, what a waste, what a shame, one of the big moments you look forward to when raising a daughter is her wedding. And no matter how mixed your feelings, you can't help but expect to see her in a wedding dress. She pushed so hard to keep the ceremony as small as possible, and now she's even skipping the dress, just using her official ceremonial uniform instead. Where did she get this frugality from? Stella scratched her cheek awkwardly. Actually, I did rent a dress for the reception. I figured, if not now, when would I ever wear one? Oh, don't get your hopes up. I just picked the cheapest one that fit. I brushed a hand over the shoulder of Stella's spotless uniform for no particular reason. So in the end, you're really getting married, my daughter. Stella is already 40. Thanks to the Everblack bloodline's anti-aging traits, she's still adorable, no. Enough of the doting parent mode. Anyway, she still looks young. She hadn't had any real romantic partners all these years, so I figured she might stay single for life. But if that was her choice, I intended to respect it. Then out of nowhere, a few months ago, she came to me asking for permission to marry her knight escort, Emerald Cross. Everything progressed swiftly from there. I told you already. It's a contractual marriage. Stella crossed her arms and snorted. There were too many people whispering about how it's not right for an emperor to have no consort. I just wanted to shut that kind of talk down early. The young emperor smiled confidently. I already made up my mind. I'm married to this country. I'll live for this nation and for its people. I returned her smile gently. Even so, I hope you find some small happiness for yourself amidst that great cause. And wealthize is just how it goes in our world. It's rare for a contractual marriage not to turn into real love. Ha ha ha. Small happiness, how well if I get the chance, Stella muttered, then let out a soft sigh. Anyway, that's why I proposed the contract marriage to Emerald. Out of everyone around me, he's the one I feel most comfortable with. And we used to be really relaxed around each other, like real friends. But ever since the wedding got confirmed, it's gotten weirdly awkward, Stella grumbled, twirling the ends of her hair with her fingers. He never used to be like this, but now he fumbles whenever he sees me. And because he's acting all weird, I start getting self-conscious too. It's just Ah, a classic romance click already. Honestly, I wish I could just stay close by and watch it all unfold with popcorn. But once Stella's wedding is over, Serenade and I will be heading down to Crossroad. We decided to spend our retirement quietly there. I hope you get to star in a full-blown romance movie, my daughter. Cheering her on in my heart, I suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, what about the honeymoon? Don't tell me you're not going. Don't go using government work as an excuse to skip even a single day. I was thinking of doing just that at first. Stella, amused by how her father was more concerned about her honeymoon than she was, chuckled behind her hand and adjusted the cloak on my shoulder. But since you and Mother are heading down, we thought we'd go along. Oh, really? You're going to Crossroad for your honeymoon? Yes, it's a perfect honeymoon spot, and it's a good chance to check out where you and Mother will be living too. Though with how busy work is, we won't be able to stay long. Stella gave a soft smile. It's been a while since our family traveled together. No, listen, it's your honeymoon. You're supposed to enjoy it with your husband. Blushing at my words, Stella mumbled. That's what I'm saying, it's awkward with that idiot Emerald right now. That awkwardness, that's the sweetest part of the whole friends to lovers story, you asteroid. Stella's wedding was modest in both scale and ceremony. The officiant was Lord Rupert, the commander of the Glory Knights. As for the one giving the speech, that job was mine. The newlyweds entered together, greeted both sets of parents, exchanged rings, shared a vow kiss, and that was it. The guests were limited to the parents of both families and a few key officials. It was so simple, you could hardly believe it was the emperor's wedding. Well, considering the coronation had just taken place recently, scaling down the event was understandable. Still, wasn't this a little too quiet? I think I finally understand why people felt sorry for me back when I was the Duke of Bringer and kept downsizing events. But the couple sitting next to me, Lucas and Evangeline, didn't seem to think the simplicity was anything to regret. Who would have thought we'd become in-laws with the imperial family? That little troublemaker Emerald really pulled off a big one. To think I'd become family with my liege, I have no more wishes left in life. Sniff. Don't act like this is some huge leap. We've been tighter than family for ages already, right, senior? Evangeline asked playfully, lowering her voice. I simply smiled in silence. Then Evangeline glanced over and gave me a careful nod. How's Serenade doing? She's stable. The physician gave me the okay to bring her. Serenade lay beside me, asleep on a mobile bed due to her frail health. Her consciousness had started fading months ago, so she couldn't even attend Stella's coronation. The only reason she could be here now was because the guest list had been kept so small. As we whispered, the wedding began. Stella entered wearing her emperor's ceremonial uniform. Emerald followed, dressed in his formal Glory Knight's attire. It looked less like a couple getting married, and more like an emperor and a knight making an official appearance. Still, in its own way, it had a certain charm. The two made their way to the parents and bowed in turn. Father, Your Majesty, former emperor. Stella and Emerald bowed to me first. Since I had a whole speech prepared for the ceremony, I just accepted their greetings with a nod. Then Stella slowly approached Serenade. Mother. But Serenade remained unconscious. Stella looked quietly at her sleeping mother's profile, then slowly reached out and took her dry, frail hand. Mom, I'm getting married. Thank you for everything. The young emperor's voice trembled slightly. I'll live a good life. And then a faint smile appeared on Serenade's sleeping face, and in a voice barely above a murmur, as if she were still dreaming, she spoke. It's okay even if you don't live a good life. Mom, it's okay if it's not forever. It's okay if you're not always happy. Even if everything falls to pieces, it's okay. There'll be a lot ahead of you still. Her voice carried quiet certainty. You're going to live a wonderful life. And then Serenade drifted back into sleep. Stella bit her lower lip, then smiled brightly. I will, Mom. She gently ran her hand over Serenade's hand again and again. I'll live a wonderful life. I promise. Lucas and Evangeline gave the newlyweds an enthusiastic congratulation. Then it was my turn to deliver the ceremonial address. Honestly, I'd already poured out a lifetime of blessings at her coronation. So for this, I stuck to some straightforward advice about married life, especially since they weren't just spouses, they were technically in a superior-subordinate relationship at work. And that meant a high risk of complications. I gave Stella some firm warnings on that front. You may be monarch and subject, but you're also husband and wife. Your Majesty, don't crush the royal consort's opinions with authority. Listen carefully to his counsel. I will, father. And as the consort, you are a vassal before you are a husband. Safeguard Her Majesty's well-being with your life, and if she begins down a misguided path, speak up not out of affection, but out of loyalty. I understand, Your Majesty, the former emperor. Though really, what good were 100 words from me? They were old enough to figure things out on their own. Then the two exchanged rings and kissed. Trying hard to act composed, both the emperor and her knight turned bright red. They squeezed their eyes shut, flinched, and leaned in toward each other. Everyone burst into whistles and teasing chants. Eol Larai K Kol Larai. And just like that, the ceremony ended. Next came a brief reception. As I mingled and chatted with people over the food, Stella reappeared in a simple white dress. She had worn the ceremonial uniform for the ceremony and changed into a wedding dress for the reception. It was the reverse of the usual order, but who cared? She was the emperor, could do as she pleased. While everyone clapped and cheered, Stella blushed and turned to Emerald. So, Sir Emerald, what do you think? Do I look all right to you? Of course, my daughter in a wedding dress was dazzling. The fact that Emerald's jaw had dropped proved it. I am glad I stayed alive. What was that? Being able to marry Your Majesty, I truly am the luckiest man alive. Emerald couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears streaming down his face, he rushed to Stella and swept her into an embrace, spinning her into a spontaneous dance. Stella shrieked and scolded him in shock, but even as she fussed, she instinctively matched steps with him, just like Shed learned in her etiquette lessons. Watching this, Lucas smacked his forehead, while Evangeline clutched her stomach laughing. Lord Rupert, who had been officiating, quickly instructed the court painter to capture the scene. Laughing out loud, I tightly held Serenade's hand, still peacefully asleep beside me. Was it just my imagination? It felt like her frail fingers gently returned my grip. And so, the wedding night deepened. The next morning, New Terra Station. As we boarded the Imperial train, Lucas and Evangeline were already seated inside. Then we shall escort you to Crossroad, my liege. Wow, it's been a while since the old knight duo got to guard our senior again. Guard duty, my foot. We're all just old folks now. Serenade's bed was wheeled next to my seat as I grumbled. Then the newlyweds, Stella and Emerald, boarded. Stella had changed into a comfortable two-piece dress suited for travel, while Emerald still wore his knight's full-dress uniform. Ahem, seeing Your Majesty in something other than a uniform or ceremonial garb, I can't seem to keep my composure. Oh. Then are you saying my uniforms and ceremonial wear aren't attractive, Sir Emerald? And no, absolutely not what I meant. Listening to their banter, I could already see how their marriage would go. As everyone chuckled at Emerald's desperate flailing, the security detail finished taking their positions, and the train slowly began to move. And then, as the train crawled out of the station through the window, we saw citizens packed densely on both sides of the tracks. Your Majesty, former Emperor. Despite our efforts to keep it quiet, news had clearly spread that I was stepping down and heading to Crossroad. Crowds had gathered, cheering on both sides of the tracks. Please travel safely and return to New Terra someday. It was an honor to live during your reign. We were happy under your rule, Your Majesty. New Terra will sing of your glory for generations. I opened the train window and leaned out. The guards tried to stop me, but Lucas held them back. This is the will of His Majesty, the former Emperor. Do not interfere. When I waved to the people through the open window, a thunderous roar erupted. Long life. Tears streamed down the faces of the citizens as they blessed me in unison. May you live forever, Your Majesty. Smiling brightly, I answered them. And may you all find happiness. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. As the chorus of cheers rang out, I silently waved back. The train gradually picked up speed, and the people who had been chasing it faded into the distance in moments. Leaving behind the city I had ruled for decades, I slowly sat back down. Evangeline smoothed out my hair, and Lucas straightened the collar of my coat. I wonder Stella, who had been quietly watching the scene, asked softly, "Do you think I'll ever be an emperor who is loved like you, father? You don't need to be loved like me." I smiled gently. "You'll be loved in your own way. So walk your path in a way that fits your own time." Stella rested her chin in her hand, sinking into thought. Then maybe the cheers had woken her. Serenade stirred and slowly opened her cloudy eyes. "Serenade, did you sleep well?" I gently held her hand and asked. Serenade looked around sluggishly. "Where are we?" "We're on a train, heading off on a little vacation together." "Vacation? Letting out a faint laugh, Serenade leaned her head against me. Sounds lovely. Where are we going? To Crossroad. Our old comrades are waiting for us there. Crossroad. Yeah, that city at the southern end. Looking into Serenade's still drowsy eyes, I whispered, remember where we fought the monsters together? The place we got married 50 years ago. A soft smile spread across Serenade's lips. Of course I remember. That wedding was truly a joyful day. It was. A complete mess but joyful. We're going back there again. Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Then let's get married again, shall we? I paused for a moment, then gave a small laugh and kissed her cheek. Let's do that. Once we arrive, let's get married again. If I propose again, will you still say yes? Always. As many times as it takes. As if reassured or simply happy, Serenade smiled faintly and fell back asleep. Her breathing grew steady once more, and as the train settled into a calm rhythm, Stella finally spoke. By the way, Father, there's something I've always been curious about. Your wedding. What kind of ceremony was it? The question was directed at me, but it was Lucas and Evangeline who choked back sudden noises and swallowed hard. Understandable. That wedding had been a double ceremony and serenade, and Lucas and Evangeline married at the same time. I've asked before, but you always dodged the question. And when I ask the other attendees, they say things like it was terrifying, unforgettable, legendary, but never explain anything. Stella seemed genuinely curious, and Emerald was nodding beside her with equal interest. I've wanted to know for ages, and I figured if I didn't ask now, it'd never get the chance. What happened that day? Please tell us. Lucas and Evangeline were shaking their heads frantically at me, but I just gave a sly smile. All right, I'll tell you. My liege, senior, oh, come on, it's been 50 years. Back then, it might have been a dark and embarrassing memory. But now, with so much time past, it's become an amusing story. A total disaster, but one of the happiest days of my life. I gently held Serenade's sleeping hand and looked out the window. As the landscape flew by, I felt as if time itself were rewinding. And slowly, I began to speak. Let's see now it was exactly. Chapter 882, Side Story 57. After story, the wedding 49 years ago. Imperial year 653. 1 year after the final battle against the beasts. Everblack Empire. Southern Crossroad. My lord. Someone shook my shoulder as I dozed off, leaning against the carriage window. When I opened my eyes, Serenade, sitting beside me, was beaming brightly. Look, it's Crossroad. We've arrived. Ha, already. I brushed my face and looked out the window. Just as Serenade had said, the familiar fortress walls stretched out before me. It was Crossroad, my beast front where we parted with tears just a year ago. After the war against the beasts ended, I left for the Bringer Duchy and worked as Duke Bringer. Now I was back after 1 year. It's only been a year, but it feels like such a long time has passed. Hee hee. Serenade covered her mouth and laughed as she fixed my tousled hair. I'm sure the people who've been waiting for you feel the same way. People waiting for me. Soon, those people came into view. The area in front of the north gate of Crossroad was packed with citizens there to greet me. It's the former lord. It's His Highness, Crown Prince Ash. People cheered and waved toward my carriage. Your Grace, it's been so long. We've missed you. Congratulations on your wedding. Amid the overwhelming welcome, I waved back from the carriage. Elise, who was driving the carriage, adjusted the speed with great timing. I exchanged glances, shook hands, and greeted the people. Thanks for coming out, everyone. I'll make sure the wedding goes well. Wah! As we entered the city of Crossroad amid the cheers and greetings, the streets unfolded before us like a grand festival. Bodibagno, Daram sitting in the front seat, admired the scene with a quiet gasp. Wow, the whole city feels like a festival. Well, it basically is. Ash-born Hater Everblack, Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire, and Serenade Wintersilver, head of the Wintersilver Merchant Guild. Evangeline Cross, Border Countess and Lord of Crossroad, and Lucas McGregor, Knight and bodyguard of the Crown Prince. The main players of the Beast War were having a double wedding. The scale of the wedding was massive, and with comrades returning from all corners of the world, of course it turned into a full-on festival. I left it all to Evangeline, trusting she'd take care of it. I sighed as I looked over the city, and just as I thought, it's a flower bed. The central boulevard of Crossroad was drenched in the new lord's extravagant, glittery, and extremely sparkly taste. Brightly colored buildings, flowers hanging everywhere. It was festive and beautiful, but he'd probably get overwhelmed if I had to live in this every day. It's probably just for wedding season, right? It's not like this normally, right? As we reached the crossroad Lord's Manor, several people came out to greet us. Among them were Lily, working as the Lord's aide, and Sid, nestled in her arms. My goodness, Sid. I got off the carriage and ran straight toward Lily. Sid, who had been dozing in her arms, opened his eyes wide and dashed out from his mother's embrace toward me. Wow, he runs well. Godfatter, Sid. I scooped up the baby running with tiny steps. Was gotten heavy over the past year. Wow, look how much he's grown. How old is Sid now? Lily, smiling as she watched us, replied, He's 2 years old. 2 years old. This is age 2, growing so fast. Still adorable. Godfatter. TL note, Sid mispronounces godfather. That's right, Sid. It's your godfather. Hee, Godfatter. Sid giggled and waved at me. Godfatter want cotton candy, of course. I'd love some cotton candy. Then, wriggling out of my arms, Sid turned around and trotted back to Lily. Mommy, Godfatter wants cotton candy. Look at this sly little guy. He says he's buying it for me, but just wants to eat it himself. Lily scolded him gently with something like no cotton candy for Godfatter as she lifted Sid into her arms. I greeted her with a smile. How have you been, Lily? Very well, Your Highness. Everyone in Crossroad is doing great. Then, looking visibly more tired, Lily murmured, Things have been hectic with the event preparations, but I suppose that's the fate of an aide. Oh, I get that. Suddenly, Tyrant popped out beside me and grabbed Lily's hands, both of them tearing up. Aides really do bond fast. Hopefully they sneak off later for some behind-the-boss venting. Wow, it's our senior, my lord. Just then, Evangeline and Lucas emerged from the Lord's Manor. Lucas had come to Crossroad a week early for the wedding preparations after being assigned as my guard in the Bringer Duchy. After greeting several other staff members I hadn't seen in a while, I turned to Evangeline and asked, So, what's the actual schedule? Guests are coming from all over the continent, so we can't just hold a one-day event, right? The wedding will go on for a whole week, pre-wedding festivities. The wedding, post-wedding celebrations, that's how it was set up. Stunned, I clicked my tongue. A whole week? Isn't that a bit much? What are we even going to do? Don't worry. I've packed it with super fun events. Evangeline proudly shrugged her shoulders with confidence, which honestly only made me worry more. All the recipients of the invitation have confirmed they'll be attending. It's a wedding, yes, but it also feels like a reunion of Beastfront comrades. Lucas, standing next to Evangeline, added his thoughts. I hope you enjoy your time, my lord. Appreciate it, but you do realize you're one of the grooms too, right? Anyway, since Evangeline had confidently declared I should just leave everything to her, I figured she'd handle it and didn't press any further. After unpacking at the Lord's Manor, while the long-separated comrades chatted away, I stepped out. I wanted to take a look around Crossroad again after so long. I'll escort you, my lord. Sure, let's take a walk together. As Lucas and I stepped out of the manor, a familiar voice called out, Your Highness, Crown Prince, Sir Lucas. When I looked over, a man in a military uniform with a pipe between his lips and a steel brace over his jaw was waving. Though his split jaw was gone, he still wore that same suave, handsome grin. It was Sir Macmillan, former commander of the Imperial Airborne Unit. Congratulations in advance to both of you. Sir Macmillan, you arrived early. He firmly grasped my hand and shook it with a big smile. I really appreciated you officiating my wedding last time. Macmillan had married about half a year ago. As promised, I officiated the ceremony. I smiled and patted his shoulder. No need to thank me. You're the one emceeing this wedding, remember? Ha ha, it's an honor. As a war hero known for his eloquence and having the connection from my officiating his wedding, Macmillan was the perfect choice to MC ours. I'm counting on you. Just run it like any other normal wedding. Ha ha, don't worry. I've been through plenty on this front line. Even if something unexpected happens, I'll manage. We both burst out laughing. An unexpected situation. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Later that afternoon, guests began to arrive at Crossroad one by one. You punk of a crown prince. Celebi, leaping forward, Celebi threw herself into a fierce hug. Gah, still strong as ever. How have you been? Of course. And you're looking great too, Celebi. Heh, I've been looking forward to this wedding and preparing hard for it. Celebi grinned and puffed up her chest. You can look forward to the congratulatory song. Haha, I'll be counting on you. She had asked a year ago to either officiate or sing at the wedding. Apparently, she meant it. Either way, my father, His Majesty, the Emperor, would be officiating the wedding. He's far too busy to come early, so he'd arrive on the day of. Hence, the congratulatory song had gone to Kelabi. Well then, I'll head over to the rehearsal room I had set up and warm up my voice. All right. Enjoy the festivities, Kelabi. Next came Cuilan and the Beastkin. Captain, Cuilan. This musclehead also went in for a rough hug, making me choke back a gasp as I patted his shoulder. Did I get weaker after the war or something? Why's everyone so damn strong? How's Yun? She's resting peacefully in our village. Shell, wake up. She's strong. Ha ha. I'll wait 10, 20 years if I have to. After a bit of small talk, Cuilan grinned and wiggled his thick brows. Ah, right, you can look forward to the congratulatory song. My squad and I practiced hard. I froze for a second, then blinked in confusion. Ha, you prepared a song. Oh, you didn't hear. I made a promise with Sir Lucas a year ago. I'd sing at the wedding. So I've been practicing like mad for a whole year. Kehaha, time to show it off in battle. Get ready, Captain. Cuilan hummed merrily as he headed off to rehearse with his penal squad members. I blinked blankly, then the next guest arrived. Ash, Verdandi. Even our elven queen had come. We exchanged greetings and talked briefly about how things were going in our respective countries. Then Verdandi smiled brightly and said, "You can look forward to the congratulatory song. I brought the traditional orchestra of the Elf Kingdom just for today. By any chance, who did you make that promise with?" "A year ago, with Evangeline Cross, the border countess." "Ah, I see, I see. So that's how it is everyone made separate agreements for the song." Verdandi headed to the nearby forest to rehearse with her orchestra. As drums and horns blared in procession, children from the city followed behind, giggling and squealing with joy. And then, Your Highness, we're here. The Rompler siblings appeared, their blue hair swaying like wavesmerfolk through and through. I asked without hesitation, "It's not you too, right?" "Ha, what do you mean? The song. You didn't write?" "Oh, the song." The Rompler siblings gave me fierce grins, like true former pirates. "Don't worry, it might have been a year ago, but you think we'd forget our promise with Lady Wintersilver?" "Ah, so this is how it's going to be. Well, sing something so stunning, it'll make a siren jealous. You better be ready to cry tears of joy." And then, right on the spot, they began humming a rap-like tune, keeping rhythm as they went. The other merfolk who had come along joined in with enthusiasm and started singing in unison. Well, I mean, sure. Having multiple groups sing the congratulatory song isn't unheard of. Maybe there are just a lot of people who want to perform. It's a joint wedding anyway, so this much is fine. This much doesn't even qualify as trouble. Yeah, ha ha ha, Your Highness. The next arrivals to Crossroad were Junior and Hecate. After exchanging greetings with them for the first time in a year, I casually tested the water sand, thankfully. It seemed neither of them had anything to do with the congratulatory performance. Relieved, I let out a small sigh of relief. Then Junior held up the wedding invitation and said brightly, "I am really looking forward to the wedding festival, especially the special event that Lord Evangeline prepared." Special event? Yes, what was it again? She said, "It's time to fulfill the long-standing promise of the KHEW," or something like that. The long-standing promise of the KHEW. What the hell is that? Do you know what that promise is? I have no idea. The lady said she was preparing it under absolute secrecy. This is bad. A shiver ran down my spine. Despite the sky being perfectly clear with not a single cloud, I felt like a dark storm was gathering over Crossroad. It was then. "Your Highness." The next one to come running was Damien. He'd become an adventurer and left Crossroad, but returned upon hearing news of my wedding me trigger back after a year. Seeing him again made me wave enthusiastically, and Damien smiled brightly and waved back until his expression twisted in panic with a loud "You are a—" "Your Highness, no, Your Highness the Crown Prince. This is bad." "What is it? What's wrong?" Podong 2. Podong 2, the second-generation hamster Damien had been raising in Crossroad. He'd left Podong 2 at the temple while he was away. Now, pulling that name out after all this time, Damien cried out in anguish. "While I was gone, the temple lost track of Podong 2. Podong 2, he's gone missing. Why is that hamster causing problems again?" Messed up song assignments. Evangeline's sinister scheme brewing in the shadows, and the mysterious disappearance of Podong 2. With these seeds of chaos planted, time passed helplessly and finally, morning broke on the day of the wedding's Eve festival. Slash. Chapter 883 Side Story 58. After story, The Wedding 2, Imperial Year 653. 1 year after the final battle with the beasts, Everblack Empire, Southern Crossroad, the Wedding Eve Festival, Temple. At the scene of the incident, I scratched my chin while inspecting the empty hamster cage. Where did that Podong 2 rascal go? They said he was doing fine just yesterday, but right after I came back and stepped out for a moment, he vanished. Damien slumped his shoulders. Maybe he thought I abandoned him. Maybe he felt hurt and didn't want to see me again, so he ran away. Is a hamster even smart enough for that? I answered honestly. Maybe, I don't know, your snake ate him or something. J.R. Amunganda was coiled around Damien's neck like a scarf. The lazy snake flicked its tongue and flashed its bright yellow eyes as I pointed at it. Damien frantically shook his head. No way, Podong 2 and J.R. Amunganda got along great. A hamster and a snake getting along, really, I muttered in disbelief. Then Junior, who was also inspecting the scene, snapped her finger. Looks like it already escaped. What? How do you know? Look at the bits of hay from the cage. They're scattered all the way over here. Sure enough, just like Junior said, scraps of hay from the cage lining were scattered all the way to the windowsill. Looks like it got out through the window. Damien wailed and clung to the window. Lily, watching this pitiful sight, let out a soft chuckle. I'll request help across the city to look for Podong 2, so don't worry too much, Damien. Sniff, thank you, Lily. Oh, come on. We're fellow Crosshammo after all. We've got to look out for each other. Crosshammo, a strange abbreviation, so I asked. Damien nodded, his face a little brighter now. Yes, I told you before, remember? The Crossroad Hamster Owners Club. That does sound vaguely familiar. How many weird secret societies are in this town? But Lily, when did you join? Sid wouldn't stop begging for a hamster of his own. But you can't give a baby a pet, right? So I started raising one in my office at the manor a few months ago. Lily smiled gently at Damien as she explained how she joined the club. All the Crosshammo members will help. Let's stay strong and find him, Damien. Junior stepped up with Hecate beside her. I'll help too, and Hecate probably will as well. Huh, me too. Wait, huh? Damien looked at Lily, Junior, and Hecate one after another, then smiled brightly with teary eyes. J.R. Amunganda still draped around Damien's neck, and I locked eyes in silence. I narrowed my gaze, thinking it's totally this guy. No, I mean this snake. Then J.R. Amunganda politely shook his head side to side. Oh, so it wasn't you. Despite the Crosshammo's full mobilization to spread news of Podong 2's disappearance and put up flyers, the hamster was not easily found. No surprise, considering the festival week had just begun. The city was already hectic enough. How could anyone track down a hamster in all this chaos? I was busy myself, greeting guests from around the world and offering thanks. The wedding itself was still a few days off, but everyone was here to see me, after all. Serenade was busy preparing, at the merchant guild level, to welcome my father, the emperor, on the day of the wedding. Lucas, too, was occupied with the upcoming day's event schedule. Evangeline was where even was she? Why hadn't I seen her at all? With everyone scattered and running around on their own errands, the second evening of the Eve festival arrived. Evangeline summoned all the comrades who had fought on the beast front to the Lord's manor. As I stepped into the reception room, Sir Macmillan, who was tidying up the area, greeted me. You've arrived, Your Highness. Sir Macmillan. So what is this gathering? I'm not quite sure. Lady Evangeline simply asked us all to gather here. I see her, assigned seating. The reception room was divided in half. On one side the women were seated, on the other the men. And between the two sides, a curtain had been set up to block the view. It wasn't uncommon for us to be seated by unit, but separating us by gender like this was a first. All the heroes who arrived one after another looked confused as they took their assigned seats. Sitting down in the separate guest seat reserved for me, I rubbed the back of my neck as a chill ran up my spine. What are you plotting, Evangeline? While the others were chatting cheerfully, happy to see each other again, Evangeline finally made her entrance. It's been a while, everyone. Greetings from the new Lord of Crossroad, Evangeline Cross. Evangeline strutted in with flair and gave a formal bow. Most of the comrades clapped and cheered, but a few of the sharper ones, like me, glanced around warily. Evangeline gave a devilish ho-ho-ho laugh and turned toward the women's side. Finally, the time has come to fulfill the promise we made long ago. As she spoke, Violet shot her hand up and asked a question. Lord Evangeline, what long-standing promise are you talking about? Do you remember that sauna we all visited right before the Horned Dragon campaign? Back then, I told the Crow Femme Hico members this. Evangeline placed both hands over her chest, that once I became a lord, I'd launch a special welfare program. Violet's eyes widened. Gasp, in no way, that one. Evangeline nodded dramatically, then shouted, That's right, it's a boyfriend for everyone, Kugagang. It almost felt like a dramatic sound effect thundered behind the women's side. I can't be the only one getting married and living happily ever after. Let's all step into the world of couples. And so, for all of you, I have arranged a massive group blind date. Ooh, the women roared like a pack of hungry beasts. Even in this madhouse situation, the men were desperately trying to maintain composure. A group blind date, who are they going to match with those terrifying people? Yeah, I'm curious. I feel kinda bad for them, honestly. Still, I'm jealous. At least the ladies get a group date. Don't we get some kind of event too? And then it happened. Waroruk, the curtain dividing the men and women was pulled back in an instant. Almost like it had been rehearsed, the women and men looked straight at each other. A hellish silence fell. On behalf of everyone's frozen hearts, I turned to Evangeline and asked, This isn't what it looks like, right? Evangeline ignored me and cheerfully called out, Let me introduce your blind date partners. No, don't, it's the Beast Front's male heroes. Ta-da! Evangeline's applause echoed emptily through the parlor. Clap, 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 everyone remained ice cold. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, URIGH. Heroes from both sides, men and women alike, leaped to their feet in unison. What's going on? Where are you all going? As Evangeline hurried to block the only exit, Verdandi trembled with fury and pointed at her. Excuse me, Madam President, no former president, since the Crow Femme Hico is disbanded now. TL note. Crossroad Female Heroes Committee, her voice shook with righteous indignation. Clearly, she'd been looking forward to this. Even if none of us have decent romantic prospects, at the very least you should have brought out someone decent. What? Not decent? Kellaby flared up, taking offense on behalf of the men. Verdandi shouted in despair. Do you get it? No matter what, I am not kissing Kellaby. As if I want to kiss you, I already have a wife. From the Gamblers Club, Scarlet muttered as she shuffled her cards with a hollow expression. You know, before I joined this front, I didn't believe men and women could be just friends. Scarlet let out a sharp fart-like noise with her mouth as she looked toward the men. But now I know. With those guys, there's zero chance of any romantic development. Cobalt from the same club snapped back. That's our line, you terrifying women. As the room turned hostile in an instant, Evangeline clapped her hands and tried to mediate. All right, I get it. Married folks can step out. Anyone already paired up too. Everyone else stay seated. Immediately, Damien, Junior, and Hecate bolted. I'm still not over her. Also, has anyone seen Podong 2? And me too, finding Podong 2 is more urgent. Hey, wait, where are you all going? Next to leave was Mikkel, king of Vermilion, who had come with his 5 wives. As he reached the parlor doors, he turned back to me with a solemn face. I really don't get why everyone's so desperate to date or get married. But Ash, let me give you one final piece of advice. Huh? Mikkel shook his head gravely. Don't what? I said don't, you idiot. Kuelan pointed at him, yelling, Simon Mikkel, you're just trying to hoard happiness for yourself, huh? With 5 gorgeous wives, every day must be a dream, a dream. Yeah, sure, a dream. Mikkel looked more haggard and worn out than he had a year ago. He let out a despairing cry, every single night like a nightmare, with these 5 women. The expressions on his 5 wives went ice cold. What? A nightmare? Darling, what exactly do you mean by that? No, wait, I mean, what I meant was my sister says her 5 husbands treat her like a queen. Why are you being like this, darling? Looks like someone needs a little attitude adjustment. Come with me. I'll send you off looking so good they'll think you're a corpse. Phew foo foo. Starting tomorrow, you'll be walking around saying, I am so happy being married. KYA. The 5 wives began lightly biting and dragging Mikkel away. Ho ho ho. Young people these days watching all of this unfold, the lady sitting beside Diarmuidin, his wife, and the true ruler of the ivory tower covered her mouth as she laughed. Hooking her arm around Diarmuidin's, she whispered sweetly, Marriage is such a wonderful thing, that sense of fulfillment when two imperfect people complete each other. Isn't it, darling, darling? Answer. Diarmuid gazed at his wife with a gentle smile. Crash! Without warning, he hurled himself through the nearby window, beard flapping wildly as he escaped outside. That old geezer again. Guards, seize that blasphemous man at once, and punish him thoroughly. Yes, ma'am. His wife roared in fury, and robed scholars immediately charged out in pursuit of the fleeing Diarmuid. Watching the tragic downfall of another married couple, Culan looked around desperately and shouted, Chain, say something nice. Just say marriage is great. At that, Chain, who had been quietly seated, spoke up like he'd been waiting for the cue. I love my wife deeply. Being able to build a family with her is the greatest blessing of my life. Chain, I love my wife deeply. I love my wife deeply. I love my wife deeply. Wah, he broke, the man's malfunctioning. All over the room, fights suddenly escalated in all directions. You crow femme he co people are always like this, always clinging to each other, only going out to eat nice food with each other. That's because you old guys only ever eat stir-fried pork and deep-fried pork. What? What's wrong with stir-fried and deep-fried pork? You eat it like you were born for it. Crow femme he co versus the old men. You said we'd die together on the battlefield, and then you went and got married first, sis. That was a battlefield promise. I need to explore new joys in life. You traitor who escaped solo heaven. You're no longer my sibling. I won't forgive you. You're the one who turned down a good setup, saying you wanted it to happen organically. Married versus single. All around the room, someone threw a punch, as if they had been waiting for this moment, and everyone descended into a full-scale brawl crash. Clang! The parlor turned to utter chaos. Watching it all unfold, Macmillan clamped down on his pipe and muttered, I've never been to a group blind date before. Is this what they're like? Probably not. I hadn't been to one either, but surely this wasn't a blind date. This was a mass brawl. I came here to MC a wedding, not commentate a battle royale. Just then, Zennies flew past Macmillan, screeching, after being hit squarely in the ribs by Rosetta's punch. Macmillan's eyes gleamed as he stood up in excitement. Whoa, Commander Rosetta, a clean cross-line hit, HRRRR, and now a mid-air spin throw, direct hit. Watching Zennies get pummeled, Macmillan roared in delight. Okay, he's really good at this. Should we reconsider his role? Meanwhile, Evangeline, watching the full-scale brawl unfold in her parlor, clutched her head and screamed. Why, my precious manor, my beautiful parlor, why is that your first concern? I yelled at her. This disaster is your doing, you maniac. You fix it. I didn't mean for it to turn out like this. Evangeline looked like she was on the verge of tears as she protested. I just wanted to encourage frontline romance, like my own with Sir Lucas, or yours with your fiancé. Those turned out great, right? I thought maybe if everyone had a chance like us. I didn't know it would end in ruin. You think relationships just happen if you throw people together. Meanwhile, the fighting inside the parlor had escalated from casual punches to serious duels. My blood is boiling. We're all battle-hardened veterans, after all. We never finished that dungeon showdown. Here and no, let's settle it. As expected of the continent's strongest warriors, the fighting became intense. Celebi and Verdandi, recounting some past grudge, were about to pull out real weapons when found him. A sudden voice rang out from outside the parlor, filled with emotion. Everyone stopped mid-fight and turned in unison. Damien entered first, eyes brimming with tears, and Junior followed, both hands raised high. Ah! In Junior's palm, a tiny hamster squirmed. It's Podong too. He was missing. Where did you find him? One by one, everyone stopped fighting and rushed forward. In front of them, Junior raised her chin proudly and shrugged her shoulders. I got a tip from the Crossham apparently. They've been letting the hamsters meet up and play together regularly. Unlike Earth hamsters, hamsters in this world were more social and easily grew lonely, so they often gathered with others of their kind to play. Wait, so I figured maybe Podong 2 left the temple to find a friend. And I was right. Junior pointed with her chin toward the inner part of the Manor Lily's office. We found him in the cage of Sid's hamster, the one she's been raising in her office. And in Junior's hand, there wasn't just one hamster. Alongside Podong 2 was another, a round ball of fluff of a different color, the two of them tightly cuddled together. Wait, you mean Podong 2 traveled all the way from the temple to the Lord's Manor? Alone? Yes, to find the one he loves. As everyone looked down at the two snuggling hamsters, all the heroes who had just moments ago been hurling punches and insults sniffled with emotion. Podong too, you rascal, what a devoted, pure-hearted hamster at that moment. Diarmuid freshly dragged back after another beating from his wife shouted with gusto, still smoothing his yanked-out beard. Everyone, why don't we hold a wedding for Podong 2 right here and now? Splendid idea. Let's do it. Let's bless them all together. Excuse me. Wait, how did we get to that? Anyway, and so it was. Congratulations on your marriage. Congratulations on your marriage. Ah dear, Podong 2, congratulations on your marriage. Everyone clapped as they celebrated the union of Podong 2 and Sid's hamster. Lily gave an awkward smile, while Sid, thrilled even though she had no idea what was going on, clapped along gleefully. Wait, hold on. Isn't that just the birthday song with the lyrics changed? Fufu, it won't be long before Podong 3 is born. Evangeline muttered, arms crossed, watching the two hamsters squirming close together. Thus, the journey continues. Don't just suddenly drop a dramatic narration like that out of nowhere. And also, did everyone just make up? Why is everyone smiling like nothing happened? You were all brawling like maniacs just 5 minutes ago. Are we seriously just sweeping that under the rug like this? Oh, to hell with it, a hamster wedding as the opening act to the human wedding festival. It's absurd and yet kind of sweet in a weird way. Fighting and making up right after, well, I guess we can just chalk it all up to the whimsical charm of a fantasy world. If you're happy, that's what matters. Live a good life, Podong 2 it was then. J.R. Amunganda, still coiled around Damien's neck, watched the two hamsters quietly. Shut up, lick. He flicked out his long tongue and smacked his lips. No, right. Hey, you're not thinking that, are you? Ha, you're not right. J.R. Amunganda met my gaze and nodded slowly. A deep, solemn nod. What the hell is that supposed to mean? And so, the night of the chaotic, disastrous group blind date came to a close. And my wedding. Only now had the Eve festival finally ended slash. Chapter 884, Side Story 59. After story that wedding 3, Imperial Year 653. 1 year after the final battle with the monster, Ever-Black Empire, Southern Crossroad. The wedding day. Me and Serenade, Evangeline and Lucas. The two couples getting married today barely slept a wink preparing for the wedding. We were up before dawn, getting the bride's makeup and groom's styling done. At least Lucas and I had short hair and tuxedos that were relatively easy to put on, but Serenade and Evangeline had to tie and twist their long hair, fix it in place, figure out how to get into their dresses, and then pile on various accessories. Gentlemen, quickly, compliment your brides on how beautiful they look. A helper whispered as she quietly approached us, and snapping back to reality, Lucas and I rushed over with exaggerated gasps. You're absolutely stunning, Serenade. You're the cutest ever, Evangeline. But Serenade could only muster a weary smile in front of the never-ending makeup session, and Evangeline just stared blankly with her mouth open. What a struggle. After hours of grueling effort, the two, now completely dressed, were dazzlingly beautiful, but at the cost of barely being able to move. My head feels heavy, my lord, unless I am mistaken. This dress weighs about as much as the armor I used to wear. The two women, trembling from the weight, were moved to their respective bridal waiting rooms. Now they would need to greet incoming guests there until the bride's procession. Sob, my lady, you truly are the most beautiful in the world. You're so beautiful, Lady Serenade. Elise and Daram bustled around in Serenade's bridal waiting room. Wow, you're the prettiest ever, milady, Auntie Pewetty. Meanwhile, in Evangeline's waiting room, Helly and Sid were pouring on the flattery. Mwahaha. If Sid says I'm pretty, then it must be undeniably true. As Evangeline laughed heartily, decorations rained down from her hair. Eek, my hair. I told you not to move so vigorously. A helper rushed in, screaming, and quickly began emergency repairs on Evangeline's hair. Lucas and I, watching this absurd scene unfold, chuckled as we moved toward the entrance of the venue. We had rented the entire Crossroad Hotel to serve as the wedding hall, but even that wasn't enough for the number of guests expected. So we set up tents from the hotel entrance all the way to the main road, creating additional space. It was here that we would welcome our guests. The wedding was scheduled for noon, but guests started arriving as early as 9 a.m. Congratulations on your wedding. Wishing you a happy life together. Guests surged in like waves, and Lucas and I bowed repeatedly as we greeted them. Though we were grateful to everyone who came from afar, After shaking hands hundreds of times, our minds started to go blank. I am dying. Man, just a bit longer, my lord. It will be over soon. At those words, I checked the clock. It was only 10 a.m., still a long way to go. Yo, Ash. A familiar voice called out, and Calliope appeared. Dressed in fine formal wear, the stout dwarf somehow looked both dashing and adorable. Congratulations on the wedding. Thanks, Calliope. This is all thanks to the engagement ring I made for you last year. So I'd say I have a pretty decent stake in this wedding, wouldn't you? Ho ho. Calliope chuckled and patted my stiff shoulders. Look, the real star of a wedding is always the bride. The groom. He's like an accessory to highlight how beautiful his bride is. So relax a bit and enjoy yourself. Haha, but I can't help feeling nervous. Everyone's here to see you two be happy, not to judge how proper and formal you are. Got it? Wiggling his eyebrows, Calliope grinned and pulled out a large sack from his coat. Well then, time to offer my wedding gift. Then he marched to the reception desk where Daram and Lily were stationed and boldly dumped out a pile of gold. The surrounding guests gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths, while Calliope proudly puffed out his chest. Kihuhu, how about that? I'm in first place for sure, right? Just then, a chilly female voice rang through the venue. Isn't it a little early to be talking about first place? What? Calliope turned around, and there stood Verdandi in a magnificent green dress, walking in with her nose proudly in the air. Ashseer, Eva Luca, congratulations to both couples. Accept this wedding gift from our fairy kingdom, Ruyumble. What Verdandi poured out sparkled with a majestic, ancient glow. They were exquisitely crafted relics from antiquity. T. These are. Diarmuidin suddenly popped out from somewhere, eyes wide as he explained. These are artifacts at least several centuries old. Each one is historically significant. Junior, as a historian, you'd better take a good look. Come help me with the appraisal. Wah, me, Yuhum. Junior, who had just been walking by, and Hecate beside her, were both dragged into helping with the artifact appraisal and packaging. Verdandi, smiling smugly, lifted her chin even higher. Priceless gifts. Now you see just how much the fairy kingdom wanted to congratulate you. Calliope, trembling with indignation, let out a sharp. When you say something's priceless, doesn't that just mean it's worthless? What did you just say? Come on. What use are these artifacts to them? For a couple starting a new life together, nothing beats solid, toasty cash. You dare say that as the dwarf and elf locked horns in a silent war of wills, the Rompler siblings entered, sensing the tension, and presented a large jewel box. These are gemstones from the merfolk. They might be a bit less liquid than gold, but they're a way rarer, you know. Not to mention, they're a worth more than those artifacts. I mean, we're grateful and all. But why are you guys suddenly turning this into a wedding gift battle? As the three factions growled at each other, creating a tense three-way standoff, Kulan slipped in quietly and cautiously handed over an envelope containing a certificate for gold coins. Our Beastkin tribe isn't all that wealthy, so we probably can't compete in this showdown, but we've prepared the finest wedding song instead. Please look forward to it. The moment the song was mentioned, the other three factions snapped their heads around to glare at him. Ah yes, I heard your people prepared a song. HMPH. Though I am sure you'll kneel before the overwhelming majesty of our elven orchestra. Kihuhu, you'd best prepare yourself, elf. The thunderous sound of our dwarf-crafted golden instruments will assault those long ears of yours. Ahaha, as for us merfolk, you know we've got siren blood in our veins. When it comes to singing, we're hands down the best of all races. Our beastkin have prepared a wedding dance as well. After all, song truly comes alive when paired with dance. The four tribal leaders, foreheads nearly touching, snarled at one another. I'm not sure why this is turning into a gift battle, and now a musical battle at my wedding, but maybe this chaos is part of the celebration too. Just then, a massive figure in priest robes with a helmet covering his head entered the venue. I waved eagerly in recognition. Hey, Torkel, long time no see, your highness. It was Torkel, who had retired from mercenary life and become a priest. After shaking hands with me, Torkel pulled out a glass jar from his robes. Inside, it was filled with paper cranes. The people of our island wrote heartfelt letters of blessing and folded them into these cranes. They're filled with our hopes for your marriage. Gasp. I figured a few coins might not mean much to the future richest man in the world, so we prepared something different. I hope it's not inappropriate. Torkel scratched his helmet awkwardly. Of course. We also brought a modest but proper monetary gift, so no worries there. I accepted the glass jar from Torkel and smiled warmly. Thank you, Torkel. I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. If you do, it would be the greatest honor for everyone on our island. While Torkel and I shared a heartfelt smile, Hannibal entered. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Hannibal. After a warm greeting, Hannibal brought out strands of brightly braided thread from his coat. These were hand-braided by our half-blood children. Each one holds a charm for longevity and prosperity. There were 4 strands in total owned for each of us getting married today. It's a small gesture, but please accept our blessings. Congratulations on your wedding, Your Highness. Thank you so much, Hannibal. I'll keep them safe. The 4 tribal leaders, watching all this, suddenly erupted. Hey, Torkel, Hannibal, you can't just switch the battle genre on us like that. This makes us look like greedy, shallow adults obsessed with material wealth. Excuse me, could you not lump us in with you? The elves gifted items of tremendous historical significance. Thank you very much. Haha, honestly, a wedding gift in any form is something to be grateful for. Who cares about the value or price tag? As I stood in the midst of the bickering, chuckling awkwardly with a serene face, Lucas peeked over at me with concern. It's fine, I heard wedding days are meant to be chaotic and surreal like this anyway. Guests continued to pour in after that. Various monarchs from the World Guardian Front era made their appearances, shared kind words with the newlyweds, and questioned the wedding gift battle. Seriously, enough with that. And finally Ash, the princess of the Lake Kingdom, arrived, dressed neatly in formal attire. Ariel, I greeted her with a bright smile, and Ariel stepped forward to shake my hand. Congratulations on your wedding. I wish you happiness. Thanks for coming all this way. Of course I came. We've been through so much together. Ah, Sir Lucas, congratulations on your marriage. She shook Lucas' hand and offered her well wishes as well. Oh right, later on Ariel glanced over at the guests still squabbling over the gift battle, ongoing, and the upcoming performance battle, pending, then leaned in close to whisper. Mind if I sing a verse of the wedding song too? Why are you getting involved too? After all the chaos and clamor, the official wedding ceremony finally began. Thank you, all of you guests, for attending this wedding of the century and making it shine with your presence. With Macmillan expertly officiating, the proceedings moved quickly. Before we knew it, it was time for us to make our entrance. Since it was a joint wedding and many of our parents were absent, both couples had agreed to walk in together, hand in hand. Now then, with loud applause and cheers, the bride and groom enter, woo-ah. Under the fervent gazes and cheers of the packed audience, I took Serenade's hand, and Evangeline and Lucas took each other's hands, and together we stepped into the hall. Under the wedding veil, Serenade gave a shy smile. Meeting her flushed face and the clear silver gaze focused solely on me, I led her forward gently. Careful, let's take it slow. Yes, my lord. Making sure Serenade didn't trip over her long dress, I carefully took each step, waving to guests who whistled and gave us thumbs up. Suddenly, my nose strung. Back then, when we stood shoulder to shoulder on the front lines, soaked in blood and gunpowder, those same comrades were now sitting in their finest clothes, celebrating my wedding. I am Traha Peacemaker Everblack, the one officiating this ceremony. There was no real need for an introduction, but Father introduced himself anyway in his solemn tone, officially beginning the ceremony. After a series of brief but meaningful words of advice, Father gave a broad smile. And finally, I will conclude the address with the words of the former Duke Duskbringer, who could not be with us today, but surely wished for your happiness more than anyone. At those words, the 4 of us smiled simultaneously. My children, love. The crowd erupted into cheers. Father nodded. Life is too short even if you do nothing but love. So love, love, love. For a moment, I thought I could see Duskbringer's bright smile before my eyes. Serenade, and I held hands tightly. With that, the officiant's words came to an end. And now came the moment everyone had been waiting for. The wedding performances. We've had several people come forward, asking to sing for the newlyweds. Macmillan smiled awkwardly as he continued the proceedings. There will be multiple performances ahem. And apparently, some would like a fair judgment on who performs best. I mean, seriously, this is my wedding. Why are you people trying to turn it into a national singing contest? However, how could we rank songs prepared with such heartfelt sincerity? We will, however, select one audience favorite award. The judge will be Macmillan gestured toward the front row. Our young Sid will be taking on that role. Cradled in Lily's arms, Sid raised a chubby arm with a wide smile. "I'll do it." And somehow everyone nodded in total agreement. Why, thus, the wedding song battle began. Following the pre-announced performances by the four major races, Rosetta, Zennies, and surprisingly Torkel joined forces to sing a hymn as the Crossroad Choir. Even the Gamblers Club, now rebranded as Bards, performed a song. Yes, it had turned into a contest, but in the end, everyone had prepared something just to celebrate our wedding. So I listened to each performance with a grateful heart. In the end, the winner of the popularity prize was Ariel. Sid picked her, and his reason, courage. She sang all alone. And so, Ariel, who won the award, lifted Sid like a trophy and beamed. People clapped and cheered for her, laughing. 1 year since the war. Seeing the Lake Kingdom now so thoroughly integrated into the modern world made me a little happy. Somehow, the chaos of the wedding song battle came to an end. After that came the ring exchange, the kiss, the shower of flower petal sand, even though it was just a gentle lip touch to avoid smudging makeup. The crowd's wild reaction meant we had to hold the pose for way too long. Eventually, we reached the bouquet toss. Now the brides will throw their bouquets. If you'd like to catch one, please come forward. This part was completely unexpected. A flood of eager guests surged forward. Were there really this many people who wanted to catch a bouquet? Serenade went first. High up. She tossed the bouquet high over her head, and the waiting crowd let out a wild cry, diving toward the falling target. Was this really necessary? Give it here. Lady Serenade's bouquet is mine. With her blessing, I'll find a great man like the Crown Prince. People leapt into the air, arms outstretched, smacking each other's hands aside in a desperate aerial clash that turned into a full-on ground brawl. I won. The victor of the bouquet war was Violet. Her suit was torn from the intense scuffle, her expensively styled hair completely ruined, but she roared triumphantly, holding the bouquet high. "I swear I am gonna have an amazing romance now, please. You sound very desperate, Violet. I hope you find a wonderful love someday." Next up was Evangeline. But strangely, when it came time for her to throw her bouquet, the guests looked hesitant. Everyone had wanted Serenade's bouquet, but when it came to Evangeline's, there was a noticeable sense of unease. Why? HMPH. As if she had expected this all along, Evangeline smirked smugly and shouted out, "Just so you know, inside my bouquet I've included a special voucher. What did you just say?" Even the ones who'd shown no interest turned their eyes this way all at once. "Just try and catch it. I've packed the whole world into this bouquet." Evangeline let out a booming laugh and hurled the bouquet with a full swing. Why was she throwing it like a shot put? Catch it. Everything in this world is in that bouquet. The treasure is mine. Regardless of age or gender, everyone screamed and charged after the soaring bouquet. It flew far, and the stampede chasing it spilled out of the hotel entrance, storming into the tent zone that stretched to the main road. People started wrestling each other, desperately trying to snatch it, until crack. Someone slammed into a pillar with a terrifying noise. Crash, clatter. One by one, the tents outside the hotel collapsed like dominoes, Ure breaking the venue. My shout was followed by a chorus of panicked screams. Jaya. Thankfully, the pillars outside were made of light materials, and only the tense Calypsedno one was seriously hurt. But it was enough to plunge the area into absolute chaos. What the hell is going on? Huff huff and then. Emerging victorious from this brutal, apocalyptic brawl was I am gonna fall in love for real Violet again. Seriously, her obsession with romance is incredible. Panting and clutching the second bouquet tightly to her chest, Violet reached into it with trembling hands and pulled out a folded paper. The special voucher Evangeline had mentioned. The members of the Gamblers Club swarmed around her, clamoring. "What does it say? What kind of prize is it? Are we getting rich?" I was curious too and leaned over to take a look. And then Violet unfolded the paper with effort and read. One bonus group date. A boyfriend for everyone voucher. Immediately afterward, Violet collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Flop. Violet. Leaving behind the Gamblers Club's desperate wails, I returned to the hotel interior. The disaster outside was beyond. Salvaging this too must be part of the joy of a festival, half convincing myself as I came back in. Macmillan beckoned me over. "Your Highness," lastly, the court artist here would like a word. As I approached, the royal painter who had come to document the wedding was waiting for us. "Congratulations once again on your wedding." Wearing a beret, the court artist smiled warmly as he explained. I've already completed all the preliminary sketches and notes of the wedding scenes. I wondered what he'd captured. Was it the gift battle, the singing contest, the venue collapsing after the bouquet toss? As a final touch, I'd like to offer you a commemorative portrait of the four of you. Think of it as a gift. The artist pulled out a canvas, nodded, and held his pencil ready. It'll just be a quick sketch here, so it won't take long. Ooh, a wedding portrait by the royal court artist. Evangeline jumped excitedly while holding Lucas' hand. All right, lord and knight. You two go first, please. Take a seat and strike a pose. Serenade and I decided to wait nearby for our turn. Evangeline and Lucas sat side by side on the designated couch. Evangeline nudged his shoulder. Mister, let's do that pose. Ha, that pose. You know the one who said if we ever got a moment like this, we'd do it at the same time. Lucas paused for a second, then snapped his fingers. That pose. We're so in sync. Totally meant to be, right? Turning to face the artist, Evangeline and Lucas beamed. When you give the signal, well, both strike the pose at the same time. All right. Here we goon, 2, 3. Chapter 885, Side Story 60. After story, happily ever after Imperial Year 653. 1 year after the final battle with the monster. Everblack Empire. Southern Crossroad. Post-wedding festival. The wedding ended, and the post-wedding festival began. It was basically a 3-day-long reception, a never-ending celebration. Everyone completely let loose, drinking and feasting to their heart's content. The city overflowed with people wanting to celebrate the wedding, and throughout the festival, I greeted them one by one and thanked them personally. Prince Ash, no crown, Prince Ash. No wait, Grand Duke Bringer. I'm so sorry I am late, who you are. It's fine, Count Valen that stench. How much did you drink? I wanted to represent our Southern City-State Alliance and show off my beautifully regrown mustache, but I was trimming it and lost track of Timmy E. You came to congratulate us, that's enough. Now get off. Since guests were arriving from all over the world, a few scheduling errors happened. Some of the heroes and kings missed the actual ceremony and drank themselves silly in regret. What's going on here? Why is everyone drinking like they're about to die? When it comes to booze and revelry, us dwarves can't be left out. Hey, Celebi, are you running off mid-duel? All right, all right. Then let's do this properly. Each race drinks for honor. Who drops first? Naturally, the overdrinking escalated into an inter-race drinking contest. Of course. Why do these people turn everything into a battle the moment they lock eyes? Who's representing humanity? You cowardly dogs won't dare shy away from honorable combat, will you? Verdandi, already wasted, waved her arms wildly, searching for the human representative. I looked around and clicked my tongue. Who can handle their liquor? Anyone want to represent humanity? Even so, we couldn't just sit back and let our dignity be trampled. All right, then who shall return with H. Wong's head? I'll go. A towering figure stepped forward, brimming with reliability. I've never been drunk in my life. Oh, Torkel, yes, I am counting on Yago. Torkel's words were technically true, had never been drunk, because the man had never drunk alcohol in his life, so why did he volunteer? After one drink, Torkel passed out flat on his back. Zennies was rushed in as a substitute. Wanna have a drink, son? I'd love to, father. Zennies began guzzling alcohol alongside Hannibal, representing the half-bloods. I broke into a cold sweat as the air's alcohol density rapidly spiked. Was this okay? Meanwhile, just a step away from this drink-fueled battlefield, King Miller of the Aryan Kingdom and King Cuelan of the Beastkin sat quietly together, sharing drinks. How's Yun? She's sleeping well, I see. Miller glanced around, then quietly pulled something from his coat and held it out. This is the item I promised. This is, yes, the blanket Yun always slept with back in her homeland. She's used it since she was very small. Please cover her with it. How adorable. I'll make sure to use it. And this is a portrait of Yun as a child. I'd like you to have it. Ooh, what a precious thing. Would it be all right if I stopped by to see Yun on the way out? Of course. Let's go together. What a rare and heartwarming sight. Nearby, on the boulevard lined with food stalls, I spotted Lily holding Sid, with Damien pushing her wheelchair, followed by Junior and Hecate trotting along behind. Sid munched happily on cotton candy, and the group strolled along, all of them smiling with snacks in hand. Please, may they stay far away from this chaos. Ash, just then, a group approached me across the plaza. It was none other than Mikkel's 5 wives. Have you seen our husband? Pardon, Mikkel, you mean? Yes, he slipped away during the festival madness and now he's vanished. Of course, I had no idea where Mikkel went, so I shook my head. The 5 wives stormed off in all directions, waving whips and ball gags threateningly in their hands. Wait, what? Next came an elderly woman in a refined robe. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Have you seen my husband? You mean dear Mudin? That's right. That old fool ran off again during all the chaos. Fufu, the true master of the ivory tower, chuckled ominously before vanishing. If he gets caught, he's a dead man. I offered a silent prayer for the souls of the escapees. That's when Lucas came rushing toward me. My lord, oh, Lucas, how are things? I'm doing fine. Butthigh's way, please. There are some people who urgently requested your presence. Following Lucas, we wound through several alleyways and eventually descended into a shabby underground tavern. Ah, the runaways had gathered there. Mikhail, Diarmuidin, and even Chain. They sat gloomily nursing their drinks, and I broke into a cold sweat as I approached. What are you all doing here? Your wives are looking for you. You've finally come, Crown Prince Ash. Diarmuidin downed his drink in one gulp, then signaled me over. It's time I introduced you. Ha! Introduce me to what? The 3 men glanced at one another, then looked at me and nodded in unison. We are the Married Men's Club. What sort of shady underground syndicate is this now? Mikkel, looking completely worn out, explained. It's a gathering of married men who fought on the front lines. Now that you're married, Ash, you qualify to join us. I don't exactly want to join, though I asked with clear reluctance. What's the purpose of this organization? Well, when there's a chance like this to meet up, we secretly gather and share a few drinks. The 3 married men exchanged bitter smiles. To vent little complaints we'd never dare say directly to our wives, like shouting into a bamboo forest. To discuss what kind of creative gift will get us brownie points for our next NTH anniversary, or where to take them to eat. We share lists of gifts and restaurants. If someone sneaks in a brand new Mazana golem toy behind his wife's back, we help each other hide it. What kind of tragically meek little brotherhood is this? Don't get us wrong. I truly love my wives. Same here. My wife's an incredibly charming person. We love them. But the 3 of them shuddered at once. Sometimes they're just terrifying. I looked to the side and saw Lucas, for some reason, hugging his own shoulders and trembling. Hey, a wedding was literally yesterday. What happened on your first night? So this is the final form of all married men. Am I headed for this fate too? You don't have to join us right away. But someday, if you ever feel the need for a place to speak openly among equals, Diarmuidin gave a vague smile and nodded slowly. Call on us. Well, welcome you gladly. And just then crash. The tavern door burst open violently. You rascals, so this is where you were hiding. Sinners, receive your judgment. Mikkel's, Diarmuidin's, and Chain's wives stormed in, charging down the stairs in a furious rush. Damn, they found us. Out the back door, Ash. Well, hold them off, go now. The 3 men screamed heroically and charged toward their wives. Why are you pretending this is some noble sacrifice? Aren't they just your loving spouses? Drunken guests caused incident after incident. Some found new love in their drunken haze. Others broke up not long after forming couples once the alcohol wore off. Bounties were placed on runaway husbands. Bounty hunters began chasing married men. Those men, in turn, bribed the hunters, and a web of silent warfare unfolded in the shadows. Evangeline accidentally set off the finale fireworks in broad daylight. Calliope, proudly claiming he'd handle the recovery, spent the entire afternoon crafting new fireworks only to trigger a premature detonation and become a flying dwarf. The exploding firework landed directly on the royal carriage warehouse. Thankfully, the horses had been safely evacuated, but all the brand new luxury carriages from around the world were scorched at a major disaster. Other unspeakable events filled the 3-day chaos of this warlike post-wedding festival, and eventually it all came to an end. Ugh, on the night of the 3rd day, I staggered into my room at the hotel, since the top-floor suite was reserved for Father, Serenade, and I had a room just below. It wasn't quite a suite, but it was still a fine room. What a complete mess of a wedding. Thinking back on the past week made me shudder. Would a day ever come when I could look back on this disaster fondly? I thought for a moment, then shook my head. No way, not in this lifetime. Still grumbling as I walked into the room, I quickly held my breath. Ah, Serenade had fallen asleep already. Had she waited for me, despite the late hour? She was dozing quietly, slumped over the table. Sorry I am late. I gently brushed Serenade's cheek with my fingertips, imagining how long she must have waited. You're really mine now. Maybe she heard me in her sleep. A faint smile formed on Serenade's lips. Really? Yeah, really. She rubbed her cheek against my hand and drifted back into sleep. She must have been so tired. Carefully, I picked up Serenade and laid her on the bed, then pulled a blanket over her. I watched my sleeping wife's face for a long while before quietly moving to the back window. Below the large window that looked out over Crossroad, there was a cushion. I sat there, gazing out in silence. The view outside the window never stayed still, it shifted constantly. City lights danced. The dark sky slowly brightened in the distance. The moon slid along its path. Clouds gathered and drifted apart, and stars rained down like a shower. Listening to Serenade's soft breathing as she slept, I watched the ever-changing view outside, and before I knew it, I too had fallen asleep. I had a long dream, a very long, wonderful dream. Ha! Waking from a light sleep, I looked around in surprise. The once busy scenery outside the window had come to a stop, and the thin blanket Id laid over Serenade was now draped over my shoulders. It was probably just before dawn. Startled, I looked around, and at some point, Serenade had moved from the bed and was now sitting across from me. Serenade, are you okay? When did you wake up? Even when I asked, Serenade simply gazed out the window with a clear, unwavering stare. I asked her again, gently, Serenade, my lord. Only then did Serenade turn to me with a faint smile. It feels like I've just woken from a very long sleep. And it feels like I had a really good dream, did you too, my lord? I smiled softly. Yeah. I slowly reached out and took Serenade's cool hand in mine. It felt like a very long, very beautiful dream. We sat together in silence for a while, looking out the window. Under the slowly brightening sky of dawn, the familiar city glowed faintly in the distance. Serenade, I suddenly asked. At the end of this road, what kind of future do you hope we'll have? Serenade lowered her gaze in thought for a moment, then spoke. A lot of stories end like this, and they lived happily ever after, right? But life isn't so easily summed up. She smiled softly. We won't always be happy. There will be times when misfortune finds us, uninvited. It probably won't be forever either. We won't live eternally, we'll be fleeting. And our version of a good life might look very different from what others expect. Sometimes we might have to turn our backs on the values everyone else chases. We might break apart again, maybe more than once. We could fail over and over and find ourselves rebuilding on ruins. But Serenade paused briefly to breathe. Even so, it's okay. She whispered, full of certainty, because that too is life. I closed my eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again, feeling a warmth behind them. And it's beautiful. Slowly we kissed, so gently and so dearly. With our foreheads pressed together after the kiss, feeling each other's warmth, I met Serenade's silver eyes as they slowly fluttered closed and smiled. Yeah, whatever shape it takes, it'll be okay. I too spoke with certainty. We're going to live a beautiful life. The end.